In the vast expanse of the universe, the birth and demise of a galaxy is but a fleeting flicker of light. Gazing up at the starry sky evokes a melancholic sense that our fates are already sealed. Where will you and I be 1,000 years hence? Our homeland, the flames of civilization, and Earth are merely specks of dust in the depths of space. In the blink of an eye, a moment in the cosmos encompasses millennia of human existence. The chirping of insects spans but a season of autumn. We are all striving to navigate our paths. What lies at the end of the infinite void? Chapter 1. The Old Soil. As the crimson sun descends, the train departs, stirring a multitude of withered yellow leaves in its wake, heralding the desolation of autumn. From this parting, we shall find ourselves worlds apart, with no knowledge of how many years may pass before we meet again, and for some, a reunion may never come. Around me, some linger, slowly waving goodbye, unable to let go, while others remain silent, steeped in sorrow. For years spent together in university have forged bonds that are difficult to sever. The afterglow of the setting sun casts a slanted light upon the falling leaves, as the interplay of light and shadow evokes a poignant sense of time's passage. A delicate young woman turns away, discreetly wiping away tears concealed behind her glasses. In this extraordinary era, they will each return to their respective paths after graduation, perhaps never to cross paths again in this lifetime. The autumn breeze stirs, sending yellow leaves swirling chaotically to the ground. The streets are aged, with sycamore trees lining the road, shedding their leaves in abundance, covering the ground completely. Someone walks beside him, voicing their discontent. Why should those who remain choose to forsake you? As a classmate and friend, Qin Sheng believes that if there were any available spots, Wang Xuan would undoubtedly be chosen. After the results were announced, many felt a whirlwind of emotions. Wang Xuan had unexpectedly been eliminated. Enough about me, what about you? Have you received any news? Wang Xuan inquired. Qin Sheng quietly confided that his family had leveraged connections, and he might be heading to New Moon. New Moon, across the vast expanse of deep space. I wonder if we shall ever meet again. Wang Xuan paused, realizing that his friends were all embarking on distant journeys. He stood tall, his figure neither frail nor lanky, but rather well-proportioned and strong. Bathed in the hues of the evening glow, he radiated a soft, golden luminescence, his eyes clear and expressive. Having lived and studied here for 4 years, he had exerted great effort, striving, competing, and meticulously planning for his future, all in a quest to find his rightful place. Yet ultimately, he could not remain. Overcome with grief, he wept uncontrollably. The autumn breeze carried a chill, and several classmates shared in the somber mood. Meanwhile, a couple halted, gazing at each other silently, tears cascading down their faces without a word spoken. They were to part ways. The distance between them would no longer be measured in mere miles, but across a vast celestial expanse, perhaps never to reunite in this lifetime. Their faces were streaked with tears as they embraced for the final time, leaving only silence in their wake. This city, vast yet somewhat antiquated, bore the marks of a bygone era, with many ancient trees lining the roads, some over a century old. In contrast, the city itself retained the architectural essence of the past, preserved through the passage of time. Elsewhere, remnants of the old era lay abandoned, devoid of human presence, vast stretches of desolation overtaken by creeping vines and thorny brambles, gradually being engulfed by the encroaching greenery. Upon returning to the campus, Qin Sheng remained troubled by Wang Xuan's grievance, urging him to seek clarification regarding the reasons for his abandonment, and to demand an explanation. Even after graduation, they were permitted to reside on campus until the final roster of candidates was confirmed. This opportunity was rare. Those chosen would remain in the city, awaiting their imminent journey to the new star, where it seemed extraordinary discoveries had been made. Qin Sheng himself had not been selected despite his family's considerable efforts. He had only secured a chance to venture into deep space. He was bound for the New Moon, the most significant base orbiting the new star. In a hushed tone, Qin Sheng remarked, "Do you realize that even the mere whispers of rumors from that place have ignited fervor among those who have received early tidings? Regardless, you must secure a spot." Under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees danced as Wang Xuan stretched on the lawn, practicing the ancient technique of scattering, a highly pragmatic art that sent a flurry of yellow leaves swirling into the air. He continued undeterred, his movements swift yet his breathing steady, stating, "I await the final results." The vastness of deep space loomed, the universe expansive yet cold and desolate. Apart from the old Earth, humanity had only discovered another life-bearing star. However, many years prior, the gateway to the new star had closed, making it increasingly difficult for ordinary people from the old Earth to gain entry. In contrast to the new star, some began to refer to this place as the old Earth. Once it was known as Earth, the cradle of humanity. Perhaps it has indeed become somewhat obsolete. Numerous desolate cities have emerged across various regions, overgrown with weeds and devoid of inhabitants. All of this is the consequence of a catastrophic war from a bygone era. When technology reaches a certain pinnacle, the onset of a hot war could be exceedingly terrifying. A once thriving world is obliterated, rendered exceedingly barren and desolate. At that time, a multitude of individuals sought refuge in the cosmos. In truth, humanity's technological prowess was not as resplendent as one might envision prior to the conflict. Efforts were merely beginning to establish bases on the moon. Thus, those who fled could only temporarily anchor themselves on that celestial body. In such circumstances, humanity astonishingly accomplished a great migration, discovering and entering a new star teeming with life. The inhabitants of the old world still find this unfathomable. All parties involved remain reticent. Given the technological capabilities of that era, the existence of stable wormholes or warp drive vesicle black technologies could not have been swiftly realized. Some among the old world harbor suspicions that the answers may lie on the moon. Regrettably, the repercussions of the hot war were too severe. The Earth lay in ruins, and the old world has yet to recover after all these years, experiencing a significant technological regression that rendered lunar exploration impossible for an extended period. Over a century has passed, and the population of the old world has only recently rebounded to around 1 billion, far from its former glory, with many regions still remaining desolate. In the early days of developing the new star, a substantial number of survivors from the old world were transported away, leading to the exodus of countless talents. This, too, is a contributing factor to the old world's severe decline and prolonged stagnation, a monumental migration that persisted for decades. It was only until a little over a century ago that the new star finally closed its doors. Moreover, in the aftermath of the hot war, the Earth lay in ruins, the environment exceedingly harsh, and the remnants of the old populace were few, making restoration an arduous endeavor. Beneath the hazy moonlight, Wang Xuan was demonstrating the scattering technique. Suddenly, his movements quickened, and with a resounding thud, his right hand left a distinct imprint on a massive tree. The tree shuddered violently, and a cascade of yellow leaves fell like a waterfall. Qin Sheng was astonished. The scattering technique, you have truly managed to cultivate it? They will undoubtedly regret abandoning you. Chapter 2. The Fleeting Years. Have you genuinely mastered such relics of the old era? Qin Sheng rushed forward, gazing at the clear imprint on the thick trunk, his mind filled with uncertainty. The techniques of the old era, scattered within the pages of antiquity, range from physical arts to meditation, and further to qi gathering methods and internal nurturing practices. With records being quite fragmented, in contemporary times, these have come to be referred to as scattering techniques, with many dubbing them as ancient arts. Over the years, although Qin Sheng had been exposed to them, a deep-seated skepticism lingered within him. Could they truly be mastered? Wang Xian's demonstration deeply moved him. The flesh-and-blood palm had indeed left a clear mark on the sturdy trunk. Was there truly a path for the ancient arts? By the standards of the old era, what I have done is trivial, Wang Xuan replied, shaking his head, his figure appearing gallant, shrouded in a faint mist under the radiant moonlight. Qin Sheng sighed. Do not compare to the past. I never truly believed it. In fact, many of those records have long been debunked. Qin Sheng was also practicing the ancient arts. He understood their difficulty well, as even a single meditation technique could drive a person to madness. In an era closely intertwined with new stars and dazzling advancements in deep space technology, how many would still place their faith in the old ways? Doubts began to stir within the hearts of the uninitiated. Yet, amidst this backdrop, When Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng first entered university, they were approached by individuals inquiring whether they would be interested in engaging in research related to ancient techniques. Wang Xuan, having previously encountered the art of dispersion, felt an immediate intrigue and readily agreed. As for Qin Sheng, he held skepticism towards such matters, however, upon learning that this research was linked to certain financial magnates, reportedly involving substantial envies. Hence, he was taken aback and decided to join with a mindset of experimentation. In the early stages, they balanced their original coursework within their respective departments while dedicating their spare time to what was termed research into ancient technique. They soon discovered that this so-called research primarily entailed their own practice. Moreover, specialists began to prepare unique sustenance for them, all aimed at enhancing their mastery of certain dispersion arts. They increasingly perceived that this research was far from trivial, as the two venerable professors instructing them in the art of dispersion had been transferred from the realm of new stars. Before long, some individuals could no longer endure and voluntarily withdrew, finding the rigors of ancient technique practice arduous and rather monotonous. Most significantly, in this modern age, the populace harbored skepticism towards the arcane practices of a bygone era. Nonetheless, while many exited, an even greater number chose to join. With the backing of powerful financial entities, substantial funding was funneled into this research, amplifying efforts to select more suitable candidates for participation. Not only in this city, but across the old lands, a significant initiative is underway, predominantly spearheaded by university students, incentivized by substantial monetary rewards to stimulate their enthusiasm. Initially, an overwhelming number of applicants emerged, yet after a rigorous selection process spanning over half a year, only approximately 50 individuals remained. The majority of these individuals transferred to the university where Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng were enrolled, continuing their original majors while simultaneously forming a traditio NAL Arts experimental class. Not all participants, however, were driven by a pure passion for the subject, as was the case with Wang Xuan. Those who transferred had been assured that upon graduation, they would secure at least a respectable and lucrative position. At this juncture, everyone began to realize that this research was rather extraordinary otherwise. Why would such extensive efforts be invested? The traditional arts curriculum for the experimental class boasts notable origins, comprising rare editions from museums, exquisite collections from affluent families, and certain religious scriptures. For instance, a particular internal cultivation method, renowned in ancient times, ultimately fell into obscurity. Years ago, an artifact was unearthed from a tomb, bringing it back into the light of day, and it has now been compiled as one of the study materials for the experimental class. Moreover, the dietary provisions for all students in the traditional arts experimental class are meticulously prepared by dedicated personnel, emphasizing exceptional quality. As they delved deeper into their studies, many were astonished to discover that some ingredients were exceedingly precious and rare, nearly unattainable in the old lands, having been transported from deep space. The venerable professor who instructs them in the art of qi gathering lamented that these ingredients would be exorbitantly priced even in the new stars, let alone when shipped from the depths of space. Certain ingredients are simply unattainable, even for those with ample wealth. Among these rare delicacies, some are sourced from the depths of the new star's ocean, possessing remarkable anti-aging properties, while others are known for their ability to invigorate the blood and enhance vitality. For practitioners of various esoteric arts, nutritional supplementation is of paramount importance. The venerable professor once remarked that certain ingredients are particularly favored by venerable figures of extraordinary lineage within New Star, as they possess the capacity to delay the aging process. This underscores the significance attributed to the current research on ancient arts. What is particularly astonishing is that shortly thereafter, over 20 new students from New Star joined this experimental class. Traditionally, it has been the students of the Old Land who aspire to study in New Star. Yet this time the roles have reversed. With the arrival of these youthful individuals, a series of whispers began to circulate, gradually revealing fragments of the truth to the students of the Old Arts experimental class. There are organizations, research institutions, and financial conglomerates pursuing immortality. This proclamation sent ripples of shock through the Old Arts class, leaving many in a state of disbelief. To the modern perspective, Such pursuits may seem ludicrous and ephemeral. However, throughout history, it appears that those who have ascended to significant heights have relentless. Sly sought after such aspirations, as far back as the pre-Qin era. Legends of immortals and practitioners of alchemy have captivated the imaginations of generations, even ensnaring the minds of emperors. Yet, from Qin Shi Huang to Emperor Wu of Han and their successors, all have failed in their quest for the elixir of life. No one has succeeded. In this contemporary age, the mythologies once held dear have long been debunked. How could such things possibly exist? Yet, paradoxically, news of such pursuits emerges from the technologically resplendent new star. To be precise, it is the elderly among certain tycoons, those who wield power, who yearn for an extended lifespan. Although some supplementary remarks were made, it nonetheless incited a stir among the experimental class. History often echoes itself throughout the ages. Certain prominent figures in their twilight years seem reluctant to accept their fate, longing for youth and desiring vigorous bodhi. In the past, Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng whispered to one another, having once crafted narratives about these influential individuals. The old men, gradually succumbing to decline, naturally yearn for youth. Otherwise, how would they appreciate the beauty of young women, possessing vast fortunes yet unable to squander them anew? If it were me, I would wish to live for another 500 years. The older women, without a doubt, are even more ruthless than their male counterparts. With the passage of time, their former beauty has succumbed to wrinkles, and for those formidable women who command considerable resources and wield significant influence, aging is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. If there exists even the slightest possibility, these women would be far more fervent than the old men, devising every conceivable means to wreck. In their youth, at that moment, several young men and women from the new generation, upon overhearing their whispered conversation, rolled their eyes in unison, as it seemingly pertained to their respective elders. Chapter 3. The Lifespan Extension Project. The elderly are in a state of urgency. Their time is fleeting, and there is no room for procrastination. They desperately seek tangible results from research. Thus, the old technique experimental class has chosen university students rather than starting from childhood, as the former are older and possess greater comprehension. The scattered techniques originated from antiquity, and those organizations and research institutions believe that restoring the study of these ancient methods from their very roots may indeed be the most prudent choice. Of utmost importance is the notion that since all myths and legends originate from the ancient land, there may indeed be some mysterious factor at play. However, this understanding stands in stark contrast to the resplendent technological civilization of deep space and cannot be inscribed upon paper. Yet, some elderly individuals with remarkable backgrounds seem particularly inclined to believe in these esoteric sciences as they advance into their twilight years. What do they seek? A prolonged existence, a hope to unearth truths from ancient myths, and a quest to follow in the footsteps of their ancestors towards the path of immortality. Although, in their moments of clarity, they acknowledge that this is largely a mirage. Still, if time is of the essence and they wield vast resources, why not embark on a pursuit of such aspirations? Thus, the ancient land has drawn attention, and various studies have commenced, backed by substantial funding. Human nature has remained consistent throughout the ages, from the reign of the first emperor to the present day, with many unable to escape the prevailing customs. Over the years, some elderly magnates within the wealthy elite have been fervently advocating for a new life, financing numerous research institutions. Of course, the study of ancient arts is merely one of their focal points. Those possessing the means to instigate a transformation of life are unlikely to place their hopes solely in a single line of inquiry. For many years, the financial conglomerates have supported a variety of genetic teams and life research institutions, with some projects already yielding astonishing advancements. For instance, several anti-aging pharmaceuticals have shown preliminary effectiveness. The research into ancient arts is but one of the dozens of life extension projects they have invested in. In truth, these life extension projects often intersect, particularly under the influence of investors, leading to occasional collaborations among them. For instance, the sustenance consumed by Wang Xuan and his companions is designed to replenish blood, invigorate energy, and rejuvenate the spirit, with certain ingredients possessing anti-aging properties. all intricately linked to a pharmaceutical research institute. The members of the old techniques experimental class often exert themselves excessively, yet despite their fatigue, they rapidly recuperate through dietary supplements and simulacra. IDs. Moreover, several biological gene teams have expressed a desire to collaborate, proactively approaching them to explore genetic avenues for enhancing the physical constitution of TH. The experimental class point, one particular gene research team focuses on mitochondrial studies, positing that by altering telomere length, it may theoretically extend lifespan. At that time, there was considerable resistance among the participants, although they were referred to as the old techniques experimental class. They were not mere guinea pigs and would never consent to such measures. Upon receiving this information, Wang Xuan was nearly compelled to withdraw entirely, as he was resolute in his refusal to accept such an approach. He diligently refined his body techniques, contemplated meditation methods, and studied energy absorption techniques, believing in a gradual process of transformation. In his perspective, such a crude alteration through genetic engineering could potentially leave irreparable risks, conflicting fundamentally with his beliefs and desires. In fact, this collaboration was swiftly dismissed by higher authorities. Influential voices deemed the technology insufficiently mature. Subsequently, rumors emerged suggesting that some student from the new star possessed notable backgrounds, with families unlikely to permit them to engage in risky ventures. Simultaneously, a classmate with connections inadvertently disclosed that there were certain situations at New Star where individuals had achieved remarkable progress in old techniques, prompting them to journey to the origins of these practices, eager to delve deeper into their understanding. However, he later denied it, claiming those were merely the ramblings of a drunken man. Wang Xuan suspected he might have inadvertently revealed something. Yet, Qin Sheng firmly believed it was nothing more than drunken talk, for he had been the one to intoxicate that classmate that day. Wang Xuan theorized that perhaps New Star had unearthed some revelation, prompting the scions of certain wealthy families to join the experimental class and calm. It's their studies on ancient techniques. At this moment, the moon hung high, casting a cool glow in the deep autumn night. Qin Sheng received a phone call, nodding repeatedly, before turning to Wang Xuan with a sigh. Back then, Zhou Kuan was not merely rambling, he indeed let something slip. During the call, he received the latest news. Vague rumors emerging from New Star recently seemed to be hinting at a connection with several mysterious phenomena. It was 3 years prior that Zhou Kuan, a student from New Star, had given them a hint, albeit unintentionally due to his intoxication. "You must secure a spot to New Star," Qin Sheng urged, bidding farewell before departing. As students of the Ancient Techniques research class, their dormitory area was notably tranquil, as they required solitude for meditation and physical training. Each student enjoyed the privacy of their own room and was provided with special nourishment sent from deep space, signifying the high regard in which the Ancient Techniques research. Each project was held at dawn. Wang Xuan rose, practiced a physical technique known as the diamond fist, and then settled into calmness to begin his energy cultivation exercise, facing the morning glow. According to the old professor, mastery of one or two techniques, such as energy cultivation, meditation, and internal nurturing, was essential, for they formed the roots of ancient practices and the source of strength. Martial arts, such as Xingyi and Vajra, represent the branches and leaves stemming from a robust root. Only with a strong foundation can one flourish abundantly. Wang Xuan naturally places immense importance on this, having explored various root techniques and subsequently delving into selective, in-depth studies. The campus area is adorned with numerous towering trees, and the lawns are carpeted with fallen yellow leaves, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. With his eyes closed, Wang Xuan bathes in the morning glow, engaging in the practice of energy absorption. He envisions himself drawing in ribbons of golden sunlight, enveloping his being in a warm embrace. Although this practice is internal, the heat radiating from his body suggests a genuine transformation, as if he is surrounded by a shimmering golden flame. Should anyone be nearby, they would undoubtedly notice the peculiarities surrounding Wang Xuan. The morning light enveloping him appears more vibrant than that of others, akin to a layer of flickering fire. As he continues to absorb energy and employs his internal nurturing techniques, The imagery he conjures in his mind feels as though it is manifesting in reality. Heat envelopes him, ultimately leading to a tingling sensation coursing through his body, initially marked by discomfort, which soon transitions into a profound sense of relief. This extraordinary sensation is a recent development for him. Wang Xuan understands that due to his years of practicing energy absorption techniques in conjunction with internal nurturing methods, he is now beginning to harvest the fruits of his labor. Last night, he pressed his right hand forcefully against the solid, coarse bark of a tree, leaving a distinct imprinted embodiment of his gradual mastery of the root techniques that on the path of ancient arts, he has made significant strides. In the experimental class, while peers such as Qin Sheng and Zhou Kuan also engage in the practice of ancient techniques, most have merely experienced a boost in physical conditioning. None have achieved the level of energy absorption and internal nurturing that Wang Xuan has attained. Qin Sheng and Zhou Kuan, when pitted against ordinary individuals, could easily contend with a dozen adversaries single-handedly. Their years of training in ancient techniques, coupled with the long-term consumption of rare medicinal cuisine, have significantly enhanced their physical prowess. Even before harnessing qi, Wang Xuan exhibited remarkable superiority over his classmates. Thus, Qin Sheng has continuously championed his cause, asserting that when it comes to traditional techniques, none can rival Wang Xuan. In fact, with the mere use of one hand, he could likely subdue any student from the traditional techniques experimental class. Wang Xuan's body radiated heat, eventually reaching a point of almost feverish warmth, as if tiny currents coursed through his flesh and bones. This phenomenon was indicative of his cultivation of qi and internal nurturing reaching a certain threshold. In his mind, he envisioned strands of dawn's glow permeating his being, while simultaneously imagining a black, murky mist emanating from his skin. In response, his body underwent an extraordinary transformation. His metabolism accelerated, and he expelled sticky sweat, leaving him damp. He felt as though his flesh was being purified by the dawn, both inside and out, invigorated and imbued with an unparalleled vitality. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting a faint golden hue upon the wisps of mist. For young men and women strolled into view, the two males exchanged only a few words, while the two females engaged in a lively discussion. One of the women was strikingly beautiful, her animated speech punctuated by bursts of laughter, exuding a vivacious spirit. The other woman possessed a graceful demeanor, radiating an aura of literary elegance, complemented by her gentle smile. They too were students of the traditional techniques experimental class, hailing from the New Star. "Look, isn't that Wang Xuan? Why does his body appear to be glowing?" exclaimed the vivacious young woman, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, questioning her own perception. The more reserved woman expressed her astonishment. Could it be that he has mastered the qi gathering technique? One of the young men, taken aback, remarked in the experimental class, "Could it truly be that someone has succeeded?" However, he quickly shook his head, aware that such accomplishments had become irrelevant. The group, hailing from the New Star, was well informed about the latest developments. The old techniques were deemed outdated and had been discarded in favor of superior alternative ES. Chapter 4. The supernatural Wang Xuan found tranquility within his mind, focusing his thoughts as he entered a meditative state. Yet, he remained acutely aware of a gaze directed towards him. Opening his eyes, he peered into the forest beyond. For classmates from New Star, astonished, stood at a distance. How could Wang Xuan sense their approach? Did you see that? At the moment he opened his eyes, a shimmer of golden light dissipated from his gaze, prompting Zhou Kuan among the group to speak softly. Wang Xuan paused, gathering his energy. His internal cultivation had concluded. His complexion was rosy, vitality radiated from him, and even his hair seemed to shimmer in the morning glow. The four of them hastened towards him. Su Chan, with her vivacious spirit, greeted him from afar. "Wang Xuan, I think I just saw you glowing." She was tall and unbothered by the cold, clad in a short dress that accentuated her long, slender legs. Her lustrous black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and a youthful smile graced her lovely face, her eyes sparkling with life. Wang Xuan replied with a grin. "Should I interpret that as a compliment on my handsomeness, my charm, and my radiant aura?" He stood tall, basking in the dawn's light, and indeed, his smile was somewhat dazzling, his bright eyes and pearly white teeth rendering him quite splendid. "Narcissistic," Su Chan scoffed playfully. Zhou Kuan could not contain his curiosity, asking, "What Xian, have you mastered the qi gathering technique?" His complexion was fair, with delicate features, though a hint of melancholy lingered about him. In truth, he possessed a robust physique, yet often appeared lacking in exercise. Having shared years together at New Star, the group was well acquainted with Wang Xuan. He nodded affirmatively. "Recently, I have managed to barely master it." Among the four, Su Wenbo typically exudes an air of aloofness, seldom engaging with his former classmates. Yet now, unable to restrain himself, he speaks with a hint of regret. The concept of old arts, which has lingered since its inception, now seems rather antiquated. He shakes his head. The morning sunlight is abundant, yet the autumn breeze stirs the fallen leaves, imparting a chill to the air. Li Qingzhu, true to her name, embodies a gentle and serene demeanor, radiating an aura of scholarly grace as she speaks softly. One cannot dismiss it so readily, at the very least. Old arts can fortify the body and prolong life, and it is said that some individuals in ancient times possessed remarkable abilities. The newcomers from the New Star are acutely aware that this path has become unviable and is now forsaken. Her words serve merely to console Wang Xuan. Though he feels a stir of emotion within, he harbors no regrets about his chosen path. Initially, his pursuit of old arts stemmed from genuine interest rather than any ulterior motives. Moreover, he has not abandoned his original major in automation and has successfully obtained his degree. Su Wenbo shakes his head, asserting, such claims are merely unfounded legends. Furthermore, born in this era of dazzling technology, even if there were indeed formidable individuals in antiquity, should they be resurrected in modern times, they would find themselves rendered inconsequential amidst spaceships and mechanized soldiers. Yet, as he gazes into the distance, there is a fervent spark in his eyes, as if flames are dancing within, for he knows that New Star has made even more astonishing discoveries, presenting a superior choice that ignites his inner excitement with unparalleled intensity. After a while, the group continues their discussion, and Su Chan, smiling, advises Wang Xuan not to invest too heavily in old arts, reminding him that they have graduated and should now contemplate employment matters. A few individuals from the New Star comprehend that once the wrong path is chosen, no amount of effort can rectify the mistake. Zhou Kuan opened his mouth, intending to articulate something, yet ultimately, he could only helplessly pat Wang Xuan's shoulder. The gates of New Star have long been sealed to the old earth. Unless one is actively chosen from that side, it is exceedingly difficult for individuals here to emigrate. If I have the chance before departing, I shall treat you all to drinks, Wang Xuan remarked with a smile. The four had already turned to leave, but Zhou Kuan stumbled slightly, aware that Wang Xuan was jesting at his expense. Typically imbued with a melancholic aura and not particularly loquacious, he would, however, become utterly unrestrained and loquacious when intoxicated. Speaking incessantly, 3 years ago, it was Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng who had challenged him to a drinking contest, leaving him thoroughly inebriated. With no recollection of what was uttered that night, Wang Xuan gazed after them as they departed. Those who were reluctantly separated at the far ends of the starry expanse share the deepest sorrow. The couple in their class bid farewell in silence, only for one to weep bitterly once the other boarded the train and vanished, evoking a sense of melancholy. Their relationship had been strong, yet it culminated in such a poignant farewell. In this late autumn, those departing undoubtedly feel disheartened. Although the news from New Star remains nebulous, many have already sensed that passing by New Star signifies missing the greatest opportunity of their lives. The sole consolation for those leaving is that their employment issues have been resolved, as promised upon joining the experimental class. Wang Xuan has not yet left, for his home lies in a neighboring town, quite close. Should he be unable to journey to New Star, he will remain in this city to work. Qin Sheng has been absent for several days. Being a local, he has been diligently seeking concrete information. His family's business is related to deep space trade, being merely one among numerous suppliers, yet they possess considerable connections. A few days later, on a morning, Qin Sheng appeared on campus. Wang Xuan, I have finally grasped the reason behind the establishment of the Old Techniques experimental class. It pertains to the peculiar phenomena discovered on the New Star. Early in the morning, Qin Sheng rushed over, his face flushed and warm, not from exhaustion but from excitement. His family's extensive network had just yielded news that several mysterious occurrences on New Star seemingly relate to supernatural forces. Perhaps supernatural powers truly exist, he exclaimed. How could such revelations not stir one's imagination and evoke a myriad of thoughts? Typically an emotional individual, Qing was now in a heightened state of agitation. Yet upon observing Wang Xuan's condition, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Have you truly cultivated such a significant stir? Although he was already aware of Wang Xuan's successful energy absorption, witnessing the scene before him was still quite astonishing. As the sun rose, life blossomed all around, and Wang Xuan appeared to radiate light. The morning glow around him particularly vivid, akin to a delicate flame in motion. Wang Xuan paused, brimming with vitality, in a state even better than in the preceding days. Please wait a moment. He had just been basking in the morning light, nurturing himself and expelling the impurities within his body, which left him feeling sticky. Thus, he hurried to take a cold shower. Emerging in freshly laundered attire, he remarked, I have long held certain notions. Many elderly individuals with profound backgrounds tend to grow increasingly enamored with mysticism in their later years, ultimately taking action to excavate myths in the old lands and invest in projects researching ancient techniques, undoubtedly having discovered something significant in the process. Though those individuals have aged, they were once astute and not prone to making trivial errors. Furthermore, the presence of students with remarkable identities and backgrounds, who have hastily arrived to join the experimental class, corroborates certain matters. In the early days, they may have aspired to delve into supernatural powers through the study of ancient arts, Wang Xuan remarked, yet furrowed his brow. However, the circumstances appear to have shifted. His intuition was keen. Just days prior, upon encountering Su Wenbo, Su Chan, Zhou Kuan, and Li Qingzhu, he had gleaned fragments of the truth from their demeanor and discourse. They had mentioned that the ancient arts had become outdated and obsolete. It seemed that the new stars looked down upon them. Moreover, when Su Wenbo inadvertently gazed towards the horizon, his eyes sparkled with fervor, a blend of yearning and excitement, as if he was eagerly desiring something. Supernatural powers. Perhaps there exists an alternative path, while the ancient arts have been forsaken. This was the conclusion Wang Xuan reached after observing the behavior of these individuals. Chapter 5. Discarded like rags. Qin was astounded. He had invested considerable time and expended great effort, utilizing familial connections to uncover certain secrets. Yet now, Wang Xuan, through mere observation, had deduced even more, suspecting the existence of another route to engage with supernatural forces. Thus, the ancient arts were so easily cast aside. Qin felt an intense sense of regret. When he first learned those secrets, he had been exhilarated, believing he had finally grasped the truth, that the study of ancient arts was a means to access supernatural powers. It was in that moment that he solidified his conviction to diligently pursue the ancient arts, determined to overcome any obstacles that lay ahead on this path. However, it has now come to light that there appears to be an alternative path to approaching supernatural powers, which has doused the flames of excitement in his heart like a bucket of cold water. What has the new star truly discovered? Aside from mysterious phenomena, has it unveiled a genuine route to the extraordinary? Clearly, if this is indeed true, it would incite unimaginable upheavals, both in terms of ideology and tangible transformations within the real world. Qin remarked with utmost seriousness, at this moment, the opportunity to venture to the new star becomes increasingly precious. If one can indeed access supernatural forces and be at the forefront, anything one desires could become possible. As they conversed, they enjoyed their breakfast. The special food transported from deep space was scarce. What was once deemed unpalatable now evoked a sense of nostalgia. Both shared a sentiment of longing. Although these ingredients were exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, the amalgamation of flavors left much to be desired. Qin inquired of Wang Xuan whether he had sought out the old professor who had taught them the ancient arts, hoping to find a solution to their predicament regarding the new star. Wang Xuan shook his head, explaining that although the old professor held a fondness for him, he lacked the authority, being merely invited to impart knowledge on the ancient arts without further involvement in the project. What criteria do they use for selection? Qin expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling it was unjust to Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan pondered for a moment and suggested, I suspect it relates to possessing a keen intellect and the ability to unleash potential far beyond the ordinary. Essentially, having merely grazed the edges of the mysterious realm. He had seen the list of those initially selected, leading him to this conclusion. For instance, within the class, there exists a pair of twin sisters who often share an inexplicable connection. When the younger sister experiences sudden fright, the elder sister simultaneously feels a pang of anxiety. On one occasion, while the elder sister was peeling an apple, she inadvertently inflicted a deep cut on her finger. At that moment, the younger sister was in a different city, yet despite the distance, she felt an agonizing pain in her corresponding finger. This phenomenon defies explanation. During the selection process for the experimental class, they were chosen almost immediately. In the observer's memory, He-Ching stands out as introverted and unassuming, rarely engaging in conversation. It is known that initially, He-Ching held little interest in the ancient arts. He only enrolled upon hearing that graduation would guarantee a respectable and high-paying job. Thus, Qin-Sheng found it perplexing that despite He-Ching's evident reluctance, he ultimately secured a place in the program. A significant incident had occurred in He-Ching's youth. At the age of 14, he witnessed his younger brother on the verge of being struck by a speeding car. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and forcefully pushed his brother out of harm's way, only to be run over himself. Miraculously, he emerged unscathed, save for dark tire marks left on his body. At that time, everyone was astonished, and some struggled to comprehend the event, ultimately attributing it to the emergence of some mysterious latent potential within him at a life-and-death moment. The investors in the Ancient Arts Research Project delved into this incident from He-Ching's youth, demonstrating the depth of their understanding of him. The first group of selected individuals each possessed their own unique qualities. For instance, there was a young woman with extraordinary perceptive abilities. Her most renowned experience occurred when she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety before boarding a flight, convinced that she was unwell and that her heart was failing her, prompting her to seek medical attention urgently. Subsequently, the flight she missed tragically met with disaster. Can it truly be so? There are such extraordinary beings in our class. Qin-Sheng was left speechless, having never heard of this incident before. Wang Xuan also expressed his sentiments, recalling how he was momentarily taken aback upon first hearing the tale, yet acknowledged that this girl was indeed the most exceptional. The others and their stories were somewhat more palatable. On that day, the final list of those chosen to journey to the new star was confirmed, and, as anticipated, no new names were added. A portion of the experimental class remained, resolutely holding on and awaiting one last opportunity. Now, upon the revelation of results, they were engulfed in profound disappointment. Some had sensed the outcome beforehand, yet the sting of it still weighed heavily on their hearts. Wang Xuan remained composed, having long anticipated this result. Qin-Sheng sighed, lamenting for his friend who had devoted himself to mastering the ancient arts, only to be forsaken as a glimpse of the supernatural powers at the edge of deep space emerged, presenting an alternate path. The new star had chosen the extraordinary, formally abandoning the old ways. Qin-Sheng and Wang Xuan engaged in extensive conversation about their friends who had departed from the class prematurely, both feeling a sense of melancholy. Wang Xuan felt somewhat better, as he remained on familiar ground and could still gather with those few. He shook his head and remarked, "It has been over a year since we parted ways. I shall not go to see her off, lest her family becomes overly concerned and it troubles her. Let us each find peace in our own paths." Qin-Sheng sighed, reflecting on a former girlfriend of Wang Xuan's from New Star, whose presence had once imposed considerable pressure on him. The girl's family was notably formidable, having issued several stern warnings in the past. He contemplated the possibility that her family might have intervened this time to prevent him from being chosen, thereby obstructing his journey to New Star. This thought struck him suddenly. For Wang Xuan's ex-girlfriend hailed from an extraordinary lineage. Despite the abandonment of old techniques, he dismissed the notion. Although their interactions had been limited, Wang Xuan had a grasp of her family's disposition, concluding that such interference was unlikely, especially since they had been separated for over a year, with no contact in between. Moreover, the research project associated with old techniques was backed by powerful financial conglomerates, deterring anyone from recklessly meddling. As night fell, the stars twinkled above, and the two shared an unreserved conversation. "In a few days, I shall depart for New Moon," Qin-Sheng expressed. "I find myself in a state of conflict. I genuinely hope you have the opportunity to venture to New Star and encounter supernatural forces, embarking on a new path. Yet, I also feel that their casual dismissal of old techniques is unjust, leaving us forsaken." Pausing to regain his composure, Qin-Sheng continued, "Thus, I hold a glimmer of hope that you may achieve great success along the path of old techniques. How wonderful it would be if the myths and legends were indeed true, allowing you one day to wield old techniques against supernatural forces, subduing the beings from New Star's extraordinary realm, thereby illustrating the folly of abandoning old techniques." Historically skeptical of old techniques, he now yearned for the ancestral myths to reveal tangible truths, yearning for their revival. However, after a moment of reflection, he exhaled heavily, resigning himself to the reality that all of it seemed implausible, mere legends devoid of substantiation. Wang Xuan gazed at the starry sky, pondering whether the immortals and myths of ancient times had ever truly existed. He shook his head. Even if there were irrefutable evidence of the immortals having once walked the earth, it would merely serve to bolster the confidence of future generations, holding no significance for him. His disbelief in deities and his scholarly pursuits in ancient arts were never motivated by those legends. Rather, his passion lay in exploration, driven by a desire to uncover the depths of the path of ancient arts. The existence of the immortals was of no concern to him. He was resolute in validating this journey through his own experiences. Chapter 6. The Goddess Beneath the Night Sky. A silver streak traversed the heavens, gradually descending towards the depths of the campus. Within the campus lay a helipad, equipped with adequate facilities. Wang Xuan remarked, "It is your goddess. Do not involve me." He perceived Qin Sheng as somewhat sentimental in moments of tranquility, yet prone to impulsiveness when stirred with excitement, as was evident in this very instance. In truth, it was universally acknowledged that she was indeed a goddess. Qin Sheng insisted on dragging him along. According to him, a fleeting glance was an opportunity not to be missed, as it could be a chance never to be repeated in this lifetime. Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. Was this truly the goddess of his heart? There lingered an odd sensation of attending a wake. Rest assured, my admiration is purely aesthetic. I am a principled individual with a girlfriend, Qin Sheng insisted. Wang Xuan contemplated. That area was in close proximity to Professor Lin's residence, and indeed, he felt compelled to pay a visit, especially as the venerable professor would soon depart from this old land. In fact, just a few days prior, Professor Lin had reached out to him over the phone, inviting him to come by whenever he had the opportunity. He comprehended the elderly gentleman's intentions, which seemed to revolve around discussing how to assist him in securing a spot for the journey to the new star. Wang Xuan had always been averse to burdening others, particularly given his awareness of the investment dynamics behind the old technique research project, where outsiders found it exceedingly challenging to intervene. He held deep respect for the venerable professor, recognizing his kindness, which only heightened his reluctance to see the elder approach the investors on his behalf, only to face rejection. The campus was expansive, and the distances were considerable. By the time Wang Xuan approached Qin Sheng, the helipad had fallen into silence, suggesting that the crowd had dispersed. Casting a glance at the silvery gray spacecraft, he remarked to Qin Sheng, "You may as well go and see your goddess. I shall pay a visit to Professor Lin." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Forget it. It would be unwise to venture there in the dark, lest Zhao Qinghan misconstrue the situation. If there happens to be a bodyguard, I would have no recourse after suffering a beating. I will accompany you to visit Professor Lin." At the last moment, Qin Sheng hesitated, opting to uphold his principles and be a good man deserving of his girlfriend. Professor Lin's residence was a quaint courtyard, merely a few hundred meters away, and they arrived swiftly. Outside the courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered an individual. Zhao Qinghan, the very goddess Qin Sheng had spoken of, was a figure of remarkable popularity on campus. And indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Beneath the streetlights, her shoulder-length hair danced in the gentle breeze, framing her delicate, oval face. Her strikingly clear and bright eyes shone gloriously, while her glossy red lips enhanced her charming visage. The first button of her white shirt was undone, revealing a hint of her fair, glistening collarbone, while her lower attire was composed of casual trousers, presenting a relaxed appearance. Yet, she exuded an astonishing aura, almost dazzling in the twilight. "Zhao Qinghan," Qin Sheng exclaimed, surprised to find her outside Professor Lin's residence. It was evident that her simple attire for the evening was chosen for her own comfort. Yet it did little to conceal her exquisite figure. Standing at over 170 centimeters, her curves were striking, her legs long and slender, and her physique remarkable. Coupled with her rare beauty, she undeniably captivated the attention of those around her. "Are we getting any specialties from New Star?" Qin Sheng inquired with a smile, attempting to bridge the gap between them. A few individuals clad in black swiftly appeared, eyeing him with caution. Qin Sheng's expression stiffened. Did he truly exude such an aura of insecurity? He considered himself quite presentable, with a kind demeanor. Why, then, was he met with such distrust? "They are my classmates. You need not be so tense," Zhao Qinghan gestured, signaling the black-clad figures to ease their vigilance. Turning back to Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng, she smiled and waved, saying, "I must take my leave. I just came from New Star and am quite fatigued, utterly exhausted. It wasn't until she had walked some distance away that Zhao Qinghan halted to inquire of the black-clad man. Why the heightened alertness just now? Initially taken aback, she then laughed, blooming like a vibrant flower in the evening breeze, radiant and beautiful. Qin Sheng. Impossible. If it came to blows, he would be no match for me. Had Qin Sheng overheard this, he would have felt a pang of sorrow, as the goddess in his eyes deemed him utterly harmless and weak. So much so that she could easily best him. The man in black shook his head, saying, "It is not him. It is the other young man who merely smiled and greeted you without much conversation. After he surveyed us, we all sensed something amiss. This individual is formidable." It seemed that he had scarcely glanced at her moments ago. Instead, he had been quietly observing the few figures clad in black beside her. Zhao Qinghan glanced back briefly, murmuring to herself, "I must find an opportunity later." Suddenly, she sensed that, amidst the nightfall several hundred meters away, someone appeared to be looking in their direction. Qin Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "In all my years, this is the first time I have been categorized as a dangerous element." Wang Xuan reassured him, "Those individuals in black are not targeting you. They are on guard against me." "Ah, what heinous act have you committed to earn such ire? Could it be that you have wronged Zhao Qinghan in the past?" Qin Sheng's imagination ran wild. "What are you thinking? Just now, I perceived that those individuals possess considerable strength. I was curious to ascertain whether they practiced traditional techniques or if they had deviated onto an alternative path of the new star." Qin Sheng's spirits were instantly lifted. "Well done, old Wang. Look at your composed demeanor. Without a word, you have managed to uncover their foundations. How impressive." Wang Xuan promptly corrected him. "You should address me differently." Qin Sheng chuckled heartily. Wang Xuan pondered for a moment before continuing. "I believe they are still following the traditional techniques. Yet their movements and instinctive reactions lack purity, as if they have amalgamated elements from other styles." He then added, "Moreover, Zhao Qinghan is not as fragile as you imagine. You are far from her match. Is that so? Has she refined the traditional techniques to such a degree?" Qin Sheng felt a sudden sense of daze, murmuring, "Among that group of people just now, could it be that I am the weakest?" At that moment, the courtyard gate swung open, and Professor Lin appeared. As I had just bid farewell to Qinghan, I was suddenly greeted by the sound of voices outside the courtyard. It turned out to be you all. Professor Lin, with his grizzled hair and appearing to be in his 60s, bore a slightly portly physique. In his youth, he was a master of ancient arts. Yet he had suffered a grave injury that hindered his physical recovery, rendering him unable to engage in practical combat. Since then, he had devoted himself to the theoretical study of ancient arts, textual research, and with his prior combat experience, he had gained considerable renown in the exploration of ancient practices. Wang Xuan stepped forward and spoke. "Professor Lin, I have long wished to visit you these past few days, yet I hesitated for fear of imposing upon you. Thus I have delayed until now. You are being too formal." The elder gestured for them to enter the courtyard to converse, simultaneously shaking his head. "I truly cannot be of assistance. I have been turned away." "I am sorry for imposing," Wang Xuan replied earnestly, feeling an unease at the thought of Professor Lin seeking help only to be rebuffed. Professor Lin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about such matters. The courtyard, though modest in size, was adorned with various flowers and plants. To the right, a fish pond glimmered with floating water lilies, while koi gracefully swam, infusing the small garden with vitality. The living room was bathed in soft lighting, and on the coffee table lay an album, slightly worn with age and possessing a nostalgic charm. One page of the album revealed a woman in her prime, exuding an extraordinary beauty. "Professor Lin, who is she?" "She is truly stunning," Qin Sheng inquired. "A female painter, renowned for her singing as well. She enjoyed great popularity for a long time, and those of our generation held her in high regard," Professor Lin explained. Wang Xuan examined the photograph closely, noting its frayed edges, suggesting it was several decades old. Yet Professor Lin had preserved it all this while. Qin Sheng naturally took note of the situation, and their familiarity allowed for light-hearted banter. "You are truly devoted. Loving one person for decades without change," he remarked. Professor Lin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I cherished her during my senior year of high school, and even now, in my third decade, my affection remains unwavering." Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng were momentarily at a loss for words. "What are your plans moving forward?" Professor Lin inquired of Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan candidly admitted his intentions to first seek employment while also pursuing the path of antiquities. "You must aim for the new star," Professor Lin encouraged. He then lowered his gaze to the photo album, pondering thoughtfully. Wang Xuan quickly interjected, "Professor Lin, you need not go out of your way to find someone on my behalf." Professor Lin raised his head, addressing both Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng. "What do you think? Did the immortal beings ever truly exist?" Wang Xuan keenly realized that Professor Lin had not been gazing at the photograph of the woman, but rather at one adjacent to it. It was an old, yellowed photograph imbued with the passage of time, poorly lit and somewhat blurred. However, it was discernible that it depicted a stone table in an underground setting, upon which lay a collection of bamboo slips. Such slips were commonly found in tombs from the pre-Qin era, instantly prompting a flurry of thoughts in Wang Xuan's mind. Chapter 7. The non-existence of immortals regarding the new star. It seemed to be associated with mysterious phenomena and supernatural forces. Yet Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng possessed limited knowledge on the subject. Their understanding was primarily hindered by an asymmetry of information as they dwelled in the old world, struggling to access the most cutting-edge secrets. As for the immortals, their existence appeared even more elusive. Wang Xuan speculated that long ago, there existed a group of individuals who practiced the art of energy cultivation or devoted themselves to meditation, harmonizing body and spirit to attain powers far beyond the ordinary. His conjecture found corroboration in certain ancient texts. Wang Xuan encountered similar records in the Huangdi Neijing. In ancient times, individuals adhered to the principles of yin and yang and harmonized with the arts of numerology, thus achieving a union of form and spirit. In those bygone days, if a peculiar figure, capable of subduing a tiger with a single arm, emerged from the mountains or marshes, they would likely be revered and worshipped by the ancients. However, as time elapsed, these tales may have become distorted, gradually transforming into myths. It is also conceivable that among ancient people, there existed individuals of extraordinary strength who perfected practices such as meditation to the highest echelons, nurturing themselves to acquire astonishing powers. For instance, ancient texts recount rare examples of adept practitioners whose physical and mental vitality was so robust that they could hurl an elephant with one hand. Wang Xuan posited that if one were to master the ancient arts to their fullest extent, such feats might indeed be attainable. When personal power reaches such heights, what does it signify among the ancients? It embodies the essence of myth. Wang Xuan contended that there have never been immortals or deities, merely a select group of individuals who once wielded immense strength. Therefore, in the realm of ancient practices, he remained unyielding to superstition, instead choosing to explore this path through personal experience and validation. After articulating his conjecture, Wang Xuan offered further reflections. Whether those who have been deified could continue to evolve, reaching levels of power beyond our comprehension, remains uncertain, especially as ancient practices have waned and fallen into obscurity. Perhaps, the legendary immortals are merely manifestations of those exceptional figures, adept practitioners who have undergone further refinement. Wang Xuan believed they were simply rare and remarkable individuals among humanity. With the passage of time, both myths and immortals have long since faded into oblivion. Professor Lin smiled at Wang Xuan and remarked, "According to your hypothesis, immortals and deities were once human. Thus both the immortals and the Buddhas have dissipated." Wang Xuan nodded, stating that as long as one is human, the conclusion is already predetermined. All must perish. Qin Sheng, captivated by the discourse, found it profoundly intriguing. However, he lamented the missed opportunities, pondering whether, had extraordinarily powerful individuals from ancient times survived to this era, they could harness advanced technology to access the supernatural forces residing in the new stars, thereby extending their lives, perhaps even achieving the immortality coveted by the wealthy elite. Throughout history, both the affluent and the powerful, upon reaching a certain pinnacle, have relentlessly pursued the ambition of eternal life. Professor Lin, inspired by these thoughts, reflected on his encounters with individuals currently advancing such research, investing substantial resources into it. Should you wish to delve into ancient techniques, I shall not hinder you. I possess certain materials that I can offer, he stated, rising to retrieve some papers from the bookshelf. With a grave demeanor, he handed them to Wang Xuan, urging him to keep them safe. Qin Sheng, suddenly curious, craned his neck to glimpse the contents. Professor Lin regarded him briefly, adding, "If you desire to learn, I will not obstruct you, but mastering such practices necessitates a profoundly solid foundation. You must exert effort. Otherwise, you may encounter severe complications that could jeopardize your life." Professor Lin made it clear that without mastering energy absorption, one could not cultivate oneself and should refrain from engaging with such matters. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's expression fell. Wang Xuan immediately comprehended that this must pertain to some formidable foundational technique. Internal cultivation, energy absorption, and meditation can fundamentally alter an individual's constitution and spirit, referred to in ancient practices as the essence of the root. While physical techniques may be dazzling and crucial in practical combat, they must rely on the foundational methods for their efficacy. The contents inscribed on the stack of bamboo slips in the photograph have been deciphered by me and recorded on these sheets of paper. Professor Lin elucidated the origins of the ancient method. Remarkably, the information documented on the paper originates from a grand tomb dating back to the pre-Qin era. Wang Xuan was profoundly astonished. This truly represents an authentic ancient technique, its age being exceedingly ancient. During that epoch, it was indeed a rare feat for bamboo slips to have been preserved. Before the tombs of such antiquity were unearthed, the bamboo slips would have long since decayed. Even if they had not rotted away, the moment of excavation, with the drastic change in environmental conditions, would likely result in the destruction of 90% of the slips, let alone the preservation of any written records. Professor Lin remarked, "Today, with the advancement of technology, some invaluable relics from antiquity can be swiftly processed and preserved upon excavation." Qin Sheng pondered for a moment and inquired, "After 2 to 3 millennia, are these records still relevant, or have they become obsolete?" Professor Lin nodded in agreement, saying, "You raise a valid point. The times are perpetually advancing. However, the records on these bamboo slips hold significant value, as that era witnessed the emergence of some exceptionally powerful practitioners, and the ancient methods of the same period are unlikely to be inferior. Furthermore, Professor Lin explicitly stated that this method has been validated and is indeed remarkable." After hearing this, Wang Xuan solemnly tucked it away. Professor Lin continued, "After the dissolution of the old techniques experimental class, you now face 2 challenges: the absence of medicinal meals crafted from rare ingredients and the lack of more profound ancient texts. Regarding the former, Chu Feng had long recognized it as an issue, but concerning the latter ancient techniques, he had acquired considerable knowledge, particularly about notable relics such as unique manuscripts from museums and rare collections belonging to affluent magnates. Could there be anything more astonishing than these?" Professor Lin informed him that the textbooks used in the experimental class were indeed exceptional and of remarkable provenance, yet they constituted merely fragments of the rare and secretive texts. What he had learned was not comprehensive. Due to the immense value of those materials, only a portion of the foundational methods had been presented to them. If someone were to master the entirety, naturally, further methodologies would be bestowed upon them. Unfortunately, the experimental class had been disbanded, and the project dedicated to the research of ancient techniques had been abandoned, hence there were no subsequent foundational methods available. Qin Sheng chuckled, remarking that the foundational methods recorded on this bamboo slip could assist Wang Xuan in tackling a particular challenge he faced. If one day he were to emerge as a formidable practitioner in the contemporary world, that would indeed be intriguing and worth anticipating. Should he delve deeply and master these techniques, it might also resolve another dilemma he encountered, freeing him from the necessity of rare ingredients and medicinal cuisine in his practice. Professor Lin's statements left Wang Xuan astounded. What did this imply? The foundational methods inscribed on the bamboo slip were extraordinarily mysterious and remarkable. Were they truly so powerful? Qin Sheng was taken aback. Naturally, the artifacts left behind by those practitioners were far from ordinary. The ancient techniques of that era were resplendent, with pursuits of longevity and elixirs closely associated with those practitioners. In the present day, numerous burial sites from various dynasties beneath the old earth had been thoroughly excavated, leaving little room for overlooked treasures. Thus, even if one wishes to pursue the path of ancient arts, one must venture towards the new star for many invaluable texts. Secret techniques and rare scriptures of bygone eras no longer reside in the old lands. Qin Sheng muttered in discontent. Do certain individuals among the financial magnates possess a peculiar obsession with collecting? What purpose do they serve in hoarding such antiquities? Naturally, there is purpose. Through rigorous examination, ancient arts have been deciphered and applied by certain biological research institutions, leading to the targeted development of modern advancements capable of mitigating the aging process of some elderly individuals. Professor Lin divulged numerous secrets. In truth, many treasures have been unearthed from ancient tombs, For instance, there have been accounts of golden bamboo slips being discovered, crafted from a unique species of bamboo that, having endured the ravages of time, remains impervious to decay, as resilient as iron even to this day. However, this particular plant has long been extinct in the old lands, and prior to its excavation, its existence was entirely unknown. It is evident that the contents inscribed upon such bamboo slips are far from ordinary. They must be profoundly significant. Regrettably, once these artifacts fall into the hands of organizations, research institutions, or financial elites, they are shrouded in secrecy, rendering them nearly impossible for outsiders to behold. Professor Lin unbuttoned his coat, revealing old scars upon his body, adjacent to his heart. Remarkably, there were 2 scars, each the size of a fist. It appeared that he had been pierced by some external force in the past, and the sight of those wounds still instilled fear. In pursuit of the bamboo slips depicted in the photograph, I endured numerous injuries, each grievous, one inflicted by a fist, the other by a modern weapon. It is precisely for this reason that Professor Lin, once a master of ancient techniques, finds himself unable to engage in practical application. Surviving the aftermath is already a miracle. This illustrates the fierce competition among various organizations and conglomerates in their quest for such resources. Observing Wang Xuan now, Professor Lin sees a reflection of his younger self. Imbued with a fervent spirit of exploration for the old arts, regrettably, his path has long been severed. Wang Xuan offers reassurance, suggesting that new types of agents may emerge in the future to address Professor Lin's physical ailments. At my age, I have already let go of what needs to be relinquished, Professor Lin replies, shaking his head. Qin Sheng interjects, so, it seems that even if Wang Xuan wishes to pursue the path of ancient techniques, he must venture to the new star. For all valuable resources have been scavenged by those there. Professor Lin responds with gravity. It is not merely that. The discoveries on that side may have far-reaching implications and, indeed, could potentially incite certain transformations in the future. What I speak of is purely speculation on my part and not information acquired from research institutes or internal organizations. Thus, there is no need for confidentiality. The mysterious phenomena and supernatural forces reported from the new star are linked to specific artifacts. Moreover, whispers of these rumors have been circulating for decades, with verifiable details only beginning to surface in recent years. Concerning those secrets, there seems to be a breakthrough. Otherwise, the old techniques project would not have been abandoned here. Therefore, the opportunity is rare, since the new star appears to have discovered an alternative path. The precious bamboo slips and various root techniques hoarded by the conglomerates may consequently become more accessible, no longer receiving the same level of attention as before. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan felt a sudden stir in his heart. He found himself increasingly drawn to the prospect of new star, far more than he had ever been before. Even now, Qin Sheng remained discontented. What path had new star discovered that led them to forsake the old techniques, casting them aside as if they were mere refuse, heartlessly eliminating and abandoning them? It seemed evident that the matter was far more complex than a mere path. Professor Lin shared his reflections. In recent decades, New Star had unveiled an array of rare new species, such as a small tree known as Anshan, which boasts a pristine white hue and fragrant leaves that can soothe the mind and spirit. Consuming a few of its leaves daily is said to possess anti-aging properties. It is rumored that this exorbitantly priced tree was discovered during the extensive development of New Star, unearthed from the wilderness. Other similar plants, herbs, and unique small creatures also abound. Professor Lin, once a master of the old techniques, had traversed the mountains and rivers of New Star in his youth and had never encountered these species. I suspect that their discoveries extend beyond a mere path. They may have stumbled upon a living planet, perhaps even delving into the extraordinary. This revelation is undoubtedly astounding. It appears that New Star had long been aware of such findings, having explored this realm in secrecy from the general populace for many years. Professor Lin added that in the past, they likely encountered numerous challenges, and only recently have they made progress. However, I believe that regardless of what they have uncovered, the immediate acquisition of supernatural powers remains an unrealistic expectation. One point that Professor Lin emphasized particularly is that if a new world has indeed been revealed, the herbs, resources, and extraordinary items found there would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to the old techniques. He lowered his gaze to the woman in the album, hesitating over whether to meet this old acquaintance in a bid to secure a place for Wang Xuan. Chapter 8. The gathering Qin noticed that Professor Lin was somewhat entranced by the image of the woman, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Wang Xuan felt that Professor Lin was a man with a story to tell. He had ventured into ancient tombs from the pre-Qin era, received the heritage of alchemists, survived with 2 large holes in his chest, and even knew a stunningly beautiful woman who had once shone brightly in the limelight. Yet, this was merely a glimpse of his experiences, suggesting that Professor Lin was indeed extraordinary in his youth. Professor, do not be melancholic. It is merely a woman, after all. Let the past remain in the past, Qin interjected, disrupting the tranquil atmosphere. Professor Lin shook his head, saying, "Where are your thoughts wandering? Today, I am merely feeling a bit nostalgic. Besides, this is purely admiration, nothing more." Qin found the words familiar. Not long ago, he had also spoken of pure admiration. Immediately recalling Zhao Qinghan. "I completely understand you," he exclaimed, feigning the demeanor of a kindred spirit. Wang Xuan chimed in. "The woman in the photo bears a resemblance to Zhao Qinghan." Upon hearing this, Qin scrutinized the image more closely and indeed found similarities. His expression became particularly animated, and he finally sighed. "Professor, our appreciation for beauty seems aligned. I believe we could become great friends despite our age difference." In response, Professor Lin delivered a sharp retort, clarifying that the person in the photograph was, in fact, Zhao Qinghan's grandmother. Upon this revelation, Qin's expression fell. "This is the grandmother of my goddess?" Wang Xuan suddenly understood why he had seen Zhao Qinghan at the entrance earlier. The 2 families shared a significant connection. It was precisely due to this reunion with an old acquaintance that Professor Lin once again opened this album this evening. Wang Xuan had come to realize that Professor Lin might wish to meet this woman on his behalf, and he was reluctant to disturb the elderly man's long-held tranquility. "Professor Lin, you need not worry about my affairs. I have already formulated a preliminary plan that should resolve the issue." Professor Lin was taken aback. He merely lowered his gaze to the photographs, yet Wang Xuan could discern his intentions, demonstrating a keen sensitivity that indeed suited the path of ancient arts. In antiquity, practitioners battled fierce beasts and contended with fate, daring to strive for coexistence with the sun and moon. Having inherited such a legacy, if I cannot resolve even this minor dilemma, how shall I confront matters of life and death in the future? Wang Xuan was a grateful individual, primarily concerned that Professor Lin's encounter with an old friend might evoke memories of the past, jeopardizing the peace and serenity he had cultivated over the years. After all, some burdens the elderly had long set aside should not be unearthed again. "Very well, you shall resolve it on your own." Professor Lin smiled. Though his own path had come to an end, he was eager to witness a successor traverse the ancient arts to their culmination. That night, their discussions primarily revolved around these ancient techniques, and Wang Xuan became deeply engrossed in the study of the traditions of the pre-Qin alchemists. Indeed, in the realms of energy cultivation, internal nurturing, and meditation, this ancient method possessed unique attributes, worthy of distinction and truly remarkable. Professor Lin informed him that the foundational methods taught in the experimental class were indeed potent, yet lacked completeness, rendering them inferior to the ancient esoteric techniques of the pre-Qin era. As Wang Xuan delved deeper into his studies, he found himself increasingly perplexed. The subsequent records appeared hazy. Were these truly viable foundational methods? For instance, the text referenced a desolate realm before mentioning fertile black soil, and the subsequent accounts grew even more ethereal. Confounded, Wang Xuan sought clarification from Professor Lin. The professor elucidated that some descriptions were likely related to the inner landscape of the Yellow Court. Given the vast temporal expanse since the pre-Qin period, certain terms and phenomena could only be comprehended through later texts. As Professor Lin elaborated, he also mentioned Guhan's Biopuzi and Chun Tuan's Wuji Tuesday. Wang Xuan nodded attentively, diligently taking notes. Meanwhile, Qin, listening nearby, felt overwhelmed. Must one first peruse the entire Taoist canon to grasp the teachings of the alchemists? Their discourse continued late into the night, with Professor Lin imparting all his knowledge to Wang Xuan. Years of extensive research had enabled him to decipher the legacy of the alchemists. At dawn, Wang Xuan completely transformed his technique for energy absorption and internal cultivation, practicing according to the alchemist's teachings, resulting in remarkable gains. Bathed in the morning glow, he broke into a profuse sweat. His metabolism surged beyond previous levels, as if purging impurities from within, leaving his skin clammy. He felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, light and agile, brimming with life and vigor, an immense power dwelling within. He was determined to reach the new star. His tone resolute. He resolved to strive diligently to enhance his strength in preparation for this journey. Wang Xuan, someone called from a distance. Soon, Zhou Kuan approached, his handsome face still tinged with a hint of melancholy. However, upon his arrival here, he revealed a genuine smile. You truly haven't left the campus yet, still practicing the old techniques. It seems you've become rather entrenched in it, he remarked. Lowering his voice, he continued. Take my advice and prepare yourself early. The old techniques have been abandoned by the new star, and new methods are emerging. Hearing these words, Wang Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. Although he had already surmised this, he remained grateful to Zhou Kuan. I will be moving in 2 days, but I will still remain in this city. My job is essentially confirmed, and I will report in 5 days, Wang Xuan replied. Zhou Kuan sighed upon hearing this. I hope all goes well for you. May we gather again in the future. He then expressed his intention of attending a gathering that evening, inquiring if Wang Xuan wished to join. The chosen ones would depart from their old grounds for the new star in 4 days, and they were preparing this gathering to commemorate their impending separation, as each would embark on their own path upon arrival. Rest assured, it's merely a simple gathering. The bonds forged over 4 years of camaraderie will not lead to any troubles. It is primarily to celebrate the conclusion of our pure and beautiful 4 years, after which we will immerse ourselves in the complexities of society, facing various challenges and tribulations. Wang Xuan remained silent, indifferent to the possibility of any disturbances. His thoughts were occupied with the concern of whether he would cause trouble for others. Go ahead. There will be people you long to see, Zhou Kuan urged, expressing his enthusiasm for a heartfelt conversation and a final toast with Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan was taken aback, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation. There was no one he particularly longed to see, as he merely hoped to avoid any unnecessary upheaval. In the experimental class, there were students who had not been selected, and some remained in the city. Wang Xuan informed him. Zhou Kuan remarked, I will notify everyone, but some are watching you, eager to know whether you will attend. Those selected to go to the new star, and those remaining on familiar ground, while well acquainted and often having amicable relationships, still found such gatherings to evoke an odd feeling. Fine, I will go, Wang Xuan nodded. Just as Zhou Kuan departed, Qin Sheng called. Old Wang, they are having a gathering and want me to join. I'm quite torn, as I'm not heading to the new star, merely to the new moon. Are you going? Wang Xuan first corrected him on the address before responding. You stand atop the moon above them, gazing down each day. What is there to be torn about? Come pick me up tonight, and we shall go together. Qin Sheng immediately responded with enthusiasm. Great. I was waiting for you to say that. I was actually worried you might not go. Chapter 9. Classmates Qin Sheng drove over to pick up Wang Xuan and exited the campus. His family was in business, and their circumstances were quite favorable. He had acquired his own car years ago. On this autumn afternoon, the sky was a clear, lofty expanse, the fresh azure seemingly ready to pour down and cleanse the entire city. Isn't it a bit early for us to go over? Qin Sheng inquired. Not at all. We will arrive just in time, Wang Xuan replied, gazing out the window. The city bore remnants of antiquity, with ancient monuments and centuries-old stone towers standing resiliently, showcasing their age, while also featuring clusters of towering skyscrapers, densely packed and exuding modern vibrance. On the road approaching the commercial district, throngs of pedestrians bustle about, and the traffic is somewhat congested. As I prepare to depart, I find myself unexpectedly nostalgic, having previously taken little notice of this place during my time here. Qin Sheng sighed, feeling an emptiness within. Wang Xuan remarked, once you rise to prominence, you will be able to traverse freely between the old and the new. At that point, nothing will pose a problem. Flanking the road are numerous ancient ginkgo trees, their golden leaves fluttering down, creating a thick carpet beneath them. Under the sunlight, the ground is aglow with a resplendent gold, truly a sight to behold. Yet, the golden ginkgos and fiery red maples lining the city streets present a stark contrast, exuding a vibrant brilliance that elicits a profoundly different sentiment. The gathering is not situated within the city. Qin Sheng drove smoothly to the hilltop villa area outside the city, where the scenery is exquisite and offers a panoramic view of the entire urban landscape. Although most of the new star's classmates are rather unassuming, some possess backgrounds and origins of considerable significance, making their choice of venue unsurprising. The rented villa is perched atop the highest of these low hills, sprawling over several acres, complete with an expansive lawn and a swimming pool. Remarkably, there are even 2 helipads atop this hill. Qin Sheng's gaze was immediately drawn to the 2 silver flying saucers that were already parked there, their sleek lines captivatingly beautiful, leaving him momentarily speechless. As Suchan approached, she overheard their conversation. "Wang Xuan," she said, "you may be quite the dashing figure with your clear eyes, yet your words betray a lack of kindness, making us sound like we are some sort of alien species." Naturally vivacious and spirited, she stood gracefully, her short skirt revealing her long, slender legs, radiating youthfulness and vitality. "Recently, every time we meet, you lavish me with compliments, first praising my radiant glow, and today you boldly declared me handsome, leaving me both flattered and apprehensive. Surely, you do not harbor ill intentions towards me?" While Su Chan is youthful and beautiful, she is not so naive as to be easily embarrassed. She remains quite composed, do not deflect the topic. Li Qingzhu, who is often quiet and exudes an aura of scholarly elegance, also chimed in with a smile. "I heard you refer to us as aliens, yet our roots lie in the old earth, which is equally our homeland. How can we be deemed extraterrestrial?" Wang Xuan, with a grin and hands clasped in apology, strolled into the expansive lawn with them. "Wang Xuan, come over here. You dare to call me an alien? Let me see if you have indeed gained a significant amount of strength and made new breakthroughs in physical prowess. Otherwise, prepare to face our collective wrath." Along the way, numerous acquaintances greeted him, and he engaged in jovial banter, seamlessly integrating into their midst. On the lawn, the barbecue grill was set up, and an array of self-service food began to appear on the long tables. The gathering was lively, devoid of any barriers or awkwardness. However, many classmates who remained on Old Earth felt a sense of loss. They had heard rumors and understood that missing the new star meant foregoing a fateful connection. It seemed that extraordinary events were unfolding there. Some had already heard whispers that the extraordinary would soon manifest. In such a grand era, if any of their peers were to remain at the forefront, touching the supernatural, it is difficult to fathom what the future might hold. Wang Xuan. Those who remained in the old land felt a complex array of emotions as they greeted Wang Xuan, expressing their astonishment that even he had not been selected. Wang Xuan empathized with their sentiments and engaged them in extensive conversation, discussing the future and genuinely feeling a sense of regret for his peers. They were resolute in their decision to stay in the city, awaiting the final list to see if any new names would be added, a testament to their emotional state. This choice also indirectly reflected their confidence in themselves, as these individuals had indeed achieved commendable accomplishments in their previous endeavors. However, it was unfortunate that the criteria for selection this time did not take these achievements into account. "I heard that the blood samples we provided during our medical examinations were sent to New Star, where they conducted some analysis as part of the selection process," one male classmate who remained in the old land remarked. Wang Xuan was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard such information. He had assumed, based on his earlier analysis of Qin Sheng, that it was merely a matter of performance, not realizing it involved such testing. Qin Sheng lightened the mood, saying, "Let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell on disappointment. Remaining here is not without merit. If we cannot attain the extraordinary, then let us strive to become tycoons, commanding and controlling the extraordinary in the future." The group erupted in laughter. As night fell, they stood atop the mountain, overlooking the nearby city, which glittered with lights, creating a stunning nocturnal panorama. As time passed, many indulged in drink, their spirits lifted. Those who called this land home and had been selected to go to New Star were particularly animated, envisioning a future where they too might become extraordinary beings. Consequently, many of them became quite inebriated, some even reveling in their newfound freedom. Nonetheless, the overall atmosphere remained quite pleasant. Whether hailing from the New Star or rooted in the old land, the students destined for New Star assured their classmates left behind that, should the opportunity arise in the future, they would undoubtedly lend a helping hand. In the distance, the city glimmered with bright lights along its streets, resembling intertwined silver chains, as an endless sea of illumination merged into a resplendent glow. At this moment, the sky was adorned with countless stars, their brilliance cascading down in a splendid display. Some individuals, slightly inebriated, found it difficult to distinguish between the celestial starlight and the earthly lights, as if the heavens and the world below were seamlessly intertwined. Eventually, Someone lost control and began to weep, revealing their disappointment at not being chosen. After drinking, their inner turmoil surfaced, leading to an uncontrollable flow of tears. Wang Xuan and several classmates promptly became alert, quickly escorting him to a room to rest and urging him to refrain from further drinking, ultimately preventing any significant issues. At that moment, someone approached Wang Xuan, holding a crystal-clear wine glass, gently swaying it to release the fragrance of the fine wine. Upon noticing this, Qin Sheng immediately joined Wang Xuan, standing beside him to confront the newcomer. The individual had shoulder-length hair and, while not conventionally handsome, possessed strikingly expressive eyes that left a profound impression, exuding an unmistakable air of dominance. "Kong Yi, don't stir up trouble," Qin Sheng admonished. If there was anyone among the students with a strained relationship with Wang Xuan, it was undoubtedly this person. Wang Xuan typically exuded composure and stability, maintaining amicable relations with all his classmates. Kong Yi, originating from New Star, had developed animosity toward Wang Xuan primarily because he had once pursued Ling Wei upon enrollment, only for Wang Xuan to become her boyfriend. Where do you think you're going? Must you always find discord in any situation, especially here? Kong Yi is a person of strong character, exhibiting a hint of provocation towards Qin Sheng, primarily due to his dissatisfaction with Qin's earlier demeanor. Wang Xuan intervenes, raising his glass to Kong Yi, and states, "Let us drink. We are all classmates. Soon we shall part ways, so what is there that cannot be set aside?" Moreover, there was never much to begin with. Kong Yi cast a sidelong glance at Qin Sheng before clinking glasses with Wang Xuan and downing his drink in one go. He then exclaims, "Come, follow me. I have brought forth a selection of rare delicacies from the New Star." As they walk side by side, Wang Xuan and Kong Yi engage in conversation, while Qin Sheng, feeling uneasy, follows closely behind, concerned about potential troubles. "Behold, this deep-sea dragonfish, which you surely have never tasted before. It is considered a rare treasure from the New Star. And this, from the grasslands at the foot of the New Star's snowy mountains, is the ethereal snow cow. Its meat is exquisite, and the finest cuts can be prepared as top-tier sashimi, not to mention here, you have certainly never savored it. This is exclusively reserved for some of the older gentlemen. Do try it, it's exceptionally fresh." Kong Yi leads Wang Xuan into a room, enthusiastically introducing the ingredients laid out on the table, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Qin Sheng finds his demeanor rather distasteful, perceiving him as excessively domineering, and is irked by his incessant references to the New Star and his brazen manner of speech. Suddenly, Kong Yi is rendered speechless, and Wang Xuan is left at a loss for words. Just then, the door swings open, and a group of people enters, all laughing heartily. I can attest that Kong Yi has indeed put forth some effort in seeking reconciliation with Wang Xuan before their parting. Su Chan interjects. Wang Xuan nods in agreement, stating, "I understand. Let bygones be bygones. We have turned the page. I wish you a brilliant future, filled with extraordinary achievements." He clinked glasses with Kong Yi, and Qin Sheng also approached, stuffing several pieces of beef into his mouth before joining the toast, remarking, "Indeed, it is somewhat more delectable than the beef from the HLB vast grasslands." The three of them raised their glasses and drank heartily. "Wang Xuan, you are quite a decent fellow. To be honest, if it weren't for my initial pursuit of Ling Wei, your character would have aligned perfectly with my tastes. We could very well have become friends," Kong Yi slurred. "It is not too late now. We are classmates, and also friends," Wang Xuan replied. "Ling Wei has yet to arrive. I suspect she will come a bit later," Zhou Kuan whispered to Wang Xuan. Before long, Wang Xuan and Kong Yi, with arms draped over each other's shoulders and the scent of alcohol wafting around them, stepped out onto the lawn, immediately drawing the attention of a crowd. Could it be that these two could coexist peacefully? As even their old grievances seemed to dissolve, the atmosphere grew considerably warmer. Everyone began to toast and drink. Becoming somewhat intoxicated, a few students from the old world, soon to journey to the New Star, were eagerly sharing their dreams of life there. "What beautiful visions do you hold?" someone inquired, articulating their own aspirations. "Once I settle down over there, I must purchase a villa in a picturesque location, much like this one before us. Yes, I intend to buy in a more remote area, as it possesses immense potential for appreciation. The population in New Star is bound to increase significantly." Wang Xuan chuckled and remarked, "If you can conceive of it, others have likely already acted upon it. Wherever your affections and aspirations lie." At this juncture, Qin Sheng interjected hastily, "What I cherish and yearn for is the chance to be alone with Zhao Qinghan." His eagerness to speak altered the flavor of Wang Xuan's words. Wherever you hold dear and aspire to, it must inevitably be bustling with activity. Surrounding them, a group of individuals cast enigmatic glances at Wang Xuan. He gave Qin Cheng a light pat on the shoulder and admonished, "What are you babbling about?" Chapter 10. A new technique. Zhao Qinghan, tall and graceful, donned a fitted white dress that fell just above her knees, accentuating her exquisite figure with its alluring curves and elongated legs. The night breeze tousled a strand of her smooth black hair, framing her delicate, alabaster face. Originally serene and sweet, adorned with a smile, her expression now appeared frozen. The atmosphere was hushed, not a soul moved. Even Zhao Qinghan, accustomed to such gatherings and possessing high emotional intelligence, found herself momentarily engulfed in silence, underscoring the peculiarity of the ambience. Wang Xuan turned, standing directly opposite her. The fiery red maple trees on the mountain painted a picturesque backdrop, while the city below shimmered with brilliant lights, creating an ambience of tranquil beauty around them. Wang Xuan was genuinely taken aback by Zhao Qinghan's unexpected appearance. The primary cause of this sudden shift in tone was Qin Cheng's impulsive interjection. "You arrived late. Drink a cup in penance," Wang Xuan said, his demeanor unexpectedly composed and devoid of hesitation as he raised his glass, offering a warm smile to Zhao Qinghan before him. Although Zhao Qinghan usually exudes composure and confidence, frequently attending various events and encountering grand spectacles, she felt her body stiffen slightly just moments ago. Instinctively, she raised her glass of red wine, but she quickly regained her poise. As she lifted her glass halfway, a smile returned to her face, radiating brilliance. Yet she refrained from speaking or clinking glasses with Wang Xuan, eager to observe his demeanor and any swift, astute responses he might offer. At that moment, Qin Cheng broke the silence. "Qinghan, please don't misunderstand. Old Wang is quite reliable. I was merely speaking too hastily." The previously composed Wang Xuan found himself unsettled. Wishing to retort, "Brother, can't you choose your words better? Why interrupt?" The most effective way to handle such situations is to swiftly move past them, with no need for explanations. Thus, Wang Xuan maintained his calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Zhao Qinghan remained speechless, gently clinking her glass with Wang Xuan's, moistening her lips with the wine before turning away, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. "Did I say something wrong?" Qin Cheng inquired, fully aware that he had overstepped, exacerbating the situation. Wang Xuan patted his shoulder and remarked, "You're not wrong. Look, you've effectively sent her away, and now there's no awkwardness for anyone." Qin Cheng exhaled a breath of wine, saying, "No, my intention was to have a word with her privately, to share a drink, but now she has gone. Whom do I seek? Just go over. She hasn't left yet," Kong Yi advised him. Subsequently, he pulled Wang Xuan away to the edge of the mountain, where they gazed out at the distant lights illuminating the land. "This time, someone was speaking on your behalf, wishing to guide you toward new horizons." Kong Yi rested his hands upon the railing and uttered a significant remark. Wang Xuan was already aware that Professor Lin had previously sought out investors. However, he sensed that Kong Yi intended to convey more than just this information, prompting him to glance sideways at him. "The head of the Antiquities Research Project possesses a favorable impression of you, although your circumstances do not align with the selection criteria. Your astonishing performance in antiquities has led them to consider making an exception for you. Indeed, there lies a deeper truth behind this." As Kong Yi had sought him out for a private conversation, Ling Wei's family intervened, intending to confine you to the old soil and prevent your ascent to the new star. These words resonated like thunder in Wang Xuan's ears, instantly sobering him, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon Kong Yi. Known for his assertiveness, Kong Yi showed no signs of retreat. He turned to meet Wang Xuan's stare and stated, "If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. Traces will surely remain. Besides, since I am aware of this matter, there must be others who are as well. Why share this with me?" Wang Xuan inquired. Kong Yi replied solemnly, "I fear that if you were to receive only fragmented information and discover that someone is suppressing you, you might mistakenly hold me responsible. I refuse to bear this unjust blame." Before turning away, he added quietly, "Ling Wei's family wields far more power and influence than you can imagine." As he watched Kong Yi's silhouette fade into the illuminated villa, Wang Xuan remained rooted in place, then turned once more to gaze at the resplendent city below. "Have I perhaps overestimated the character of others?" he murmured. "Earlier, Qin Shang had harbored suspicions that perhaps his ex-girlfriend's family was exerting influence to keep him subdued in the old soil, a thought he had dismissed at the time. Wang Xuan had encountered Ling Wei's father. To be precise, it was the middle-aged man who had approached him, exerting pressure. During their initial meeting, although Ling Qiming appeared stern, he also exhibited another facet, with his face etched with a father's concern and affection for his daughter, fearing she might choose the wrong partner. At that moment, Wang Xuan felt scrutinized as Ling Qiming harshly interrogated him, yet he did not take offense. Empathizing with the situation, Wang Xuan considered that if he had a daughter who had taken a boyfriend on an alien planet, he too would harbor some worries and would likely rush over to ascertain the situation. Ling Qiming's commanding presence was indeed overwhelming, and eventually, Wang Xuan found it somewhat intolerable, given the repeated warnings. However, at that time, regardless of how formidable Ling Qiming's aura was, he did not resort to using his connections against Wang Xuan, which left him with a relatively favorable impression of the man. Wang Xuan had always been reluctant to judge others with malice, preferring to place himself in their shoes. Recognizing this as a strong father's protective instinct over his daughter, though excessive, it was at least somewhat understandable. To this day, he felt he had idealized certain individuals and situations. Wang Xuan, over here. Zhou Kuan called him over for a drink. Wang Xuan's expression shifted. He was acutely aware that once Zhou Kuan indulged in alcohol, he would become unrestrained, as if transformed into another person, incessantly chattering. Zhou Kuan, unfazed, remarked, "Did I not mention when I came to find you that tonight we would drink to our heart's content and have a good chat?" Not far off, Su Chan, Su Wenba, and others exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. Zhou Kuan was clearly intent on divulging secrets. Once intoxicated, he would become quite loquacious, answering any inquiry without reserve. Is he doing this on purpose? Li Qingzhu whispered. Wang Xuan understood that Zhou Kuan, inebriated, had taken the initiative to divulge certain information to him. At that moment, Qin Sheng approached with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "I just shared a drink with the goddess. She mentioned that she would visit me on the moon when she has time. By the way, she inquired about you, old Wang, asking at what level your old techniques have reached. I informed her, roughly equivalent to 9. 8 of Kong E, 12. 5 of Zhou Kuan, and 11. 6 of Su Wenba." Zhou Kuan, initially intent on drinking, was suddenly incensed upon hearing this and retorted, "Qin Sheng, is there any need for such comparisons?" Kong E also approached, his demeanor unfriendly, questioning, "Do you not know how to speak?" Even the typically aloof Su Wenba could not contain himself, his lips twitching as he remarked, "Qin Sheng, is this how you measure things? Have I become a unit of measurement? I merely spoke offhandedly. What does it matter when men are drinking?" Qin Sheng interjected, pulling Zhou Kuan closer. "I relish drinking with you. Come, let us have a toast." Zhou Kuan eyed him askance, fully aware that Qin Sheng's intent was to intoxicate him in order to extract secrets. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he himself was about to disclose information to Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan quickly intervened, concerned that Qin Sheng might truly render Zhou Kuan incapacitated, saying, "Take it easy with the drinks." Qin Sheng was taken aback. After consuming half a glass, Zhou Kuan gradually began to let loose. "I must tell you, new techniques have emerged on the Nova side, also referred to as super techniques, and some wish to label them divine techniques." Suddenly, a voice broke through, as a young man approached with purposeful strides. He sported short hair and a robust physique, standing approximately 185 centimeters tall, with piercing, bright eyes that seemed to bore into one's soul. "Yungu, I find myself inebriated. I shall exercise caution in the future." Zhou Kuan has regained his sobriety, yet remains unperturbed, clearly acquainted with this man. The newcomer is several years older than Zhou Kuan and Su Wenba, possessing a sun-kissed complexion that glistens with vitality. He exudes an air of dominance, his words blunt and unrefined, as he fixates on Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng, declaring, "How audacious you are, engaging in such conversation." Attempting to intoxicate Zhou Kuan to extract certain information from him, Zhou Kuan swiftly interjects, "Yungu, this is a gathering among classmates. If you wish to indulge in libations, please retreat to another room." Kong E, Su Wenba, and others promptly approach, obstructing his path and urging him to temper his demeanor. "Who are you to speak so aggressively? Have you ingested gunpowder?" Qin Sheng retorts without hesitation. Upon seeing Su Chan, Li Qingzhu, and others approaching, Yun Ji's demeanor shifts to one of amusement. "Why the anxiety? Am I truly such an unreasonable individual?" Zhao Qinghan steps forward, saying, Yungu, I understand your presence here. Must you act in such a manner? Yungu chuckles. I did not come to stir trouble today. Rather, I heard that someone here possesses commendable skills in the old techniques, and I wish to engage in a friendly exchange. Wang Xuan, are you not curious about the new techniques? Come, let us spar. I shall demonstrate. The man referred to as Yungu uttered such surprising words. For a moment, not only the classmates from the old school, but even those from the new star felt a jolt of astonishment. He has indeed mastered the new techniques. Wang Xuan remained composed, having already noticed that this individual arrived aboard a small airship, which was parked a short distance from two flying saucers on a slightly smaller patch of ground. As he made his entrance, he headed directly toward them. Wang Xuan realized that this individual was approaching him deliberately, as their gaze had repeatedly lingered upon him, scrutinizing and observing. Now, this young man had directly called out his name. A simple spar. Are you willing to engage in a contest of old techniques against new ones? Do you possess the confidence? The youth, referred to as Brother Yun, inquired once more. Wang Xuan regarded his face, deep in thought. In the past, had someone inexplicably challenged him, he would have likely dismissed it, showing little interest. However, this young man stirred something within him. He had evidently mastered the so-called new techniques, and Wang Xuan was eager to discover the nature of this new path. The new techniques, often referred to as super techniques, were also called divine techniques by some. A formidable man continued to speak, adding, the old techniques are on the verge of being officially discarded in the new era. Some have even begun to label them as inferior techniques. He gestured for Wang Xuan to come closer, saying, would you like to prove something? Let us see if the old techniques can still shine anew. Chapter 11. The clash of old and new. The old era, with its scattered techniques buried in antiquity, is known as the old techniques, sometimes referred to as scattered techniques. It is apparent that in the new era, some have begun to refer to them as inferior techniques, indicating their gradual decline. Nevertheless, anyone dedicated to studying the old techniques would find such a designation quite jarring. Beneath the night sky, Wang Xuan remained calm and composed. Since the opponent had sought him out and possessed new techniques, he resolved to step forward. How shall I address you? He asked. In that moment, he exuded an aura of danger, his gaze sharp and piercing, akin to that of a predator fixating on its prey, silently advancing. I believed your surname was Ling. Wang Xuan gazed into his eyes, utterly unfazed by his imposing demeanor. Upon hearing this conjecture, Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes, yet a fierce glimmer ignited within them, amplifying the sense of danger. Wang Xuan, possessing keen perception, discerned the fleeting oddity in Zhou Yun's expression and refrained from further inquiries. Zhou Yun remarked, let us proceed. The new technique against the old. Let us see if the relics scattered among the dusty tomes truly deserve a place in the museum. His laughter bore a wild essence. His steps silent, yet not direct, suggesting extensive practical experience. Qinshin called out, on what grounds do you wish to engage in combat? Where do you hail from? What is your identity, and what is your intent? He harbored concerns for Wang Xuan, for the adversary had come here with purpose. Had he not possessed considerable confidence, he likely would not have acted. Wang Xuan gestured for him to remain silent. Having made a decision to confront the individual before him, there was no further need for words. Zhou Kuan, Su Chan, Kong Yi, and others sought to intervene, yet Wang Xuan had already nodded in agreement to the sparring, eliciting expressions of concern from them. Let it be clear, this is merely a friendly spar. No one should resort to excessive force. Moderation is key. Zhao Qinghan spoke up, and as her words settled, sounds emerged from the distant helipad, where two robots approached at a brisk pace. These two cold, metallic automatons, equipped with lethal technological weaponry, stationed themselves at the edge of the lawn, fixating their gaze upon Zhou Yun and Wang Xuan. Zhou Yun's pupils constricted. He understood that Zhao Qinghan was issuing a silent warning, primarily directed at him, apprehensive that he might incite a bloody upheaval here with his extraordinary abilities. He nodded and said, all right, it's settled then. I initially wished to observe whether those who practice ancient arts still have a path forward, or if they have truly fallen into decline. Zhou Yun, tall in stature with a head of short hair and a sun-kissed complexion gleaming with vitality, exuded an aura of formidable strength as he assumed an offensive stance. In that fleeting moment, Wang Xuan activated his internal cultivation technique. Exhaling a cloud of turbid air mingled with the aroma of alcohol, he had indulged somewhat excessively that evening, which posed a disadvantage for him. Should we take a break? Zhou Kuan inquired urgently. Qin Sheng promptly nodded, acknowledging, "You're right. Having consumed so much alcohol, my neural responses will undoubtedly lag. Give me a few minutes," Wang Xuan replied. While he contemplated the turbid energy continuously escaping through his pores, exchanging with the lunar and stellar influences. The origins of the foundational methods of the preaching alchemists are astonishing, and their effects are nothing short of extraordinary. Many observers felt an illusion that Wang Xuan was enveloped in a layer of pristine light, as if blessed by the celestial bodies, rendering him somewhat ethereal and elusive. This remarkable phenomenon astonished everyone present. Could the ancient arts be practiced in such a manner? Perhaps there remains a path to tread after all. After 6 minutes, Wang Xuan opened his eyes and declared, "I am ready." His figure was tall and not frail. He possessed a harmonious strength, and in the twilight, his expression was serene and composed. "I was waiting for your word," Zhou Yun exclaimed as he charged forward. Propelled by a tempestuous force, his speed was truly astonishing, leaving many stunned as they witnessed deep impressions left upon the lawn. Moreover, wherever he tread, the earth and grass erupted, a testament to the sheer magnitude of his power. Bang! Wang Xuan's reflexes were remarkably swift. He lifted his foot and kicked a long wooden table laden with self-service food, sending it crashing towards the oncoming figure. A shiver ran through the onlookers as Zhou Yun resembled a humanoid beast, a lion-tiger hybrid, and did not hesitate. With a single palm strike, he shattered the sturdy table. With a resounding crack, the table exploded into splinters, scattering in all directions, prompting the crowd to scatter in alarm, their expressions shifting with trepidation. Zhou Yun's ferocity was palpable, exuding a primal intensity. Such raw power could indeed threaten a life if unleashed upon a person. Wang Xuan deftly sidestepped, his body exhibiting remarkable agility as he narrowly evaded Zhou Yun's powerful strike, the latter lunging forward, half of his body propelled ahead. Wang Xuan's hand sliced through the air, striking at the space Zhou Yun had just vacated, the force of his movement creating a palpable disturbance in the atmosphere. Zhou Yun, undeniably formidable, retaliated in an instant, his right elbow swinging back to collide with Chu Feng's palm, resulting in a deep, resonant thud. Both men staggered slightly, yet Zhou Yun surged past them. In a swift pivot, Zhou Yun charged once more, leaping into the air like a ferocious black tiger on the hunt, emanating a sense of danger and wildness as he aimed his fists and feet at Chu Feng. This time, Wang Xuan did not evade. Instead, he responded with a rapid and decisive spin, delivering a kick into the air. The resultant impact echoed like a thunderclap, a deep and powerful sound that sent a thrill through the hearts of those witnessing. Zhou Yun was propelled backward, his agile form momentarily faltering before he regained his balance upon landing. "You indeed possess some skill," he remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Xuan, surprise evident in his expression. "You employ old techniques. What are the so-called new methods?" Wang Xuan inquired. He exuded a menacing aura, emanating a palpable sense of aggression. His body was taut, poised to unleash a new wave of ferocious attacks at any moment. "The techniques I employed were merely remnants of antiquated methods. My strength did not stem from the traditional practices of energy absorption or internal cultivation. Instead, we had evolved, integrating advancements in genetic research long ago." Zhou Yun was unconcerned about revealing his foundational abilities, for to him, they merely represented enhancements in physical strength and power, rather than the source of supernatural prowess. Long before, there were pioneers in the New Star realm who delved into this field, engaging in preemptive genetic optimization and editing for newborns, albeit mostly in secrecy to avoid public disapproval. Zhou Yun's formidable physical might was purely a product of genetic advancements, rendering him an overwhelming force that ordinary individuals could not withstand. Wang Xuan seized his words and opted for a direct assault. Since the opponent was targeting him with such intense intent, he would confront him head-on. On the lawn, the two figures moved with remarkable speed, their fists and feet striking with such force that they produced sounds reminiscent of thunder, instilling fear in many onlookers. Such power, if unleashed upon a person, could prove fatal or result in severe injury. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath them erupted. Their feet struck the earth with such intensity that not only did they leave deep impressions, but they also shattered the surrounding turf, scattering debris in all directions. Indeed, when traditional techniques were mastered to a certain degree, they surpassed human limitations, possessing immense lethality in ancient times, which is why they have endured through the ages. However, It is exceedingly difficult to practice, and whether due to the changes in the environment or the dazzling advances of modern technology, the restless hearts of people have resulted in a dwindling number of practitioners of ancient arts. The effectiveness of these techniques has become mediocre, and after reaching a certain level, progress becomes arduous, ultimately leading to a plateau. Consequently, the art has fallen into decline, making encounters with true masters increasingly rare. In the midst of this, Zhou Yun found himself under the relentless assault of Wang Xuan, his body trembling and stumbling backward, a sensation that sent chills down his spine. How could such explosive power emanate from that tall physique? Bang! A punch from Wang Xuan sent Zhou Yun reeling, his blood surging violently. He nearly spat out blood. In an instant, Wang Xuan lunged forward, delivering a sweeping kick. Although Zhou Yun managed to evade a critical hit, his shoulder was still grazed, igniting a searing pain that tore through him. His clothing was shredded, blood beginning to flow. Had he not dodged in time, his shoulder bone might have sustained fractures. What a monster! He assessed internally. With his robust physique and formidable constitution, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, leaving little hope for others. Having undergone genetic optimization, he still could not fend off the opponent's strikes, which were terrifyingly powerful. He seriously doubted whether a punch to his head would not shatter it like a watermelon. With a deep exhale, he expelled a cloud of stale air, retreating swiftly and transforming his aura, which now appeared somewhat ethereal. A faint blue mist enveloped his form, exuding an air of mystery. You wish to witness new techniques? Come on, Zhou Yun roared. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators. His state was uniquely extraordinary, and even from a distance, it emanated an aura of immense danger, compelling those around him to instinctively retreat. The classmates of Xi and Xing were somewhat anxious, fully aware that this was a new technique, one that engaged supernatural forces, and its eruption could be of immense consequence. Wang Xuan, if something feels amiss, speak up immediately. Someone reminded him, their concern palpable. Wang Xuan halted his advance, refraining from a direct assault, as he instinctively sensed an extraordinary power and opted to observe quietly. Zhou Yun charged forward, the thin blue mist swirling around him as if it were on the verge of luminescence, exerting all his strength in an attack against Wang Xuan. However, something fell off. Wang Xuan retreated, realizing that the tempestuous onslaught was merely a fade, while the true lethal force lay within the gradually illuminating blue mist. The ethereal blue light blossomed, seemingly distorting space itself. In that instant, a shiver of dread coursed through Wang Xuan. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It was impossible for space to be distorted. Zhou Yun lacked such power. Was it merely his perception that had been warped? Wang Xuan channeled the ancient techniques passed down from the pre-Qin alchemists, invigorating his spirit rapidly to pierce through the haze. To his astonishment, he discovered that Zhou Yun's supernatural technique, that very blue light, could indeed influence one's mental state. Had he been even slightly careless moments ago, he would have faced defeat. With a swift motion, Wang Xuan struck with his right palm, the force astonishingly tremendous. Had an ordinary person been struck, they would undoubtedly have been sent flying, their bones shattered. This time, Zhou Yun did not retreat. His right fist, emanating a pale blue glow, collided with Wang Xuan's palm, both emitting muffled grunts of impact. Zhou Yun was jolted by an overwhelming force, the sensation of his fist nearly fracturing, his nails splitting under the strain, blood trickling down. This realization sent a chill through him. Had he truly employed a supernatural technique, and yet his opponent could still inflict harm? Fortunately, he had activated his own supernatural ability. Otherwise, his fingers might have sustained grievous fractures. Upon the collision of Wang Xuan's right palm with his fist, an unusual sensation coursed through him, prompting an immediate retreat. Yet, an enigmatic force began to permeate his body, accompanied by a faint azure light. In that fleeting moment, he felt a tingling in his arm, and an unsettling discomfort spread through his vital organs, compelling him to withdraw hastily. Now you understand the gravity of the situation. This advanced technique transcends your wildest imagination. The old methods are indeed obsolete, Zhou Yun proclaimed, unceasing in his movements, resembling a gust of wind as he surged forward, his form aglow with an ethereal blue luminescence. He was determined not to grant Wang Xuan a moment's respite, eager to conclude the confrontation swiftly. What is that thing, old Wang? If you can't hold on, speak up quickly. Qin Sheng shouted anxiously, scanning the surroundings before seizing a table, ready to charge into action at any moment. That is the new technique. A preliminary encounter with supernatural forces. Zhou Kuan whispered, revealing the stark reality of the situation and added further clarification. In the West, such energy is referred to as the God particle, while we denote it as supernatural elements here. In the arena, Wang Xuan found himself in a perilous predicament, grappling for the first time against supernatural forces that eluded his comprehension. His spirit was not only being disrupted, but his very body was under siege as well. Suddenly, a faint rumble akin to thunder emanated from within him. He summoned the foundational methods of the sorcerers, resonating with his internal organs, and unleashed a distinctive martial art. The 5 organs thunder sound technique. Came a gasp from the onlookers. This martial art was notoriously intricate, nearly impossible to master through conventional means. At least none among them had succeeded. It was truly astonishing that Wang Xuan had managed to execute it. In an instant, his internal organs emitted a unique frequency of tremors, significantly enhancing his metabolism, which accelerated continuously, releasing strands of delicate blue light from his skin's pores. Zhao Qinghan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she instructed her mechanical assistant, "Quick, document this." It is astonishing to discover a way to unravel supernatural techniques. Although Zhou Yun had initially touched upon supernatural powers, he was remarkably countered by ancient methods on his very first attempt. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the intense sounds of collision, the ethereal blue light enveloping Zhou Yun was violently dispersed by Wang Xuan, sending him hurtling across the space, blood streaming from his mouth. To the astonishment of all, Zhou Yun, who had mastered the supernatural technique, was defeated. This outcome profoundly impacted everyone present, as Wang Xuan overwhelmingly triumphed over Zhou Yun using ancient practices. Wang Xuan approached, eager to further observe the dissipating blue light surrounding Zhou Yun. Suddenly, Zhou Yun, unable to contain himself, sprang to his feet and launched another attack. Wang Xuan swiftly seized his arm, vibrations of thunder echoing within him, scattering the blue light, before delivering a powerful blow to Zhou Yun's abdomen, causing him to double over in excruciating pain. Defeated, yet still daring to strike at me? Wang Xuan remarked, delivering a measured blow to Zhou Yun's spine, which rendered him in agonizing pain, stiffened, and unable to move. Wang Xuan, drenched in sweat from the intense exertion of invoking the thunderous technique of the 5 organs, felt fatigued. He settled atop Zhou Yun, warning him against further movement, lest he suffer severe consequences. "Now, reveal your origins," Wang Xuan inquired of Zhou Yun. At that moment, a small airship descended, and a middle-aged man emerged, followed by a young woman in her 20s, who walked out silently, her head bowed in apparent discontent. Upon noticing that Wang Xuan was seated atop Zhou Yun, the middle-aged man's expression shifted abruptly. Chapter 12. A gentle overlook. Zhou Yun experienced a sharp agony in his abdomen, crouching down like a bent shrimp, his spine having been struck, leaving him immobilized. Wang Xuan, fatigued, used him as a makeshift seat, resting on his shoulder. The middle-aged man who stepped down from the airship wore a Tang suit. Although slightly portly, he emanated a formidable presence. Witnessing the scene before him, his demeanor grew icy. He remained silent, his gaze piercing and fierce, a look that would typically intimidate most. Yet, Wang Xuan paid him no heed, remaining seated on Zhou Yun. Behind the middle-aged man trailed a group of burly individuals clad in black, evidently bodyguards, armed with firearms. One of them barked at Wang Xuan, commanding him to rise. Wang Xuan remained silent, his right hand casually descending, 2 fingers inadvertently resting on Zhou Yun's temple. Those present were skilled practitioners of ancient arts, well aware of the implications of such a gesture. At Wang Xuan's level, brimming with vitality, even in the face of sudden peril, instinctive movements could strike at a person's vital points. "You two have arrived. This does not bode well," Zhao Qinghan interjected. Zhou Kuan, Kong Yi, Su Chan, and others respectfully greeted the middle-aged man, clearly recognizing him. Wang Xuan had triumphed. Zhou Yun was serving as a seat. She understood all too well that Zhou Yun was formidable, often alluding to the extraordinary. In the past, Zhou Yun had passionately lamented more than once that a new era had arrived, and the future might indeed witness the emergence of celestial beings. This individual, who had cultivated new techniques and possessed an assertive character, harbored ambitions towards the celestial beings. Surprisingly, he found himself vanquished by his intended target, reduced to a mere footstool. "Wang Xuan, rise at once." A woman commanded, her brows furrowed in anger as she glared at Wang Xuan, who was seated upon Zhou Yun's back. Wang Xuan remained unmoved, continuing to silently channel the ancient methods of the preaching sorcerers. His weary form gradually revitalized under the gentle caress of the moonlight. The middle-aged man, intrigued, recognized the profundity of Wang Xuan's mastery of the old techniques, despite not practicing them himself. "You are quite young, yet you have cultivated the ancient arts to this level," he remarked, before gently inquiring if Wang Xuan might stand to converse. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan rose effortlessly, his fatigue dissipating as he appeared increasingly dignified in the moonlight, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Since the other party was willing to engage in dialogue, he felt no inclination to be confrontational. His earlier refusal to rise was merely a demonstration of his stance on equality. Wang Xuan had always maintained such composure, keeping a respectful distance from those with formidable presence who tended to dominate the atmosphere. Qin Sheng promptly approached, standing alongside him. "How should I address you?" Wang Xuan inquired courteously. "My surname is Zhou. You may call me Uncle Zhou," the middle-aged man replied, scrutinizing him as if attempting to see through to his very essence. Wang Xuan remained unfazed. Even the imposing aura of Ling Wei's father had failed to intimidate him, and this slightly less imposing figure posed no threat. Qin Sheng nudged Zhou Kuan and whispered, "Are all these individuals named Zhou related to your family?" Zhou Kuan shook his head, saying, "Of course not. The new star is so prominent. How could it be that anyone with the surname Zhou is one of our own? He is Zhou Mingxian, the uncle of Ling Wei." Zhou Yun, who had just begun to master the new technique, was the eldest son of Zhou Mingxian and also Ling Wei's cousin. The woman who had previously experienced somnambulism was Zhou Yun's biological sister, Zhou Ting. Zhou Mingxian remained motionless, gazing intently at Wang Xuan for a full 3 minutes, his own body slightly stiffening, before finally smiling in resignation. "Youth is indeed wonderful. I have long heard your name, and now that I see you, I find you quite impressive." He smiled and nodded. Wang Xuan also smiled, considering such compliments to be merely pleasantries. "Uncle Zhou, what brings you here today?" Su Chan inquired, voicing the mild discontent of some present. Zhou Mingxian sighed. "It is still about Zhou Yun. I have come specifically to apprehend him. Having barely grasped the fundamentals of the new technique, he seems oblivious to the vastness of the world. Within a few days, he has engaged in combat with over a dozen people, seeking out opponents everywhere. Upon learning that he had come here, I immediately pursued him. This time, I must teach him a lesson. He is not to step outside for 6 months." In the distance, Zhou Yun felt a chill run through him. "Uncle, why have you come to the old land?" Kong Yi asked. "Primarily for business matters, and also to check on Ling Wei's parents," Zhou Mingxian replied casually. "I heard Ling Wei mention that her parents seem to be coming here in a couple of days," Zhao Qinghan said nonchalantly. With her strikingly beautiful, expressive eyes, she added, "Uncle Zhou, could it be that the Zhou family and the Ling family have made some discoveries in the old land, prompting everyone to come here?" Zhou Mingxian smiled and said, "You are quite the imaginative girl, always prone to making numerous associations. However, this time it is merely a matter of trade in deep space. You are aware that both the Zhou family and the Ling family have significant business dealings in this region." He continued, "What else is there to uncover in the old earth? The graves of the immortals remain elusive, and the grand tombs of preaching alchemists have been thoroughly excavated, leaving nothing but emptiness beneath. Nowadays, those formidable organizations, influential factions, and nations focus their attention on deep space, where remarkable discoveries await, far surpassing the value of anything here." He then fell silent, realizing that some students from old Earth were present. Turning with a kindly demeanor towards Wang Xuan, he said, "I overheard them mention your dedication to ancient arts, how you practice with great diligence. I wonder if you might demonstrate for me. In my youth, I encountered a master who could pierce steel with his bare hands. I would like to see if you possess a similar fervor. If you exhibit his spirit, I shall reward you with a scripture." "This middle-aged gentleman is quite generous," Qin Sheng remarked softly. Wang Xuan smiled in response. "I certainly cannot compare to the esteemed figure you speak of. My practice is merely for my own amusement." He chuckled and added, "I am rather fatigued today and lack the spirit for a demonstration, so I shall refrain from embarrassing myself." Just as Zhou Mingxian was about to respond, Zhou Yun called out to him from a distance. He smiled and nodded at Wang Xuan before making his way over. Qin Sheng whispered, "The scriptures in such a person's possession must be extraordinary. Regardless of his intentions, it is prudent to secure the manual first." Wang Xuan remarked. Do you really think that after I just confronted his son, he would bestow upon me a tome of ancient secrets from the preaching era? Even if he were to present me with some obsolete techniques, I doubt they would be of substantial value. Furthermore, he is the uncle of Ling Wei, sharing the same interests as her father. Why would he be so concerned about me? He then added, this individual is quite calculating. What do you mean? Qin Sheng inquired. He adopts a condescending demeanor, presenting himself as a benevolent elder offering you an opportunity, yet in the guise of joviality, he subtly diminishes your stature. Where are the robots in this scenario? Besides someone like Zhao Qinghan, the only mechanical beings present are likely the housekeeping robots from the Zhou family's airship quarters. I engaged in a skirmish with a cleaning robot and, in return, received a scripture as a reward, only to later realize that I am not on the same level as them. Qin Sheng felt a chill, ultimately sighing. This middle-aged man is far more formidable than his son. I find myself at a disadvantage. Next time I encounter him, I shall confront his son again. Nearby, Su Chang and Zhao Qinghan burst into laughter upon hearing his final remark. Wang Xuan called out to the distance, Uncle Zhou, I am rather fatigued today and unable to demonstrate my martial skills. I appreciate your gift of the scripture. Zhou Mingxuan's expression momentarily faltered, but then he smiled warmly and said, no matter, I look forward to the next opportunity to witness your extraordinary techniques. He gestured for someone to retrieve the ancient technique manual from the airship. Zhou Mingxian approached personally, a gentle smile gracing his face as he handed Wang Xuan an aged paper book. The young man was indeed remarkable. Regrettably, he was not selected this time. However, since he remained in the old land, he should strive to develop himself here, aiming to cultivate his old skills into something noteworthy. After uttering these words, he turned to leave with Zhou Yun and Zhou Ting, boarding a small airship that vanished into the night sky. We should take our leave as well, Wang Xuan remarked to Qin Sheng. Zhou Kuan interjected, aren't you going to wait for Ling Wei? I suspect she has been detained by her uncle and others. She should arrive shortly. Wang Xuan shook his head in resignation, stating, I have mentioned this several times. There is truly nothing between us now. It has been over a year since we parted ways, and you have all witnessed the attitude of her family. It is better for us to remain apart and wish each other well. Chapter 13. The end of the path of old skills. The mountaintop was dappled with light and shadow, the nearby maple trees ablaze with fiery hues, while the distant woods cast vast shadows. Occasionally, a nightbird would take flight, its cry piercing the tranquil darkness. That night, many became intoxicated, expressing their innermost thoughts. Some spoke passionately, filled with ambition, declaring that this was a grand era, urging everyone to seize the opportunity to become extraordinary beings, even harboring ambitions concerning deities. They ignited the divine flame and ascended to the high platform. Even a typically reserved young woman shed her modesty. Another young man exclaimed loudly, what are the immortals? I believe they are extraordinary beings. The myths of your may not be mere fabrications. Bodhisattvas, the three pure ones, celestial beings. And monsters may yet emerge. Of course, I mean individuals of that caliber can still appear, not that the extraordinary beings of the old era, like bodhisattvas and celestial immortals, are still alive. After all, time is relentless, and that which was destined to fade has indeed faded. The three pure ones, celestial beings, and others remain human. It is impossible for them to have lived to the present day. In that era, when they were alive, they were merely flesh and blood beings, remarkably strong. However, based on the unearthed pagodas, Taoist temples, relics, and the various solitary texts that have come to light, it becomes evident that they were far less formidable than we tend to imagine, and there is no need for excessive deification. Several renowned life research institutes have collaborated to analyze their remains, revealing that even the most exceptional individuals among these extraordinary beings could not withstand modern technological weaponry. A single nuclear bomb would obliterate them entirely. The financial magnates of New Star once excavated remarkable artifacts from the old Earth, even purportedly discovering Buddhist relics. One classmate added, there is nothing astonishing about this, no need for awe. For instance, in certain religious traditions, beneath pagodas, there are occasionally subterranean chambers housing stone coffers, iron boxes, jade containers, and gold enclosures, all containing Buddhist bones and relics, with discoveries scattered across various regions. Furthermore, unexpected finds have also been made in the ancestral grounds of Taoism, prompting multiple explorations thereafter. These artifacts, along with the stone inscriptions found underground, narrate numerous historical events and combined with the analyses conducted by several of the most prestigious life research institutes, have yielded scientifically sound and precise conclusions. Bodhisattvas, the immortals, and the three pure ones were likely real, corporeal individuals. Wang Xuan turned to Zhou Kuan and inquired whether such statements were credible. Zhou Kuan replied quietly, not particularly reliable. The remains, hair, and various artifacts excavated from the subterranean chambers do not conclusively indicate anything. Remarkably, he was not yet intoxicated, and he continued. These discoveries diverge somewhat from the legends of the immortals and are regarded as being closer to the powerful practitioners of Taoism. Wang Xuan inquired, so, does the research from the new star indicate that there is conclusive evidence suggesting that even the mightiest sorcerers of the pre-Qin era could easily be vanquished by technological weaponry? Indeed, some research institutions have been fortunate enough to obtain several remains of these sorcerers. Upon examination, it was confirmed that they were indeed flesh and blood individuals, and numerous technological weapons could bring about their demise. Wang Xuan sighed, a rare display of emotion for him. For those who delve into the study of ancient arts and wish to pursue this path, even the most resolute spirits may feel a pang of melancholy upon hearing such conclusions. The most formidable sorcerers of the pre-Qin period represent the pinnacle of ancient arts, and it appears that this is as far as one can go. With the rise of technological civilization, it becomes alarmingly easy to eradicate that select few among ancient humanity who were the most powerful. In this era, technology shines brilliantly, stifling the once resplendent glory of ancient arts. A single neutron bomb could obliterate all, whether they be legends or the most powerful sorcerers perched atop the pyramid of strength. What about the immortal beings? Wang Xuan asked. Zhou Kuan responded, upon thorough investigation. Some believe that the immortal beings are merely the most elite sorcerers or perhaps individuals who surpass the pre-Qin sorcerers by a slight margin, having been mythologized through oral tradition. Yet, they are ultimately human and cannot escape death in the face of technological weaponry. Wang Xuan sighed once more. In this age, for those dedicated to ancient arts, the path seems devoid of prospects, with a bleak future that reveals its end all too clearly. Surely, you do not aspire to reach the terminus of this road, becoming a figure akin to the pre-Qin sorcerers? Zhou Kuan gazed at him in astonishment, then shook his head and remarked, traversing this path now allows us to glimpse the conclusion. The outcome is already predetermined. Some conglomerates and organizations have historically invested in ancient arts, not to amplify their offensive capabilities, but rather to prolong life. In terms of lethality, they pale in comparison to modern technology. He added now, with the emergence of new techniques involving supernatural forces, the ancient arts have been relegated even from their position of life extension. Zhou Kuan lowered his voice, saying, the new techniques hold great promise. The prospect of deification in the future is not beyond reach. Some research institutions are already preparing to delve into this area. Once I master these new techniques, if the opportunity arises, I shall send you some materials through a contact to see if you might embark on this path. After uttering these words, he emphasized his inebriation, claiming he was unaware of what he had said. Yet, he continued unabated. Discovering the path of new techniques is merely a serendipitous gain. The true value lies in the revelations at the edge of deep space. If I were to tell you that someone intends to venture forth, relying on a robust foundation of technological civilization, would you believe me? Though I harbor doubts. Whispers of such endeavors occasionally surface. After this, he mentioned feeling dizzy and intended to retreat to his room for a moment. Long after Zhou Kuan had departed, Wang Xuan remained silent, contemplating the path of ancient arts. Is it truly possible to see the endpoint at a glance? The outlook appears bleak. Yet, I still yearn to pursue it, to reach that terminus and continue my exploration. Wang Xuan mused. Qin Sheng leaned closer, saying, Old Zhou is quite considerate. He has subtly imparted a wealth of information to us. Wang Xuan nodded. Soon after, he bid farewell to Qin Sheng and the others, departing from that place. I must take some time to manage my emotions, old Wang. I will disappear for 2 days to stabilize my situation, Qin Sheng murmured on the way. In fact, by noon the following day, Qin Sheng reappeared before Wang Xuan, his eyes red and an unmistakable sense of despondency visible, his emotional side fully revealed. I happily informed her that I would be heading to New Moon, and that there might be an opportunity to emigrate to New Star. However, she calmly replied with just 2 words, break up. How utterly ruthless. She didn't elaborate, merely a total of 6 words, so straightforward and decisive. Qin Sheng was on the verge of tears. Yet, Wang Xuan found it amusing, thinking the girl was quite intriguing, especially since he had met her, currently a junior. He knew she was reliable. Did you not have the patience to inquire why? I did ask, and she said she didn't want to squander her time, preferring to part ways before we became strangers. Rather than prolong the inevitable, it was better to cut ties early. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan couldn't help but admire her. This girl is truly remarkable, decisive, strong-willed, genuine, and she speaks nothing but the truth. The future is full of uncertainties. With your character, you might indeed forget her before long. Old Wang, you underestimate me. Qin Cheng retorted indignantly. I genuinely liked her. Wang Xuan chuckled, choosing not to engage further. Qin Cheng, exasperated, exclaimed, you can't possibly think I have feelings for Zhao Qinghan, right? That is impossible. I referred to her as a goddess, which was merely an expression of admiration. Who would choose her as a spouse? She is only suitable for distant admiration. Who would keep a statue of a deity at home? She is hardly fit for close companionship. Moreover, even if I have my desires, she would certainly avoid me. I possess self-awareness. I estimate that even if she were to choose someone, it would be old Wang, and I would not even be a consideration. Do you not know how to speak? It sounds as though I am the last option, a mere fallback. Do not project your thoughts onto me. Old Wang, it seems you are rather conceited. Perhaps I should inform Zhao, the goddess, that she has chosen you, and you might not even accept. Wang Xuan ignored him. Seeing his calm demeanor, Qin Cheng grew anxious and said, Old Wang, please give me some advice. If the situation at home is turbulent, I cannot leave with peace of mind. Help me devise a plan. Wang Xuan nodded and replied, I have met that girl. We dined together. And she is indeed quite remarkable. You must strive to seize the opportunity and not let it slip away. How should I pursue her? Qin Cheng inquired. The primary obstacle is the geographical separation between you. However, your family's business is related to deep space trade, and you are one of the suppliers below. You can certainly leverage connections to find someone who can regularly transport letters, photographs, and audio messages back and forth for you. Inform her that since you are able to communicate, despite the years of separation, there is no need for an immediate farewell. Opportunities for reconciliation will always arise. Very well. I shall take my leave, Qin Cheng declared, turning and swiftly disappearing from sight. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Xuan departed from the campus. Walking alone along the pedestrian path, flanked by ancient ginkgo trees, their golden leaves carpeting the ground. He walked to the end of the road and arrived before a towering edifice, entering without hesitation. Despite its height, the building was sparsely populated, exuding an air of desolation. As he approached the elevator, someone obstructed his path. Wang Xuan said nothing, producing a business card crafted from pure gold and extending it forward. The pupils of the individuals near the elevator constricted in surprise, and one among them silently gestured for him to proceed, assisting in summoning the elevator. Wang Xuan nodded and stepped inside, accompanied by someone who followed closely. The two descended together in the elevator, which ultimately halted at an uncommon 13th underground level. Upon exiting, Wang Xuan acclimated to the dimly lit surroundings. The sparse illumination rendered the space reminiscent of a cavern hewn from rock rather than a modern structure. A guide led him through a labyrinthine passage within the subterranean grotto, the route winding until they finally entered a stone chamber, where brightness burst forth. The layout here was strikingly modern, indistinguishable from an opulent office, and a man sat behind a mahogany desk. You have finally arrived, he remarked. With a head of thick black hair and donning a cerulean mask, the man appeared to be in his 40s, a figure of middle age. Ding! The middle-aged man wielded an object in his hand that emitted a crisp sound, akin to precious metals clashing. Wang Xuan's pupils momentarily contracted as he discerned what the man was toying with. 2 golden bamboo slips, a rarity that Professor Lin had once mentioned. Oh, you are familiar with such artifacts? Since you have made your choice, I shall present you with one. A middle-aged man adorned with a cerulean mask gently tossed a golden bamboo slip into Wang Xuan's hands, its weight substantial and notably burdensome. Wang Xuan lowered his gaze, astonished to discover intricate engravings upon the golden slip. Chapter 14. Exploration bamboo slips, utilized since the pre-Qin era, vary in length, ranging from a few centimeters to over half a meter, typically inscribed with characters using a blade. The slip in Wang Xuan's possession, gleaming in the light with a soft luster, measures 8 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 2 centimeters in thickness, making it relatively short. Its considerable weight suggested that it would sink immediately upon contact with water, rather than text. The golden slip bore several illustrations depicting a creature with a human head and a serpent's body, presented in various postures. The entity sported long, flowing hair, rendering its gender indeterminate. It was depicted coiled like a serpent, rolling on the ground, and in one illustration, its serpentine tail stood upright towards the heavens like a gleaming sword. The bamboo slip contained no written words, only these enigmatic images, which bore no apparent connection to ancient techniques. At least, Wang Xuan failed to discern its value. For many years, it had remained an enigma in his possession, treated merely as a piece of jade for idle admiration. The man in the cerulean mask spoke, his short, thick hair framing a calm demeanor as he sat quietly. I have gained too little. A multitude of golden bamboo slips now rests in the hands of the tycoons on the New Star side. In the past, I managed to acquire only 2. His words were spoken with an air of resignation. Wang Xuan was convinced that this individual was a master, likely possessing remarkable accomplishments in ancient arts. To dare to seize from the jaws of the tiger and contend with the forces dispatched by the tycoons, while securing 2 slips, was no small feat. This bamboo slip is regarded as a rarity even among the New Star, and once acquired by various organizations, it is kept shrouded in secrecy, studied in the shadows, making it difficult for outsiders to behold. Has anyone from New Star managed to decipher anything? Wang Xuan inquired. Uncertain. The short-haired middle-aged man responded tersely, unwilling to delve further into the topic. Silence enveloped the room. 2 years prior, Wang Xuan had encountered him. It was then that he first learned of the dark underbelly lurking within this seemingly tranquil city. In the depths of a landmark building, on the 9th underground level, there were weekly contests of ancient arts every Friday night, where competitors engaged in brutal combat within an iron cage, resulting in a gruesome spectacle where the vanquished often lost limbs. Above, in the stands encircling the cage, sat a multitude of masked spectators, both men and women, their identities concealed, who reveled in the fierce battles, roaring and shrieking in a frenzy that melded excitement with chaos. Wang Xuan promptly declined the middle-aged man's invitation, resolutely stating that he would never tread upon that gray area. While he had an appreciation for the study of ancient arts, he would not engage in a bloody display for others' amusement. The short-haired man merely laughed at this, explaining that he was only showing Wang Xuan another facet of the city, for the true world was far removed from what he typically observed. The sanguinary contests held within the iron cage bore little relevance to them. They merely sought to identify promising individuals from time to time. As for themselves, they were adventurers, destined to experience far more perilous, exhilarating, enigmatic, and even terrifying encounters. For they had ventured into the cosmos, transcending the confines of their former world. A middle-aged man conveyed to him that, in terms of both prospects and capabilities, adventurers shine brilliantly, far surpassing those individuals and organizations meandering in the gray areas. The short-haired middle-aged man left him a golden business card, suggesting that he could seek him out should he change his mind after graduation. Moreover, 2 years prior, the short-haired middle-aged man had predicted the inevitable dissolution of the old arts experimental class, foreseeing that this investment initiative would ultimately falter. Why did you seek me out? Wang Xuan had once asked him earnestly. The short-haired middle-aged man explained that it was primarily the allure of the old arts experimental class that caught his attention, followed by his scrutiny of all the class members, ultimately honing in on just 2 individuals. The others in the class lacked steadfast resolve and harbored doubts about the old arts. Even should they choose to tread the old path, their achievements would be limited. In fact, once Wang Xuan embarked on the journey of the old arts, he quickly became unstoppable, successfully harnessing energy and nurturing himself within just a few years. The short-haired middle-aged man believed that Wang Xuan possessed immense potential and was likely to achieve extraordinary feats along the path of the old arts. This organization, while relatively free and loosely structured, exhibited undeniable strength and maintained an aura of mystery. Its tendrils had long since extended into the cosmos, reaching for new stars. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Aoki, spoke the short-haired man, adorned with a cerulean mask, shattering the silence. Does this mean I have joined? Wang Xuan inquired. Aoki replied, not quite yet. You are among the promising candidates I have selected over the years, but you are not the only one. Will there be any trials to undergo? Indeed, that is a customary practice. While I hold you in high regard, I am unable to alter this process. The middle-aged man with short hair, Aoki, informed him that an expedition would take place within 2 days, which could serve as his assessment, and inquired whether he would participate. Certainly. Wang Xuan nodded in affirmation. Aoki continued, after joining us, you will encounter experiences you are somewhat familiar with, yet I must emphasize what exploration entails. It inherently involves peril, and indeed, there may be threats to one's life. You must contemplate this seriously. Wang Xuan replied, no problem, I've made my decision. Aoki, with a grave demeanor, stated, you shall reside here. We must ensure that no information leaks prior to this operation, for it holds immense significance. Wang Xuan expressed his understanding and agreed to stay. Holding a golden bamboo slip, he gazed at Aoki, who was seated behind a mahogany desk, and asked, may I pose a few inquiries? Aoki responded, it depends on the nature of your questions. If they pertain to certain astonishing secrets, even if you successfully join us, an equal exchange will be required. Wang Xuan inquired, I wish to know, does the end of the old techniques road lead to the pinnacle of the sorcerers? Is there truly no path forward? Aoki sighed and replied, I comprehend your feelings, as I too commenced my journey with the old techniques. However, this path is exceedingly arduous. It demands countless efforts and sweat, spanning decades, and achieving success remains elusive. The theoretical zenith is indeed the sorcerers, and the destination has been ascertained. The answer was indeed the same, mirroring the conclusions drawn from the life research conducted on the Nova side. In truth, what is most disheartening is that, even though one may ascertain the terminus of the path, few possess the fortitude to traverse such a distance. Since the demise of the pre-Qin era, the number of individuals who can attain the rank of a master has dwindled significantly, and in the modern age, such figures have become utterly non-existent. The ancient arts are in a state of decline, and the masters have long since become mere legends, elusive and inscrutable. The position occupied by these masters represents the culmination of the journey. Does no one dare to continue the exploration? Wang Xuan inquired. It is far easier said than done. Throughout the ages, even genuine masters have ceased to emerge, so how could their successors dare to contemplate such aspirations? Qingmu replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. In antiquity, there were indeed formidable warriors with the ambition to further the path, yet alas, none have ever succeeded. Wang Xuan posed a question. Why were those masters able to elevate the ancient arts to their zenith, while their successors remained perpetually unable to surpass them? Do you believe it is merely the efforts of a few masters that yielded such outcomes? No. It is the result of generations of powerful masters continuously refining the ancient arts. Ultimately, they found themselves at an impasse. And the pinnacle of the masters may well represent the strongest individuals among ancient humanity. That evening, Qingmu arranged for Wang Xuan to be equipped with various adventuring gear, including alloy knives, daggers, protective suits, and lifelike human masks. Additionally, there were firearms. The following morning, they set forth, first traveling to the outskirts of the city, where they boarded a small, clandestine spacecraft within a secret manor destined for Qincheng Mountain. This advanced vessel was undetectable by the satellites of the old world. It was Wang Xuan's inaugural experience aboard such a spacecraft, and he found everything to be remarkably novel, yet he observed with a calm demeanor, refraining from unnecessary inquiries. He felt that there was much to learn. Aoki's personal involvement in the operation underscored its significance. Accompanying him, apart from Wang Xuan, were 4 others, all wearing lifelike masks, obscuring their true expressions. Aoki stated, our target is Qincheng Mountain. This time, a consortium from the New Star faction has dispatched personnel to secretly excavate within the mountain. Our objective lies there as well. What has been discovered in Qincheng Mountain that has attracted the attention of the New Star Consortium? Someone inquired. Prior to the operation, the details had remained confidential, to the extent that even they were unaware of the destination. Aoki, with a grave demeanor, replied, it appears that someone has uncovered remarkable records from a bamboo slip left by a pre-Qin alchemist, pointing directly to Qincheng Mountain. Are they still interested in the legacy of the alchemist? A voice questioned, noting that the New Star faction had adopted new techniques, abandoning the old. Aoki solemnly continued. The deciphered bamboo slip contains certain secret matters. Qincheng Mountain seems to harbor elements that excite and invigorate even the alchemists, hence the consortium's covert return. The group was invigorated. Even Wang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. New discoveries in Qincheng Mountain? Could it be related to the immortal beings? The foremost powerhouses among the alchemists were deemed to be the immortal beings, though some believe there were entities even more enigmatic and formidable. The Zhou and Ling families had indeed excavated a subterranean palace and discovered their target. Aoki murmured, having just received the latest intelligence. Wang Xuan's heart raced. Could it be those two families? The journey was not lengthy. They were nearing their destination. Qingqing Mountain, renowned as one of the 4 sacred mountains of Taoism and one of the 5 great immortal mountains. It is also regarded as one of the origins of Taoism, where Zhang Daoling once preached amidst the verdant embrace of Qingqing Mountain. According to legend, he ultimately transcended in this very range. Chapter 15, Transcendence. Prepare the equipment. Qingmu's voice resonated softly, prompting the occupants of the spacecraft to brace themselves for the impending mission. The screen of the vessel vividly displayed the topography of Qingqing Mountain, adorned with lush greenery, dense forests, and towering peaks that resembled a fortified city. Wang Xuan donned his protective gear, feeling its slight weight, which afforded some defense against bullets and cold weapons, potentially safeguarding his life in critical moments. However, there was one piece of equipment whose function eluded him, a small vial containing a liquid. Qingmu enlightened him, explaining that it contained an artificial iris. Wearing it would prevent the disclosure of his identity. Following his instructions, Wang Xuan gazed into a small mirror, witnessing his pupils transform into a pale blue hue, complemented by a lifelike mask, rendering him the semblance of a Westerner. Given Qingqing Mountain's association with Taoism and its profound aura of mystery, could it be that something extraordinary was indeed unearthed? The participant known as Black Tiger expressed his intrigue. They referred to one another by code names, never uttering their true identities. "We must thwart them this time," said Yaozi, determination etched upon his features. "We cannot allow them to succeed in their extraction. The old land is nearly exhausted. All its treasures have been transported to New Star, becoming the private collections of research institutions and affluent magnates." At the mention of this, a shared resentment coursed through the group. Across the old land, the undergrounds of renowned mountains and rivers had been thoroughly scavenged, and even Qingqing Mountain was not exempt, having been excavated countless times. The fact that a discovery still persisted was indeed unexpected for them all. As a novice, Wang Xuan inquired, "Will this ambush provoke retaliation and ultimately incite a large-scale conflict?" Aoki shook his head and replied, "No, even if the old world is in decline, it cannot be swayed or stirred by just 1 or 2 conglomerates. Furthermore, the relationship between the old world and the new stars remains relatively amicable. After all, they share a common origin. You must have faith in the organization. We have long ventured into the cosmos and are unafraid of them." He continued, "Firstly, the conglomerates are culpable for their covert pillaging. They cannot argue against being thwarted, and in time, the situation will settle down as if nothing had occurred. Of course, this does not imply a lack of danger. On the contrary, the process of conflict is likely to be extremely intense, and casualties are to be expected." Wang Xuan fell silent, realizing that this expedition deviated from his initial intent. He had envisioned merely exploring certain hidden locales and delving into perilous, uncharted territories. High-energy weapons had been installed in the mountains, and the 2nd and 3rd teams could handle them. A voice crackled through the communications device. "No problem. The 4th team is on standby." Wang Xuan felt a chill. This venture had escalated into a minor skirmish, far exceeding the capabilities of their group alone. Aoki remained calm, seemingly aware of Wang Xuan's thoughts, and explained matter-of-factly, "When it comes to matters that excite and invigorate the ancient sages of the preaching era, should it truly involve the immortal beings, the value would be incalculable. Hence, this operation must be executed flawlessly, with multiple teams deployed together. Old Mu, you must focus now. Be ready to unleash a powerful electromagnetic pulse to disable the robots in the underground palace, along with their corresponding weaponry. Old Mu will remain aboard the spacecraft, tasked not only with the final extraction of the team, but also with the destruction of any potential weapons that may be present. Will they have countermeasures?" As a novice, Wang Xuan humbly seeks guidance. Qingmu, with a serious demeanor, assures him, "Rest easy, we are highly skilled. Afterward, you may take your time to study our various steps and preparations." Qingqing Mountain, perpetually verdant, is adorned with winding stone steps and secluded paths, where ancient Taoist temples are nestled among the cliffs and ancient groves. This place is steeped in countless legends, renowned as a celestial paradise of Taoism. Alas, for decades, if not centuries, the underground has been nearly excavated into a web-like structure, making new discoveries a rare feat. Qingmu, Black Tiger, Harrier, Kite, and Little Wang, who is Wang Xuan's codename within the team, venture into the forest, leaving Old Mu to guard the spacecraft. Qingmu leads the way, moving stealthily through the woods like an agile leopard, followed closely by the others, all of whom are seasoned practitioners of traditional arts and possess formidable strength. Before long, they arrive at their destination, the entrance to the crypt they are set to excavate. It is situated on a relatively remote low hill at the edge of Qingqing Mountain, explaining why it had been overlooked in the past. A number of robots tirelessly dig into the mountainside, extracting a significant amount of earth and stone. Although they are at a distance, the vague outline of the crypt within the mountain becomes discernible. Qingmu gestures for the others to remain patient, advising them to lie in wait while the Zhou and Ling families access the crypt and retrieve the treasures within. Only then will they ambush at the exit. Entering now would be unnecessarily perilous. Amidst the cacophony of machinery, several stone doors are forcibly opened in succession. They have breached the entrance. The crypt is vast. Voices echoed from within, revealing an altar adorned with a golden box. Excitement surged through the underground chamber as a throng of individuals erupted in cheers. Those stationed at the entrance could no longer contain their eagerness. Many, once the oppressive atmosphere had dispersed, rushed inside to witness the potential relics of the legendary immortals. The black tiger, the hawk, and the kite, all breathless, were practitioners of ancient arts, placing even greater value on these artifacts. Qingmu, however, remained remarkably composed, silently awaiting the final moment. The treasures of the ancient earth are becoming increasingly scarce, nearly pillaged over the past century, remarked the hawk. This time, we cannot allow them to succeed. It is nearly time. Qingmu communicated discreetly with Old Mu, instructing Old Mu, proceed. He then directed groups 2 and 3 to act in unison to neutralize the high-energy weaponry concealed within the mountains. Initially, all mechanical units near the underground chamber malfunctioned. Some collapsed, while others crackled and sparked violently. If these machines were not dealt with promptly, they would pose significant challenges, being impervious to conventional weaponry and equipped with devastating energy arms. Even when armed, they wielded formidable lethality. A powerful shockwave reverberated through the mountains as the high-energy weaponry prepared by the Zhou and Ling families was dismantled. Have they all been eliminated? Wang Xuan's expression soured at the thought of the lives lost, an experience he had never encountered before. Qingmu responded calmly, not all. Most are merely incapacitated. Primarily, we have disarmed them. Boom. In the next moment, an explosion erupted outside the subterranean chamber, causing a cascade of earth and stones that completely obstructed the entrance. Faint roars echoed from within the depths, leaving everyone trapped inside. The surrounding area fell silent, with no one coming to the aid of those ensnared. After a brief pause, Qingmu resumed issuing commands. Teams 5 and 6, come forth and await the opportune moment to enter the underground. Are we intending to suffocate them all? Wang Xuan felt a chill. This expedition diverged significantly from his expectations. Heihua shook his head, saying, no, under normal circumstances, we do not resort to killing. We shall wait until they succumb to oxygen deprivation and lose consciousness before we breach the entrance. Qingmu expressed his hopes. I truly wish to uncover a legacy more formidable than that of the Fengshi. Otherwise, our future appears bleak. Even masters of antiquated techniques are vulnerable under the might of modern weaponry. He spoke earnestly, reflecting on the profound sense of helplessness felt by practitioners of ancient arts in this era. For them, the path ahead seemed devoid of hope. Suddenly, he discerned an anomaly in the sounds. They were excavating the mountainside with energy weapons, attempting to escape through an alternate route. Qingmu sprang to his feet, commanding teams 5 and 6 to converge, while also summoning teams 2, 3, and 4 to encircle them. Heihua remained unconvinced, remarking, how far can they truly tunnel? This is a mountain after all. Do not forget, Qingqing Mountain has been excavated countless times. The underground is riddled with numerous spiderweb-like passages. They might very well carve out a route, and should that occur, pursuing them would become exceedingly troublesome. Boom. The entrance was blasted open, clearing a path. At that moment, the other teams also arrived. He was still inexperienced, having only recently taken up the task and opted for a low-power stunning effect. They had not yet breached the mountain's depths. Be cautious, charge in, Aoki shouted, as he swept the energy rifle before him. The sound of bodies collapsing echoed in the cavernous space amidst muffled groans. Suddenly, Aoki lunged forward, and Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively dropping to the ground. With a sickening thud, a translucent blood hole appeared in the chest of the hawk beside him. the protective suit proving ineffectual. As blood splattered everywhere, the hawk fell lifelessly to the ground, not even emitting a sound before meeting its tragic end. This was a profound shock for Wang Xuan. It was the first time he had witnessed a life being extinguished right before his eyes. Despite his mature mindset, he was deeply shaken, as a vibrant life had just been snuffed out. One moment standing shoulder to shoulder with him, the next moment gruesomely lifeless on the floor. He began to question whether he had been too hasty in choosing this path. It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had parents and loved ones waiting for him at home. He could not afford to perish out here. Wang Xuan urged himself to remain composed. Above all, he must ensure his own survival. The foremost objective of any expedition was to safeguard one's life. We have yet to strike first. They couldn't contain themselves. And there is nothing more to discuss. Aoki growled, promptly adjusting the energy rifle to a lethal setting. He unleashed a sweeping barrage, demonstrating extraordinary prowess as he darted into the darkness, dodging the incoming beams of light with remarkable perception, skillfully navigating the labyrinthine depths. Wang Xuan was taken aback. Aoki was indeed an extraordinary powerhouse, a formidable master. With a flash of the blade, Aoki charged towards the group, wielding a metal knife with terrifying skill, wreaking havoc among the crowd. The Black Tiger, the Kite, and several other teams surged forward in tandem. Wang Xuan also sprang into action, employing the stunning effect of his energy gun. During this encounter, he incapacitated several foes. Although it was his first experience with such a weapon, he managed to hit his targets at close range. Wang Xuan remained cautious, frequently maneuvering along the mountainside, taking cover behind the rocks of the underground palace, narrowly avoiding the energy beams. However, the energy beams soon dissipated, and the two sides clashed in close combat. Aoki, I have encountered a super master. This individual possesses profound new techniques that I cannot withstand. The Black Tiger shouted, bloodied and battered. One adversary, with glowing fingertips, struck at the Black Tiger, showering him with a cascade of light akin to a sunset, leaving half of his body drenched in blood from the collision. With a mighty roar, Aoki charged forward, engaging fiercely with the formidable opponent. Just then, the mountainside crumbled, as someone shattered the rocks, tumbling into a tunnel. Just as Aoki had surmised, there were spiderweb-like underground passages nearby, all previously excavated. The adversary locked in combat with Aoki clutched a golden box, pivoted, and fled into the tunnel, followed by a throng of others. Chase! Aoki led the charge, the first to plunge into the passage, with the others hot on his heels. The Kite called out to Wang Xuan, "You are still unaccustomed to using the gun. Just moments ago, a few shots nearly hit our own people. Remain here and do not pursue." Wang Xuan nodded. Although he believed his perception was keen enough to avoid hitting his own comrades, he chose not to question the others' caution, whether it was a gesture of consideration for a novice like himself or a genuine doubt about his marksmanship. The subterranean chamber fell silent, with a multitude of bodies strewn across the ground. Some had perished, while others lay unconscious from the energy weapons, but were otherwise unharmed. Wang Xuan, exercising great caution, concealed himself behind a massive rock, meticulously observing and sensing his surroundings. Indeed, there were those feigning unconsciousness nearby, and he noticed an individual whose breathing was irregular, clearly awake and seemingly anxious. Narrowing his eyes in surprise, he recognized this familiar face, Zhou Yun. It was unexpected for someone of Zhou's lineage to have ventured here personally. Wang Xuan imagined Zhou Yun must be regretting his decision, likely never anticipating the unfolding calamity. Historically, the major conglomerates faced little resistance while excavating various sites, enjoying overwhelming advantages, and even the occasional interference rarely disrupted their plans. Such a dismal defeat was a rarity. Wang Xuan silently murmured an apology to young Zhou, lamenting his inability to contend with Zhou Mingxian, his formidable father, and echoing Qinsheng's words, resolved to strike him whenever they crossed paths. Most notably, Wang Xuan discerned something peculiar about Zhou Yun. It appeared he had temporarily exchanged his high-grade protective attire for ordinary black clothing, a clear indication of an intent to blend in and evade capture. Furthermore, Wang Xuan observed something concealed beneath Zhou Yun's chest. Quietly, he picked up a stone and silently hurled it toward him. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yun clutched his head in agony, leaping up, blood streaming from his wound. Wang Xuan did not resort to violence. He was merely a recent graduate, harboring no deep-seated enmity towards his counterpart, and thus could not bring himself to inflict lethal harm. Like a gecko gliding along a wall, he swiftly traversed the rocky surface, tearing the fabric of Zhou Yun's shirt with a swift motion, snatching away a jade box, and then rapidly retreating to conceal himself behind a massive boulder. Indeed, his decision to refrain from using an energy gun to incapacitate Zhou Yun was wise. It was Zhou Yun's own excruciating pain that caused him to leap up in distress, thrashing about, while those feigning death dared not unleash gunfire in this direction. It was only after Wang Xuan had seized the jade box and withdrawn, and Zhou Yun struggled to escape, that energy beams were finally unleashed. Capture him. The jade box concealed within the golden box was originally in my possession, but now he has taken it. Zhou Yun bellowed. Boom. As Wang Xuan sheltered behind a colossal stone, the altar in close proximity was struck, shattering unexpectedly into fragments before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the air. Beneath the altar, an additional chamber lay concealed, where, against one side of the stone wall, a mat was situated, upon which sat a figure clad in feathered garments, with flowing black hair. His complexion was rosy and radiant, suggesting he was no more than in his 30s. Clad in feathered attire, he was a top-tier master among sorcerers, whose physical form still existed in this world. Those within the underground palace were astonished. Most significantly, this top-tier master among sorcerers held a scroll made of silver beast skin, engrossed in its contents, seemingly alive and perpetually enduring. The members of the financial consortium, privy to the truth, understood that this individual was, in reality, already deceased. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures plunged downwards, utilizing the rocks and other forms of cover to approach the legendary master of the peak. An eerie occurrence unfolded silently. The dark-haired man disintegrated into dust, his feathered attire scattering like whispers on the wind, as if he had transcended the mortal realm and vanished completely. With a series of soft thuds, the 6 black-clad individuals who had rushed forward inexplicably shattered, blood and feathered garments raining down, staining the ground crimson. The remnants of the ethereal garments also dissolved into dust, leaving behind only a silver beast-skin scroll, glimmering faintly. This astonishing scene rendered Wang Xuan utterly speechless. Chapter 16. The silver beast-skin scroll. Wang Xuan felt a chill of realization. Had he not maintained his composure moments ago and leapt into the fray, he too would have met a similar fate, shattering into oblivion upon impact. The formidable power of the master was evident, as even in death, his transformation into dust triggered such a terrifying phenomenon when approached. He began to entertain the notion that the master's divination was not merely an exaggeration nor a whimsical myth, but rather a genuine capability. Was that transformation a form of ascension? Wang Xuan pondered this question. The master's condition had been extraordinarily unique upon their first encounter. His hair was a deep black, his complexion vibrant, and he exuded life, only to vanish in an instant. It was as if he floated in a realm apart, achieving transcendence and ascending to immortality. Even renowned historical figures have penned verses expressing their yearning for such a state. In various literary accounts, the terms transcendence and ascension are often conjoined. What he had just witnessed appeared to be a manifestation of the age-old legends of immortality. Wang Xuan mused, realizing that the truth unveiled might be rather harsh. Certain extant religious texts bear striking resemblance to the scene before him. In ancient times, a revered sage had secluded himself within a stone chamber, waiting for future generations to unearth the tomb, while the wise of yore had long since faded from memory. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers bowed in reverence, believing that the esteemed predecessors had transcended to the realm of immortals. In Wang Xuan's heart, however, there was a profound silence. This was not the ascent of celestial beings, but rather the dissolution of souls into mere ash, their essence scattered among the dust. Undoubtedly, this was not a favorable revelation for those who adhered to antiquated practices, further affirming that the notion of ascension was a mere illusion. The grim truth lay bare. Those revered sages had met their demise. With a thud, a lifeless body was cast aside, landing upon the ancient beast-skin tomb. A faint silvery glow flickered, yet nothing extraordinary transpired. Swiftly, 3 figures leapt down, entering the subterranean chamber, making their way towards the scroll of silvered beast skin. Clad in ethereal garments, these foremost practitioners were so engrossed in their studies that they remained oblivious to their surroundings, ultimately succumbing in deep meditation. It was evident that the silvered manuscript was extraordinary, likely possessing immense significance. Wang Xuan was resolute in his pursuit, eager to grasp the tome and uncover its secrets. Nearby, stones shattered as two individuals opened fire, attempting to suppress him with a barrage of energy beams, shattering the rocky walls and enveloping the area in chaos. Yet, Wang Xuan remained unperturbed, while targeting the two in front posed a challenge. He held the advantage over the three below in the subterranean chamber. Armed with an energy rifle, he patiently took precise shots, honing his skills and adapting to the weapon's accuracy. With a crack, one assailant fell to the ground. After a series of shots, the second was struck by a beam, convulsing violently before collapsing into unconsciousness. However, the third individual in the lower chamber successfully retrieved the silver beast skin scroll and took refuge behind a rock, remaining motionless. Indeed, it was not long before Zhou Yun could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Throw the animal skin scroll wrapped around the stone up here." The figure clad in black below complied, and with a flash of silver light, the scroll was cast into the air, landing amidst a chaotic pile of rocks above. Zhou Yun, feeling anxious, noted that the scroll lay somewhat distant from them. Throwing it from below made it challenging to deliver it directly into their grasp due to the angle. Wang Xuan, however, remained unperturbed, methodically aiming his energy gun at the black-clad figures sprawled on the ground in the upper subterranean chamber, ensuring to fire upon them regardless of their true condition. Even those feigning unconsciousness received another round, guaranteeing they would faint completely this time. The underground chamber underwent a thorough cleansing at his hands, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Crack. During this process, nearby stones erupted sporadically as two individuals across from him fired with remarkable precision, continually suppressing him with their relentless barrage, causing him considerable discomfort. Time was not on their side. With a determined grit, Zhou Yun vaulted from behind the rock, eager to employ his agility to seize the scroll himself. Thunderous sounds echoed as Wang Xuan propelled a large, rounded boulder forward as a shield, advancing towards the silver animal skin scroll. "This fellow possesses considerable strength. We shall emulate him," Zhou Yun called out, as he pushed one boulder while the other two combined their efforts to move another. In the course of their advance, the shifting angle enabled Wang Xuan to successfully eliminate the remaining adversary in the lower chamber. Gradually approaching the animal skin scroll, an encounter with the opposing figures loomed ahead. The two individuals, united in their endeavor to propel the colossal boulder, discreetly assessed the timing of their impending collision. They prepared to strike from distinct angles, confident that their numerical superiority would grant them a decisive advantage. However, the unfolding events defied their expectations. They had grossly underestimated Wang Xuan's strength. In an astonishing display, he abruptly accelerated the boulder, transforming its earlier sluggish pace into a formidable force. Now, with both palms firmly against the stone, Wang Xuan propelled it forward like a roaring locomotive, crashing into their position with a thunderous impact. Bang! The two massive stones collided forcefully, and the duo, having miscalculated their approach, were hurled away by an overwhelming force, sustaining severe injuries. One of them let out a muffled groan as the back of his head struck a nearby rock face, blood gushing forth, and darkness enveloping him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The other, propelled through the air by the collision, fired his weapon repeatedly in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Wang Xuan, agile and adept, evaded the onslaught and retaliated, but his aim proved inadequate. A flurry of beams missed their target, leaving the assailant in a state of embarrassment. In a swift motion, Wang Xuan flicked his wrist, launching a dagger that lodged itself into the man's shoulder with a sickening thud, eliciting a pained scream. Silently, Wang Xuan realized that his energy weapon lacked the precision of traditional armaments. He crouched low to evade the suppressive fire from Gao Yun, seizing a chunk of rock, and, with a resounding crash, struck the man who had been pierced by the dagger, rendering him unconscious and bloodied without a sound. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun found himself in a state of both tension and exhilaration, having successfully grasped the animal skin scroll in his possession. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout in triumph, yet he restrained himself, reminding his racing heart to remain calm. Taking refuge behind the boulder, he continued to unleash a relentless barrage of gunfire towards Wang Xuan. In response, Wang Xuan retaliated, but the impact was less than satisfactory. He crouched behind a slab of green stone, setting aside his energy weapon to grasp a long knife, which he hurled directly into the fray. Zhou Yun concealed himself behind a massive boulder, his head barely peeking out as he intermittently raised an arm, to fire his cold gun. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Just as he lifted his energy weapon, he heard a sudden crack. The gun had shattered. Reacting with remarkable speed, he quickly withdrew his hand, only to witness a glint of blinding steel slicing through the air. It was an alloy knife that had severed his energy gun and grazed his hand, drawing forth a stream of crimson blood and sending icy sweat cascading down his brow. Had he reacted a moment slower, his palm would have been severed, and the blade nearly struck the crown of his head, narrowly missing his scalp. Wang Xuan, observing this perilous encounter, leapt forward without hesitation. He was in close proximity to Zhou Yun and chose not to retrieve the energy gun from the ground, believing that in such close quarters, his old techniques would prove more reliable. Zhou Yun, witnessing Wang's audacity, broke into a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and coldly declared, "You dare to engage me in close combat? You won't even know how you perished. I practice the extraordinary arts." With renewed vigor, he leaped into the fray, confident that his opponent, relying on antiquated techniques, was merely courting death. Standing at a height of 185 centimeters, his robust physique emanated a pale blue mist, and his fingertips glowed with azure light. Zhou Yun sneered and charged at Wang Xuan, convinced that his extraordinary skills would effortlessly pierce through his adversary's defenses, overwhelming him with an unstoppable force. He believed he had begun to grasp the essence of the supernatural. In Zhou Yun's eyes, their previous encounter had been mere happenstance. Finding another young man capable of achieving such feats within the realm of antiquated techniques would be exceedingly rare. This blue-eyed mixed-blood youth before him, attempting to confront him with outdated methods, it was nothing short of an invitation to annihilation. Wang Xuan remained remarkably calm, not even furrowing his brow. This time, he refrained from employing the five organs thunder sound technique, as its subtle thunderous resonance was all too conspicuous. Instead, he utilized another body technique known as the golden garment technique. Qingmu had previously mentioned this technique, which is reputed to render one impervious to blades and firearms when mastered to a profound level, proving particularly effective against supernatural entities. Wang Xuan had practiced it in the past and achieved a measure of proficiency. As he manifested it now, his body became taut, and a fleeting shimmer of golden radiance enveloped him. Boom! Zhou Yun felt as if he had collided with an immovable mountain, his body soaring through the air, while his palm throbbed with agony as the attached blue light dissipated. He was engulfed by a wave of frustration, having recently mastered an ancient technique. He had been bested by two young opponents in a mere 2 days, most notably by a half-blood. He bellowed in anger, staggering to the ground before springing back to retaliate. However, the opponent's gloved hand struck again with a resounding thud, leaving Zhou Yun's hands bloodied. His tiger's mouth split open, and his fingernails nearly torn from their beds. Bang! Zhou Yun felt a surge of excruciating pain as he was struck on the forearm, a distinct crack echoing in his ears as the sound of breaking bone resonated. In the next moment, a chill swept through his chest. His clothing was once more torn as the silver beast hide scroll was snatched away. No! Zhou Yun was overwhelmed with indignation, unable to suppress a furious roar. Yet, in an instant, he grew considerably quieter as Wang Xuan's fist connected with his nasal bridge, resulting in a sharp crack that shattered his nose. He was sent flying. Upon witnessing Wang Xuan approach, clutching a stone the size of a basketball, all of Zhou Yun's fury dissipated, leaving him too intimidated to utter another cry. He covered his nose, striving to muster a smile, and said, "My friend, you are formidable, surpassing even a certain Mr. Wang that I know. I, Zhou Yun, am in awe of you. Let us be friends, spare my life, for I hail from the Zhou family, the son of Zhou Mingxian. You may not care, but it is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. If I were to perish, the Zhou family would undoubtedly investigate. My friend, I beg you to show mercy." At that moment, he witnessed the mixed-blood individual with azure eyes suddenly hurling a boulder the size of a basketball towards his head. Bang! Ah! Zhou Yun screamed. His voice abruptly cut off. He realized he was still alive, devoid of excruciating pain. The stone grazed his scalp before crashing into the ground, sending a reverberation that left his ears ringing, his body drenched in cold sweat, utterly terrified as he felt he had narrowly escaped death. "Friend, I am grateful for your mercy." He found himself somewhat moved. Living was indeed a blessing, evoking a desire to weep. Bang! A foot belonging to Wang Xuan descended, striking him on the head and rendering him unconscious. Wang Xuan then swiftly unfurled a silver animal hide scroll, with no time for words. He must memorize it entirely at once. Chapter 17. Interception. The animal hide book, a foot square, gleamed with a silver luster, adorned with hundreds of densely packed characters, not inscribed with ink, but etched with a blade. Wang Xian's hand glided over it, the patterns clear and the texture palpable, displaying exquisite craftsmanship. Each character possessed a profound essence, imbued with beauty. However, he recognized none of the characters. What sorcery is this? The strokes were numerous and exceedingly intricate. He attempted to draw parallels to the Zhongding script, but found no resemblance. He glanced left and right. This was neither Oracle Bone script nor any recognizable script from a known era. To his astonishment, he could not decipher a single character. Wang Xuan employed his shorthand technique, fixating his gaze upon the hundreds of characters, striving to imprint them into his mind as though they were photographs. For the sake of confidentiality during this operation, all participants were prohibited from bringing mobile devices capable of external communication. Otherwise, Wang Xuan could have simply taken photographs. Although he possessed a minuscule scanner the size of a button, provided by the Exploration Organization, it would likely need to be surrendered in the end. Wang Xuan committed the characters to memory, finding the task rather formidable. With hundreds of complex characters eluding him, he could only resort to rote memorization akin to deciphering a foreign language. Fortunately, over the years, he had honed his skills while practicing the foundational methods of ancient techniques. He had trained himself to visualize intricate scenes without a hint of oversight. He now regarded the entire silver beastskin manuscript as a complex scroll, engraving it in the depths of his mind, continuously envisioning it. Wang Xuan was confident he had successfully retained it all in his memory. Yet, he ultimately activated the miniature scanner, scanning the characters from various angles, wary of potential hidden meanings that might emerge from differing perspectives. Even if he had to surrender it, he hoped Aoki would permit him to create a backup. Wang Xuan had no desire for sole possession. Firstly, he believed that this knowledge was the result of collective effort. Secondly, he was convinced that greed seldom leads to a favorable outcome. Since he possessed a scanner, it might have already been automatically activated, documenting the entire course of this expedition. In this world, there are countless marvelous techniques and treasures abound. Tycoons have scoured the earth, even acquiring rare artifacts like the golden bamboo slips, yet none have been reported to have mastered them. Ultimately, it hinges on the individual. The true essence lies in who can comprehend and genuinely cultivate the knowledge inscribed therein. Wang Xuan harbored grave doubts. He estimated that this scroll could not be comprehended by anyone in a short span of time, and perhaps no one could even decipher its profound essence. After all, even that figure, draped in feathered garments and regarded as the pinnacle of the alchemical practitioners, had spent his final moments engrossed in the study of this animal skin scroll. His formidable prowess and continued examination were telling enough. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade box. This so-called jade box was a container of exquisite jade, predominantly pure and smooth, adorned with sporadic bloodstains on one side, a relic of antiquity. Within it lay several sheets of gold leaf, fastened together, resembling a slender tome of gilded pages. Upon inspection, Wang Xuan discerned that there were merely 5 pages, each embellished with humanoid figures, devoid of textual annotations. The illustrations flowed coherently, depicting a narrative that was sufficiently detailed. He was convinced that this constituted a form of physical cultivation, seemingly profound, involving intricate movements that stimulated the internal organs, suggesting a complexity that was far from trivial. He began to memorize the illustrations, finding them considerably easier to recall than the cryptic characters inscribed on the silver animal skin scroll. Ultimately, he employed a scanner to capture the entirety of the golden tome, ensuring all was recorded. He understood that the animal skin scroll might not yield any insights, at least not in the immediate future. Such matters were reserved for the most elite of practitioners. Perhaps, in this moment, the golden tome held greater value for him than the scroll. Wang Xuan sought a secluded position, leaning against a stone wall, energy gun in hand, and once more scrutinized the golden tome and silver scroll. Time slipped away unnoticed until an abrupt chill coursed through him, prompting an instinctive reaction. He raised his hand and unleashed a sweeping shot from the energy gun, the blinding beam shattering rocks and sending debris flying in all directions. A figure moved with the agility and ferocity of a tiger or leopard, darting swiftly to evade the interwoven beams of energy fire. Like a soaring eagle, it leapt behind a boulder, concealing its form. Wang Xian's demeanor was grave. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable master. Just moments ago, this person had approached within a mere 5 meters of him, only to be perceived at the last instant, and then, as quick as lightning, they had evaded his barrage. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. This individual was likely of equal prowess to Qing Mu, having mastered an exceptionally powerful ancient technique. Their strength was terrifying. An ally. From behind the distant boulder came the voice of a middle-aged man, revealing part of his body clad in the same protective gear as Wang Xian. Wang Xian remained silent, concealed behind the rock formation, his energy gun at the ready. The man exuded danger, especially after having stealthily approached so closely, sending a chill down Wang Xian's spine, as it was evident that the other intended to strike. Figures began to emerge. Outside the subterranean palace, a dozen individuals appeared, all armed with energy guns, taking cover behind rocks and corners. A woman spoke up. "We are old acquaintances of Qing Mu. Do not misunderstand us, nor misjudge the situation. Quickly deliver the items. This discovery is of immense significance and cannot be compromised. We are here to escort you and facilitate your swift entry into the subterranean palace. If we delay any longer, reinforcements from the Zhou family and Ling Jia may arrive." Wang Xian inquired, "If you are indeed the one sent to assist, why did you attempt to attack me just moments ago?" He was certain that had it not been for his energy gun remaining in hand and his acute reflexes, he might have fallen victim to a successful assault by this formidable master. The middle-aged man, who had acted first, spoke up. "You misunderstand. We must remain vigilant while entering the cave. I led them in stealthily, naturally needing to be cautious of potential dangers. You were lurking in the shadows, and I initially failed to recognize you as one of our own. However, young man, your reflexes are indeed remarkable." The woman, appearing somewhat impatient, interjected. "Why do you refuse to heed our warnings? It has been said that members of the Zhou and Ling families are on their way. If you are unwilling to leave, quickly hand over the animal skin scroll, and we shall send it off first." Wang Xian's trust in them dwindled further. They had already seen the scroll, yet they could not have overlooked the protective gear he wore. Their approach remained stealthy, intent on ambushing him. He remained silent, utilizing the boulders for cover as he stealthily advanced deeper into the underground palace. Upon noticing his movement, the pursuers hastened their steps in pursuit. Wang Xian, unhesitatingly, utilized his energy gun to fire warning shots. In the distance, commotion could be heard, indicating that after a considerable time, Qing Mu, He Hu, and others had embarked on their return journey. "Catch up to him," the woman commanded, prompting the group to swiftly follow. The formidable middle-aged man posed the greatest threat, closing in silently several times, only to be repelled by Wang Xian's energy gun. A roar echoed from the depths of the underground passage. Clearly, Qing Mu had sensed that something was amiss and was hastily approaching with his companions. The subterranean maze of passages was intricate, and Wang Xian suddenly halted, quickly finding a concealed position to hide, before taking aim and firing towards the front. Indeed, amidst the resplendent beams of light, I once again beheld that middle-aged man, who unexpectedly circumvented through other pathways to emerge ahead, just as I had been poised to ambush him. "Jinchuan, what brings you here?" A voice resonated, that of Aoki, who, with remarkable swiftness, charged forward to confront the man. Wang Xian promptly interjected, "Aoki, I have obtained a silver beast skin scroll left by the preaching alchemists. These individuals claim to be here to assist us, seeking to seize the scroll from my possession." He succinctly recounted the unfolding events. "Jinchuan, you truly excel. But is it not excessively audacious of you to intercept us here?" Aoki's voice dripped with ire upon hearing this. Yet, beneath his anger, there lay a flicker of joy. They had only retrieved an empty golden box, while Wang Xian had fortuitously discovered the genuine legacy. Jinchuan expressed a modicum of remorse, stating, "Aoki, we both understand that what we have encountered this time is extraordinary. Do not hold it against me. You came armed with your subordinates to seize it, and yet you expect me not to blame you." Aoki retorted with a cold smirk. Jinchuan, with utmost gravity, assured him, "Rest assured. I shall merely glance at it and return it to you immediately. I vow I will not intercept it. That is unacceptable. You have crossed my threshold, and there is no way I shall allow you to peruse it." Aoki resolutely declined. With a wave of his hand, Jinchuan signaled his entourage to encircle Wang Xian's hiding place. Aoki's voice turned frigid. "Do you truly dare to act against us? Do not forget, Our expeditionary organization abhors internal strife and bloodshed. Anyone who dares to do so shall face a united front from the other factions. Whether you conceal yourself in the old soil or flee to the new stars, there will be no escape. Wang Xuan shook his head with a faint smile and said, "No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to engage in a friendly exchange. Those I brought along seek to spar with Xiao Wang. There will be no bloodshed." At this juncture, he commanded his companions, "Do not draw your firearms. To demonstrate our sincerity, place them upon the ground." At that moment, the likes of Black Tiger and Kite arrived not far off, shouting warnings to Wang Xuan's entourage to refrain from any rash actions. Qingmu called out, "Xiao Wang, safeguard your possessions. As per our Organization S agreement, you need only surrender half of your spoils from the expedition, thus that treasure is rightfully yours. Ensure it is not seized." Wang Xuan nodded, feeling quite displeased with the newcomers. Had it not been for his keen vigilance, he might have been caught off guard. Surviving would have been feasible. Yet the precious gold books and silver scrolls would surely have been taken from him. The individuals who had discarded their energy firearms and were now advancing, using the terrain to encircle Wang Xuan, drew ever closer. Wang Xuan said nothing, remaining silent until someone lunged at him unexpectedly. At that moment, he grasped his weapons with both hands and unleashed a fierce sweep. Thud, thud. Several fell to the ground, rendered unconscious, while others adeptly retreated, managing to evade the onslaught. That young man has no sense of decorum. We agreed to engage in hand-to-hand combat, yet he resorted to firearms. Someone exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Wang Xuan chose to ignore them. Why should he adhere to their notions of propriety? This group had initially intended to ambush him and seize his treasures. And now they had the audacity to voice such grievances. "Xiao Wang, you ought to show some decorum as well. Demonstrate your skills to them," Qingmu urged, as he faced off against Wang Xuan, seemingly unconcerned about the unfolding situation. Wang Xuan surveyed the scene, noting that several of the younger men brought by Wang Xuan had yet to be matched against anyone, and they were unarmed. Without hesitation, Wang Xuan stepped forward, his hands resonating with the sound of thunder. He unleashed the power of the diamond fist from his martial arts repertoire, boldly infiltrating the group. Instantly, the air was charged with the force of his strikes, the ground beneath them cracking underfoot. The sheer might of his attacks stunned the onlookers. It was a rarity to encounter such a young master of traditional techniques. With a resounding crash, one of the women was struck in the face by his kick, blood spilling from her lips as she was sent hurtling against the stone wall, collapsing motionless. Crack! Another young man was struck on the shoulder by Wang Xuan's diamond fist, his bones shattering upon impact, eliciting a muffled groan as he tumbled into a pile of debris. In the heat of battle, a third individual was launched into the air by a powerful kick, 3 ribs broken, blood foaming from his mouth as he lay incapacitated. In a remarkably brief span, Wang Xuan dispatched 5 adversaries with relentless precision. He then surged towards Black Tiger and his companions, directly sending one of their opponents flying several meters away, the man gasping for breath as he struggled to rise. This group, comprising men and women in their 30s and 40s, seasoned practitioners of traditional arts, found themselves overwhelmed. Several suffered severed limbs and fractured ribs under Wang Xuan's onslaught. Observing the unfolding chaos, Wang Xuan realized the precariousness of the situation and promptly called for a retreat, exclaiming, "I never would have guessed. This newcomer is extraordinarily fierce. The most alarming part is his ruthlessness. My seasoned subordinates are unable to withstand him. This has been a grave miscalculation. I brought no experts along, aside from myself. Aoki, how about we leave it at that? I owe you a favor, and I shall repay it next time." Wang Xuan adopted a humble demeanor. Aoki nodded and said, "Very well, next time. Perhaps you could share with me the ancestral scripture of the White Tiger's true? Get lost." Wang Xuan departed with his entourage. "We shall also take our leave." Once Aoki gathered his companions, they swiftly exited the underground palace and soon boarded their spacecraft, successfully departing from Qingqing Mountain. Acknowledgements. Thanks to the support of the 2 esteemed leaders, Wu Ma Xing and Bai Tang'o. Chapter 18. A chance encounter. Wang Xuan infiltrated the underground palace to intercept them, and Wang Xuan anticipated a potential eruption of intense conflict. However, after a brief clash, both parties retreated rapidly. Wang Xuan discerned the intricate relationships at play. On the return journey, the atmosphere within the small spacecraft was laden with heaviness. The Hawk's chest bore a gaping wound, his upper body drenched in blood, the lifeless form already cold. Several other teams also suffered casualties, each carrying their burdens away. With a green mask obscuring his expression, Wang Xuan spoke calmly. One becomes accustomed to such sights. Those who survive are adventurers, while the fallen are merely transient souls. Wang Xuan fell silent. That had been a vibrant life, once robust as a tiger or leopard, now shrouded beneath a white cloth. This form of exploration transcended mere tension, excitement, or mystery. It gradually unveiled a horrific aspect, with participants teetering on the precipice of life and death. Regarding the Qingqing Mountain expedition, the exploration organization had previously assessed its danger level as not particularly high. Aoki revealed that certain adventures occasionally encounter phenomena beyond the natural realm, inexplicable by reason. And therein lies the true terror. The black tiger was honing an alloy blade, while the kite sat with closed eyes, and old Mu sighed. Their spirits were low, and they were reluctant to speak, clearly having endured this ordeal more than once. They had long since lost count of how many companions had come and gone. In another 2 years, I shall retire completely, one of them said. Suddenly, the kite spoke up. Their return journey was smooth, and the spacecraft landed at a manor on the outskirts. Subsequently, several vehicles transported Black Tiger, Old Mu, and the others away. Within the manor, Qing Mu retained Wang Xuan for a conversation. Keep the 5 pages of the Golden Book for yourself. It may contain a powerful physical technique, but be forewarned, it is likely one of those exceedingly difficult disciplines to master. Qing Mu glanced at the first page of the Golden Book and felt overwhelmed. It concerned the resonance of the internal organs, the exertion of force, and the concepts of blood transformation and rebirth. He had heard of such matters before. Long ago, there was a master in the field of ancient techniques over at the New Star who practiced something akin to this, and it ultimately led to his demise. Wang Xuan was taken aback upon hearing this. To study ancient techniques and inadvertently practice oneself to death. The notions of blood transformation and the rebirth of organs, albeit aimed at merely activating specific organs, held an immense allure for masters. Once perfected, it could indeed extend one's life by several decades. Yet, here was a master who still met his end. This was quite terrifying. In modern times, ancient techniques had long since declined, and those who managed to navigate this high echelon were exceedingly rare. It was likely that one would find it challenging to encounter such individuals in this era. Do not doubt it. In the early years, New Star unearthed many remarkable treasures, and naturally, there were individuals who achieved great feats. Indeed, over the decades, the ancient arts have increasingly fallen out of favor, leaving this domain utterly desolate. The information shared by Aoki aligns with the discoveries from the Nova side. It appears that decades ago, Nova had already begun to uncover supernatural phenomena and has long been engaged in exploration. You must remain composed. Such matters cannot be mastered merely by fervent desire. Just from this first page, I attempted to activate it, but it proved futile, leaving my internal organs feeling as though they were being sliced by a knife. Aoki trembled noticeably, wearing a cerulean mask. He turned away to swiftly lift the mask and wipe away the cold sweat, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. A fleeting glance at his profile revealed an alarming pallor, devoid of any color. He steadied his tumultuous spirit and returned the golden manuscript to Wang Xuan. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he exhibited remarkable restraint, being no ordinary individual. Do not experiment recklessly. This is a life-threatening talisman. Aoki cautioned once more, daunted by the subsequent pages, fearing that one day he might succumb to temptation and ultimately bring harm upon himself. Wang Xuan's expression turned grave as he realized for the first time the perilous nature of physical cultivation. It was, in fact, more hazardous than practicing the foundational techniques. The foundational techniques represent the roots of the ancient arts, enhancing one's inner constitution and spirit, while physical techniques serve as the trunk and branches, manifesting your strength outwardly. Wang Xuan submitted the silver beast skin scroll, which was the objective of the expedition organization. Aoki intended to take the silver scripture for further evaluation. Should its worth exceed expectations, compensation would be offered to Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan articulated his request, stating, "If you decipher those characters, please provide me with an annotation." As they parted ways, Qingmu once again cautioned Wang Xuan not to act recklessly, for the martial arts inscribed within the golden manuscript might possess profound origins, and engaging with them without due diligence could prove fatal. He harbored grave suspicions that these teachings could be remnants left by Zhang Daoling. Wang Xuan inhaled sharply, genuinely taken aback. Could those 5 pages of gilded paper truly be connected to him? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. There exists a narrative suggesting that in his twilight years, Zhang Daoling resided on Qingqing Mountain, ultimately transcending there. He possessed little more than a few changes of clothes, lacking any substantial baggage, ready to depart with merely a backpack, simple and swift. Everything behind him had concluded. He was now poised to immerse himself in the vibrant tapestry of society. His new residence had long been secured, having undergone cleaning just days prior. Wang Xuan promptly set out to procure bedding, towels, toothpaste, and various other necessities. A wave of sentiment washed over him as he grappled with the reality of laboring for his livelihood. This invoked a peculiar sensation within Wang Xuan. He had just departed from Qingqing Mountain, where not long ago he had engaged in adventures, battling foes, and teetering on the precipice of life and death. He felt an uncanny disjunction of space and time. The escapades on Qingqing Mountain and the daily grind of a 9-to-5 existence formed the intricate tapestry of his life, leaving him with a tumultuous emotional landscape. He refrained from immediately discussing his aspirations regarding the new star with Qingmu. Having only recently joined this exploratory organization, he had yet to make any contributions and felt it somewhat impractical to propose lofty ambitions. Nonetheless, an opportunity would soon arise. Once they completed their assessment of the silver beastskin scroll, he could engage Qingmu in conversation. Swift and efficient, Wang Xuan managed to acquire all necessary items in a single trip, efficiently resolved by a taxi. The apartment he rented belonged to an older community, characterized by a serene environment, where trees planted long ago had matured into towering giants, enveloping the area in tranquility. The unfortunate aspect is that the facilities are rather antiquated and lack modernity. He rented a 1-bedroom apartment that had been renovated every 2 years, which is overall quite satisfactory. Wang Xuan swiftly arranged the daily necessities and laid out the bedding, then poured himself a glass of water and sat down to rest. His phone had been turned off for a day, and upon powering it back on, he was greeted with a plethora of messages and notifications. He first called his parents to inform them that everything was going smoothly and that he would officially start work in 2 days. Then, a call from Qingsheng came through. "Old Wang, where have you been? I was worried sick. It's been over a day without you on, and I couldn't find you. I thought that scoundrel Zhou Yin had done something to you. I'm rallying our classmates to seek vengeance and demand an explanation," he exclaimed, his words a rapid-fire barrage that left Wang Xuan's ears ringing. Qingsheng was genuinely concerned, fearing Zhou Yun's retaliation could pose a threat to Wang Xuan, considering he was indeed a direct descendant of the Xinqiang Consortium. Wang Xuan longed to inform him that Zhou had been severely injured, with a broken nasal bone and a fractured arm, likely consumed by rage towards a mixed-blood individual, leaving no room for other thoughts. However, he refrained from doing so, fearing that Qingsheng's tendency to broadcast everything would result in the entire world knowing by the next day. Wang Xuan lowered the volume of his phone and held it at a distance, telling him that he was meditating and had been deeply engrossed in it. Hence his phone had remained off. "I'm about to leave, and I couldn't find you. Let me treat you to dinner tonight at the top floor of the Tsangding building," Qingsheng declared exuberantly. The restaurant on the upper floors of the Tsangding building charged progressively higher prices, and as a recent graduate, Wang Xuan felt somewhat apprehensive about relying solely on his salary to dine there. He was not concerned about Qingsheng's wallet, knowing well that his family was affluent and indifferent to such matters. Alas, the outlook was bleak. What could alleviate his worries? Only indulgence and sumptuous feasting would suffice. "See you in the evening." In an instant, his internal organs ached somewhat, precisely as Qingmu had mentioned. This endeavor proved exceedingly arduous. Yet, he harbored some skepticism. Having practiced, he did not appear as pallid as Qingmu had. He felt that the discomfort was not excessively intolerable, manageable even. Nevertheless, prudence was warranted. He dared not be negligent, for this could potentially be the martial art left behind by Zhang Daoling, a figure of immense significance. Taoism had existed for a long time, with philosophies like Huanglao already in existence. As for Taoism, it emerged relatively later, founded by Zhang Daoling himself. Undoubtedly, even if Zhang Daoling were placed in the pre-Qin era, during a time when ancient arts flourished brilliantly, he would undoubtedly rank among the foremost practitioners. Wang Xuan glanced at the time. The sun was nearly setting, and it was time to depart. The area surrounding the Tsangding building was bustling with activity, boasting a well-established commercial district with a significant flow of patrons. Upon arrival, Wang Xuan proceeded directly to the elevator ascending to the top floor. The highest level featured 3 restaurants. Although the prices were exorbitant, their business thrived. He surmised that Qin Sheng must have made a reservation in advance. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be at the restaurant Flowing Golden Years. Qin Sheng had previously hosted gatherings here, claiming that the flavors at Flowing Golden Years were unparalleled. As Wang Xuan approached, he suddenly halted in surprise. The venue had been reserved exclusively? Flowing Golden Years was entirely booked. He could only marvel at the wealth. Typically, the cost of a table equated to several months' wages for an average person, yet someone had reserved the entire establishment. He glanced inside and noticed that several private rooms were unoccupied, likely reserved by a wealthy patron seeking tranquility. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, tinged with discontent. The establishment was vast, and from another direction, a group of women approached him. He recognized 2 of them. One was Zhou Ting, the daughter of Zhou Mingxian and the cousin of his former girlfriend. Today, she appeared radiant, dressed in a form-fitting gown that accentuated her graceful figure. The other was a university classmate of Wang Xuan, who had been born in the old world and was now selected to venture to the new star. Unexpectedly encountering him here. Which Wang Xuan? Surely not the one related to Ling Wei, remarked a woman in a white evening gown, her expression unfriendly. Indeed, it is him, Zhou Ting confirmed with a nod. The woman in the white gown, adorned with crystal-embellished heels, scrutinized Wang Xuan with a piercing gaze and remarked, "Could you not behave more like a man? It has been over a year since your breakup. Why come here to stir trouble?" Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, beginning to grasp the situation, yet he could not be held accountable for the circumstances he was unaware of. The woman in the white dress lifted her chin haughtily, casting him a dismissive glance, and declared, "You are not welcome here. This is not a place for you. Please make yourself scarce at once." Wang Xuan was not accustomed to tolerating such individuals. In response to her remarks, he calmly retorted, "What concern is it of yours where I choose to be? And who? Pray tell, do you think you are?" Chapter 19. The ex-girlfriend. The woman clad in a white evening gown breathed heavily, her ample bosom rising and falling violently, nearly straining the fabric of her attire. It must be noted that her temper was quite formidable, almost leading her to hurl the exquisite limited edition handbag she clutched. Wuyin, a companion beside her, steadied her arm, murmuring words of comfort. Wang Xuan stood nearby, strikingly handsome and relatively relaxed, his expression serene and his eyes clear as he observed the group. He exuded an air of tranquility, devoid of any emotional tumult. The young woman in the white evening gown was named Wu Yin. Upon witnessing his calm demeanor, she inhaled deeply, attempting to temper her rising ire. "Since your fates have run their course, do not linger in entanglement. The sky is vast. Let each of you spread your wings and embark on your journeys, leaving behind beautiful silhouettes and ample space for one another. That is far better than anything else," Wu Yin declared. Wang Xuan shook his head and replied, "You have immersed yourself too deeply, ensnared within your emotional realm, conjuring an image of me as the villain. Do not embellish your narrative further. I am merely a passerby, invited here for a meal." The emotions that Wu Yin had just managed to temper surged forth once more, her breathing becoming noticeably heavier, her complexion flushed, not from shyness, but due to her genuine temper. Never before had anyone dared to assess her in such a manner. The audacity to voice such conjectures felt like an insinuation of her mental state. Initially, Wang Xuan had not paid her much heed, but now he found himself stealing a few more glances at her, noting that her figure was indeed quite striking, the evening gown straining against her intensified breaths. Objectively speaking, the woman named Wu Yin possesses striking beauty, particularly with her astonishing figure. Although her words are quite irksome, she undeniably qualifies as a beauty. Wu Yin, unable to endure any longer, cast a piercing gaze and remarked, "I have never encountered a man like you. It has long ceased to matter. What is your purpose in coming here? I refuse to believe that as a recent graduate, you would seek a meal on the pinnacle of Tsangding Building. You must have rushed here upon hearing the news. Spare yourself the embarrassment." Wang Xuan initially contemplated turning away, yet he had only recently departed the confines of academia and remained a spirited young man. Although he did not display anger, the smile that had adorned his face vanished. "Your temper is quite fierce. It suggests a problem with your health. Have you been experiencing insomnia or anxiety lately? Though you appear furious, your complexion has turned pale rather than flushed, indicating a potential case of anemia. Furthermore, your emotional fluctuations are pronounced, suggesting there are unsettling matters within your heart." It seems both your body and mind are in disarray and require nurturing. Otherwise, your temper may continue to escalate. Do not thank me, nor be surprised. I am a devoted practitioner of ancient arts, well-versed in wellness. Additionally, there seems to be a faint scent of blood about you, as if you have been involved in a conflict. Well, farewell. At this juncture, Wang Xuan hastily ceased his pathological analysis, having realized something that he inadvertently revealed, likely provoking her ire. Indeed, Wu Yin was initially taken aback, filled with uncertainty, as she had been experiencing those very issues recently. However, upon hearing the last comment, she could no longer contain herself and hurled her limited edition handbag at Wang Xuan, her face flushed with anger and indignation, exclaiming, "Rogue." Beside her, Zhou Ting remained speechless. Wang Xuan's remarkable mastery of ancient techniques was matched only by his sharp tongue, which was enough to drive her friend Wu Yin to the brink of explosion. Zhou Ting thought to herself that she could hardly bear such a predicament. The most humiliating moments of her life had been laid bare, and to have them dissected with such earnestness was indeed infuriating. She quickly grasped Wu Yin's arm, reminding herself that today was a special occasion and that they could not afford to create a scene. Wang Xuan swore he had not intended any offense. He had merely commented on the signs of her irritability and pallor, never expecting such an uncanny coincidence. "Wang Xuan, cease your words and leave at once," another woman interjected, sensing that it would be prudent to usher away this rather handsome gentleman before matters escalated. In truth, Wang Xuan had no desire to linger any longer. He turned to depart. "Don't go," Wu Yin exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she broke free from Zhou Ting's grasp. It was evident that she possessed considerable skill, underscored by the faint blue mist emanating from her alabaster arms, a clear indication that she had attained mastery of advanced techniques. Wang Xuan halted, casting a glance in her direction, and remarked, "Do not attempt to strike me. Should my instincts perceive you as a threat to my life, I will retaliate, regardless of your gender." He had no intention of engaging in a physical confrontation here. His words served merely as a means of intimidation, and he shot a glance at Zhou Ting as he spoke. Zhou Ting's lips curled in irritation. This insufferable Wang Xuan disregarded their camaraderie, compelling her to intervene on behalf of her friend while also alluding to her brother's plight. "Sister Wu Yin, please refrain from confronting him. My brother. He was injured by him," Zhou Ting whispered in a hushed tone. In fact, within the confines of a 7-star hotel, Zhou Yun continues to shout, "You, the mixed blood with blue eyes. I shall surely break your limbs one day. Do not let me see you again." At the pinnacle of the Granding building, Wu Yin's body stiffened slightly. She harbors a genuine fear of encountering a brutish individual who might, without a second thought, deliver her a thrashing, which would be utterly humiliating, especially as she currently lacks the protection of robots or bodyguards. At that moment, Lu Yun, a university classmate of Wang Xuan, approaches and gently tugs at his sleeve, saying, "Let us not speak further on this today, let it be. Ling Wei is currently meeting with her partner's parents." Indeed, this aligns closely with Wang Xuan's suspicions. He nods in silence. Since they have already parted ways, he holds no authority to intrude upon another's life. Lu Yun then whispers a few more words to her. The male party's surname is Wu. Suddenly, Wang Xuan comprehends why Wu Yin's demeanor was particularly unfriendly upon his arrival. The Zhou family, the Ling family, and the Wu family seem to be entangled in a troublesome business affair today, which has rendered Wu Yin's mood somewhat sour and her temper heightened. She is not typically like this. Lu Yun conveys this in a hushed tone. Wang Xuan regards her with newfound admiration, though this female classmate appears delicate. She possesses remarkable social acumen and adeptness in navigating relationships. Through her connection with Ling Wei, she has swiftly become acquainted with Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and others, forming a close friendship, which is indeed quite impressive. Simultaneously, he realizes that members of the Wu family were also involved in the altercation at Qingqing Mountain today, and all he can express is his apologies for disrupting the business dealings of their three families. With this thought, Wang Xuan cannot help but smile, turning to Wu Yin and saying, "I apologize, farewell." He no longer wished to linger, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on past grievances. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Her anger, which was on the verge of eruption, dissipated upon his unexpectedly light-hearted apology. She spoke with a detached tone, "Wang Xuan, you have already settled in this city for work. It is time to focus on your career and life, without further entanglements. I wish you all the best." Wang Xuan halted his steps, then turned around. Although he had initially intended to remain silent, he now felt compelled to clarify matters for this woman. Firstly, I was unaware of Ling Wei's meeting with anyone here, hence I cannot be accused of causing any disturbance. Secondly, in such a setting, if you find it bearable, you may continue your tirade. The embarrassment is not mine. However, I must insist that regardless of any misunderstandings, we should allow each other peace. Thirdly, life presents us with different choices. Should we unexpectedly cross paths, a simple greeting will suffice. There is no need for hysteria. I wish Ling Wei well in all her endeavors. As for you, regardless of misunderstandings or other reasons, we shall remain strangers from this point onward. Fourthly, farewell. After delivering these words, Wang Xuan cast a glance toward the Golden Years restaurant, catching sight of Ling Wei looking in their direction, evidently alerted by the commotion outside. He nodded to her, not pausing for her reaction, and strode away. Behind him, a few women fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Xuan, over here. At that moment, Qin Sheng arrived, grumbling as he approached. Whoever that wealthy patron is, they have reserved the entire Golden Years venue. How ostentatious. We should head to the Millennium of Humanity restaurant on this floor instead. He pulled Wang Xuan along. In the distance, Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and Lu Yun exchanged glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Oh, Goddess Zhao, are you here for a meal as well? Qin Sheng exclaimed upon spotting Zhao Qinghan, who was gracefully making her way from the elevator, flanked by two women who resembled both bodyguards and friends. Shall we dine together? Qin Sheng boldly inquired. Zhao Qinghan, stunningly beautiful as ever, adorned with a radiant smile, replied. What a coincidence. However, I cannot tonight as I have prior dinner plans with friends. Qin Sheng, brimming with enthusiasm, responded. All right, let us seize the opportunity next time. Don't forget to drop by Crescent Moon, that is my territory. When you have time, ascend to the moon to enjoy the view. Zhao Qinghan nodded with a smile, promising to visit him in the future. She then turned to Wang Xuan with a smile, saying, Classmate Wang, perhaps we will have a chance to collaborate later. Here is my contact information. Her smile was sweet as she personally approached to hand over a business card. Noticing Qin Sheng's eager gaze, she also graciously offered him one. As Zhao Qinghan walked away, Qin Sheng continued to marvel. Goddess Zhao truly knows how to navigate social interactions. She is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possesses a remarkable sensitivity, a rare gem indeed. Wang Xuan smirked, retorting, a mere business card has you spellbound. I think it's necessary to inform your girlfriend, lest you find yourself weeping in regret again. No, please don't. They entered the earthly establishment known as the 1,000-Year Restaurant and settled into a private booth. Qin Sheng still seemed somewhat unconvinced. Setting aside appearances, he mused. I genuinely believe Zhao Qinghan is a wonderful person. Every encounter with her feels like a refreshing breeze in spring, truly delightful. Wang Xuan nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. You must consider her background. While you were still naive and inexperienced in your youth, she was already accompanying her parents to various significant events. Qin Sheng replied, I believe that human nature is inherent. She embodies the archetype of beauty and kindness. Wang Xuan felt compelled to enlighten him, stating, You must look beyond appearances to grasp the essence. Her smiles and sweetness have become instinctive responses. You must understand that she has undergone extensive training from a young age, mastering everything from etiquette to social interactions, and even emotional regulation. She knows precisely what impression she wishes to convey, ensuring that you are convinced of her authenticity. Qin Sheng remained unconvinced, saying, Old Wang, do you not think you are overestimating the astuteness of Goddess Zhao? Whenever I see her, I can't shake the feeling that her smile possesses a healing quality. So remarkably pure. Wang Xuan rolled his eyes, retorting, Your naivety is evident. Her demeanor is nothing short of professional. She possesses different qualities in front of different people. Wang Xuan would not forget the time he witnessed Goddess Zhao exuding an icy demeanor, embodying the essence of a queen, as she reprimanded a well-known and successful individual, reducing him to the stature of a schoolboy. In that moment, Zhao Qinghan appeared aloof, her words meticulously chosen, reflecting a level of psychological maturity that was far removed from the healing goddess Qin Sheng envisioned. She was, without doubt, the epitome of an elite queen. After Wang Xuan recounted the scenes he had witnessed that day, he sighed. Thus, the self-cultivation of a goddess encompasses her studies, eloquence, social skills, and various other techniques, all of which are indispensable. Having endured the fierce baptism akin to a mudslide, you find yourself too inexperienced in comparison. Qin Sheng interjected, Goodness, old Wang. Upon hearing your words about Goddess Zhao, I can't help but feel you aren't exactly a paragon of virtue yourself. You seem rather dubious. Wang Xuan's expression darkened as he replied, I merely intend to offer you some sage advice. Now, do you think it wise to be cautious around her? What should I guard against? You do not possess anything she deems valuable or seeks to exploit, Wang Xuan responded nonchalantly. Old Wang, that stings. I am inclined to sever ties with you. Qin Cheng exclaimed, feigning indignation. I only wish for you to possess a correct understanding. Do not languish in foolish smiles directed at Zhao Qinghan. She can be innocent when she wishes, aloof when appropriate, pure yet enticing. Maintain a modicum of self-awareness. Wang Xuan concluded before shifting his focus to the menu, eager to abandon the conversation. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss, and, upon lifting his gaze, discovered Qin Cheng casting him a series of significant glances. Chapter 20. Little Wang is too intense. Has he flipped again? Wang Xuan found himself at a loss for words. The previous incident could be attributed to Qin Cheng's unwarranted interjections, but this time was different. He had been caught red-handed. At the entrance of the private room stood Zhao Qinghan, gracefully poised in a stylish, form-fitting dress that accentuated her waist and hugged her curves, showcasing her exquisite figure from her hips to just above her knees. However, unlike the last time, she did not maintain her smile. Her originally delicate and sweet face was now shrouded in frost, exuding an air of chilling elegance that felt entirely different from her usual demeanor, almost ethereal in its aloofness. What are you still standing there for? Come in quickly, Wang Xuan greeted, rising to welcome her with his tall stature and radiant smile. I told Qin Cheng not to rush with the ordering. Zhao will definitely arrive shortly, and we should see what you enjoy eating. Don't spare me. As the host of this city, I must entertain Zhao well. Qin Cheng opened his mouth, eager to protest that he was the one footing the bill. He observed Zhao Qinghan's frostbitten demeanor and found it strikingly captivating. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Xuan, he silently thought, Old Wang, good luck to you. I can't be blamed this time. Zhao Qinghan's long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, framing her fair, oval face, yet at this moment, she lacked sweetness, radiating an icy detachment that kept others at bay. Her beautiful large eyes bore into Wang Xuan with a gaze that was no longer gentle, but rather imposing. Her glossy red lips accentuated her chilling allure. In this instant, she bore no smile, slightly lifting her snow-white chin as she scrutinized Wang Xuan. Nevertheless, she stepped into the private room, the sound of her crystal-embellished high heels striking the floor resonating through the otherwise silent space, the only sound present. Qin Cheng stood and pulled out a chair for her. However, she did not approach it. Instead, she made her way to a nearby sofa designated for resting, sitting down without uttering a word. Rather than crossing her legs demurely to one side, she elegantly raised them and placed them on the coffee table, her legs close together, unperturbed by the prospect of exposure. It must be said that Zhao Qinghan's legs are impeccably straight and exceptionally long, showcasing her remarkable figure. This image, this aura, stands in stark contrast to the goddess Zhao that Qin Cheng is accustomed to seeing. She now truly embodies the regal presence described by Wang Xuan, completely overturning past perceptions of her. Without uttering a word, she stands with her arms crossed, inadvertently accentuating her alluring curves, silently observing Wang Xuan, awaiting his justifications. Time and again, she has caught him off guard. The gaze she directs at him now is far from gentle. Though she remains strikingly beautiful, her demeanor is frosty and somewhat fierce. Wang Xuan rises, exuding an air of utmost seriousness as he approaches Zhao Qinghan. Qin Cheng, in contrast, has adopted a calm demeanor. Relishing the sight of his friend in disarray, he is now quite eager to see how Wang Xuan will account for his past actions. To his dismay, upon reaching her, Wang Xuan unexpectedly offers an apology. Qin Cheng feels a twinge of disappointment, as he had been anticipating an entertaining spectacle from Wang Xuan, who is known for his unconventional ways. However, the next moment, his eyes widen in disbelief as he nearly gasps in astonishment. It is indeed Wang Xuan who has taken decisive action against the goddess Zhao. After uttering his 2 words of apology, Wang Xuan's right hand, as sharp as a blade, strikes forcefully towards Zhao Qinghan's neck, accompanied by an ominous whistling sound, the sheer power terrifying and the speed astonishing. The air seems to resonate with a thunderous boom as the force of the movement creates a violent disturbance, sending the tissues on the coffee table flying. Qin Cheng is left in shock, While he is aware that Wang Xuan does not adhere to conventional methods, this time he has gone too far, showing no mercy to the goddess Zhao. He was exceedingly anxious, his mouth agape in disbelief. What sort of script was this? Old Wang was remarkably bold, about to unleash a fierce attack. Zhao Qinghan was equally taken aback. The beauty of her face shifted with surprise. This Wang Xuan was utterly unpredictable, daring to strike her with such intensity here. Reacting swiftly, her right hand shimmered with a lustrous gleam, akin to a pearly dagger, as it stabbed towards Wang Xuan's descending hand. Though she initiated her move later, her speed was astonishing, sending ripples through the air. Simultaneously, her left hand formed a fist, delicate in appearance yet imbued with formidable strength, producing a resonant thud as it surged towards Wang Xuan's heart. Wang Xuan's other hand was also in motion. His right hand remained poised in an attacking stance, while his left lunged towards Zhao Qinghan's pristine fist, aiming to seize it with ferocity. Bang! The coffee table shattered, merely from Zhao Qinghan's slight exertion as she retracted her legs, causing it to splinter into fragments. With both hands engaged in offense, she twisted her slender waist with force, her long legs striking like the whip of a tempest, targeting Wang Xuan's head and chest with precision and ferocity. Wang Xuan reacted with remarkable swiftness, adeptly adapting as he advanced, raising his right knee to block her legs. Following the collision of their hands and fists, he feigned an attempt to lock her in place. Qin Sheng, observing from the side, felt a jolt of shock, and then, as if springs were installed beneath him, he sprang up from his seat and dashed towards the door, hastily shutting it to avoid detection. Whoosh! Zhao Qinghan, agile and swift, glided from the sofa, evading Wang Xuan's assault. Under her long legs, the carpet bore the marks of her high heels, revealing the immense power coiled within her taut form. Her face bore an air of solemnity, a stark contrast to her previous delicate and sweet demeanor. She now maintained an extraordinarily formidable combat stance. Qin Sheng swallowed hard, finding it difficult to believe. Earlier, Wang Xuan had informed him that his skills were far inferior to those of the goddess Zhao, a claim he had dismissed. Now, witnessing her engage in a confrontation with old Wang left him utterly astounded, rendered speechless. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. He swiftly unplugged a power cord from the room, whispering to Wang Xuan, "Should we bind her?" In the dilemma between his brother and the goddess, he unhesitatingly chose the former, deciding to subdue Zhao first. Wang Xuan, at a loss for words, exhaled slowly, allowing his hands to drop, abandoning his offensive posture. Zhao Qinghan shot a fierce glare at Qin Sheng, retracting her previous aggressive stance, her taut body relaxing as she swayed her hips, the sound of her high heels echoing against the floor. Wang Xuan spoke, "Impressive. You have indeed cultivated your internal energy." He had always suspected Zhao Qinghan possessed great strength. Yet without having sparred, he remained oblivious to her true capabilities until this brief encounter today. He was now convinced of her extraordinary prowess. Whether in their last encounter or this one, Zhao Qinghan had silently appeared behind him, only becoming aware of her presence when she was alarmingly close. Although the relaxed atmosphere of these two instances contributed to his lack of vigilance, it nonetheless indicated certain truths. Notably, the adventurer organization Aoki had previously expressed keen interest in two students from the experimental class, believing they possessed immense potential to become great masters. At that moment, Wang Xuan realized there was a concealed powerhouse within the class. However, his interactions with Zhao Qinghan were quite limited, as she often was absent from school for extended periods, sometimes disappearing for 10 days to half a month, averaging only a few days on campus each month. Thus, he was initially unable to ascertain the level of her mastery of the ancient arts. Zhao Qinghan, adjusting her long hair, teased, "You truly are unconventional, unbound by the constraints of tradition. After mocking me twice, you dare to make a move against me." Qin Sheng hastily intervened, stating, "Oh, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us sit down, enjoy some tea, and order dishes. Let the past grievances be discussed over a cup of wine and laughter." Zhao Qinghan cast a glance at the power cord in his hand, contemplating giving him a beating. This fellow, who incessantly called her a goddess, actually attempted to bind her to Wang Xuan at a critical moment. Her piercing gaze instantly rendered Qin Sheng uncomfortable, prompting him to swiftly toss the power cord into a corner behind him. "Let us order, we can eat and chat," Wang Xuan suggested with a smile. Zhao Qinghan raised her elegantly arched brows slightly and remarked, "Is it that your ambitions are too grand? Or do you believe my heart to be so expansive that I would overlook everything? I admit, I may be a bit overly generous, Wang Xuan replied, observing her. However, you are not one to hold grudges. In my eyes, you possess a broad-mindedness, a beautiful figure, and an exquisite appearance. In an instant, Zhao Qinghan's expression turned sharp. Her demeanor decidedly unfriendly as she crossed her arms and regarded him with cold laughter. Wang Xuan smiled and said, "Since you have mastered the ancient arts to such a remarkable degree, you must understand that individuals like us are highly perceptive. I sense you have been watching me from a distance, unsure of your intentions, yet it seems you view me as prey, wishing to ensnare me. Thus, I remain vigilant and cautious around you." Zhao Qinghan felt a sense of obstruction in her heart, yearning to exclaim, "Is that really caution? It is evidently an orchestration behind my back. The last time was one thing. But this time you have even gone so far as to mention my innocence and allure. How utterly infuriating." Wang Xuan replied, "Zhao, please do not be upset. Come, have a seat. We can dine and converse, exploring whether there exists an opportunity for collaboration." Through their several encounters, Wang Xuan was convinced that the other party had approached him for a specific purpose. Otherwise, there would be no need for such overtures, as he was on the verge of departing from the old territory. "You seem rather confident," Zhao Qinghan thought to herself, momentarily setting aside her grievances as she prepared to discuss matters with him. When the waiter entered, a sense of awkwardness enveloped the room. Were these three here for a meal or to dismantle the establishment? The coffee table lay shattered, and the floor was riddled with small punctures from high heels, necessitating a change of room for them. Once seated, the atmosphere lightened, filled with laughter and conversation, as they effortlessly brushed aside the earlier incident, as if nothing had transpired. Wang Xuan, with a grave expression, remarked, "Zhao, you have your sights set on me, most likely due to my skills. Let me make it clear, should you wish to engage in illicit activities, do not drag me into your schemes. I uphold the law and have never erred. I am a commendable citizen of the old territory, having never harmed anyone throughout my life. Oh, except for that incident at the last class reunion where I had to act in self-defense against Zhou Yun." Zhao Qinghan regarded him, fully skeptical that this unconventional classmate could truly be as disciplined as he claimed. Upon closer inspection, there must be some hidden indiscretions. Remaining calm, she shifted the conversation to more serious matters, displaying her seasoned experience without haste, maintaining a remarkably composed demeanor, and instead sharing some secrets regarding the art of supernatural abilities. Supernatural arts, sometimes referred to as divine arts, are merely serendipitous discoveries encountered during exploration. She spoke of these matters with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, she declared, some harbor ambitions, igniting the divine flame without fully understanding the terrain. Amusingly, others even conjure notions of becoming Buddhas or ancestors. How laughable! They should first address their own fleeting lifespans. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan realized something and remarked, "You aren't contemplating recruiting individuals for an expedition, are you? The initial explorers would undoubtedly be mere cannon fodder. Do not include me, for I shall not partake." Zhao Qinghan smiled radiantly and replied, "Your thoughts are plentiful, dear classmate. Would I truly lead you astray? It presents an unpredictable grand opportunity." Wang Xuan remained indifferent, firmly rejecting the notion from the depths of his being. "Fear not. It is entirely different from your imagination. It is an opportunity, not a crisis. However, as you remain grounded in the old world, such discussions hold little significance." The two exchanged light banter and continued their conversation. Finally, Wang Xuan directly inquired, "Zhao, if you are insistent on inviting me, very well. May I ask if you intend to make a prepayment? Do you possess any secret scriptures from the Taoist ancestral hall?" Zhao Qinghan felt a surge of indignation. How dare he utter such words regarding the sacred texts of the Taoist lineage? Wang Xuan continued, "What about golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin period?" Zhao Qinghan's expression darkened. She sensed the conversation was futile, as Wang Xuan had clearly expressed his disinterest, deliberately setting an exorbitant price that barred any further discussion. Qin Sheng sighed, reflecting on old Wang's formidable nature. Previously, he had brazenly approached the goddess Zhao, and now he was unyieldingly discussing collaboration and business, igniting a fire in Zhao Qinghan's eyes. In a bid to smooth over the tension, he suggested, "Let us drink. One must relish life's triumphs. By the way, Qinghan, I truly did not anticipate that you had mastered the ancient techniques to such an extent that you could contend with Wang Xuan. How did you achieve this?" Qin Sheng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He bowed his head to drink, wishing to remain silent, even feeling a hint of tears. While others effortlessly honed their skills to perfection, he had endured years of hardship, shedding blood and tears, yet still failed to harness the energy. Who could he turn to for solace? Chapter 21. No transformation allowed the two then tacitly agreed to refrain from further discussions about exploration, leaving the door open for potential collaboration in the future. Their conversation shifted to ancient techniques, primarily instigated by Wang Xuan's inquiries. He sought to glean information regarding the golden bamboo slips from the Preaching era. Zhao Qinghan explicitly cautioned him against dwelling too long on such curiosities, revealing that only 4 such artifacts had been unearthed over the years, with 2 of them embroiled in fierce competition among various factions. In fact, only 2 complete specimens of the genuine Preaching golden bamboo slips remained, securely locked within the most fortified vault of the largest bank in the new star. Wang Xuan felt a tinge of regret. Such treasures were tantalizingly out of reach. Even though ancient techniques had waned in prominence, the organizations and tycoons showed no signs of relinquishing their hold, and hope remained elusive for the time being. Zhao Qinghan conveyed that it was not merely the golden bamboo slips that were rare. Any inheritance from the Preaching sorcerers was exceedingly precious due to their scarcity. Does that mean even ordinary Preaching bamboo slips are worth a fortune? Wang Xuan inquired. Zhao Qinghan cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "There is no ordinary discourse concerning the bamboo slips related to the Preaching alchemists." Wang Xuan suddenly grasped the immense value of the translations of the Preaching bamboo slips that Professor Lin had gifted him. In truth, Professor Lin had nearly lost his life over those slips, narrowly escaping from a Preaching tomb, surviving against all odds. He had heard tales of a master from the New Star region, who ultimately perished due to the excessive strain of practicing a certain physical technique. Just how formidable could such a being be? Zhao Qinghan felt a twinge of surprise, realizing that his knowledge was not so limited, as he was aware of events in New Star. This led her to conclude that he must possess alternative sources of information. Once Wang Xuan finished speaking, he sensed that she was undoubtedly forming various thoughts. However, he remained indifferent, as the two were soon to part ways, their interactions generally minimal under normal circumstances. He had no intention of wading into the murky waters of Zhao Qinghan's exploratory plans. Zhao Qinghan was somewhat moved, reflecting on how arduous the path of ancient arts was, fraught with challenges, with few achieving any notable success. That master had delved into a secret scripture from the Taoist ancestral hall that he had just mentioned, only to pay the ultimate price, his internal organs rendered akin to overcooked flesh, meeting a tragically grim end. Wang Xuan felt a chill run through him. Was it truly so perilous? He began to regard the golden book in his possession with heightened reverence and caution, for the legacy left by Zhang Daoling was undeniably as formidable as the secret scriptures of the Taoist ancestral hall. Qin Sheng lamented, "Why endure such suffering? Having achieved mastery, he still succumbed to a catastrophic failure of his internal organs. Humans are, alas, perpetually insatiable." "It is easy for you to speak," retorted Wang Xuan, as he ages day by day, learning that the successful practice of such techniques could rejuvenate his withering organs and extend his life by decades. "Do you think he could resist such temptation? Such immense benefits. If only I could. I too wish to give it a try." Qin Sheng nodded, filled with a wistful longing. "How far is the realm of the Grand Master from that of the Preaching sorcerers?" Wang Xuan inquired. "Not even on the same scale. The disparity is vast." Rendering comparison futile, Zhao Qinghan replied matter-of-factly. She then turned to Wang Xuan and remarked, "It seems you are quite determined to pursue the path of ancient techniques. Is your ambition to become a Preaching sorcerer?" Wang Xuan replied, "I am one who has been forsaken, with no access to new techniques. I have no choice but to tread the old path." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng felt a deep sense of empathy and lamented for his friend. Zhao Qinghan believed that Wang Xuan possessed remarkable talent in ancient techniques, and the future held unpredictable possibilities. However, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "Old Wang is a man out of time. Had he lived in ancient days, he might have risen to a level of unparalleled prowess, becoming a legend, even a myth. Yet in this era, with the rise of technological civilization, what does mastering ancient techniques to an extraordinary degree amount to? It cannot withstand the might of modern weaponry. The brilliance of the stars endures, yet figures like Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu have turned to dust. The sorcerers tasked with seeking elixirs of immortality have also perished with the passage of time. The path of ancient techniques is fraught with difficulty, devoid of hope. This topic weighed heavily, as living in this age, ancient techniques indeed appear dim, and the prospect of their revival seems bleak. What does it matter how powerful ancient techniques may be? A single elite soldier wielding an advanced technological weapon suffices to eliminate masters of old techniques. Zhao Qinghan glanced at Wang Xuan and noticed his calm demeanor. He was evidently a man of great inner strength, possessing his own convictions. Did he truly believe there was still a future for ancient techniques? Thus, Qin Sheng once again spoke, continuing the previous conversation. Turning his gaze towards Zhao Qinghan and remarking, "It would truly be a pity if old Wang were to remain overlooked. Goddess Zhao, do you have any connections that could assist Wang Xuan, perhaps in the practice of new techniques or by introducing him to the new star?" Having said so much, he merely intended to lay the groundwork, humbling himself to seek Zhao Qinghan's assistance for Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan raised his hand to halt his words, then gently patted his shoulder, saying, "I am well aware of my own path." He did not express gratitude to Qin Sheng, understanding his intentions but unwilling to seek help in such a manner. Wang Xuan conveyed his appreciation to her, but politely declined, wishing to reflect further on his own journey. Zhao Qinghan nodded and smiled, soon rising to take her leave, stating that they would meet again in the future. Wang Xuan and Qin Sheng stood up to see her off. Qin Sheng remarked, "Old Wang, it seems you wish to keep your distance from her. However, by rejecting her outright, I feel it is somewhat regrettable. If she were willing to assist, she could likely take you to the new star." Wang Xuan shook his head. "She is a high-level player, currently venturing into a mysterious region, something I cannot afford to engage with at this moment. The information I have gathered is scant and does not clarify the situation, but it seems to be related to the Western belief in deification." "No way," Qin Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. "In this era, can anyone truly aspire to become a deity? That is madness." Wang Xuan replied, "Who knows what they have unearthed? Did she not mention that some are daydreaming of becoming Buddhas or ancestors?" Qin Sheng sighed, remarking, "It appears that truly remarkable events are unfolding deep within the cosmos. I can almost sense a tempest brewing over there. The vastness of the stars and the sea in this new era fills me with exhilaration, making me yearn to rush there immediately." After the founding of the nation, the prohibition against transcendence came to mind. Qin Sheng found himself at a loss for words upon hearing such a sudden quip, deeming the jest somewhat lackluster. Wang Xuan clarified, "What I mean is, given the advancements in technology, it is one thing for certain tycoons on the new star to indulge in fanciful thoughts, but should they truly dare to overstep their bounds, they would likely meet a grim fate. Other organizations and major institutions would inevitably intervene, and the state would not remain passive. Those who defy the prevailing tide shall be ground to dust by the forces at play." Qin Sheng's words resonated with him. In this age of dazzling technological civilization, even the most adept practitioners of ancient arts cannot withstand the onslaught of modern weaponry, leaving them bereft of a path forward. The brilliance of the galaxy stretches for millennia. But with the shifting times, can the old arts be rejuvenated? Wang Xuan set aside the bamboo scrolls of scripture and turned his attention to the martial techniques inscribed in the Golden Book. After practicing the engravings from the first page for a brief while, he felt a slight discomfort in his internal organs and prudently ceased, wary of pushing himself too hard. He understood that the treasures left behind by Zhang Daoling were undoubtedly priceless, yet he recognized the folly of seeking immediate results. What brought him some solace was the realization that the pain he experienced felt distinct from what Qing Mu had described. He sensed he could gradually adapt. After a brief respite, he resumed his practice. Half an hour later, feeling he had reached his limit, he decisively stopped, choosing not to continue with the techniques from the Golden Book. Instead, he contemplated the ancient scriptures gifted to him by Zhou Mingxian, harboring little hope of receiving something extraordinary from the other party. "Ah, it bears resemblance to the golden body technique I have been practicing, perhaps even a continuation of it." Wang Xuan was astonished and began to study it meticulously. This technique, known as the golden body, appears to possess formidable effects, according to the records, in the later stages. One could become impervious to the weapons of mortals. Wang Xuan was taken aback. Surely, the descriptions in this tome are somewhat exaggerated? If such astonishing capabilities truly existed, how could Zhou Mingxian possibly gift it to him? As Wang Xuan perused further, his expression shifted dramatically, and he flung the secret tome onto the table. "Old Zhou, do not blame me for striking your son. Should the opportunity arise, I shall take my chances." He felt deceived by Zhou Mingxian. What a ludicrous manual this is. The content is evidently false and utterly unreliable. No wonder old Zhou would bestow it upon him. The golden body technique, as documented, claims that after achieving the first level, one's resistance to impact dramatically increases, supposedly requiring a year of training. Furthermore, the tome clearly states that each subsequent level demands double the time to attain. What manner of individual could possibly master such a technique? Wang Xuan was on the verge of confronting Zhou Yun, according to this calculation, without living for several centuries. Attaining a profound understanding of this technique is nothing but a dream. He turned the pages back, revealing beyond the 9th level, a full 13 levels. Wait, upon closer inspection, there are even the 14th and 15th levels in development. Goodness! Wang Xuan stood in a daze, claiming hundreds of years as insufficient. Is this truly a technique meant for mortals? Old Zhou, you may continue your antics. I shall await the outcome. Wang Xuan cast aside the weathered tome, which resembled an ancient relic. Chapter 22. A brush with death. Wang Xuan set aside the yellowed manual of martial arts and picked up a golden bamboo slip from the pre-Qin era. It measured merely 8 centimeters in length, yet possessed a remarkable weight, its texture smooth and warm like jade, distinctly unlike bamboo. This artifact had been a gift from Aoki upon his induction into the Exploration Society. According to Zhao Qinghan, over several decades, only 4 golden bamboo slips had been unearthed, 2 of which had been fiercely contested and subsequently dispersed. Wang Xuan estimated that a complete golden bamboo slip would likely consist of dozens of pieces, making the quest to assemble a full set exceedingly daunting. He gazed at the intricate engravings upon the slip, depicting a creature with a human head and serpent body, vividly rendered, yet shrouded in mystery. The scant samples available rendered comprehension elusive. Setting the slip aside, he acknowledged that the path of ancient arts required gradual accumulation. There was no need to fixate on pre-Qin curiosities from the outset. As dawn broke, Wang Xuan practiced the foundational techniques of the sorcerer's discipline, cherishing the tranquility of his current life, which would soon be interrupted by the demands of work in just 2 days. After meticulous observation and analysis, he was convinced the weathered scriptures were authentic antiquities rather than mere forgeries, though the contents were rather misleading. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge to reach out. After refreshing himself, he replaced his old phone card with a special one to discreetly contact Aoki from the Exploration Society for guidance. Upon hearing Wang Xuan's inquiry, Aoki's knowledge of the scripture's origins impressed him. Indeed, individuals who excelled in the realm of ancient arts were anything but ordinary. You may practice this martial technique, Aoki advised, but beware of placing blind faith in it. Not to mention the latter stages. Even mastering the first 7 or 8 levels could take centuries. Whom do you think you're fooling? Consider this. If the original author, a figure from the Northern Song dynasty, truly achieved the 13th level, wouldn't he still be alive today? However, it seems that some later generations have discovered his tomb. After Wang Xuan hung up the phone, his emotions were complex. Initially, he entertained some unrealistic thoughts. If the golden body technique held any semblance of truth, the conclusion of ancient practices might indeed lead to new realms. However, Qing Mu's words swiftly illuminated the unreliability of ancient assertions. I shall remember the original author of the golden body technique, and you too, Zhou Mingxian. As they parted ways, he naturally intended to pay another visit to Professor Lin, to bid him farewell in advance, for he would be unable to approach the spacecraft tomorrow. Professor Lin, with his hair graying and a somewhat plump physique, still appeared in good spirits, his face glowing with vitality, his laughter resonant and full of life. Do not complain. The ancients often indulged in exaggeration. Yet, the golden body technique is indeed formidable. It is said that once mastered, one becomes impervious to blades and bullets. The pioneer of this technique, Zhou Yunkong, is a legendary figure, possessing flesh that surpassed the finest armor by numerous folds. Living to the ripe age of over 150 before passing away in the mountains of Shu. During the Ming dynasty, grave robbers visited his tomb, allowing the secret of the golden body technique to resurface. This individual was truly remarkable, with records of his exploits even found in unofficial histories. Wang Xuan was left speechless. How could a man who lived for over 150 years have developed a technique that supposedly requires thousands of years to master? He sighed, acknowledging that among the ancients, there were indeed many deceivers. Nevertheless, it was somewhat tragic that Zhou Yunkong was plundered by grave robbers. Wang Xuan held profound admiration for Professor Lin, who was genuinely erudite, having unearthed the origins of the golden body technique more thoroughly than Qing Mu. Do not underestimate the art of the golden body. It has enabled Zhou Yunkong to live for over 150 years, which speaks volumes. Furthermore, it is said that when tomb raiders unearthed him, his body had not entirely decayed. It remained as hard as iron and impervious to the sharpest swords, despite having been deceased for 200 to 300 years. A swell of anticipation arose within Wang Xuan. In this era, a firearm can easily eliminate masters of ancient arts. Should he master the golden body technique, his very existence would transform. Zhou Yunkong and Zhou Mingxian share the same surname. Could the former be an ancestor of the Zhou family? Yet, Wang Xuan quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that such coincidence was improbable. Moreover, if it were a hereditary treasure, Zhou Mingxian would not part with it. The manuscript, based on its paper quality, likely dates back merely 200 years, presumably transcribed by later generations. Upon studying it, I believe it to be a genuine scripture. Since Professor Lin could no longer engage in practical combat, he shifted his focus to theoretical research and the examination of various ancient arts and methods, possessing a sharp eye and precise judgment. Wang Xuan sighed, stating, "This manuscript has profoundly impacted me. If it is indeed so exaggerated, might other ancient texts also be similarly embellished?" This was the fundamental reason for his inquiry to Professor Zhou, as the book gifted by Zhou Mingxian had unsettled Wang Xuan's thoughts. Can we still trust the legends of ancient arts? For instance, the sorcerers of the pre-Qin era, have their teachings and paths also been unfathomably exaggerated? Professor Lin shook his head and replied, "It is not as severe as you imagine. The exaggeration found in the golden body technique is merely an exception, with only a handful of scriptures exhibiting such tendencies, primarily influenced by the historical context of the time. In that era, even the official reports from the residences were similarly exaggerated. In a single battle, the decapitations and captives amounted to merely a few hundred. Yet the accounts inflated the figures to tens of thousands, depicting a scene of carnage. If the authorities could distort the truth in such a manner, one can only imagine the extent of embellishment found in popular folklore." Wang Xuan listened in silence, pondering the necessity of profound knowledge in the practice of ancient arts. Beyond the exploration of ancient texts, must one also delve into historical studies? Professor Lin added, concerning the prowess of pre-Qin sorcerers, that it was only after rigorous examinations by some contemporary research institutions that a conclusive understanding was reached. Wealthy conglomerates and research bodies had previously unearthed a few remains of pre-Qin sorcerers, which were subjected to analysis, yielding credible results. Thus, one should not doubt the brilliance of ancient practices. If one wishes to tread this path, confidence is paramount. Wang Xuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, confessing, "I have lost my way, descended into the mundane. Initially, my curiosity led me to join the ancient arts experimental class. But now I am driven by the desire for continual exploration." In this realm of ancient arts, he had never succumbed to blind faith. He sought initially to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors, yet ultimately he aspired to validate this journey through his own experiences. Professor Lin, moved by his resolve, remarked, "In this age of dazzling technological advancement, practitioners of ancient arts are perpetually confronted with immense pressures." Wang Xuan nodded, yet his conviction only grew stronger. If he were to reach the end of this path and find no further road for ancient practices, he hoped to leave his mark nonetheless. That evening, Wang Xuan immersed himself in the study of physical techniques and the contemplation of foundational methods. Ultimately, he descended to the woodland outside his residence, where he embraced the moonlight to begin his practice of energy cultivation and inner nourishment. He emptied his mind, feeling an unparalleled clarity within. The soft and pure moonlight filled his soul. At that moment, he was completely transparent, with an acute sense of perception. Suddenly, Wang Xuan sensed a tightening and swelling at his forehead, as if a sharp weapon were about to pierce through. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart raced with trepidation, prompting him to instinctively sidestep, moving with remarkable speed. A faint sound pierced the air. He felt a surge of heat at his temple as a terrifying gust brushed past his ear, severing a few strands of hair and releasing a scent of singed fibers. In the next instant, Wang Xuan darted into the dense woods of the old residential area like a swift leopard. This neighborhood, aged and weathered, was once adorned with trees that had grown into towering giants over the decades, their lush canopies instantly concealing his presence. Now, Wang Xuan's eyes were as sharp as swords. coldly fixated on a certain direction, while his heart thudded violently in his chest. Just moments ago, he had been shot. Death was merely a hair's breadth away. Had he not instinctively moved, his skull would have been shattered without a doubt. In that fleeting moment, he felt the terrifying wave of air generated by the bullet's passage. A powerful wind brushing against his temple, causing numerous strands of hair to fall. Who dares to fire a weapon in a residential area? Such audacity is beyond the imagination of a rational individual. The old land has always enforced strict controls over firearms, and ordinary citizens have never had to fear the threat of random gunfire. The safety of the community has always been paramount. However, at this moment, Wang Xuan found himself in the midst of a life-and-death crisis, confronted by an exceedingly grave, malevolent event. There were individuals intent on taking his life, showing no restraint as they brazenly attacked within a residential area, an utterly appalling act. The assailants wielded silenced weapons, ensuring that their actions went unnoticed by the surrounding populace. While Wang Xuan meticulously sought out his adversaries amidst the stillness, he refrained from rushing out, uncertain of how many foes lurked in the shadows or the number of firearms at their disposal. In a sudden move, he shed his outer garment and flung it into the thicket beyond. Bang, bang, bang. In that fleeting moment, he heard 3 faint sounds, and his discarded clothing was instantly punctured by 3 bullet holes, showcasing the sniper's extraordinary prowess, rapid adaptability, and terrifying accuracy. Wang Xuan's expression grew tense. At least 3 formidable marksmen were poised just beyond the community's fence, waiting for the opportune moment to take his life. He had even discerned their positions. Yet, he chose not to confront them directly, but instead retreated deeper into the woods, concealing himself behind a tree. He was acutely aware that there could be additional unseen threats, and he had no desire to become a target under the moonlit sky. In that instant, the thought of mastering the golden body technique crossed his mind. Should he perfect such a martial skill, he would remain unfazed by the presence of others, capable of launching a direct counterattack and hunting down his enemies beneath the stars. Wang Xuan remained composed, refraining from rash actions. He switched to a special phone card to contact Qing Mu, succinctly and swiftly conveying the situation. You acted wisely, without firearms. Seek cover and remain hidden. Professional assistance will arrive shortly, and I will join you to deliver some equipment. After Aoki hung up the phone, his expression was as cold as ice. Even he found it hard to fathom the audacity of those individuals. In this grand old city, such a heinous shooting incident was utterly unexpected. In the wilderness, certain powerful organizations or conglomerates might clash fiercely over treasures. Yet there existed an unspoken rule they adhered to. Firearms must never be discharged within the confines of a city, nor should ordinary citizens be embroiled in their conflicts. Otherwise, the entire fabric of society would unravel. This was a tacit understanding, a time-honored convention observed by all organizations and institutions, with few daring to stir up trouble. Otherwise, the state would impart lessons on propriety to those entities. Though the old world had seen better days, certain fundamental principles remained steadfast. Wang Xuan climbed a towering tree, lost in contemplation, pondering who could possibly wish to take his life. Just after departing from campus, he found himself entangled in such a predicament. He recalled recent individuals and events, meticulously reviewing all the people and forces associated with him, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. First and foremost, he had joined an exploration organization and had participated in an expedition to Qingqing Mountain the previous day, uncertain if he had inadvertently left behind any clues that might have provoked someone's murderous intent. Among the forces involved were the Zhou family, the Ling family, and the Wu family, while the individuals included Jin Chuan from the exploration organization. Wang Xuan also included Wu Yin, whom he had encountered for the first time the previous night, in his list of potential adversaries. Beyond these individuals and factions, he traced back further into the past, recalling his personal entanglements with Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's father, Zhou Mingxian, was particularly formidable. Moreover, in a more distant recollection, Wang Xuan contemplated the individuals who sought to keep him tethered to the old world, preventing his ascension to the new star. Although this matter seemed unrelated to his current predicament, he still deemed it worthy of consideration. Wang Xuan was filled with a fierce aura, speculating and deducing which individual or faction dared to audaciously commit murder in the residential area of the city. Who could be so ruthless and unrestrained as to attempt to eliminate him? If he were to perish, would anyone silently erase the traces, avoiding stirring external attention or causing any ripples? The perpetrators and their backing appeared to possess ample confidence. Chapter 23. Super sensation. Wang Xuan vanished among the branches like a divine ape, shifting positions as he traversed through the woods to the other side. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with a murderous intent, igniting an urge to hunt beneath the cover of night. The audacity with which others sought to end his life in the city stirred a tempest within him. Though he was typically composed, he now felt as if a ferocious dragon was confined within, yearning to be unleashed upon the hidden gunmen lurking in the darkness. Never before had he harbored such a fierce desire to unleash his wrath upon his enemies. Though he usually maintained a low profile and a tranquil demeanor, he was not cowardly. With enemies encroaching upon him, how could he remain indifferent and refrain from retaliating? Indeed, there were still adversaries. Wang Xuan's senses were extraordinarily heightened. Following the recent gunfire, with bullets narrowly grazing his temple, his inner vitality surged, and his metabolism accelerated, placing him in an extraordinary state. The flora around him became remarkably vivid, and the sounds of night birds and the footsteps of pedestrians on the street seemed to draw closer to his ears in an instant. He fixated on the fence on the opposite side of the aging neighborhood, where the shadows of trees concealed a cold gun barrel aimed at the very woods he occupied, which he had disowned. Wang Xuan's current state was profoundly unusual. With his vision, hearing, and smell sharpened to an astonishing degree, he now possessed an almost supernatural awareness. In the realm of ancient arts, this represents the triggering of the superego, an instinctual release of the self, employed to confront insidious external crises. From a contemporary medical perspective, it manifests as an extreme stress response, characterized by heightened sympathetic nervous system activity, an increase in the secretion of pituitary and adrenal cortex hormones, and a rapid surge in cardiac output, leading to a comprehensive enhancement of both physical and mental faculties for self-defense. For practitioners of ancient arts, the situation is inevitably more intricate. At present, Wang Xuan possesses an extraordinarily keen sense, with visual and auditory perceptions that elude the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In a fleeting moment, he shifts positions within the forest, meticulously attuned to the movements outside the community. His mind gradually attains a state of calm, refraining from a reckless charge. Outside, no fewer than 7 individuals lie in wait, poised to counter any impulsive assault from him. Should he mistakenly believe only 3 adversaries had arrived and venture out with misplaced confidence, he would likely find himself in dire straits. Crucially, he senses the presence of distant, ominous gun barrels aimed at the wooded area. Wang Xuan continues to alter his position, evading detection. Yet he feels an insatiable urge to act rather than remain passive in his vigilance. Regardless, he must find a way to delay these intruders. Buying time for his allies from Qingmu, he retrieves a fist-sized stone from beneath the roots of a tree, weighing it in his hand. With a touch of self-deprecation, he acknowledges the primitivity of his weapon, akin to the Stone Age confronting modern firearms, yet he recognizes he has no alternative. His sole reliance lies in the intensifying sharpness of his senses, his eyes gleaming like 2 brilliant stars in the night sky. Though separated by a considerable distance, he distinctly perceived the gunman's position, even catching sight of the eyes beneath the mask and the tattoos adorning his exposed arms. He was unable to exit the dense forest, for doing so would immediately reveal his location to the adversary. In the open, devoid of towering trunks to obstruct vision, the opponent's equipment would match his own heightened senses, possessing formidable lethality. Yet, he ultimately awaited an opportune moment. The gunman outside the fence would never suspect that someone within the shadows could discern him so clearly. At this juncture, Wang Xuan's physique and spirit harmonized, amplifying his extraordinary perception to terrifying levels. In his mind, the trajectory of the assailant's movements crystallized. He anticipated the adversary's impending rise, as the latter had grown somewhat complacent, underestimating someone versed in ancient techniques. With all his might, Wang Xuan hurled a fist-sized stone, its force astonishing and its velocity incomprehensible to the average person. Bang! At the instant the man slightly leaned forward, the stone struck him squarely on the forehead, silencing any sound of protest as he fell backward with a soft thud. They gaped in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend or accept the outcome. It was akin to a pilot attempting to bomb the ancient world, only to be felled by a spear, utterly illogical. These were elite marksmen, professionals tasked with eliminating a practitioner of ancient arts, yet they were dispatched by a mere stone to the head. They had undertaken numerous missions, had slain masters of ancient techniques before, yet such an occurrence had never transpired. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment Wang Xuan shifted his position, several bullets whizzed past, some striking the tree trunks while others embedded themselves in the grass, producing faint sounds. Wang Xuan delved deeper into the woods, seeking refuge behind a sturdy tree trunk. An ominous feeling gripped his heart. It seemed the assailants outside had been provoked, relentlessly firing into the forest. No longer willing to wait, they brazenly unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Wang Xuan moved with grace and agility, swiftly reaching the rear of a large boulder, a picturesque stone often utilized as a bench, now serving as his best cover. Bang, bang, bang. Chunks of stone splintered as bullets struck nearby. His eyes glinted like blades, fury igniting within him. These individuals showed no restraint, disregarding established norms, brazenly entering the city to commit murder and ultimately resorting to indiscriminate gunfire. What audacity emboldened them to act in such a manner? In the aftermath, what sort of individuals could possibly manage to smooth over their transgressions? Do not let me discover your identities, for if I do, I shall uproot you completely. I care not for your organization or your financial empire. A reckoning shall surely come. Wang Xuan lamented his inability to master the golden body technique. Had he done so, he could have charged out without hesitation. Suddenly, the forest fell silent, and he observed several figures retreating swiftly, having abandoned the fallen man. With the agility of a weasel, Wang Xuan sprang into action, arriving at the power distribution room within the woods, where he seized a steel rod over half a meter long, his only available weapon. He moved stealthily through the trees, maximizing his heightened senses before swinging his arm, causing the air to resonate with a thunderous sound. In the distance, among those retreating, one individual suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes widened in agony, emitting a sound of suffering as a gaping, translucent wound appeared at his chest. His heart brutally torn asunder. A steel rebar had pierced through him, landing several meters away and resonating with a sharp metallic clang upon hitting the earth. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. What immense force could accomplish such a feat? From such a distance, a steel rod was hurled with bare hands, penetrating even the most vigilant of their ranks, instilling dread among the remaining individuals. Quick, let us depart, someone whispered urgently. They hastily lifted the fallen man, not pausing for a moment as they retreated. Others along the way began to spray something over the bloodstains, unmistakably the actions of professionals. Wang Xuan was enveloped in a murderous aura, yet he ultimately refrained from pursuing. Instead, he shifted his position within the forest, sensing that distant, ominous gun barrels were still aimed at the thicket. He realized that should he emerge, he would undoubtedly be targeted by snipers. He surmised that Qingmu's men had arrived, and that these gunmen were either horrifyingly well-informed or had specialized personnel stationed at a distance, alert to their presence, hence the swift withdrawal. Wang Xuan suppressed his urge to chase after them, standing silently within the woods, awaiting developments. Before long, indeed, Qingmu's reinforcements arrived, having displayed remarkable speed and efficiency since Wang Xuan had contacted them. Regrettably, that group remained exceedingly vigilant and had retreated in advance. You pursue them and ensure a thorough investigation, he commanded. How audacious to commit murder within the city, especially in a residential area. I intend to uncover which formidable dragon has crossed the river. Qingmu himself had come, bringing a contingent of individuals to follow the trail. He contacted Wang Xuan and ventured alone into the forest. Equipped with an entire set of top-tier gear, he donned a heavy outfit consisting of 3 layers of bulletproof vests, all enveloped around him, complemented by a specially designed trench coat that offered a degree of protection. Additionally, he wore a baseball cap, seemingly indistinguishable from an ordinary one, yet surprisingly weighty. Although Wang Xuan typically eschewed such attire, he now fully embraced the trench coat and cap, arming himself with a firearm. Ready to stride towards the forest's edge, the day's events ignited a fiery resolve within him. Confronted with an audacious attempt on his life, he could hardly contain his fury. Wait, I shall change into suitable attire and accompany you, Aoki declared, removing his azure mask to join Wang Xuan. However, his unmasking did not reveal his true visage. As he donned a lifelike replica mask beneath, he refrained from allowing his cadre of specialists to enter, and alongside Wang Xuan, they departed in unison, pursuing their quarry. They stowed their weapons and, guided by Wang Xuan's earlier insight, sprinted in a singular direction. Unfortunately, the old territory, influenced by the new star, saw a surge in privacy advocacy, leading to a significant reduction in surveillance along the thoroughfares, resulting in numerous blind spots and dead zones. Otherwise, Aoki could have leveraged his connections to access the surveillance footage directly. Wang Xuan acutely recognized the formidable nature of the exploration organization, which, in such a brief span, had mobilized a cadre of specialists to trace the gunman. You toppled two armed assailants with merely a stone and a steel rod. Upon hearing this, Aoki was greatly astonished. After all, this was a novice, a young man in his 20s, yet he displayed remarkable experience and exceptional skills, far surpassing Aoki in his youth. Wang Xuan maintained his composure, his gaze sharp as a torch, as he ventured into a bustling area teeming with foot traffic, where bars lined the streets and the nightlife was just beginning. Aoki frowned and remarked, "This place is a chaotic mix of characters. It's disorderly and rife with various enterprises. Each establishment has its own means of ensuring the safety of departing patrons, making it difficult to locate anyone." Wang Xuan had already discerned that the group was well prepared, likely having been escorted away midway, rendering their pursuit largely fruitless. However, at that moment, he lifted his gaze and unexpectedly spotted acquaintances in the bar district. Not far off, Zhou Yun, Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and a few others were approaching, truly striking individuals, intent on entering a renowned bar on this street. Upon noticing Wang Xuan, Zhou Yun immediately approached him. He was tall, and his somewhat wild gaze could be intimidating to most, yet it held no sway over Wang Xuan, who had faced him before, more than once, in fact. "Your attire is quite different from your recent style. You look quite cool today. Planning for a romantic encounter tonight?" Zhou Yun inquired casually. However, his current appearance lacked any imposing presence. His head was wrapped in bandages, his fractured arm was splinted, and his injured fingers were smeared with ointment. Even his nasal bridge had been broken and treated. "You're covered in injuries, wrapped up like a dumpling. Who did you face to end up like this?" Wang Xuan's words provoked a noticeable reaction in Zhou Yun's eyes. He recalled the mixed-blood individual with the striking blue eyes. Initially, he bore no animosity towards Wang Xuan. All his pent-up resentment was directed towards that hybrid. However, now, Wang Xuan's words pierced his heart. Wang Xuan continued, "You truly are remarkable. In just a few days, you've been embroiled in constant duels. It seems as though you are either engaged in battle or en route to confront someone. Are you preparing to set off again and challenge yet another opponent?" Zhou Yun was nearly suffocated by his indignation, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood, pointing at Wang Xuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Xuan was clearly provoking him, eager to witness his most genuine emotional response. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to scrutinize the young individuals across from him. For such a coincidental encounter would not escape his vigilance and suspicion. It was difficult to ascertain who might be plotting against him that night. Chapter 24. The correct method to unveil the preaching bamboo slips. Wu Yin possessed a striking beauty. Her relaxed sweater, though somewhat loose, failed to conceal her alluring curves. Yet tonight was not as perilous as the last occasion when her attire nearly burst. She remained silent, casting a cold glance at Wang Xuan before turning her gaze towards the bustling crowd on the bar street, her emotions seemingly undisturbed. Among them, one individual sported a short hairstyle, unfazed by the chill of late autumn, dressed in a short skirt that showcased her snow-white legs. Another woman had slightly wavy long hair, her crimson lips exuding sensuality. Under the streetlights, she appeared remarkably radiant, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Wang Xuan, have you taken something today?" Zhou Ting stood up for her brother, remaining vigilant as she observed Wang Xuan and her sibling. She feared that her brother might become emotionally distressed, leading her to impulsively intervene and suffer another blow. "Qing Xuan, do not go too far," Wu Yin interjected. Aware of the long-standing rivalry between Li Qingxian and Ling Wei, which was clearly an attempt to instigate trouble, Wang Xuan acknowledged her with a nod, promptly excluding her, Zhou Ting, and Zhou Yun from the conversation. Nearby, two composed young men stood quietly, contrasting Zhou Yun's propensity for conflict. "Wang Xuan, today I've been remarkably restrained. Are you attempting to provoke me?" Zhou Yun, nearly choking on his indignation, was acutely aware that despite the truth in the other's words regarding his recent encounters, it would have been courteous to express it more delicately in such a public setting. His chest ached from the emotional strain. Wang Xuan approached him earnestly, saying, "I apologize. It's just that I encountered someone exuding a faint rosy aura tonight. Quite brazen, really. Never mind. I'm not in the best of moods this evening. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave, and aside from Zhou Yun, the others remained calm and composed, making it difficult to discern any emotion from them. Oh, you encountered someone with a rosy glow? That truly is unfortunate. Zhou Yun finally laughed, a look of understanding dawning upon him. He surmised that Wang Xuan had suffered a setback before a formidable expert, which explained his current irritability. With a faint smile, he indulged in various imaginative scenarios, his spirits lifting instantly. In light of this, he became magnanimous, choosing not to dwell on Wang Xuan's earlier jab at his vulnerabilities, even offering a few kind-hearted remarks. Little Wang, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not cling stubbornly to antiquated methods, for the new techniques are incomparable to the old. Soon, individuals surpassing even the masters will emerge. You, my friend, are ensnared in outdated practices. Your horizon's too narrow. It is a pity. Zhou Yun, with his head wrapped in white bandages and his fractured arm in a splint, still managed to exude an air of psychological superiority. Even addressing little Wang in such a familiar manner, Wang Xuan endeavored to accommodate him, letting out a sigh to appease his inflated sense of self, before turning away, wishing to hear no more of his boastful chatter. Brother, perhaps you should exercise a bit more humility. Zhou Ting shot him a glare, exasperated. In just a few days, he had been embroiled in 2 altercations, truly a magnet for trouble, causing much worry. Wu Yin watched Wang Xuan's retreating figure and remarked, "We must be cautious of this individual. He warrants our attention." Hearing this, Zhou Yun replied, "Wu Yin, I must say, one ought to be magnanimous. Was it not he who merely conducted a pathological analysis on you last time? It was not done with malice." Wu Yin was nearly driven to confront him, wishing to crush his bandaged arm with her high heel. She had intended to offer a kind reminder, only to be accused of lacking generosity. In her view, Wang Xuan had first provoked Zhou Yun and then, with a few words, inflated his ego, suggesting there was a deliberate intention behind stirring Zhou Yun's emotions, as if he were observing and testing something. Ultimately, he departed without leaving a trace. Wu Yin seethed internally, thinking, what concern is it of mine? I shall not concern myself with your fate any longer, and she chose to ignore Zhou Yun in her irritation. Xiao Wang, he began. Though Zhou Yun is headstrong and prone to instigating trouble, he is far from lacking in intellect. Just now, he was deliberately provoking Wu Yin, attempting to rattle her. His dissatisfaction regarding the Wu family's aggressive demands to meddle in the affairs of Qingqing Mountain is palpable. It stems from their anticipation of the Wu family wanting to carve up the spoils. This reluctance on the part of the Zhou and Ling families to engage promptly led to the unfortunate events that followed. Li Qingxian, beaming brightly, interjected, "Do elaborate, will you? My family is preparing to form an expedition team to that location, seeking individuals with exceptional skills." Wu Yin felt overwhelmed. She had initially intended to caution Zhou Yun about Li Qingxuan's intentions, yet ultimately opted for silence, deciding that ignorance would be bliss. Let them indulge in their chaos. It was no concern of hers. As Wang Xuan turned around, he concealed his earlier demeanor, adopting an expression of utmost seriousness. His gaze sliced through the bar street like a blade, scrutinizing every passerby. Many felt a shiver as his eyes swept over them, as if a fierce tiger from the mountains had briefly locked its gaze upon them, leaving them filled with trepidation. That night, Wang Xuan and Qing Mu traversed various bars, yet they found no trace of those they sought. Evidently, their quarry had successfully eluded capture. Do not fret, this matter is far from over. Regardless of who is responsible, we must escalate this issue due to its egregious nature and report it to the relevant authorities in the old land. Those individuals will likely refrain from showing themselves for a while. I will ensure someone keeps watch. Qing Mu reassured him, giving his shoulder a pat before taking his leave. Although the hour was late, Wang Xuan still placed a call to his parents, feeling a sense of relief upon confirming that all was well on their end. He understood that these individuals had primarily targeted him, intent on erasing his very existence. Upon returning to his abode, Wang Xuan retrieved the technique of the golden body. His condition that night was quite extraordinary, and even the study of this martial art diverged from his previous experiences, leading him to a deeper understanding. In his chamber, he continuously extended his limbs, commencing the practice of the golden body according to the scriptures. The recent shooting incident had profoundly impacted Wang Xuan. Under the might of modern weaponry, even seasoned practitioners appeared vulnerable. Had he reacted but a moment slower, he might have met a grim fate. Even now, chills coursed down his spine. A noticeable absence of hair lingered at his ear, singed by the bullet's passage, a harrowing experience indeed. This night, he was acutely aware of the fragility of life, which could flicker out in an instant, and he found himself helpless to protect against such threats. Requiring the assistance of Qingmu, he yearned for strength, particularly a fervent desire to master the golden body technique, aspiring to forge a powerful physique capable of withstanding gunfire. Had he made even slight progress in the golden body technique, he would not have hesitated to confront those assailants, with a modicum of bullet resistance. He would have dared to pursue them, confident in his ability to eliminate them. The first layer of the golden body was familiar to Wang Xuan, akin to the golden garment technique, allowing for a seamless transition. Soon, he began to practice the second layer of the golden body, which theoretically required 2 years for mastery. However, Professor Lin had mentioned that one should not be overly concerned with the passage of time, as the scriptures tended to exaggerate the challenges involved. The essence of martial arts lies in honing the body through specific frequencies, such as resonating the internal organs, accelerating metabolism, and altering physical constitution, potentially engaging the adrenal and pineal glands in the process. In essence, the art of the golden body is a transformative journey for both the physical form and the spirit, ultimately enabling one to withstand bullets. The foundational principles are fundamentally about enhancing the self in every conceivable dimension. Professor Lin has consistently reminded me that the roots of various martial arts must be deeply anchored in these foundational practices. After a brief period of practice, Wang Xuan paused, retrieving the translated texts of the preaching bamboo slips to study them meticulously. Having remained in an extraordinary state of heightened perception for an extended duration that evening, he felt an acute sense of anticipation, as if something significant were about to unfold. This intense intuition, a gift of his heightened awareness, compelled him to delve into the esoteric teachings gifted by Professor Lin regarding the preaching alchemical traditions. That night, his state was indeed remarkable, allowing him to grasp insights previously unimagined. As he focused inward, nurturing his essence, he discovered a profound shift. It was as though he had been drawn into a unique realm, enveloped in profound silence. This experience was startlingly unexpected. Wang Xuan felt neither fear nor panic. Rather, he maintained an unexpected calmness, as if he were a transcendent being, observing all that transpired around him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in this realm of absolute stillness. Yet his thoughts surged with extraordinary vitality and acuity, his memory astonishingly sharp. What he was experiencing transcended mere heightened perception. In his view, it bordered on divine consciousness. What realm was this, and how had he arrived at such a state? Most crucially, this space felt utterly isolated, devoid of any sound, reminiscent of a desolate universe stripped of stars, steeped in chilling solitude. In his quest to comprehend this enigmatic state, he turned to the sacred texts, capable of reciting them backward, let alone engaging in thorough study once more. On ordinary days, Wang Xuan would find it challenging to fathom its true meaning. However, in his current transcendent state, his mind is exceptionally clear and perceptive, allowing him to gradually grasp certain insights. Soon, various laws from future generations, along with interpretations of cultivation, began to surface in his consciousness. Within the realm of meditation, there exists an achievement deemed unparalleled, a state so elusive that even the most revered masters struggle to attain it, often pursuing it for a lifetime with little success. This ultimate meditation, at times referred to as supreme meditation, permits an individual to dwell in their own tranquil void for years, or even many years, while only mere minutes pass in the external world. Presently, if one were to interpret his condition through the lens of meditation, Wang Xuan finds himself in a state of ultimate meditation. Conversely, through the teachings of the Huang Ting Jing, he has entered a unique inner landscape. The Tao Te Ching also alludes to this, reaching the utmost void, preserving steadfast tranquility. Clearly, this serves as an allegory, depicting a rare state of profound stillness encountered on the path of ancient techniques, elucidating the nature of the inner landscape. Whether viewed through the prism of meditation or the Taoist perspective of the Huang Ting, this state is imbued with an air of mystery that remains elusive to outsiders. Even amidst his transcendent condition, Wang Xuan is momentarily entranced, astonished by the realization that the highest meditation and the inner landscape of Huang Ting are merely the correct methods outlined in preaching bamboo texts. He is astounded, as it dawns upon him that, if his understanding is accurate, he now possesses an abundance of time. Interpreted through meditation, he could linger in this extraordinary void for several years. Under the Taoist framework, having entered the inner landscape, he finds himself in a realm of luminous emptiness, capable of remaining there for an extended duration. Wang Xuan was neither overly exuberant nor excessively agitated. Rather, he maintained a state of serene detachment and resolved to give it a try. He commenced his practice of the golden body technique. Chapter 25. Encountering the mysterious. Once mastered, the golden body technique elevates one's existence to a level far beyond the ordinary, endowing the practitioner with an extraordinary physique. From early resilience against impacts to the ability to withstand the might of a true iron sword, culminating in an indestructible golden form. This is perceived as transcendence in the eyes of ordinary people. Wang Xuan immersed himself in the practice, repeating the movements over and over again. In the meditative void, time seemed to stretch infinitely for him. Here, he could reflect at leisure, adopting the most precise postures of physical technique, with any minor flaws rectified in due course. Although engaged in the cultivation of the golden body technique, Wang Xuan discovered that he remained in a state of transcendence, able to calmly scrutinize himself with a clear mind. The pinnacle of meditation, entering the realm of voidness, was where his spirit resided, allowing him to enact the golden body technique. Wang Xuan understood that this silence, akin to the desolate expanse of the universe, belonged to a uniquely special domain, imparting an overwhelmingly authentic sensation. His true self could not manifest in this place. However, this practice seemed to resonate back into his physical form. Wang Xuan's inner and outer perceptions were transparent, his mind tranquil and empty, as if he had transcended to a vantage point from which he could observe all aspects of himself. Throughout the practice of the golden body technique, his errors diminished increasingly. Ultimately, his movements became indistinguishable from the scriptures, devoid of any flaws. At that moment, through the veil of emptiness and silence, he faintly sensed his external body, seemingly adapting to various changes, striking one posture after another. His physical form outside executed the most precise movements, embodying the art of the golden body with perfection. However, the motions were exceedingly slow, as if the flesh were etching some profound memory, rather than engaging in the countless attempts and rehearsals akin to the void. In this state of absolute tranquility, Wang Xuan contemplated the highest level of meditation. What seemed like mere minutes in the outside realm could equate to years within this space. Yet, could he truly carry the fruits of this experience beyond? If he were to leave, his insights on the spiritual plane would likely transcend with him. In the void, the passage of years primarily pertained to the mental dimension. Yet, would his physical form, despite its ability to internalize this sensation, evolve in tandem with these transformations? He pondered that the corporeal self might lag behind the changes occurring here. This realization was tinged with regret, yet it felt profoundly authentic, as his physical body had not accompanied him into this realm. Nevertheless, Wang Xuan discerned an anomaly. Examining himself, he noticed that the external body, faintly perceivable from the void, was also engaged in motion, performing the golden body technique with utmost precision. Was this merely the subconscious at play, now endowed with heightened sensitivity? He swiftly recognized that he seemed to have overlooked something. Within the meditative realm of the void, days later, Wang Xuan found himself unexpectedly fatigued. He furrowed his brow, recalling that the pinnacle of meditation was said to allow one to remain here for years, if not longer. What had he neglected, and what felt amiss? He reflected calmly, observing his own practice of the golden body technique, as his movements began to slow, teetering on the edge of flaw. This was not as it should be. He whispered softly, his spirit appearing slightly fatigued. Suddenly, a flicker of brilliance crossed his otherwise apathetic eyes. He discerned the source of the problem. How was he able to enter this realm? It was solely due to his operation of the foundational principles contained within the preaching bamboo slips in a state of heightened perception, which enabled his presence here. In the next moment, Wang Xuan transformed. No longer practicing the golden body technique with a weary spirit, he once again activated the foundational principles left by the preaching alchemists. In an instant, everything changed. His spirit began to flourish, fatigue gradually dissipated, and even his perception heightened, leading to a swift improvement in his condition. Soon, his spiritual awareness and acuity intensified continuously. Subsequently, his transcendent perception fully restored itself, extending outward and unexpectedly touching upon something. By employing the foundational principles of the preaching alchemists, He had summoned a certain mysterious substance. He made a precise and correct judgment almost immediately. It was an ineffable, mysterious factor scattered across the realm of emptiness. It was precisely the descent of this enigmatic essence that rejuvenated his spirit, transforming it from fatigue to vibrancy. Wang Xuan found himself in the highest echelon of meditation, sensing an incomprehensible substance emerging from beyond, entering the void and elevating his condition to unprecedented heights. It felt as though celestial nectar descended, nourishing the realm of emptiness and simultaneously revitalizing his spirit. As time passed, he perceived that not only his spirit, but even the corporeal form, sensed vaguely, seemed to undergo transformation. He realized that the highest level of meditation was insufficient to describe the phenomenon before him. It required the elucidation of the inner landscape of the Huangting. Here lies the Taoist realm of the Yellow Court, an embodiment of absolute emptiness and tranquility, existing within an ethereal expanse of time that beckons forth ineffable mystical elements. This inner sanctum, serene and void, resembles a desolate land, yet standing within. One can attract substances profoundly beneficial to both spirit and body. Wang Xuan, in his moment of enlightenment, realized that the foundation of ancient arts resides within this sacred space. In that fleeting instant, he became further convinced that the most authentic path to unlocking the esoteric methods of the preaching alchemists lay within this inner realm. He even harbored doubts that the origins of these ancient arts were intertwined with this very place. Why were the preaching alchemists so formidable? Because to practice their arts, one must first attain a transcendent state and arrive at this locale, thereby enabling the attraction of mysterious substances. Over the long course of time, few have ventured to this hallowed ground, leading to the gradual dimming of ancient arts, rendering the accomplishments of later practitioners difficult to match against those of the alchemists. Entering the highest echelon of meditation and standing within the inner sanctum constitutes a prerequisite for mastering the profound root methods of the preaching bamboo slips, a threshold that has barred countless individuals throughout history. Soon after, Wang Xuan sensed external transformations, his corporeal form indeed reaping benefits beyond the confines of the tranquil void. As time progressed, the mysterious substances descending within the inner realm reached saturation, rendering further application of the alchemical root methods futile. Thus, Wang Xuan resumed his practice of the golden body technique. This time, he observed attentively, and the results proved to be superior to his earlier attempts. Within the inner sanctum, he flawlessly executed the golden body technique, and as days passed, his physical prowess continued to strengthen. Simultaneously, he vaguely perceived that his corporeal form was also in motion, nourished by the mysterious substances. As the golden body technique gradually ascended, he discerned that the mysterious essence drawn from the inner landscape could permeate the realm of reality, becoming absorbed within his corporeal form. This revelation indicated that the attainment of the golden body achieved through profound meditation could be entirely manifested in the tangible world. Even in a state of absolute calmness and detachment, Wang Xuan experienced a fleeting tremor. However, his emotional fluctuations were swiftly quelled, restoring tranquility to the inner landscape. Over the course of 1 year, then 2, Wang Xuan diligently practiced the art of the golden body in the realm of emptiness. Whenever fatigue threatened to encroach upon him, he would once again invoke the foundational techniques inscribed upon the ancient bamboo slips from the preaching era, inviting indescribable mysterious elements to saturate the space until it reached its zenith. After 2 years, he successfully advanced to the second tier of the golden body technique within the inner landscape and became aware of transformations occurring in his external form, as if shedding a layer of skin. All of this was due to the inexplicable substances drawn from the inner landscape, which ensured the enhancement and metamorphosis of his physical body in harmony with his spiritual domain. Throughout those 2 years, Wang Xuan not only refined his golden body technique, but also endeavored to practice the body techniques inscribed upon several pages of gold leaf. The allure of this method, a legacy from the founder of Taoism, proved irresistible. During this journey, he uncovered a chilling truth. This technique could inflict harm upon the body, and the body techniques documented in the golden texts were alarmingly formidable, posing significant challenges to mastery. In his earlier ignorance, he had been unafraid. This was Wang Xuan's reflection on his prior attempts to practice this body technique before entering the inner landscape. In that space, endowed with heightened perception and an almost transcendent state, he beheld a terrifying reality about himself. While practicing this form of martial art, any hint of pain indicates potential injury to the internal organs. Within the realm of inner vision, one can distinctly observe slight hemorrhaging within the organs. In the external world, such subtle changes would likely require the most sophisticated instruments for detection, as these injuries are exceedingly minute and nearly imperceptible. However, for practitioners of this discipline, enduring such conditions over an extended period inevitably leads to significant repercussions, the consequences of which are unfathomable. Initially, Wang Xuan thought that since the pain was not of a tearing nature, it could be endured and would eventually subside with persistence. He believed that by enduring just a little longer each day, he would gradually acclimate. Now, standing within the domain of inner vision, he realizes he was perilously close to transgressing boundaries. The martial techniques inscribed in the Golden Book could only be mastered within this inner realm. Wang Xuan observed that once the organs exhibited even the faintest signs of bleeding, a mysterious substance within the inner vision would begin to permeate, nurturing the organs until they healed. Truly, the teachings left by Zhang Daoling set an exceedingly high standard. Without access to the inner realm, one cannot hope to practice such techniques. Moreover, after 2 years, Wang Xuan had only managed to master the first engraving on the first page of the golden paper. This time, unlike his previous attempts in the external world where he hastily attempted to master several engravings, he decided to focus solely on one particular engraving. Indeed, through the continuous bleeding of his organs and the refinement of 2 years, he successfully mastered the first engraving. Remarkably, no matter how he exerted himself, his organs no longer suffered injury from this engraving. The difficulty was immense. If the first engraving posed such a challenge, one can only imagine the increasing complexity of those that would follow. He resolved to first elevate his golden body technique, intending to thoroughly practice the teachings left by Zhang Daoling at a later stage when his realm had ascended further. Within the confines of the inner realm, time flowed, and 3 years slipped by. Wang Xuan had cultivated the golden body technique to the 3rd level, and he sensed that within a few more months, he would achieve complete mastery of this level. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, and he instantly realized that the highest tier of meditation had concluded, signaling his imminent departure from the inner realm. Indeed, the void of silence transformed, sounds gradually emerged. He could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, the gentle whisper of the wind outside, and the distant rumble of cars traversing the streets. He immediately felt a profound change within himself, shedding 2 layers of skin. His new physique was both radiant and resilient, a marked enhancement over his previous condition. In the realm of reality, he had attained the 3rd level of the golden body technique. He glanced at the time. 5 years had elapsed within the inner realm, yet merely a few minutes had passed in the real world. Chapter 26. Lack of universality. The faint sound of yellow leaves cascading outside resonated distinctly in Wang Xuan's ears, while the trajectory of night birds gliding through the inky sky was captured clearly by his gaze. He sensed a transformation, even devoid of an altered state of perception. His auditory and visual faculties had markedly improved, closing the gap between himself and the world around him. As he traced his fingers across the surface of his body, he immediately felt a newfound elasticity. As he applied more pressure, his flesh quivered and resonated, surprisingly causing his fingers to glide away. Was this the most immediate effect of the golden body technique? He instinctively understood that the benefits extended far beyond this. He keenly perceived the vibrant vitality coursing through his flesh, a testament to the comprehensive enhancement of his physical constitution. It can be anticipated that if he were to sustain an injury, the wound would rapidly heal, thereby shortening the duration of recovery. Furthermore, his senses and spirit are more acute than ever before. The art of the golden body is indeed extraordinary, especially in this era. The golden body holds profound significance for him, offering protection against firearms and shielding him from lethal assaults. This alone is sufficient for Wang Xuan to pursue the mastery of the golden body at any cost. Should those individuals dare to reappear, none would escape unscathed. Most importantly, the effects of the golden body have illuminated the value of ancient techniques, which, despite their decline, still harbor treasures waiting to be unearthed within the annals of history. In the long-lost ancient epics, there existed various legends of extraordinary skills and secret arts, some of which are steeped in rich mythology. The mere thought of discovering and mastering the most elite among them stirs excitement within the typically composed Wang Xuan. The third tier of the golden body has already demonstrated considerable defensive capabilities. Although it may not yet withstand bullets, cold firearms are no longer as lethal to him. Wang Xuan is confident that with resilient flesh serving as a barrier, the damage inflicted by modern weaponry on his body can be significantly mitigated. As long as a critical area such as the heart is not directly targeted, it would be challenging to fatally wound him in the short term. If those gunmen were to emerge once more, Wang Xuan could eliminate them all in a brief span, provided he is willing to pay the requisite price. Do not allow me to catch sight of you. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Wang Xuan will relentlessly investigate, determined to uncover the identity of those who wish to see him dead. The mastery of the golden body technique at its third level remains insufficient. Should one advance directly to the sixth or seventh levels or beyond, ordinary projectiles would likely become ineffective against me. Of course, larger caliber firearms and more potent weaponry would still pose a threat, but should the golden body technique be elevated to beyond the 10th level, the implications become uncertain. As for the perfect realm of the golden body technique, it remains elusive. After all, even Zhou Mingxian from the Northern Song dynasty could not attain it. Leaving behind only scriptures derived from conjectural deductions, Wang Xuan sought to calm his mind and empty his spirit, aspiring to once again immerse himself in that extraordinary state, to enter the highest echelon of meditation and establish himself in the realm of inner tranquility. However, despite his efforts and repeated attempts, he met with failure. Even after circulating the foundational principles from the preaching bamboo slips dozens of times, he could not sense that profound inner landscape, rendering him unable to access it once more. He engaged in meditation multiple times, yearning to reach the pinnacle and dwell in the realm of void for several years, yet no matter how hard he tried, this aspiration remained unattainable. Wang Xuan sighed softly, mentally preparing himself to accept this outcome. After all, even masters in the realm of meditation spend their lives pursuing the highest levels of contemplation, yet true success is a rarity. At the very least, no one in modern times has achieved such a feat from the perspective of Taoist inner landscapes. The challenge only intensifies. Wang Xuan believed that since the end of the old era, no one has ever entered the inner landscape. Consider the case of a master of ancient techniques emerging from the new star, only to perish while practicing the secret scriptures of the Taoist ancestral temple, their organs deteriorating. If he could have accessed the Taoist inner landscape, such a fate would undoubtedly have been averted. In the realm of inner landscapes, the fluctuations of the vital organs can be distinctly perceived, accompanied by mysterious elements that descend to nourish them. Even if mastery remains elusive, one would not meet their demise. Wang Xuan harbored grave doubts that those who had endeavored to study ancient techniques in modern times possessed any true understanding of this enigmatic domain. Although some ancient sects still held such beliefs, they were often dismissed as mere legends, and the later generations seldom believed that the human spirit could traverse to such extraordinary realms. Wang Xuan was unhurried, having ventured into this space once. He was confident that further opportunities would arise. It likely required a heightened state of perception, combined with the foundational methods of preaching practitioners, to achieve success. How might one attain this heightened state? He pondered whether it could be triggered by extreme external stimuli that induce a profound stress response, resonating with ancient techniques to inadvertently awaken this extraordinary state. Indeed, a thought crossed Wang Xuan's mind to partake in various adventurous pursuits, as such endeavors could significantly enhance the likelihood of triggering the stress response necessary to activate this heightened awareness. Rising, he gathered the skin he had shed. The scene was undeniably peculiar. In just a few minutes, what kind of force had erupted within him to instigate such drastic changes in outcomes? Regrettably, his consciousness during that moment in the inner landscape had only grasped the hazy sensation of the extraordinary transformation, failing to seize the clarity of that fleeting yet astonishing metamorphosis. Nevertheless, he comprehended that all living beings on this planet are in a constant state of evolution, a process that has remained unchanged throughout history. Species that cannot keep pace ultimately face extinction. Yet, this process of adaptation and self-betterment unfolds slowly, requiring the continuation of generations upon generations. However, there have been rare historical epochs during which certain species underwent rapid evolution, experiencing a remarkable enhancement. Many speculate that humanity, due to some inexplicable event, underwent a sudden and drastic evolution, which led to subsequent brilliance. In Wang Xuan's view, Those who pursue ancient techniques are also undergoing various transformations, which can sometimes significantly shorten the original metamorphosis process. For instance, during the pre-Qin era, while ordinary people trembled in fear of tigers, leopards, and wolves, the practitioners of ancient arts could already divert rivers, hurl elephants, and carve mountains. What kind of power is that? How can such abilities be acquired in a brief span of time? As for the immortal beings, they are likely to be even stronger, exhibiting more profound mutations. Now, having traversed the inner sanctum, Wang Xuan's perspective on these immortals has subtly shifted. He believes that such individuals may indeed exist. Nevertheless, he still maintains that immortals are human, and as humans, they must eventually meet death. Wang Xuan took a cold shower, donned loose-fitting pajamas, and perused the Huang Ting Jing, searching for information pertinent to the inner sanctum. Regrettably, he did not encounter any new revelations. The texts are rather vague, occasionally containing obscure phrases that require personal interpretation. The true foundational methods lie within the bamboo slips of the pre-Qin period, while the later texts serve merely as supplementary resources to understand the terminology and ancient concepts of prior eras. To reach the utmost emptiness, to maintain profound tranquility, Wang Xuan was unwilling to relent, so he sought out additional materials. However, even after exhausting the texts, he could not uncover a method to instantaneously evoke a supersensory state. There must exist some conventional approach. Otherwise, the pre-Qin practitioners could not have been so powerful. Only through frequent visits to the inner sanctum could they achieve accomplishments that future generations could not hope to rival. Wang Xuan felt that he must pay close attention to various pre-Qin bamboo slips, particularly those related to practitioners of the mystical arts, which he should diligently collect and peruse. He believed that within certain piles of ancient manuscripts, there might be documented methods for accessing the inner sanctum. Alas, such treasures are predominantly held by the new star, by those engaged in life sciences, and among the elite financial magnates. If only he could peruse the bamboo slips and the classic texts they possess, he was certain he would unearth the knowledge he sought. Wang Xuan felt a pang of regret, coupled with an increasing desire to venture to New Star. However, he swiftly recalibrated his emotions, striving for tranquility and maintaining a serene mindset, which is crucial for those who tread the path of antiquated arts. One should cultivate contentment. Within mere minutes, he had achieved a golden body, a feat that typically requires others 5 arduous years, if they are fortunate enough to attain it at all. Reflecting on this disproportionate span of time is truly astonishing. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar, even amidst the rise of new techniques at New Star. After regaining his composure and rationality, Wang Xuan further assessed that he might have been overly optimistic. Even the pre-Qin practitioners could not perpetually access the inner sanctum. Otherwise, spending years within would likely lead to transcendence, even in a world devoid of immortals. Mere minutes equate to several years. Yet how many years does a single day in reality represent? And over the course of a year? A lifetime. Moreover, he surmised that the method he yearned to employ lacked universality, remaining achievable only by a select few. Is this the reason for the decline of ancient arts? With their demands placed so high upon the individual, he then speculated whether, as time progressed, certain external factors had also changed, altering the broader environment, which made it increasingly difficult for future generations to enter the inner realm. Wang Xuan conjectured that since modern times, he might be the only individual to have ventured into the inner realm. Although he had spent 5 years within, he felt no erosion of time upon him. There was no sense of profound change, as if he had traversed epochs. Instead, he experienced an invigorated spirit. Both his physical vitality and mental energy flourished, exuding a breath of renewal. Wang Xuan discerned that during his 5-year sojourn in the inner realm, his spirit had not aged, primarily due to his complete immersion in the understanding of ancient techniques, isolated from the outside world. His mind remained pure and untainted, untouched by the tumult of reality. And this was significantly related to his experience. Of course, the most crucial factor was the mysterious essence that descended from that ethereal, tranquil domain, nourishing both his spirit and body. This was likely the key element. That night, despite having experienced gunfire and an ambush in a residential area, Wang Xuan slept soundly, for he had found his path. Most importantly, he was confident that if those assailants returned, he could vanquish them all. At dawn, Qin Sheng sent a message. "Brother, I am leaving, farewell." He was heading to the new moon, departing from the old land to venture into the depths of space. Take care, Wang Xuan silently replied. This signified that those classmates journeying to the new star would also be departing, embarking on new adventures. Indeed, Wang Xuan soon received several messages from Zhou Kuan, Kang Yi, Su Chan, and others bidding him farewell. Half an hour later, he received a letter from an unexpected sender. Li Qingxian, a representative from the New Star faction, extended a cordial invitation to Wang Xuan to join her family's expedition team, providing an address and contact information in her letter. She promised generous remuneration and assured him that, if he agreed, she could facilitate his journey to New Star. Wang Xuan recalled their brief encounter on the bar street the previous night. Her long, slightly curly hair, enchanting almond-shaped eyes, and sensuous crimson lips made her a strikingly youthful beauty. However, their interaction had been minimal, merely a fleeting introduction. What could her intentions be? Did she genuinely wish to recruit him for her family's expedition? He cast the letter aside, deep in thought. Zhao Qinghan had also invited him to collaborate, and organizations from New Star, including conglomerates, seemed to be preparing for something significant. Wang Xuan pondered a lead. Should he pursue the hunt against them? At noon, Aoki called to inform Wang Xuan that he had discovered the hideout of the group of gunmen. Having just mastered the third level of the Golden Body technique, Wang Xuan felt compelled to participate in the hunt personally. This group was no ordinary adversary. Recent intelligence suggested that their intention to eliminate him was merely a trivial matter for them. They had even pinpointed the tomb of the immortals, heading straight for it. Aoki's voice trembled with excitement as he spoke the last part. If the information proved accurate, it would be utterly astonishing. Many had long dismissed the existence of the immortals, yet now someone had located the grand tomb of such beings and intended to excavate it. Chapter 27. The immortals' tomb. This group is far from ordinary. Is killing Wang Xuan merely a triviality to them? Upon hearing such an answer, Wang Xuan gently swept his right hand, and the yellow leaves that floated before him were instantaneously sliced cleanly in half, falling to the ground. It was midday, and he was walking outside, preparing to partake in lunch. As he was outdoors, he spoke little, merely informing Qingmu that he would partake in this undertaking. Although their conversation over the phone was scant, Wang Xuan had gathered a rough understanding that the group in question hailed from an organization known as Grey Blood, which engaged in contracts for exploration and even assassination. According to Qingmu, this organization possessed considerable strength, primarily operating in New Star, and had previously intercepted a significant discovery that Qingmu's exploration group had made. Upon learning of their arrival, Qingmu promptly reported upwards, and soon several formidable individuals would be dispatched, gathering their strength to prepare for a hunt, seeking retribution for past grievances. Moreover, even absent any prior animosities, the mere pinpointing of the tomb of the immortals was sufficient to stir considerable tumult in the old lands. Anyone privy to this information would undoubtedly feel compelled to engage. To enlist the Grey Blood organization to eliminate me, this is not a matter of financial constraint, and the reluctance to expose oneself is inconsequential. I shall gradually unearth your identity. Having been inexplicably ambushed, nearly meeting death in the city, even Wang Xuan could not remain calm. Unless the puppet master behind this was unmasked, further troubles were inevitable. Soon, he found himself captivated by the striking news of the tomb of the immortals. Astonished that such a significant site had been discovered in the old lands, it remained uncertain whether this revelation was genuine. Over the years, numerous claims of discovering the burial site of the immortals had surfaced, yet ultimately, they had all fallen far short of expectations. Earlier, the several subterranean chambers that were unearthed were ultimately confirmed to be the grand tombs of the foremost practitioners from the Preaching era. Should this discovery prove authentic, the excavation of scriptures and artifacts related to the immortal ones and the Gate of Spirits would undoubtedly send ripples through the world. Wang Xuan pondered that in an age where ancient techniques are waning, the emergence of such relics might indeed alter the prevailing decline. After lunch, he decided to get a sharp haircut, ensuring that the strands of hair that had been severed at his ears appeared inconspicuous, as he was set to commence his new job the following day. While contemplating the matter of the immortal ones, preparing to venture into the depths of the mountains for potential action, where he would encounter the trials of blood and fire, he simultaneously readied himself for work. This stark contrast in experience and thought left Wang Xuan in a peculiar state of mind. Fortunately, Qingmu did not seek him out the next day, allowing Wang Xuan to avoid taking a leave of absence on his first day and to commence his employment smoothly. Nowadays, Any endeavors related to deep space exploration and interstellar travel heavily rely on the resources from New Star, as the technological conglomerates on the old continent are woefully insufficient. The design institutes under the interstellar conglomerates have produced little of significance over the years, rendering them almost desolate. On his first day at work, Wang Xuan noticed that several desks in the office were vacant, with only 5 or 6 individuals present. When he approached to greet them, one gentleman, sporting black-framed glasses, was nearly dozing off while fixated on the computer screen, reading the news. The only spirited young woman, busily applying lipstick while gazing into her small mirror, acknowledged his presence and warmly greeted him, recognizing the arrival of a newcomer. Observing several colleagues who appeared listless and dejected, Wang Xuan felt a profound sense of incredulity. When he initially chose to work here, it was due to the reputation of a leisurely environment. However, he could never have anticipated such an extreme level of idleness. By early morning, 2 ladies were already discussing their plans to play mahjong after work. Meanwhile, an older colleague in his 50s was engaged in a phone conversation that lasted over half an hour, arranging a fishing trip for the weekend. Nevertheless, these individuals were quite amiable towards Wang Xuan, showing no signs of exclusion. It was a rare occasion to welcome a newcomer, and they proposed a midday gathering in his honor, rather than waiting until evening. Considering his status as a newcomer, Wang Xuan thought it prudent to leave a favorable impression on his senior colleagues. He offered to treat them, only to be met with unanimous opposition, leading him to abandon the idea. In the morning, Wang Xuan attempted to find something to occupy his time, but was advised to first familiarize himself with the work environment. As there was no rush, he realized that this place was indeed conducive to retirement. The only younger woman in the office, named Lu Shui, was fond of dressing up and was the most vivacious among them. According to her, she had chosen this job for its leisurely pace, having joined the company a few months prior to Wang Xuan in July. Throughout the morning, Wang Xuan spent his time looking at documents on his computer, effectively utilizing his time. Upon reflection, he considered this type of work quite agreeable. Many would likely desire such an opportunity, yet find it elusive. A minor incident occurred during lunch when Lu Shui, brimming with enthusiasm, assisted Wang Xuan in retrieving his windbreaker. With a loud clatter, the hefty windbreaker slipped from her grasp, nearly landing on her foot, causing her to scream in shock. She was incredulous, wondering how a windbreaker could possibly be so heavy. She stared at Wang Xuan as if he were a monster, skeptically picking up the trench coat from the ground, only to find its weight truly astonishing. Others quickly gathered around, each lifting the coat to test its heft, expressing their amazement. Wang Xuan hastily clarified that he had been working out recently, and this was a specially customized trench coat intended for weight training during his daily commutes. The group understood, praising Wang Xuan's determination and deeming his fitness routine a worthy habit to emulate. When Lu Shui attempted to assist him in retrieving his cap, Wang Xuan swiftly donned it himself, knowing it was crafted from specialized materials that offered ballistic protection and weighed a substantial 2 pounds. The atmosphere during the lunch gathering was congenial, and Wang Xuan's initial intention to humbly inquire about work was quickly dispelled as his companions advised him to take it easy. He found himself at a loss for words. There were no clock-ins, no facial recognition, no supervision. Such freedom was remarkable. He sighed, acknowledging that while the environment was splendid and conducive for his research into ancient arts, he understood he couldn't remain for long. A practitioner of ancient arts inevitably attracts anomalies. Fortunately, he was acutely aware that he would soon be heading to New Star, thus he could avoid revealing his true self in the interim. This relaxed atmosphere led to a rather calm response from the veteran colleagues when Wang Xuan requested leave just 2 days into his job. As if such behavior was quite normal, he was driven away, returning to the manor outside the city to collect his equipment. Donning a human skin mask, he set off, all the while still clad in a 3-layer reinforced bulletproof vest, having only replaced the trench coat with protective gear, an encumbrance that would be unbearable for most. This time, he was determined to take the initiative in his hunt, which was likely to be far more perilous than his previous experience at Qingqing Mountain. Thus, he was particularly cautious in his preparations. Along the way, Qingmu revealed the destination for this expedition, which turned out to be the Greater Xing'an Range, where an ancient tomb of immortals was purportedly located deep within the forest. This revelation diverged significantly from Wang Xuan's initial speculation. He had imagined it to be yet another renowned mountain or a site steeped in myth and legend. Instead, Today's destination was merely an unremarkable mountainous area within the greater Xing'an range, said to be inconspicuous at first glance, yet somehow identified as the burial site of celestial remains. Once again, it was old Mu piloting the spacecraft, while Heihu and Fengxing busied themselves with sharpening their weapons and inspecting energy guns. Qingmu, have you ever experienced an acute sensitivity of the senses or an exceptional intuition? Wang Xuan pondered, hoping to indirectly encourage Qingmu to explore this possibility. Before Qingmu could respond, Heihu interjected, recounting a long-ago experience where he felt his senses heightened, accompanied by an illusion of transcending to immortality. Wang Xuan, taken aback, inquired about when this occurred. If Heihu had indeed activated such a heightened state of perception, there might be potential for future insights, and he was open to offering indirect guidance. It must have been a decade ago, during my time with my first love. Since then, I have not experienced it again. Once you have traversed the vast seas, it becomes challenging to find true love in this lifetime, Heihu sighed. Wang Xuan, momentarily lost in thought, felt an urge to slap him. Bemused by Heihu's earnest demeanor as he spoke of a sage's moment. Noticing Fengxing's inclination to contribute his thoughts, Qingmu promptly delivered a light tap to the back of his head, admonishing, while it is essential to relax before a great battle, do not stray too far off course. Wang Xuan, have you gained any insights while practicing your old techniques? Aoki possessed a keen sense of perception, and he noticed that Wang Xuan appeared somewhat different upon their reunion. It seemed his strength had escalated significantly. The last time, he had entered a particularly unique state, where his vision, hearing, olfactory senses, and instinctual intuition were remarkably acute and powerful. While Wang Xuan was still organizing his thoughts on how to convey his experience of entering the inner realm, Aoki spoke up, seemingly astonished, yet ultimately sighed. Aoki remarked that such situations were exceedingly rare occurrences. Generally speaking, even masters would find it difficult to evoke such a state. In various ancient sects, this phenomenon was referred to by different names. Some called it the state of the enlightened bodhisattva, while others referred to it as the unity of heaven and man. Legends suggest that in ancient times, if a formidable sorcerer provided guidance, or if a patriarchal figure from a sect offered assistance, one could reap immense benefits. However, in the present day, unless under extraordinarily rare circumstances, no one could invoke such a state, a realm unattainable even for masters. Furthermore, where could one possibly find preaching sorcerers today? The ancient sects have long since lost their patriarchal figures, who could provide guidance or bestow advantages. Upon finishing his words, Aoki felt a twinge of sympathy for Wang Xuan, believing he had missed a significant opportunity due to the absence of guidance and support. According to the legends of ancient sects, this represented a substantial chance. Wang Xuan was somewhat taken aback, discerning valuable information from Aoki's words to trigger a transcendent state in ancient times. One required the guidance of an exceptional powerhouse to access the inner realm. This implied that his current experience was indeed exceptional. At present, he found it inappropriate to discuss the matter further, intending instead to converse with Aoki at a later opportunity. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in the primordial forests of the greater Xing'an range, closely monitoring a stretch of mountainous terrain. It was not long before the other factions of the expedition organization were fully assembled, far surpassing the numbers from their previous exploration of Qingqing Mountain. Notably, Aoki had brought along his 12 teams, while the other groups consisted solely of elite, seasoned personnel. Look, there is something amiss, Old Mu exclaimed. Ahead, the mountain range was enveloped in an inexplicable glow, distorting the entire area into an eerie and sacred spectacle, exuding an unsettling aura. Could it be that true immortals existed here? Aoki felt a surge of trepidation, a profound unease washing over him even from a distance. Chapter 28. Fishing in the densely wooded mountains of the greater Xing'an range, clouds and rosy hues swirled, rendering the forest a warped, blurred, and chaotic vision. Supernatural forces. Aoki gasped, convinced that a potent otherworldly power was at play. Over the years, the expedition organization had encountered numerous anomalies and had grown quite adept in dealing with such phenomena. Aoki commanded everyone to refrain from any rash actions and to observe the unfolding events with cautious vigilance. Although they were far removed from the scene, everything felt palpably real, as if they were immersed in the experience. Wang Xuan was astonished. Could there be otherworldly beasts lurking in the primordial forest? The very site that might harbor the remains of an immortal? In this modern age, if mythical species or the terrifying beasts of ancient legends existed, they should have been discovered by now. As the clouds dispersed, the twisted and blurred landscape returned to clarity. In the distant mountains, a colossal creature emerged, partially concealed by the dense forest. Its cold, piercing gaze briefly surveyed this direction before it vanished into the shadows. "The black tiger!" exclaimed Kite, startled. "What?" inquired the black tiger beside him, tilting its head in confusion. Kite shook his head. "I wasn't addressing you. I was referring to that creature we just saw, a black tiger, 5 or 6 meters long. Its gaze was utterly terrifying, radiating an aura of malevolence. Not only Kite, but also Wang Xuan and Qingmu had caught sight of it, both harboring doubts about its identity as a black tiger. The creature's immense form, cloaked in dark fur with faint stripes, added to their unease. In that moment, each of them was flooded with thoughts. The vicinity of the celestial being's tomb was suffused with ethereal light and swirling mist, and now, an ancient legendary black tiger had appeared. Indeed, it was rather uncanny. I used to be skeptical of such phenomena, but since joining the expedition team, I feel I will eventually embrace the myths entirely. Today, I encountered such a creature, Kite murmured, his astonishment evident. If this had occurred elsewhere, it might have been dismissed. But here, near the grand tomb of an immortal, amidst the mesmerizing clouds and extraordinary scenery, it was unsettling. Wang Xuan gazed ahead and remarked, "This is the greater Xing'an Range, where northeast tigers are known to roam. Perhaps this one is merely a mutation." The creature had vanished swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Qingmu cautioned, "Whether it is a mythical species or an altered northeast tiger, it appears formidable. Its demeanor seems off. If we approach it later, we must remain vigilant." Having regained his composure, he felt less apprehensive. As long as it was a living creature, eliminating it with the ship's weaponry would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Even if the news is credible and the destination truly harbors the remains of celestial beings, it is of little consequence. If even the immortals have perished and lie buried there, what could other creatures possibly achieve? Could they surpass the celestial beings in prowess? The Kite murmured softly. Could it be that the black tiger was nurtured by the immortal during its lifetime, and now, after several millennia, it still thrives? Just now, it unleashed clouds and mist, making the very space seem to blur. Might it not be even more formidable than the immortals of yore? Silence. Qingmu admonished him with a slap, reminding him that today, with all factions gathered, even if mythical creatures were to appear, they could easily be reduced to mere rubble. Had the Grey Blood organization truly excavated the wrong site? Someone had emerged from the mountain's depths. Lao Mu fixated on the screen, observing the movements of their adversaries. The Grey Blood organization had arrived long ago, employing towering machines to pierce the mountain's belly, and now they were all underground. They heard the roar of the tiger, and some ventured out, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Ultimately, a portion of the machines mobilized, heading towards a gorge, as the Grey Blood members speculated that their excavation might have deviated from the intended course, advancing towards the vanishing black tiger. This could be intriguing. Witnessing the clash between these individuals and the mythical creatures might yield unexpected results. The Kite was exhilarated. This time, the mantis stalked the cicada, while the yellow bird awaited its turn. It was finally their moment to ensnare the Grey Blood organization, and he felt a surge of impatience. A thunderous roar erupted from the forest adjacent to the deep gorge, resonating with an ear-splitting intensity, accompanied by swirling mist. As if some supernatural force was reverberating through the air, sparks flew as a group of machines malfunctioned, collapsing onto the ground. The black tiger flickered across the screen and vanished from the forest. Could it be the cause of this chaos? This startled Aoki. As the black tiger emerged amidst the swirling mist, accompanied by supernatural forces that caused a multitude of mechanical beings to malfunction. "Old Mu, let us keep our distance," Aoki cautioned, recognizing that such power could disrupt not only the robots, but also the spacecraft. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Could this truly be a mythical creature? It appeared to be rather formidable. Old Mu, fixated on the various monitoring data displayed on the screen, reassured him, "Rest assured, we are far enough away. Furthermore, the spacecraft has detected anomalous energy primarily emanating from that cloud, which poses a greater threat to the machines than the black tiger itself." Aoki inquired, "So, the primary cause is the supernatural force expanding from the tomb of the immortals?" At that moment, members of the Grey Blood organization retreated from the mountain's depths. With some piloting small spacecraft towards the forest, intent on exterminating the Black Tiger. Additionally, a contingent of advanced robots, capable of withstanding pulse interference, entered the cloud area without being affected by the supernatural forces. Aoki remarked, "The Grey Blood organization has truly invested heavily this time, deploying a cadre of elite units. Those are high-grade robots, reputed to significantly mitigate the influence of supernatural substances on themselves." Wang Xuan felt a jolt. Were these robots newly developed by the Nova faction? Aoki elaborated. Ever since Nova successfully harnessed elements of supernatural power, they have meticulously modified their robots, yielding impressive results. Suddenly, a resounding tiger's roar echoed through the forest. A mechanical being wielded a several-meter-long alloy blade, sweeping it fiercely, akin to a dazzling flash of lightning, striking the ferocious tiger with a resounding thud. Despite the Black Tiger's agile movements, it could not entirely evade the attack, resulting in a gruesome gash on its flank, exposing bone. Wang Xuan felt a jolt of alarm. The so-called mythical creature was merely flesh and blood, evidently unable to withstand the might of advanced robots. Boom! A small energy cannon discharged a beam, piercing the nearly 6-meter-long body of the Black Tiger, which let out a deafening roar before collapsing to the ground. An advanced robot advanced, wielding a several-meter-long alloy blade that cleaved through, severing the massive tiger's head, with blood gushing forth and staining the mountainside. It was dead. A mythical creature had perished just like that. The kite let out an unwilling cry, struggling to believe what had transpired. From within the spacecraft, the Black Tiger murmured, "What terrible luck." Wang Xuan, too, found himself in a daze, pondering whether it was truly a mythical being or merely a mutated Siberian tiger. It seemed far less formidable than he had imagined, having been swiftly slaughtered. The Grey Blood organization pressed onward, delving deeper into the shadowy canyon, where the clouds churned ominously and thick fog enveloped the area, rendering it increasingly bizarre. Boom! The small spacecraft opened fire, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, causing an earthquake within the canyon. The ground fractured, and rock faces exploded, leaving devastation in their wake. Suddenly, blinding rays of light erupted, and the small spacecraft experienced severe turbulence, retreating from the area. Meanwhile, several advanced robots, burdened with alloy blades and wielding energy weapons, malfunctioned, sparking in disarray. A potent supernatural force radiated throughout the valley. Old Mu spoke gravely. Even they could not pass through easily, for they would surely face repercussions. In the canyon, shadowy figures emerged, revealing a group of massive creatures. Behemoth apes cloaked in thick, dark fur, each towering at an impressive height of 3 to 4 meters. Charging forth from the dense fog, the Grey Blood organization's forces advanced at the forefront, led by mechanized units, while behind them, individuals clad in protective suits retreated decisively upon encountering this unexpected predicament. In the distance, spacecraft hastened to their aid. Intense energy beams erupted, reducing dozens of the rampaging apes to mere splatters within the valley. A sense of unease washed over Old Mu, his brow furrowed. Those creatures, seemingly imbued with supernatural powers, were utterly inadequate against modern weaponry, easily obliterated and incapable of impeding the Grey Blood organization's personnel. The only threat to the mechanized units and spacecraft arose from the ethereal light surging from the depths of the canyon. However, that supernatural force appeared ephemeral, nearing its depletion. The Grey Blood operatives forged ahead with their energy weapons, pushing forward relentlessly, while advanced mechs made their appearance. Merely donning protective suits in such a perilous canyon was decidedly unwise. A plucked phoenix is no better than a chicken. The deceased immortals fare little better, mused Qingmu. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his body, his expression growing grave as a secure line connected him with the upper echelons of the exploration organization. Qingmu, your spacecraft's cloaking device is commendable, boasting formidable self-defense capabilities. Pay heed now. Enact the highest level of self-protection and cloaking. The voice belonged to an elderly man. Wang Xuan stood nearby. His hearing had become exceptionally acute. And since Qingmu had not taken particular care to shield their conversation, he caught the familiar cadence of that slow, deliberate voice. He immediately thought of his old colleague, who on his very first day at work had spent half an hour on the phone arranging a fishing trip. Their voices indeed bore a resemblance. Was there no voice modulation used during the conversation with Aoki? It seemed they were quite familiar with each other, and trust was evidently present. What does that mean? Aoki inquired. An additional faction of the Grey Blood organization was approaching, preparing to besiege you. Yes, they have a medium-sized battleship that is nearly at the Greater Shingon Mountains. The old man informed him in a slow, unhurried manner. Aoki felt a surge of anger. They had been cut off from their escape route, and the Grey Blood Organization intended to annihilate them? Wang Xuan also overheard the conversation, and the old man's lethargic tone made him wish to drag the old man over and give him a good thrashing. Were they being hunted in reverse? You have inadvertently alarmed the Grey Blood Organization during your investigation. They deliberately leaked information to you, waiting for you to mobilize your forces before unleashing their full firepower from above, sending you all to your demise. A chill coursed through Aoki's body. If the enemy's medium-sized battleship had been deployed, this was no trifling matter. They were likely to perish here. Had the old Earth become a sieve, allowing them such audacity to come and go as they pleased? Aoki was frantic. Wang Xuan could not remain still either. This news struck him like a thunderbolt. They were to be hunted in retaliation. The enemy had a purpose in luring them here. At this moment, even if he had mastered the third level of the Golden Body technique, it would not suffice. The path ahead was arduous, without mastering a dozen levels. He could not ensure his own safety. The elder spoke, "Do not rush. Everything is proceeding according to plan. You are to activate the highest levels of stealth and protection. The relevant authorities have already mobilized and are about to take action. What is happening? Explain it to me clearly." Qingmu felt as though he had been kept in the dark throughout this ordeal. The elder replied, "From the outset, we decided to collaborate with the relevant departments to strike against the Grey Blood Organization and to seize the secret research facility in the Greater Shingon Range where they have been conducting experiments on immortals." Boom. At that moment, in the distant sky beyond the Greater Shingon Range, a blinding flash erupted, followed by a violent explosion as a spacecraft was shattered. Boom. Boom. Under the relentless barrage of energy beams, the Grey Organization's ships and battleships disintegrated, almost instantaneously obliterated. The elder gently informed him of the situation, saying, "There is a powerful research institute on the New Star side that has unearthed something significant in the Greater Shingon Range. For years, they have been conducting experiments there in secrecy, neglecting to report to the old lands. Naturally, the relevant authorities are prepared to have a discussion with them. This time, they have leaked information to the Grey Blood Organization, prompting them to investigate the particulars of the underground testing site, while also imparting a lesson to the Grey Blood Organization about adhering to the rules within the old lands. Of course, the Grey Blood Organization is cautious and has only sent a small contingent of personnel. Thus, we have imposed upon you the task of drawing their attention, as a means to bait them." Damn it, Qingmu cursed. Chapter 29. The living female sorceress with the danger averted. The warships of the Grey Blood Organization lay in ruins. Upon receiving the news, Aoki exhaled deeply, and the tense hearts of Black Tiger, Old Mu, and Kite also relaxed. They had narrowly escaped being ensnared by the Grey Blood Organization, nearly transitioning from hunters to prey. Today had indeed been perilous. Wang Xuan remained silent, a discomfort settling within him as his personal safety lay entirely beyond his control, dictated by the whims of others. This was far from his desire. From the perspective of the elder, one could hardly blame him. The fishing had been successful, rendering the operation both clean and elegant, severely wounding the Grey Blood Organization. However, from Wang Xuan's viewpoint, the slightest misstep today could have turned their vessel into a mere heap of scrap metal, leaving none of them alive. Any thoughts? Aoki, as a master of ancient techniques, possessed an extraordinary sense of perception and detected Wang Xuan's low spirits. Wang Xuan did not conceal his feelings, stating, "Though we succeeded in our fishing endeavor today, as the bait, we remain at risk of being devoured by a larger fish, with our fates resting solely on the caprices of fortune." Black Tiger, Kite, and Old Mu refrained from speaking, yet they all concurred with his sentiment. Having grown somewhat accustomed to the numerous crises they had faced, "I will report this matter to the higher-ups," Aoki interjected, momentarily diverting the conversation. Wang Xuan pondered in silence. Despite the formidable strength of the exploration organization and their substantial gains with each mission, being a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others in determining his fate, stirred within him a profound sense of discomfort and a desire to withdraw. He yearned for the freedom to explore the realm of ancient techniques without being reduced to a mere piece in the game of certain organizations. Deep within the canyon, clouds of vapor swirled as energy cannons relentlessly bombarded the surroundings. The contingent of the Grey Blood Organization remained oblivious to their severed retreat. as their medium-sized warships were utterly obliterated. They pressed forward, yet soon encountered formidable difficulties. Deep within the chasms, an array of modern high-energy weaponry unleashed a fierce counterattack against the intruding gray blood forces. Only then did they realize something was amiss. If this were indeed a celestial tomb, how could it be fortified with such an abundance of high-tech armaments, surpassing their own energy cannons? Advanced automatons emerged, wielding energy rifles, relentlessly firing upon them. Recognizing the gravity of their predicament, the gray blood personnel hastily retreated, urgently attempting to contact their headquarters for assistance, only to find themselves unable to establish any communication. "Who are you? Why have you set an ambush here against us?" they shouted in desperation. The denizens of the abyss responded with fury, retorting, "You assault our subterranean laboratory and dare accuse us of targeting you? How ludicrous!" The clash escalated into a violent maelstrom, with both factions reducing the canyon to ruins. Some automatons surged to the forefront, unleashing beams from their energy rifles while brandishing alloy long blades. The ferocity of the battle was harrowing. The Grey Blood organization possessed small spacecraft nearby, yet the chaotic mingling of both forces within the gorge rendered any attempt at intervention futile. Ultimately, despair engulfed the Grey Blood personnel as they commenced a panicked retreat, first taking to the skies in their vessels. However, their escape was short-lived, as they were struck and met with successive explosions. Observers from relevant departments stood at a distance, while the exploration organization, having awaited this moment, showed no mercy upon witnessing the rout of the Grey Blood forces. Deep within the heart of the Grand Canyon, the individuals fell silent, realizing they were being watched by not just one, but multiple factions that had arrived in the greater Hingan Mountains. An unsettling premonition gripped them. They sensed that this time, resistance would be futile. They could only blame themselves for having clandestinely conducted research here over the years without notifying the relevant authorities on the old Earth. However, surrendering and relinquishing all their scientific achievements was not something they could accept lightly. They resolved to showcase the extraordinary nature of their findings to facilitate forthcoming negotiations. As they communicated with the opposing party, they unearthed a remarkable object from the depths, a section of golden bamboo, still adorned with leaves, pulsating with life. Most astonishingly, when they activated it with a certain device, it erupted in a cascade of radiant light, unleashing a formidable supernatural force. In an instant, the nearby spacecraft experienced disturbances, as if struck by an unseen shockwave. Could this be the raw material for the golden bamboo tablets? Wang Xuan was captivated, standing before the large screen of the spacecraft, unable to tear his gaze away. The leaves of the bamboo shimmered with golden radiance, releasing a shower of light, disrupting the various sophisticated instruments in the vicinity. Qing Mu was astonished. The supernatural energy was emanating from the bamboo, unidirectionally, ensuring that their own location remained unaffected. What treasures lay hidden beneath this ground? The Research Institute from Nova had boldly displayed such an extraordinary plant. Over the years, Nova's organizations and financial magnates had uncovered golden bamboo tablets on the old Earth. Yet they had never encountered a living specimen of this original bamboo. Could it truly exist beneath the greater Hingan Mountains? Boom. Evidently, the senior members of the exploration organization, in collaboration with the relevant authorities, received a report and swiftly moved to eliminate the remnants of the Grey Blood organization before calling for a ceasefire. They established a connection to the experimental site deep underground and initiated negotiations. At that moment, the elder contacted Aoki once more, instructing him to bring along a few capable assistants to venture into the depths below. There was no doubt that the exploration organization had maintained a close relationship with the authorities. Otherwise, such cooperation would not have been possible. Hey Hu, Feng Zhang, and Lao Mu looked on eagerly, all wishing to explore the Grand Canyon and discover what the Research Institute from the new star had uncovered and what scientific achievements it had made. They understood that entering now posed no danger, as spaceships hovered above and various high-energy weapons were aimed at the canyon. Those below would be foolish to initiate conflict. Xiao Wang and He Hu, you two come with me, Aoki declared as he stepped off the spaceship, subsequently selecting 6 others from different teams to accompany him forward. Feng Zheng and Lao Mu felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood that, although the situation appeared safe, it was indeed prudent to choose individuals with superior skills for the journey. Jin Xuan also arrived with 8 others, waiting at the entrance of the Grand Canyon. 7 individuals from the relevant authorities approached, led by a man in his 40s responsible for liaison and preliminary negotiations, wearing black-framed glasses. Upon catching a glimpse of his profile, Wang Xuan's heart raced. Ever since he overheard the elder conversing with Aoki not long ago, he had been filled with suspicion about whether this was his old colleague. Now, seeing the middle-aged man, who wore the same style of black-framed glasses as his office mate, he found himself almost consumed by doubt. Fortunately, he was convinced that, despite the individual donning a lifelike mask, he was certainly not that fellow. As a master of ancient arts, he possessed a formidable instinct. Beside the man in black-rimmed glasses were two military personnel, both experts in the realm of ancient techniques. The remaining four were specialists in the field of life sciences, primarily accompanying the group to observe and verify certain matters. The Grand Canyon had been ravaged, and a small spacecraft emerged, guiding them deep into its depths until they entered a vast cavern. Upon disembarking from the vessel, they beheld an underground construction that was impeccably designed, with facilities constructed to modern standards. The illumination was bright, and the expansive subterranean space radiated a contemporary atmosphere, reminiscent of stepping inside a skyscraper. Within this underground realm, there were extensive living quarters, as well as cutting-edge laboratory areas. The group took an elevator descending for over 100 meters before alighting and departing the modern enclave, heading towards a cavernous expanse. It was here that they made the most astonishing discoveries. Having decided to share with the old Earth, there would be no room for concealment. Accompanied by representatives from the Nova organization, a comprehensive explanation was provided. This organization was quite significant, renowned in Nova, and operated under the name Origin Life Research Institute. While it may seem merely a research institution, it actually spanned various fields and boasted substantial industrial reach, enabling them to establish such an extensive experimental site on old Earth. At the very least, they harbored no fear of the gray blood mercenary organization, for the Origin Life Research Institute possessed sufficient security forces of its own. "How did you find this place?" inquired the middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses. "This is the Greater Xing'an Range, a region of dense primordial forest, devoid of renowned mountains or legendary tales. Without prior knowledge, to delve into the earth here would be the act of either a madman or a fool." A female researcher from New Star elucidated, "We deciphered a scroll of preaching bamboo slips, which led us to this location. After years of exploration, we have finally arrived." "What knowledge does the bamboo slip contain that warrants such a pursuit?" the bespectacled man pressed. Wang Xuan, standing nearby, shared a keen interest in the inquiry. The slip mentions a female alchemist who appears to have been quite renowned in her time, with aspirations of attaining immortality. Although the slip is damaged and the text incomplete, it references this location, prompting our quest. New Star had previously unearthed several fragmented remains of preaching alchemists, from which they extracted anomalous substances from their bones and hair, possessing remarkable scientific value. Given the potential of encountering an aspiring immortal female alchemist here, their enthusiasm was palpable. It is known that the most formidable alchemists of that era are akin to figures of myth, shrouded in the extraordinary, and their relics are notoriously elusive. Any news pertaining to them, even in this age of emerging new techniques, would undoubtedly capture the intense interest of various institutions. Moreover, as the search for immortals remains fruitless, many believe that the pinnacle of preaching alchemists might indeed be the legendary immortals of lore. "Have you located the female alchemist?" the man with black-rimmed glasses inquired further. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the stone door swung open, releasing an inexplicable aura that permeated the air. In truth, even before stepping inside, Wang Xuan found himself compelled to trust the words of the female researcher. He was enveloped by a familiar sensation, as if he were standing within an inner sanctum, where he discerned fragments of enigmatic elements gently descending around him. Then, a wave of astonishment swept over everyone present. Before them lay a golden bamboo, its diameter a remarkable meter, cleaved open to form a small vessel. Within it reclined a young woman, rendered with exquisite detail, as if she had just drifted into slumber. This woman epitomized contemporary beauty standards, her skin delicate and alabaster, her raven hair glossy and lustrous, her features devoid of any imperfection, a striking vision of loveliness. She radiated vitality. Qingmu's expression turned grave as he spoke, betraying a hint of unease. Although the woman lay there, her eyes closed and motionless, the faint aura she exuded sent ripples of trepidation through Qingmu, akin to a herbivore catching sight of the king of beasts, evoking a potent urge to flee. "Wang Xuan, 2. Gazed intently at the young woman in the golden bamboo vessel, undeniably sensing a profound life force emanating from her. Her body showed no signs of decay, and her attire bore a distinct style reminiscent of the pre-Qin era, astonishingly intact after all these years, much like her corporeal form. Indeed, it appeared as though she still lived. The female researcher from the new star nodded gravely. Chapter 30. The Failed Ascension Over the Years. Various organizations within the relevant departments and from the new star had unearthed remarkable artifacts from the old soil. Yet a golden bamboo of such extraordinary dimensions had never before been encountered. It was cleft open and fashioned into a small vessel. A remarkable feat, even in the pre-Qin era. The prominent institutions of the new star had once engaged in fierce competition to acquire a few golden bamboo slips, and now, vibrant living bamboo has made its appearance. The bamboo boat is adorned with a dozen branches, each bearing leaves that occasionally cascade a golden shower of light, settling upon the serene figure of the female practitioner, who lies as if in a deep slumber. Are you suggesting that she still holds the possibility of revival? The man, donning black-rimmed glasses and identifying himself as Qianlei, diligently seeks to comprehend the situation. Those in higher echelons regard this matter with utmost seriousness. Anything pertaining to longevity is of paramount importance, not only to the financial magnates of New Star, but equally so to the old world. There is no possibility. She has been deceased for thousands of years, and her self-awareness, the quintessential trait of humanity, has long since perished, while the bioelectricity within her brain has dissipated. As one of the project leaders, Zhou Yu comprehends better than anyone that the female practitioner has been dead for at least 3 millennia. The only enigma is the lingering vitality of her corporeal form. Following extensive testing and analysis, they collectively surmise that this phenomenon is linked to the golden vessel and her own supernatural abilities. Please elaborate, Qianlei requested, as he needs to acquire a thorough understanding. The old world will undoubtedly be involved in the subsequent research of this underground experimental site. Several researchers from New Star elucidated the journey from the discovery of this subterranean relic to the recent directions of their studies and the preliminary results they have attained. Zhou Yu, as one of the project leaders, supplemented the information, fully aware of what piques the interest of certain individuals from the old world. Upon examination, her physiological age prior to death was approximately 25. Such youthfulness? Qianlei was taken aback. Being part of a specialized department, his understanding of pre-Qin alchemists surpassed that of the average person. To achieve the status of a top-tier alchemist in one's 20s was unprecedented. However, to be precise, 25 merely reflected her body's active age. Through various methods of testing and analysis, we scientifically computed that her actual age at the time of death was around 230 years. It is truly astonishing. From the number of cell divisions to mitochondrial depletion, her metrics far exceeded those of an ordinary individual. The fact that she maintained such a youthful state at this age rendered Qianlei's expression exceedingly grave. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired, "Is the data reliable?" Zhou Yu understood what he, or perhaps those behind him, were hoping for. The quest for immortality has been an ever-relevant and enigmatic topic throughout history. Many have sought answers, from the pre-Qin era to the present, perpetually revisiting ancient tales, captivating countless heroes in their pursuit. However, the magnates of this era are more direct, publicly investing vast resources and already achieving preliminary results. Zhou Yu remarked, "The cause of her death remains unclear, but it was certainly not of natural causes. Based on her physiological vitality, theoretically, she could have lived to at least 700 years, with an upper limit around 950 years. Qianlei felt a tumult of unrest within him, fully aware of the implications. Once reported upward, this underground laboratory would become one of the most significant experimental sites, and security would be elevated to the highest level. A group of researchers from the old Earth meticulously examined various data reports, nodding in agreement, their excitement palpable. This underground experimental facility had conducted numerous experiments utilizing the blood, bone marrow, and muscle fibers of a female practitioner, yielding comprehensive data and credible conclusions. Wang Xuan attentively listened and observed. The 230-year-old practitioner remarkably retained the vitality of someone in their 20s, an astonishing feat. He understood well that a practitioner achieving such extraordinary results must have ventured deep into the inner realms. Her mitochondrial telomere length significantly surpassed that of an ordinary person, theoretically extending her lifespan considerably. The researchers from Old Earth were eager, almost desperate to partake in this project. Zhou stated, "We have extracted a miraculous substance from the blood of the female practitioner, capable of extending the lifespan of ordinary individuals." He continued, "We have a crucial client on the Nova side, who is also one of our investors. This underground facility is funded by 30% from them. We intend to inject the active substance extracted from the practitioner's blood into him. After over 2 years of tracking and observation, it has been found that he, originally with limited time left, could theoretically live for another 15 years or more." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, the researchers from Old Earth were utterly astonished. Even Wang Xuan marveled in silence. Although the practitioner had passed away over 3,000 years ago, remnants of her longevity attributes still resided within her body, truly extraordinary. Reminiscent of the fabled flesh of the Tang monk. Qianlei's expression immediately shifted, and he inquired, "Do you have any more such clients? How much of that active substance have you extracted from the female practitioner?" Zhou Yu responded, "There are still several major clients awaiting our samples. Yet we are reluctant to deplete our resources. Over the years, we have endeavored to artificially cultivate the cells of the female sorceress, but the results have been less than satisfactory. For instance, her blood is imbued with supernatural power. Once it leaves her body, its properties become exceedingly unstable, leading to numerous laboratory explosions. We have another experiment in the works, wherein we plan to upload the cognitive memories of a volunteer from Nova into the mind of the female sorceress, aiming to reactivate the bioelectricity within her brain. We hope to harness her extraordinary bodily vitality to grant another individual a second chance at life." "No," Qianlei interjected, his voice rising in agitation. Wang Xuan was left in a state of astonishment, taken aback by the existence of such an experiment. In Nova, this type of technology had reached a certain level of sophistication. From the perspective of researchers, all individuals were essentially indistinguishable from machines, though we operated with greater nuance. The cognitive processes of the human brain are merely a complex set of algorithms, theoretically reproducible. Qianlei stated gravely, "This experimental project must be halted. We cannot proceed with it." He then inquired, "Who is that volunteer?" He believed that an ordinary person could never be afforded such an opportunity. This was an attempt to resurrect the female sorceress's body, to achieve immortality for centuries. "It is Ms. Zheng, the founder of our Origin Life Research Institute." Zhou Yu calmly informed him, adding that 60% of the funding for this underground laboratory had originated from Ms. Zheng. "In truth, I personally do not advocate for the resurrection of another individual's cognitive memory within her, preferring instead the latter proposal, to thoroughly dissect the female practitioner, utilizing the most advanced life instruments from the Nova sector to record and decrypt her genetic information. This would fundamentally analyze and compile the microscopic structure of an individual who has transcended the limits of human existence." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan was rendered speechless. Mourning for the female practitioner who had been deceased for thousands of years, yet still found no peace, frequently subjected to blood extraction, and now facing dissection. Qianlei was taken aback. This seemingly demure woman was unexpectedly audacious. He quickly interjected, stating, "Let us not act recklessly. Certain experiments must be postponed until our plan is finalized. Collaboration necessitates mutual benefit. This particular bamboo possesses supernatural qualities and exhibits remarkable vitality. Through our refinement, we have discovered that the life factors it contains are no less than those found within the female practitioner's body." When the conversation turned to the substantial bamboo that had been fashioned into a small boat, the female researcher, Zhou Yu, perked up. Intrigued, Wang Xuan could not resist inquiring of a nearby researcher, "Are there no other discoveries, such as bamboo slips, within this subterranean cavern? It seems improbable that such a formidable female practitioner would leave behind no additional artifacts." The researcher shook his head and replied, "No, upon our entry, this underground stone chamber appeared to have experienced a significant explosion. Many areas are charred, and any bamboo slips that may have existed have turned to ash." After the scene he described, both Aoki and the two formidable experts from the Old Earth military, as well as the already powerful Qianlei, wore exceptionally grave expressions. Aoki intoned, "Your account bears a striking resemblance to the accounts recorded in the manuscripts of other practitioners from the pre-Qin era." "Indeed," replied the expert from the Old Earth military, nodding in agreement. "This closely mirrors the descriptions of catastrophic explosions resulting from failed transcendence. The concept of transcendence has long been a subject of contention among later generations. Some believe that embarking on that path signifies an awareness of impending death, wherein one harnesses supernatural forces to incinerate oneself. Others propose that transcendence is a manifestation of nearing immortality, an elevation of life's essence to its pinnacle, enabling one to achieve true eternal life. Regrettably, throughout the ages, there has been no empirical evidence. All individuals associated with transcendence have been discovered to be unequivocally deceased. In fact, an archaeological team dispatched by a new power in the stars once unearthed the remains of such individuals in old Earth, whose mortal remains were far from dignified. The woman before them had been mentioned in other pre-Qin bamboo scrolls, regarded as a top-tier practitioner with aspirations of attaining celestial status. Naturally, she would have pursued the path of transcendence. Alas, it now appears she too has failed, which elucidates why she perished despite having a considerable lifespan remaining. From a scientific perspective, there were no discernible injuries, and the cause of death remained a mystery. However, from the standpoint of ancient practices, it can be posited that her spirit and will were utterly shattered and extinguished at that moment, rendering her incapable of returning to life. Wang Xuan listened in rapt attention, confronted once more with a case of failed transcendence. Chapter 31. The longevity seed project. There exists an abundance of legends surrounding the immortals, yet upon diligent examination, it becomes evident that these tales merely depict the process of transformation rather than the attainment of true immortality. Particularly in this era of splendid technological civilization, numerous life research institutes and affluent conglomerates relentlessly excavate the annals of history in their quest for eternal life. They have, on several occasions, unearthed figures documented in the records of the immortals. Upon encountering their vividly preserved forms in the ancient tombs, one is momentarily awestruck. However, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of loss as these legendary beings swiftly dissolve into ash, confirming that they have not ascended to immortality. Take, for instance, the figure of Chixuzi, a genuine immortal mentioned in the records of the immortals, whose grave was discovered in antiquity, revealing only a pile of ashes. There is also Guan Lingyun, whose coffin has been exhumed and now resides as a relic in a museum for many years. Wang Xuan remains indifferent to the debunking of the immortals. Today, he has learned of the limitations regarding the lifespan of alchemists, a piece of information that holds considerable significance for him. The woman lying in the bamboo boat, a top-tier alchemist, possesses a minimum lifespan of 700 years, with an upper limit of 95 years. Indeed, not a trivial existence. Historical figures, such as the illustrious Peng Zhu, who is said to have lived for 800 years, lend credence to this range. Wang Xuan feels a surge of confidence. Should he ever traverse that realm, he would have ample time to ponder the questions that lie beyond the conclusion of ancient techniques. However, upon reflection, he ponders certain queries. Why does this woman, who evidently possesses sufficient longevity, seem so eager to transcend and pursue immortality? What events transpired in the past? Is it related to her personal circumstances or the broader environment? He pondered deeply. Her failure to transcend and become immortal, yet remaining in corporeal form with the vitality of her former life, is intricately linked to this robust golden bamboo. Zhou Yu elaborated that the Research Institute has designated this bamboo as the Transcendence Bamboo, imbued with rich supernatural properties and vibrant life force. Qian Lei inquired, "Do you have any other scientific research plans or experiments in different directions?" "Indeed, there is another initiative we have named Longevity Species." "Do tell." Qian Lei understood that the personnel from the New Star Research Institute would likely be reticent, but there would be ample time to uncover the details gradually. Upon hearing this, even the two composed experts from the military were taken aback, their mouths agape, considering the researchers of New Star exceedingly audacious. Qian Lei, momentarily stupefied, instinctively adjusted his black-rimmed glasses as if fearing they might fall. He could not restrain himself from asking, "Are you suggesting that after 3 millennia, we could enable a female practitioner to conceive?" "Precisely. She is the true embodiment of our discovery of an individual nearing immortality, shattering the limits of human lifespan. The genetic material she bequeaths to her descendants is undoubtedly extraordinary and merits experimentation." Zhou Yu's face radiated fervor, even more animated than when she spoke of dissecting the female practitioner, her arm instinctively gesturing with enthusiasm. Aoki, as the head of a department within the exploration organization, typically composed and unflappable, now found himself somewhat astonished, realizing that the fervent excitement of scholarly individuals could be more formidable than he had imagined. Wang Xuan felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. Was this truly possible? After death, one would not find peace for 3,000 years, nor would one escape the burdens of procreation. He resolved that should he fail to traverse the path of ancient arts, when the fateful day arrives, he would unequivocally incinerate himself in flames. He now harbored grave doubts whether the esteemed practitioners of yore, who ultimately transcended by self-immolation, had foreseen such a day. As one of the project leaders, Zhou Yu, despite her considerable authority, did not insist on immediate action. She nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "We had no intention of commencing any initiatives in the near future. Although the maternal source is sufficiently robust, we have yet to identify a suitable paternal counterpart. Perhaps in 10 years, if a fitting individual emerges along the path of new techniques, we may reconsider. As for the old methods, it is best to abandon them. Individuals of the caliber of preaching practitioners are unlikely to reappear. This path grows increasingly untenable in today's era, yielding painfully slow results and lacking universality." Wang Xuan sighed inwardly, recognizing that the female practitioner had momentarily evaded a significant calamity in her life. Yet he shook his head, for to her, the concepts of honor and disgrace, of rise and fall, were meaningless in the face of death. Zhou Yu and her colleagues seemed to have anticipated this, generously offering him the severed segment of bamboo. Qing Mu, however, was unsettled, eager to articulate a request on behalf of the expedition organization for a segment of the golden bamboo. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, the representatives of the New Star Initiative broached the subject. "We can no longer extract branches from the bamboo boat for the purpose of transcending the divine bamboo. We are concerned that this could severely impact the vitality of the bamboo vessel and potentially jeopardize the stability of the female practitioner's health. Should this occur, all experiments would be jeopardized and rendered impossible to continue." Aoki found himself at a loss for words, as all avenues of escape had been blocked by the other party. Persisting in a stubborn demand would only serve to disrupt the larger scheme at play and impede the experiment. Zhou Yu expressed his apologies and presented a golden leaf, indicating that this was the only course of action available. Aoki felt a sense of discomfort as he glanced at the bamboo branch in Qianlei's hand, and then at the leaf resting in his own palm. Without comparison, there could be no shame. He sighed, resigning himself to this self-consolation. Wang Xuan spoke up. "I sincerely apologize, but may I take a few stones from this cavern?" The attendees were taken aback, and the members of the New Star Group looked on in confusion. Wang Xuan quickly elaborated, "I am a practitioner of ancient arts, revering the wisdom of my predecessors. The ascension to immortality seems like a myth to me. Merely witnessing such relics brings me immense satisfaction. However, I wish to take a few fragments as mementos to inspire myself, to remind me that the path of ancient arts is viable, and that one can indeed reach the realm of ascension, drawing nearer to immortality." Aoki was astonished. He knew Wang Xuan well and recognized that he had never held the celestial beings in much awe. Had he truly altered his demeanor today? The thought of taking stones for display was unexpected. The middle-aged man from the military smiled, revealing himself to be a formidable practitioner of ancient arts. Nodding, he said, "Young man, you possess a commendable spirit. You remind me of my younger self, a true martial enthusiast. Despite my current shift towards modern techniques, I have not completely abandoned the ancient ways. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. I would be delighted to engage in a meaningful dialogue." Wang Xuan immediately donned a sincere smile, expressing his gratitude and taking the initiative to exchange contact information with him, ensuring that he provided the number designated for communication with the exploration organization. The project leader of the New Star, along with other researchers, observed the situation with a nonchalant demeanor as a military figure spoke up. In truth, they had thoroughly searched this place long ago. Although the female warrior had indeed left behind certain artifacts, most had been incinerated, leaving no other valuable items. Moreover, they had employed the most advanced instruments to scan the area numerous times, revealing no layers or any other peculiar substances or energies within the cavern. Wang Xuan, with an air of casualness, pried several stones from the cracked walls of the cavern using only his bare hands, a display of strength that astonished the New Star personnel. Despite the cavern being cleared, charred marks remained in the crevices, which appeared to be the result of lightning strikes rather than the process of spiritual ascension. Emotionless, Wang Xuan collected a total of 6 stones and then quietly stepped back, maintaining a serene facade, though his heart raced with excitement. Qingmu sighed, expressing his own disappointment. As someone who practiced ancient techniques, he lamented his lack of talent. Though he revered the masters of the past, he recognized his own inadequacy and felt compelled to pursue new techniques instead. He decided to take 2 stones as keepsakes. The new star personnel had little to say, offering him merely a leaf, as it would be unreasonable to favor one over the other concerning the stones. Alas, our path of tradition has reached its end. We must now place our hopes in new methodologies. A middle-aged man from the military stepped forward, visibly melancholic, and also took 2 stones. How tragic! Wang Xuan sighed and silently approached, concealing 2 fist-sized stones in his embrace. Wang Xuan, momentarily lost in thought, was convinced that these 3 individuals were utterly ignorant. Yet they chose to imitate his actions. Was this mere folly or a case of blind conformity? The personnel from New Star chuckled, perhaps hoping to take advantage of them. It is utterly absurd. This cavern is nearly bursting with discoveries. After countless inspections, if there were truly anything of value, would it still be left for you? Oh, you. Qianlei sighed and shook his head. Qingmu and Wang Xuan, along with the middle-aged military man, appeared somewhat embarrassed, all of them well aware of the underlying truths. Little brother, I see you've brought out quite a few stones. It suddenly dawns on me that if my comrades were to ask for some, I would only have 2 pieces to spare. Would you kindly part with an additional 1 or 2? The middle-aged military man regarded Wang Xuan with a sincere expression. Wang Xuan sighed. This individual, who had once been so courteous, reminiscent of his younger self, had spoken extensively, only to find that his gratitude was misplaced. Wang Xuan felt speechless, realizing that none of them were simple characters. All were performers. Yet, he remained unfazed, having anticipated certain possibilities. He had taken a few extra stones, though he truly cared only for 2 of them. Thus, he said nothing and silently tossed 1 each to the middle-aged man and Qianlei. Noticing Qingmu's hesitant demeanor, he proactively threw him a piece as well. Wang Xuan immediately interjected, "Brother, we belong to the same exploration organization," before he could finish. Wang Xuan decisively refused, stating no. He did not forget to add, "You attempted to ambush me last time." Wang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, wishing to correct him by saying it was a case of interception, but ultimately chose silence and turned away, unwilling to seek further trouble. The wisdom of life experiences. The middle-aged military man, however, remained composed, refraining from further theatrics this time. Chapter 32. The marvels. The night sky was devoid of clouds, the stars shone brilliantly, and the universe loomed vast, evoking boundless imagination. A flying saucer streaked across the city like a shooting star, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a faint trace. Its speed astonishingly swift. Soon, another battleship appeared, its alloy hull radiating a chilling luminescence. This behemoth could traverse the depths of space, hurtling towards the horizon at an extraordinary pace. He felt a twinge of surprise. Was there some significant operation underway? Even the colossal warships were mobilized, soaring across the cityscape. As he was en route, he was nearing the conclusion of his dinner, his mind preoccupied with the 2 stones. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Aoki calling. They had only parted ways recently, so what could be the matter? Wang Xuan hastily finished the last bites of his meal and answered the call, immediately greeted by Aoki's laughter, which suggested he was in high spirits. The Grey Blood organization had been eradicated from their stronghold on the old Earth. Not a single ship or battleship had escaped. The relevant authorities had taken action, delivering stern warnings to organizations that flouted the rules of the old Earth. From tomorrow onward, those entities hailing from Nova would adopt a more discreet approach. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He had not forgotten that fateful night in this very grove, where he had been ambushed and shot at. That organization had finally been dismantled. The 2 stones, each about the size of a fist, bore a charred appearance, as if singed by fire or struck by lightning, with traces of molten crystallization on their surfaces. At that time, they had been right before him, yet Aoki, Qianlei, and the military experts had been oblivious, and the Nova personnel, who had dwelled there for years, had failed to detect them as well. Wang Xuan believes that this is largely related to his prior experiences in the inner realm. It was within that enigmatic domain that he first encountered the mysterious essence. Although the place is desolate and silent, devoid of any sound, the moment one employs the primordial techniques of the Preaching alchemists, one can summon ethereal substances that nourish both the spirit and the body. descending from the void into the inner realm. Upon entering the subterranean cavern where the female alchemist lay in deep slumber, Wang Xuan immediately sensed the presence of some rarefied mysterious essence permeating the air. He was taken aback, initially thinking he had drawn near to the inner realm itself. Soon, he discerned that, apart from the faint tendrils emanating from the woman in the golden bamboo boat, another portion of the essence originated from the rock face. It then struck him that the others seemed entirely oblivious to this phenomenon, completely unaware of the mysterious essence born from the inner realm. Despite the formidable strengths of Qianlei, Qingmu, and Jin Xuan, they too failed to perceive anything amiss. Their focus wholly absorbed by the ethereal golden bamboo and the female alchemist. Wang Xuan speculated whether only those who had ventured into the inner realm and absorbed its essence could detect such anomalies. Ultimately, he became certain that the others in the subterranean cavern truly remained oblivious to the mysterious essence, perceiving this special substance as mere air. While Wang Xuan maintained a tranquil exterior, his heart raced with excitement as he fixated on the rock wall, employing his heightened senses to pinpoint the core location. Upon the entire rock face, wisps of mysterious elements seeped forth, yet only these 2 blocks stood out as particularly unique. At that moment, he not only discerned the presence of a rich, elusive substance deep within the stones, but also felt as if he were on the cusp of touching the very edge of an inner realm, which quickened his heartbeat and stirred profound waves within his soul. Furthermore, he was certain of one thing. Although the new star had uncovered supernatural materials, they remained oblivious to these distinctly different mysterious elements, unable to detect anything even with their most advanced instruments. It appeared that the treasures of the inner realm were indeed extraordinary. Wang Xuan ran his hand over the 2 stones, rough and marked by char, emanating a pleasantly soothing essence that coursed into his being. The remnants of ascension, relics of immortality. He decided to name them the Ascension Stones. He found this moniker fitting. He recalled the group of middle-aged men who, in their blind enthusiasm for stone excavation, were particularly intent on acquiring the stones he possessed, demonstrating their cunning nature. A smile graced Wang Xuan's face. Fortunately, he had anticipated their intentions. Nevertheless, he believed that those men also benefited, as the entire cavern was infused with strands of those mysterious elements, and the stones they held were undoubtedly tainted with some essence. Wang Xuan speculated that the female practitioner's failed ascension had triggered a cataclysmic eruption of the ascendant essence, violently releasing the mysterious material she had brought from the inner realm, causing an overwhelming impact in all directions. The cavern had melted in that tumultuous event, with vast quantities of rare substances sinking into the rock layers, rendering the entire cave a veritable treasure trove. Regrettably, as time passed, the cavern endured relentless assaults, becoming riddled with countless fissures, through which the mysterious elements that had permeated the rock layers ultimately escaped. Otherwise, the metamorphic stones are undoubtedly more than just 2 simple pieces. There must be more. Wang Xuan firmly believes that in the eyes of those truly knowledgeable, these 2 metamorphic stones are priceless treasures that one would not exchange for anything. Clutching the 2 stones, he feels a profound sense of anticipation. Even before he has shattered the metamorphic stones, wisps of mysterious energy have already begun to permeate his body, nourishing his spirit and cleansing his sinews. Most crucially, he has vaguely perceived the edges of the inner realm. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xuan calms his mind, preparing to invoke the ancient methods of the pre-Qin alchemists, his heart brimming with eagerness and an intense desire for exploration. The sound of falling leaves wafts through the window, followed by the rhythmic patter of raindrops striking the glass. Autumn rain has begun to fall outside. Suddenly, Wang Xuan opens his eyes, swiftly placing the 2 metamorphic stones into an inconspicuous corner. He darts to the balcony and silently crouches down. He hears an unusual sound beneath the balcony. There are faint noises suggesting someone is climbing. Although the sounds are too subtle for an ordinary person to detect, the rain serves to mask everything. However, Wang Xuan's hearing is extraordinarily acute, far surpassing that of the average individual, especially after he triggered his heightened senses during his last visit to the inner realm. His power has significantly increased. Not only has he advanced to the 3rd level of the golden body technique, but his spirit has also become increasingly vigorous, and his intuition remarkably sharp. Who could possibly be climbing towards the balcony on this rainy night? As he fully extends his perception, he detects other faint movements. Outside the door, in the corridor, There are soft footsteps approaching, light and measured. There are two individuals who have come to a stop outside his door. Had the golden body technique not ascended to its third tier, and had his spirit not been so vigorous, Wang Xuan might have overlooked these nearly imperceptible sounds, remaining oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, the circumstances were now drastically altered. He detected these almost inaudible noises, sensing peril approaching. Silently, a hand emerged on the balcony, scaling its way up with force, followed by the revelation of half a human head, and then a dark, ominous gun aimed directly at the room within. Wang Xuan could not discern the assailant's visage, but from his crouched position on the balcony, he had a clear view of the menacing muzzle protruding, targeting the interior. Should the two individuals outside breach the door while he engaged in combat, and the figure on the balcony were to suddenly open fire, the situation would be disastrous. Instantly, he recognized the professionalism of the intruder. Someone had come to take his life, stronger than the previous assailants. These were three formidable killers of terrifying caliber. On this night, the Grey Blood organization had been uprooted from its stronghold in the old soil, leading Wang Xuan to ponder whether these assassins were desperate or if their employer had increased the bounty, prompting those remnants of the Grey Blood organization who had evaded extermination to seize this chaotic night to eliminate him. Regardless of the motive, the circumstances ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. He had always been benevolent, reflecting on the fact that he had never wronged anyone. Yet he found himself repeatedly targeted and threatened with death. As the rain intensified, pattering against the windows with increasing ferocity, droplets were swept in by the wind onto the balcony, evidently rendering the assailant outside quite miserable and drenched. Ultimately, this individual performed a nimble maneuver, akin to a civet cat, swiftly entering the balcony, intending to conceal himself behind the curtains for a surprise attack on the occupants within. However, she overestimated her own capabilities. Just as she rolled into the sunlit platform, a hand seized her arm that held the gun, and with a sharp crack, her bone fractured, causing her arm to dangle helplessly, rendering her unable to wield her weapon. Wang Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He possessed confidence in his own strength. Having mastered the third level of the golden body technique, his physique was extraordinarily robust. With a single strike, an ordinary person's face would surely collapse, leaving them unable to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. Remarkably, this female assassin did not succumb to complete unconsciousness. A powerful force surged within her, propelling her to attempt an escape. She was, in fact, a seasoned practitioner of ancient techniques, having successfully harnessed her internal energy and combined with the firearm in her grasp. She would have posed a formidable challenge, if unprepared. To eliminate Wang Xuan, a cadre of true elite assassins had come this night. Since she had not been rendered completely insensible, another strike was warranted. Now that Wang Xuan had perfected his golden body technique, his strength was exceptionally formidable. Someone who had merely begun to gather their energy was far from sufficient to contend with him. The slap landed, and the assassin's once commendable features grotesquely contorted, fine cracks appearing in her forehead, as darkness enveloped her vision. A chilling realization struck her heart before she fell. This individual surpassed the descriptions in the intelligence reports by an overwhelming margin, even without targeting her vital points. A mere casual slap across her face was unbearable, making her feel as though her head would shatter, akin to a ferocious northeast tiger pinning down a small rabbit with its paw. Almost simultaneously, the door emitted a faint sound before opening silently, and two figures burst in like monkeys, rolling onto the ground rather than entering in a stiff manner. The gun in Wang Xuan's hand veered off course, failing to strike its intended target. However, at that very moment, the female assassin he had forcefully propelled collided with one of the individuals present. That individual, displaying remarkable tenacity, delivered a powerful kick to the assassin, sending her sprawling. In a fluid motion, he propelled himself off the ground with one hand and hurled a dagger toward Wang Xuan's face. Just as Wang Xuan dodged, the assailant lunged directly at him. Almost simultaneously, another figure arrived, exhibiting astonishing agility that far surpassed that of the earlier female assassin. It was evident that these two were seasoned experts in the realm of combat. They bore no firearms. One wielded a short blade while the other approached unarmed, intent on eliminating their target. Wang Xuan sighed, contemplating that he truly needed to refine his marksmanship. Having fired several shots without hitting anything demonstrated a disconcerting lack of precision. In truth, the primary reason lay in the extraordinary prowess of his opponents, who exhibited remarkable agility, evasion, and acrobatics. having honed their physical skills to an exceptionally advanced level. These two had not only cultivated their energy, but had also been practicing for many years. Had it been a week prior, Wang Xuan would have found it exceedingly strenuous and even perilous to contend with them. However, after the previous encounter where he had been ambushed, he had entered a new realm of understanding, and everything had changed. He discarded his firearm and engaged the two assailants with bare hands. With a resounding thud, one of them swung a palm towards him, only to be met with a fierce slap from Wang Xuan's right hand, effectively blocking the strike and producing a dull thump. The assassin was taken aback. No one knew better than he the immense power behind that strike, capable of shattering bones and severing tendons of those who had mastered energy cultivation. Yet, here stood the young man, unscathed. Wang Xuan indeed exhibited a moment of astonishment, noticing that the palms of his assailant were unusually thick and broad, a clear indication of someone who had mastered the iron sand palm technique. Their hands had become deformed, with an increase in bone density that could undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, with a forceful strike, the individual shattered Wang Xuan's desk into splinters. He was certain of his iron sand palm's efficacy, yet he found it perplexing that he could not affect the young man before him. Wang Xuan's expression darkened. If the intention was to kill him, then an assault was warranted, but to destroy his belongings was an intolerable affront. The two assassins were momentarily taken aback. Their earlier attempt to take a life had elicited no visible reaction from their target, yet now, he was filled with palpable fury, retaliating with unyielding force. They were unaware that Wang, having just commenced his career, had yet to receive his first month's salary and now faced the prospect of compensating his landlord for a ruined desk, placing him in a precarious financial situation. The two men could hardly believe that this slender young man possessed such terrifying strength. Each strike felt as if they were being charged by a rampaging rhinoceros, sending them soaring through the air, their bones cracking audibly, with multiple fractures sustained. When their iron sand palms met the young man's hand, he remained unaffected. Instead, their own rough palms shattered, blood gushing forth. With a resounding crash, they collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile, their arm bones, leg bones, and ribs all fractured. They harbored grave doubts that their organization had sent them to their demise. Was this truly a person who had just successfully cultivated their energy and inner strength? Surely the intelligence department had erred. Wang Xuan spoke up. "You have destroyed my desk and delayed my pursuit of immortality. What is this nonsense? What is the worth of a dilapidated desk, and what does it mean to ascend to immortality?" At that moment, the two male assassins felt a chill in their hearts, coupled with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 33, The Shortcut to the Inner Realm. The two male assassins, appearing to be in their 40s, possessed ordinary features. Both trained in the iron sand palm technique, their robust physiques accentuated by their notably large and coarse right hands, resembling those of bears, yet now shattered and bleeding profusely. Having practiced their martial arts for over 30 years, they had only now achieved remarkable prowess at their age. Yet they found themselves bested by a youth barely in his 20s, a reality they struggled to accept. Not far away, the female assassin regained consciousness, her face and arms throbbing with excruciating pain. As Wang Xuan approached, he seized her and, with a swift motion, shattered her other arm with a resounding crack, eliciting a near scream from her due to the agony. Wang Xuan surmised that the three of them were desperate fugitives, assassins by trade, without incapacitating them entirely. There was no guarantee they wouldn't resort to other desperate measures, such as drawing a firearm or releasing a dose of sedative. Better to end it swiftly. One of the men, his voice rasping, his body broken and devoid of strength, spoke up. "Which organization do you belong to?" Wang Xuan inquired. "Gray Blood." To his surprise, the man on the ground willingly divulged this information without hesitation, revealing their origins with unexpected transparency. In truth, the assassins on the ground exhibited a palpable sense of trepidation, witnessing one of their own casually severing limbs and transforming the visage of a rather attractive female assassin into a grotesque caricature. They speculated that Wang Xuan could be exceedingly ruthless, fearing that they too might suffer a similar fate. Thus, they deemed it more prudent to divulge what they knew, for they harbored no secrets capable of jeopardizing the Gray Blood organization. Subsequently, the trio responded to every inquiry, for they were not zealots, but rather mercenaries, motivated solely by monetary gain, and held no absolute allegiance to any entity. The Gray Blood organization faced significant losses this night, as their strongholds in the old earth were systematically dismantled, yet some individuals remained concealed, untouched by the turmoil. tasked with assassinating Wang Xuan amidst the chaos of the night. The three understood that, irrespective of the outcome, they must refrain from further actions until dawn. Wang Xuan maintained a demeanor of icy indifference. The deterrent of the old earth had proven effective. However, the audacity of these assassins, daring to approach him with murderous intent, was an affront he could scarcely endure. Indeed, there were whispers of increased bounties placed on his head, yet the identities of those orchestrating such schemes eluded them entirely. Upon receiving their orders, their sole responsibility was to carry out the act of murder, with no insight into the shadowy figures offering such astonishing remuneration. As for the internal workings of the Grey Blood organization, they were utterly oblivious, as the organization had instituted stringent safeguards and self-preservation measures. Even amidst the capture of numerous assassins, the operational integrity of the Grey Blood organization remained unscathed, repeatedly targeted by unseen adversaries. Even the most unyielding clay figurine possesses a certain resilience, let alone Wang Xuan himself. The persistent invitations extended to the Grey Blood organization to extinguish his life were utterly intolerable. Gazing down at the three incapacitated figures sprawled upon the ground, he raised his hand and gestured a few times, yet refrained from delivering the final blow. At its core, these three individuals are merely instruments of murder, utterly distant from the true mastermind behind the scenes. Even if they were to be eliminated, it would scarcely affect the enigmatic figure orchestrating the grim machinations, nor would it cause the Grey Blood organization any significant distress. Moments ago, when faced with an assassination attempt, Wang Xuan felt a surge of murderous intent. However, now that he has regained his composure, the thought of brutally slaying the three within the confines of his own abode, transforming it into a veritable house of blood, fills him with a sense of revulsion and hesitation. "Where are those who attempted to take my life last time?" Wang Xuan inquired. "They have all retreated. One has become a vegetable, while another has received a mechanical heart, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self," came the response. Despite his mastery of the iron sand palm and his typically unfeeling demeanor, the middle-aged man felt a sense of unease at the fate of two assassins from the previous encounter. The prospect of the young man before him unleashing his wrath was truly chilling. Wang Xuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the stone he had hurled would result in one assassin suffering a fractured skull, leaving him in a vegetative state, while another, impaled by a steel rod and with his heart torn asunder, had somehow survived. "Fortunately, I have never taken a life," Wang Xuan reflected. Though the three assassins perceived his words as anything but innocent, interpreting them as a form of self-mockery. Looking down at them, Wang Xuan proposed, "Perhaps you three should consider ending your own lives or assist one another in doing so." The faces of the three assassins paled, their apprehension palpable as they exchanged anxious glances. "Is this truly the language of a human being?" they thought, his reluctance to act with his own hands, instead suggesting elaborate means of murder, marked him as a profoundly dangerous individual. They had misjudged him. Wang Xuan's genuine intent was not to kill. Yet he felt that kindness would be misplaced, for they had come to take his life, and he could not afford to let them go. "Never mind. I cannot bear it." In the end, Wang Xuan sighed and shook his head, saying, "After all, I have never taken a life and have no intention of making an exception at this moment." Upon hearing this, the three individuals felt as if the dark clouds enveloping their existence had been torn apart by a ray of sunshine, illuminating their world anew. They were somewhat exhilarated. Could fate truly be so capricious? Wang Xuan cast a glance at them and remarked, "What are you thinking? Your hands are stained with the blood of others. To release you would be akin to condoning evil. I shall not grant you the opportunity to commit further atrocities. It is best to leave your fate in the hands of professionals who can escort you on your final journey." He promptly contacted Qingmu for assistance, as he realized that even the mere task of disposing of their bodies would pose a considerable inconvenience, given that he had always prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. The three individuals, once filled with hope, plummeted swiftly into despair, their emotions oscillating dramatically, leaving them tormented. They unanimously concluded that he was a malevolent force, toying with their psyche in a manner more terrifying than outright execution. He was undoubtedly a master manipulator. Wang Xuan, however, remained unfazed, oblivious to their plight, lamenting, "I am still too kind-hearted and lenient." Upon hearing this, the three felt even worse, as if they had fallen into the depths of hell, increasingly convinced that he was indeed a devil incarnate. When Qingmu received the news, he rushed over in person, enraged by the situation. Just recently, he had conversed with Wang Xuan, informing him that the Grey Blood organization had been eradicated from the old lands, and that all parties were to maintain a low profile the following day. Yet, on this very night, the Grey Blood organization had returned to target Wang Xuan. Was this the final act of madness, or had they become excessively brazen? Upon witnessing the scene in the room, Aoki grimaced. Indeed, Xiao Wang's methods were rather ruthless. What had become of that female assassin's face? Given her state, why hadn't he delivered another blow to grant them a swift end? I have never taken a life, Wang Xuan firmly protested. Aoki, with a disdainful expression, replied, very well. I shall conduct the interrogation myself and then dispose of them. With a wave of his hand, several individuals entered to remove the 3 assassins and to clean the room, erasing the bloodstains with remarkable professionalism. Wang Xuan inquired whether the silver beast skin scroll obtained from Qingqing Mountain had been appraised and when he might receive his additional compensation. Aoki had previously mentioned that the scroll was extraordinary, far surpassing typical expedition finds, and that, according to the organization's internal regulations, compensation would be forthcoming. Not yet. It is still being deciphered. That cryptic script has stumped many seasoned scholars who are left bewildered and unable to recognize it. Why? Are you in dire need of funds? Aoki asked in surprise. Wang Xuan sighed, responding, you see, the landlord mentioned that this desk is made of mahogany. As a recent graduate, I have yet to receive even a month's salary. I simply cannot afford to compensate. Observing the serious expression on his face and glancing at the 3 assassins he had incapacitated and dragged away, Aoki was at a loss for words, finding the situation bizarre. All right then, I shall lend you some funds personally. Aoki requested his account information, then turned back to him, asking, have you not considered other alternatives? You have 3 assassins at your disposal. Why not have them transfer funds? Wang Xuan replied, I fear attracting the attention of the authorities. I refuse to engage in illicit dealings. My earnings must be legitimate. You are indeed principled. Aoki patted his shoulder, rendered speechless, and turned to leave with his companions. The room fell into silence as Wang Xuan tidied up and murmured to himself, I hope the 2 ethereal stones do not disappoint me. It was precisely due to recently mastering the golden body technique that he possessed sufficient strength to face the 3 formidable assassins with unwavering confidence. What the future held was uncertain. He understood that to confront everything with composure, especially the Grey Blood organization, he must rise swiftly. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful and ascendant could he eventually unearth the puppeteers behind the scenes. He believed that once he reached a certain level of strength, instilling fear and trepidation in the Grey Blood organization, they might even willingly divulge the identities of those orchestrating events from the shadows. Wang Xuan was convinced that, at all times, he should ensure his true capabilities surpassed external expectations. This approach would better secure his self-preservation and enable him to contend with adversaries. A smile graced his face as he held the 2 ethereal stones, filled with anticipation for the surprises they might bring. The room remained tranquil, and a dense aura of mystery surged through the stones into Wang Xuan's being, nourishing his spirit and rejuvenating his sinews. Soon, he found himself once again perceiving the blurred edge of a realm, not far away, beckoning him to approach. The ethereal stones indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. Although he did not activate a heightened state today, he still glimpsed that void of tranquility. Wang Xuan yearned deeply. If he could enter once more, it would undoubtedly yield immense rewards. Yet, despite his invigorated spirit and the operation of ancient techniques, he remained unable to draw closer to that hazy expanse. Crack! Wang Xuan hesitated not for a moment. He fractured a piece of metamorphic stone, instantly enveloped by a rich and enigmatic substance, and in that fleeting instant, he found himself drawing closer to the inner realm. With a sharp crack, he shattered another piece of metamorphic stone without a hint of reluctance, and an even denser aura of mystery engulfed him. In that moment, he realized he had truly entered the inner realm, yet it appeared somewhat different from his previous foray. Chapter 34. You have disappeared. Silence reigned. An expanse of desolation stretching endlessly before him, resembling a barren universe devoid of stars. This was the inner realm, the pinnacle of meditation, where mere minutes in the outside world could translate into years within. Indeed, the Taoist interpretation of the haunting inner landscape provides the most rational explanation, a void of tranquility. A place where one could linger in the clarity of time, maintaining an air of detachment and composure, shrouded in the unfathomable. As Wang Xuan entered a second time, His heart surged with excitement, for he understood all too well the significance of his presence here. This was the very essence of the formidable power wielded by the preaching alchemists. He discerned traces of lightning strikes. With unwavering focus, he scrutinized the once dim and even frigid inner realm, noting that certain areas were inexplicably charred, a stark contrast to his previous observations. Soon, tranquility washed over him. Upon entering this domain, his perceptions sharpened remarkably, and he ascended to an extraordinarily serene state of mind. Cautiously, he advanced through the scorched landscape, where a sense of annihilation seemed to seep forth. Though he stood in the clarity of time, with a tranquil spirit, he still felt an oppressive weight that threatened to suffocate him. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as if an ethereal celestial being, clad in flowing white garments, soared upward with immense power. Yet, even such a formidable presence could not withstand the cataclysmic strike of thunder, which shattered the tranquility with a resounding crash. The luminous rain of transformation spanned across the ages, dispersing into the vast heavens. Wang Xuan was filled with trepidation. How could humanity possibly contend against such overwhelming force? The interior landscape bore vast expanses of charred blackness, still resonating with remnants of lightning, far beyond his imagination. In Wang Xuan's understanding, the realm of emptiness was severed from the material world, accessible only to the spirit, while the corporeal form remained in the external realm. What lay before his eyes was desolation, silence, and an oppressive sense of lifelessness. The lingering flashes of lightning vanished in an instant, returning to the charred ground. Appending his perceptions, the extensive areas of blackened earth, along with the residual lightning, dissipated swiftly, akin to a sandcastle crumbling in the tide, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As Wang Xuan advanced, every sight that diverged from the past was reduced to ashes, the darkness deepened, and the lightning extinguished, leaving nothing behind. He paused, observing the nearby landscape that had reverted to barrenness and void, lost in contemplation. The interior realm, after all, was untouched by the material world, was it not? What he had just witnessed, as he moved forward, disintegrated into dust, all remnants of decay. He stood still, silently attuning himself to the surroundings. Before finally exhaling a soft sigh, what he beheld was merely a reenactment of history, not a depiction of reality. Upon uttering these words, the interior landscape grew increasingly desolate and lifeless. Wang Xuan gradually comprehended that what he had witnessed was merely the residual manifestation of the female sorceress's past mental prowess, and not the true manifestation of the vast thunder that had once struck. The feathering stone was indeed a rare and priceless treasure. Wang Xuan's gaze was profound, and he felt a burgeoning confidence in traversing the path of ancient techniques, envisioning myriad possibilities for the future. In this moment, he comprehended fully why he found himself in this very place. In the past, the female practitioner had been immensely powerful, aspiring to attain an immortal status, yet ultimately, she failed to ascend, her essence shattered by the overwhelming thunder. Within that subterranean cavern, a terrifying explosion of transformation occurred, scattering her spiritual strength and the enigmatic elements she had extracted from the inner landscape. The mysterious substance, along with the remnants of her spiritual power, impacted the rock layers, most of which dissipated, leaving only traces that became the metamorphic stones. Thus, Wang Xuan, in a state devoid of heightened perception, vaguely glimpsed the periphery of the inner landscape and ultimately returned here once more. The residual spiritual energy embedded within the metamorphic stones, a remnant of the female practitioner, remained significant for posterity despite her demise. This lingering spiritual force resonated with the innate energies of the inner landscape she had once unveiled. When invoked by a person, it could potentially lead one deeper into the void. The enigmatic elements of the inner landscape were paramount. Wang Xuan believed that this mysterious substance encased the residual spiritual energy, integrating it within the stones, thus preserving it all. Concurrently, he possessed the ability to sense and discover the metamorphic stones, ultimately re-entering the inner landscape through them, a connection stemming from his previous absorption of the mysterious elements. Wang Xuan unraveled the causal relationships of it all, yet he remained perplexed about the true nature of the inner landscape. In truth, to this day, no one can elucidate the secrets of the void realm. It is desolate, serene, and even lethargic, eluding comprehension. In the distance, there are sights to behold, yet Wang Xuan did not hasten towards them. He remained steadfast in his initial purpose for entering this inner sanctum, to ascend swiftly and grow stronger, so that he may confront all that the world presents with equanimity. Today could be deemed a shortcut. He was uncertain if he would, like before, stand firm within the luminous expanse of time, where he could hone his body technique and rapidly augment his prowess. Wang Xuan recited the golden body technique, commencing his practice directly, advancing from the first tier until he reached the later stages of the third tier, a level he had attained previously. It proved effective. He felt a profound clarity within, his posture reflecting the descriptions of the golden body technique without flaw, his movements impeccably precise. Immersed wholly in his practice, he forgot all else. His thoughts were solely entwined with the golden body technique, enhancing his physical constitution. It was only when fatigue began to set in that he ceased. Thereafter, invoking the foundational methods of the preaching alchemists, mysterious energies emerged from the void, descending into the inner sanctum, nourishing Wang Xuan's spirit and dispelling his weariness, allowing him to again feel a surge of vitality. He exhaled deeply. There were no surprises or upheavals. Although he had crossed over clandestinely, the inner sanctum remained unchanged, permitting the practice of body techniques and the enhancement of strength. He was already on the cusp of the fourth tier of the golden body technique, and when he resumed his exercises, success flowed naturally. His body radiated with golden light, erupting momentarily into a blinding beam, exceedingly bright, before returning to normalcy. Simultaneously, his spirit flickered like a vibrant flame of gold, pulsating intensely, gradually regaining its composure. The fourth level of the golden body technique, achieved, Wang Xuan confirmed that the interior of this realm retained its enigmatic essence. To stand here was akin to entering the pinnacle of meditative contemplation, and his heart swelled with tranquility. He strode forward, eager to behold the distant scenery. Before him lay a collection of structures, accompanied by the vestiges of decay, desiccated lakes, collapsed pavilions, remnants of a former grandeur. Was this degradation still a result of the residual spiritual energy from the female practitioners? Only a handful of buildings stood defiantly against the ravages of time, surrounded by crumbling walls and a pervasive sense of rot. One room had its window ajar, revealing a long table laden with bamboo slips from the preaching era, among which lay a singular golden bamboo slip. Wang Xuan's eyes widened. Even in a state of transcendence and solitude, he felt his heartbeat quicken and his breath grow heavy. How many scriptures were inscribed upon those ancient slips, delving into the depths of foundational laws and body techniques? And how could he remain unperturbed by the presence of that radiant golden slip? Yet, his body hesitated, fearing that even the slightest movement might disperse the entire scene into nothingness. After a prolonged gaze, he let out a soft sigh. Even if he could approach, what would it matter? All the slips remained unrolled. Should he attempt to examine them, he would likely be left with only fleeting shadows and the decay of dust. This sensation weighed heavily upon him, as he could only observe from afar, unable to draw near, let alone touch, fully aware of the priceless scriptures laid out before him, yet utterly unattainable. Never mind, I already possess the esoteric techniques of the preaching alchemists, as well as the physical arts bequeathed by Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism. These practices are sufficiently profound and unfathomable, requiring me to dedicate an extensive amount of time to their study. There is no need to be overly ambitious. Even if I were to acquire all the bamboo scrolls from the long table, I would still lack the time to practice. Wang Xuan reassured himself, stepping back, and instantly felt an expansive sense of liberation, as if his spirit had been elevated. He was taken aback. Had he attained enlightenment? What was happening? He had not yet departed from the architectural complex. Why had the scene transformed of its own accord? Was it the lingering spiritual energy of the female alchemist at play? This possibility crossed his mind immediately. He stood in silence, invoking the foundational techniques of the preaching alchemists. In an instant, everything reverted to its original state, ruined walls, decaying remnants. And in the desolate room, the long table displayed invaluable bamboo scrolls. Before his eyes, a pair of blood-red shoes hovered, aligned with his gaze, clearly belonging to a woman. The sudden appearance of such an anomalous object in the dim ruins caused Wang Xuan's heart to race, sensing something uncanny. Vivid crimson blood dripped from the shoes, chillingly close to splattering onto him, prompting him to retreat a few steps. Then, he witnessed a blinding bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, akin to a celestial river cascading from the sky, striking directly at the blood-red shoes. In that moment, a pair of snow-white jade feet emerged from within the shoes, followed by perfectly straight, pristine legs, and in an instant, accompanied by a flowing white skirt, cloaked her form. Was it haunted? Wang Xuan felt an unsettling discomfort. Although he had yet to discern the woman's face, he was certain it was connected to the female alchemist. In this desolate and lifeless place, shrouded in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere, he uttered, almost as if compelled by some unseen force, "You vanished." The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Wishing he could silence himself, his mind, enveloped in an absolute stillness, had spoken the truth, yet he found himself lamenting such candor. Chapter 35. Approaching the celestial and the demonic. What had he just said? Wang Xuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In such a barren and foreboding locale, one must exercise utmost caution in speech. The silence was profound, interrupted only by the sudden emergence of a pale, spectral moon hanging high in the sky. Amidst the dim ruins, weeds thrived, and the unsettling scene grew increasingly ominous. A woman, her hair disheveled and her face obscured, floated just a few feet above the ground. Suspended in the night sky, her crimson shoes glimmering before him. Wang Xuan's heart raced. Was this the residual spiritual energy of a female practitioner? Moreover, why had the moon appeared? It was devoid of radiance, resembling a bloodless, ghostly visage. He fell silent, recognizing that in such a critical moment, silence is golden, a strategy to counter the unpredictable. He channeled the ancient techniques of the pre-Qin practitioners, summoning enigmatic forces from the void, their flickering presence cascading through the eerie and terrifying remnants of the shattered walls. Wang Xuan waited for a moment. The woman in the pallid moonlight remained utterly still and silent, confronting him in an unsettling standoff. He felt that continuing in this manner was not a solution, and with utmost seriousness and sincerity, he spoke. "I mean no offense. I have merely stumbled into this inner realm. As a person of later times, my words and actions may not align with the decorum of the pre-Qin era. But this does not stem from a lack of respect on my part. Rather, it is a reflection of the changing times, for contemporary individuals engage in such discourse. If you deem it necessary to observe certain formalities, I am willing to comply." Yet, amidst the desolate ruins overgrown with mugwort, there was only silence. The woman remained unresponsive. Wang Xuan pondered whether he should take action. A gentle breeze stirred beneath his feet, perhaps to dissipate the remnants of bygone spirits. He contemplated circumventing the woman to depart from this forsaken place. As he moved, the rubble and some partially collapsed walls around him began to fade. Yet the woman remained suspended in the air. Without a sound, she abruptly reappeared before him the moment he attempted to pass, her striking red shoes level with his brow. Wang Xuan sensed something amiss. A chill crept down his spine. Something was indeed wrong in this inner realm, and the woman was not quite right. How had she manifested so suddenly? A bolt of thunder had crashed from the heavens, blindingly bright, and then she had materialized. If she were indeed a malevolent spirit or apparition, one would expect her to fear the thunder. What was her true nature? Was she merely a dense remnant of spiritual energy? Wang Xuan evaded her presence and strode toward the ruin's periphery, only to find that she followed him, perpetually hovering before his brow. Overwhelmed by the situation, he wondered if he had become the object of her fixation. What were her intentions? Upon reflection, he found himself unafraid. After all, the souls had perished 3 millennia ago. What further influence could their residual spiritual energy exert? He, undeterred by the supernatural, emerged from the ruins, resolutely practicing his golden body technique, pretending not to see her. The energy within him flowed, flashes of golden light dancing before his eyes. His mental fortitude was robust. He remained calm and composed. If ghosts indeed existed, then the vitality radiating from him should be startlingly potent, for he was youthful and brimming with vigor. Unafraid of the spectral, Wang Xuan maintained his composure as he executed the golden body technique, which inherently involved grand movements. Once, he even brushed against the woman in the red shoes and white attire. With a swish, she vanished without a trace. His power steadily increased. Standing amidst the clarity of time, a crucial aspect for the pre-Qin practitioners, a source of their strength. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, prompting a pause. It was time to channel the foundational methods to summon mysterious energies. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. A chilling breeze caressed his neck. Only then did he realize that the woman, who had been suspended before him, was no longer there. Engrossed in the golden body technique, he had overlooked everything around him. Upon turning, he was startled to find the woman, her flowing white gown and striking red shoes, hovering just behind him. A gust of wind stirred, provoking a flutter of unease within him. The situation grew increasingly dire. Could the residual spiritual energy of the female practitioner intrude upon his inner sanctum? He turned again, only to find her shadowing his every move, perpetually lingering behind him, her red shoes nearly brushing against his shoulder. It was as if an unseen weight pressed upon him. An unbearable sensation. He began to analyze the situation. Theoretically, death extinguishes life like a candle, leaving nothing behind. The female practitioner perished 3 millennia ago. Were she to have survived, she would not have awaited this moment. The residual spiritual energy. He was convinced that the crux of the matter lay here. Was it originally dispersed within the inner realm, or had it been recently drawn in by him? The latter possibility sent a shiver down Wang Xuan's spine. He shattered the ethereal stone, and the enigmatic elements within surged forth, intertwining with the remnants of the female practitioner's spiritual energy, thus precipitating the anomaly. Theoretically, one cannot be resurrected after death. However, the inner realm is unlike the mortal world, shrouded in unfathomable mysteries, with ancient sages unable to provide clear descriptions. In this realm, the occurrence of irregularities is not entirely implausible. Regardless of whether you were always here or I inadvertently brought you, could you kindly elucidate your intentions and desires? Following me in this manner is hardly a solution. Wang Xuan turned his back to her, refraining from looking back. He was eager to discern the true motives of this residual spiritual energy. He harbored no romantic notions. The idea of a woman of greater age bestowing riches or ascending to celestial ranks was far from his mind. If such thoughts were to arise, and if the remnants of the female practitioner's spirit indeed bore serious issues, it would likely lead to his immediate demise. Nevertheless, the woman remained silently suspended behind him. An unsettling presence, her disheveled hair, white garments, and red shoes obscuring her visage, resembling a ghastly specter beneath the pallid moonlight. In the inner realm, mysterious substances drifted down. As Wang Xuan's spirit revitalized, he resumed his practice of the golden body technique, allowing the enigmatic woman to hover in his wake. Years have passed, and Wang Xuan felt as though he had been immersed in this realm for 7 or 8 years. He had advanced to the later stages of the 4th layer of the golden body technique, having progressed from the late 3rd layer. His strength had significantly increased, and occasionally, a golden radiance flickered in the depths of his gaze. Ordinary daggers would hardly pierce his flesh. Wang Xuan's once cold heart ignited with fervor. Each time he entered the inner realm, his power surged dramatically. To him, this place was shrouded in mystery and uncertainty, imbued with hope and formidable strength. The enigmatic elements that descended might alter the fate of the waning ancient arts. The Preqin dynasty was a time of remarkable brilliance in these arts, where powerful sorcerers could wield forces that approached the transcendental. The early days of Taoism were rich with various myths and legends. As time flowed, in this contemporary era, few ventured down the path of ancient techniques. Since modern times, it had become exceedingly difficult to find a grandmaster, let alone an extraordinary one. Soon, the inner realm began to tremble, growing unstable. Wang Xuan understood that his time was up. He was about to depart from this desolate expanse. The 2 ethereal stones had allowed him to linger here for 7 or 8 years, proving to be of remarkable value. Wang Xuan spoke solemnly. I must take my leave. If my strength permits, I will find a way to protect your physical form once I exit, striving to prevent any chaos. As he was on the verge of leaving, he hoped the woman would not cause a disturbance, allowing him to exit smoothly. His intentions were sincere. He genuinely believed that if he succeeded in mastering the ancient arts, he would intervene in the experiments beneath the greater Xing'an range and would undoubtedly lend his assistance, as he truly felt that the female sorcerer was in a dire predicament. Boom. In the realm between heaven and earth, a brilliant bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, and the pale moon descended, transforming into a blood moon that illuminated the figure of a woman, rendering her even more otherworldly. As the thunder crackled and intertwined, the woman beneath the blood moon lifted her gaze, her long hair billowing as her true visage was revealed. Indeed, she was an enchantress, her skin as white and translucent as snow, and her exquisite face approached the realm of the unreal, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Devoid of any blemish, clad in white garments and adorned with red shoes, she hung before the blood moon, exuding a unique aura straddling the line between the ethereal and the demonic, leaving a profound impression on Wang Xuan. A woman who had perished 3,000 years ago gazed at Wang Xuan within the inner realm. In the final moments, whether it was his mere illusion or a trick of light as the inner landscape began to fade, he seemed to witness her smiling. Her near-celestial, near-demonic beauty, unparalleled in grace, sent a shiver down his spine, instilling a sense of uncanny allure. In the next instant, he was abruptly ejected from the inner realm, his eyes snapping open. At that moment, two faint golden rays streaked across the room. Wang Xuan rose, the golden radiance in the depths of his eyes dissipating. He felt the immense power coursing through him in reality. Indeed, his physical prowess had ascended to the late stage of the 4th level of the golden body technique. He grasped a dagger and drew it across his arm, only to have it ricochet off swiftly, leaving merely a faint trace of blood. The vigorous life force surged within him, and the blood quickly vanished. The 4th level of the golden body technique not only significantly enhanced the resilience of his flesh, but also augmented his mental strength and vitality. Furthermore, it endowed him with remarkable recuperative abilities, invigorating his overall physical condition. As for his offensive power, it was needless to say, it far surpassed his previous capabilities. Wang Xuan smiled, for such accomplishments warrant joy. An indescribable sense of achievement and satisfaction enveloped him, rendering his mind and body serene and content. More importantly, due to the 2 feathered stones, he had unveiled a viable path, suggesting that the gradually effective ancient techniques might once again gleam brilliantly through his endeavors. Some ancient temples, steadfast in their grandeur, have long been the subjects of legends involving virtuous monks transforming into rainbows. Does this not equate to ascension? In certain revered Taoist mountains and their ancestral grounds, tales of ascension and transcendence abound, and it is likely that extraordinary artifacts remain from such occurrences. Wang Xuan believed that any location where a grand explosion of ascension had transpired would likely harbor such remarkable stones. Chapter 36. An incident occurred. The morning was alive with the sounds of honking cars, crowded buses, hurried office workers, and students dashing along with their backpacks. These scenes intertwined to herald the onset of another tense and bustling day. Time still permitted. Wang Xuan sought refuge in a small eatery by the roadside, indulging in a pancake, a cup of sweet soybean milk, and a bowl of savory tofu pudding. Pondering the ongoing debate over sweet and savory flavors from north to south, had he arrived too early? He realized he was the first to reach the office, with Lu Shui, ever youthful and fashion-conscious, arriving a mere 10 minutes later, followed by others trickling in half an hour later. The morning unfolded without much to occupy him. Wang Xuan dispatched a few emails and briefly attended to 2 sets of blueprints, before resuming his discreet study of the Taoist texts. Naturally, he remained vigilant, observing his old colleague Chen Yongjie, who had a penchant for incessantly calling others to go fishing. Indeed, a sense of unease gripped Wang Xuan's heart. Throughout the morning, his old colleague made several calls, speaking of fishing, despite the tempestuous storm from the night prior, which had given way to a bright and breezy morning. In his eyes, his former colleagues were all speaking in cryptic language. Fishing was best left unmentioned. He had personally experienced the tempest in the greater Xing'an Mountains, and the storm last night must certainly have alluded to the removal of gray blood organizations. As for the serene weather today, it likely indicated that all factions were adopting a more discreet approach. Then Wang Xuan began to perceive issues in everyone around him. For instance, there was that gentleman with black-framed glasses, engaged in a conversation about the previous night's ruthless massacre, yet now he seemed drowsy. The 2 sisters who relished playing mahjong were conversing in hushed tones, discussing how fortune ebbs and flows, and that luck does not hinge on fleeting moments. They would decide the next round of stakes later. Furthermore, there was a somewhat sentimental colleague who fancied composing poetry, and he had recited a verse early in the morning. I used the firmament as my curtain, hanging a string of fireworks, with a bang. They explode in such splendid hues, breathtaking the mortal realm. Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. What sort of individuals were these? Had they all participated in some clandestine operation the night before, piloting warships to vanquish a fleet of enemy vessels? Ultimately, even the girl beside him, Lu Shui, who was applying lipstick while gazing into a small mirror, appeared off-kilter. She remarked that the shade of lipstick was not to her liking. She preferred a hauntingly vivid red, imbued with a melancholic elegance, as that possessed a serene beauty transcending the mundane. Listen, the entire room was filled with such enigmatic discourse. Wang Xuan felt a sense of overwhelm. He sat there, maintaining a facade of composure, forcing himself to concentrate on the study of Taoist texts. At last, the time for lunch arrived, and his colleagues were in high spirits, inviting the newcomer Wang Xuan to sample the delicacies of a newly opened restaurant outside the Design Institute. Wang Xuan found the food tasteless, his mind wandering. He was inclined to inquire about their conversations, yet hesitated for fear of being too abrupt or direct. After the meal, it was the older colleague who remained composed, privately approaching Wang Xuan. However, a single query nearly prompted him to turn away. For the colleague inquired whether he wished to go fishing. Having endured a perilous encounter in the greater Xing'an Mountains, nearly targeted by the Grey Blood Organization's space warship, Wang Xuan harbored no desire to wade into such treacherous waters again. "Young man," his colleague remarked, "you are still youthful, brimming with passion and the tears of youth. Cherish it." Wang Xuan, with a wooden expression, questioned whether he intended to use him as bait. "What are you thinking?" His colleague replied, "I merely wish to invite you to fish at the abandoned machinery factory behind the Design Institute, which has been neglected for several years. There lies a lake of moderate size, now overgrown with reeds, where the wild fish are thriving." Wang Xuan gazed at him with suspicion, contemplating whether this older colleague had indeed confirmed his identity as a senior figure within the exploration organization. "It is I," the colleague stated, seemingly aware of Wang Xuan's thoughts. "Come on, we have just had lunch. Let us walk and talk while we go fishing." Prepared, he opened the trunk of his old red car, revealing an array of fishing gear. En route, Wang Xuan could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring about the identities of their office colleagues. Chen Yongjie, the older colleague, initially appeared dazed before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Where are your thoughts wandering? Do you truly believe our retirement office is teeming with extraordinary individuals? They are merely a bunch of normal men and women who enjoy gaming, playing mahjong, composing sentimental poetry, dressing up, and watching horror films. The only abnormal ones are you and me." Chen Yongjie cast a surprised glance at him and remarked, "Is that truly normal? I have heard that with a single slap. You left a beautiful woman's face marred, and that you have claimed 5 lives within a few days. This is slander and defamation. I have never taken a life." Wang Xuan quickly corrected him, emphasizing that he was a law-abiding citizen who had merely injured 5 individuals in an act of justifiable self-defense. "Isn't that quite similar?" His old colleague nodded in agreement. Wang Xuan chose not to elaborate further and instead inquired about his colleague's true identity and the reason for working in such an inconspicuous place. His old colleague led him to the lakeside of an abandoned machinery factory, setting up a fishing rod as he explained, "I am the mentor of Qingmo, traversing both the old and the new worlds. Regardless of where I find myself, it is prudent to maintain a tranquil occupation as a fade. Do you not also find solace in this place?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan immediately understood that Qingmu had been well prepared for contingencies, having nudged him toward his mentor right after graduation. Even if Wang Xuan had chosen not to join the exploration organization initially, the presence of such an old colleague would have inevitably influenced him to join sooner or later. This was premeditated. Wang Xuan sighed. But what more could he say? His old colleague had revealed his identity, demonstrating sincerity. Do not harbor any resentment. After meticulous calculations and arrangements, the Grey Blood Organization's spacecraft pose no threat to you. Should they dare to show themselves, they will be swiftly dealt with. But enough of that. I have heard you practice the golden body technique and have a gift for you. His old colleague handed him a book, which seemed to carry the weight of years. Imbued with a sense of antiquity, Wang Xuan accepted it and opened the pages, his astonishment growing as he perused the contents, which detailed various plants, minerals, and peculiar creatures. Is this reliable? As he turned the pages, he suddenly felt as if he had opened a new realm. For instance, the book described moonlight silver, an exceedingly rare and unique mineral. When this ore is struck, a silvery liquid flows forth, which must be consumed immediately, lest it evaporates rapidly, dissipating like the purest moonlight. If an ordinary person were to ingest some, it could revitalize their flesh and blood, but for those practicing the art of body refinement, such as the iron shirt technique, it is particularly potent, a grand tonic that accelerates physical enhancement. There is also a certain golden mushroom, when ground into powder and brewed into a soup. It can increase bone density, nourishing the marrow and producing new blood with greater vitality, thereby gradually improving overall constitution. The more Wang Xuan read, the more absurd it seemed. He had never encountered such things before, feeling that even a comprehensive encyclopedia would not yield any tangible evidence. The text further mentioned a type of mountain snail, which thrives among rocks and is deemed a rare treasure of the mountains, if captured, dried, and ground. Consuming a small amount daily for half a month could extend one's life by 5 years. Wang Xuan's skepticism deepened. He had perused texts such as the Compendium of Materia Medica in his leisure time and had never come across these bizarre items. His old colleague, Chen Yongjia, interjected, "Do not be incredulous. These entities are documented in the ancestral grounds of Taoism and the ancient Buddhist temples. This book merely compiles information, along with peculiarities mentioned in preaching bamboo slips." Wang Xuan paused, responding, "But after all these years, who has encountered them? They have long since vanished. The old earth may no longer reveal them, but that does not imply they are absent in the vastness of deep space." His colleague smiled. Wang Xuan keenly noted that he referred to deep space, not a new star, sensing a subtle implication. An old colleague forcefully tugged at the fishing rod, shaking his head in regret as the fish eluded capture. He continued, "In recent years, some extraordinary items have surfaced, albeit in limited quantities, causing quite a stir. Indeed, there have even been reports of the elusive earth immortal herb, though regrettably, it remains unharvested." Wang Xuan quickly flipped through the book, locating the page dedicated to the earth immortal herb. Its description was utterly enchanting, claiming that consuming a single specimen could extend one's life by 200 years. Thus, news of this herb had driven some individuals in the New Star region to the brink of madness. An extension of life by 2 centuries equates to 2 rebirths for an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the elderly magnates and heads of life research institutions were nearly deranged, all actively pursuing this elusive treasure. Wang Xuan felt a surge of emotions, yet soon adopted a wary demeanor. This old man had an affinity for fishing. Could it be that he was concocting yet another scheme? The atmosphere over there seemed quite lively. "You gift me this book and share such tantalizing information. What are you truly after? Speak plainly." The youth of today possess myriad thoughts, unlike our era, where we were merely innocent boys. "You are overthinking," his old colleague replied, shaking his head before suddenly yanking the fishing rod, finally reeling in. "A soft-shelled turtle. What a nuisance. I am here to fish." The old man discarded the turtle, declaring it to be a mere wraith of a creature, recently released and hardly worth considering. However, ever since hearing his remarks, Wang Xuan felt a sense of caution towards him. He began to ponder that perhaps it would be prudent to avoid involving his old colleague when venturing into New Star. Just outside this city lies an ancient temple that has stood for a millennium. Wang Xuan intends to pay a visit soon. Plans cannot keep pace with changes. On this night, Wang Xuan was haunted by nightmares. He dreamt of a woman clad in white with red shoes, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and 2 streaks of blood adorning her beautiful face. She approached him menacingly, almost brushing against his cheek, which jolted him awake. Since mastering ancient techniques, he had enjoyed restful nights, free from nightmares. Yet, this night held an unsettling peculiarity. Wang Xuan took a moment to regulate his breathing and calm his mind, soon drifting back into slumber. However, an hour later, he was startled awake once more, feeling a chilling breeze upon his face, and again confronted by the spectral woman with blood tears streaming down her visage. He realized that trouble was brewing. He had found himself entangled in a significant predicament. Although he had always been skeptical of such matters, the undeniable truth was that every time he succumbed to sleep, the woman would return. Throughout the night, Wang Xuan fell into a restless sleep only to awaken repeatedly until dawn. He promptly reached out to his old colleague, Chen Yongjia, believing that Qingmu could no longer assist him. Is such a thing possible? Chen, a seasoned explorer, listened intently, his belief unwavering, for he had encountered numerous inexplicable phenomena himself, events that remained beyond explanation. "Do not worry, I will send you a talisman shortly, crafted by a venerable Taoist who has lived for over a century. It will prove useful." True to his word, Chen arranged for the delivery that afternoon. Yet, as night descended, the unsettling occurrences resurfaced, and the so-called talisman ignited spontaneously, nearly igniting Wang Xuan's bedding and his hair, leaving him helpless and wide-eyed in disbelief. As the night wore on, the situation deteriorated further. After finally succumbing to sleep, he was abruptly awakened by a chilling sensation, feeling something in his embrace, something covered in fur, with a pair of terrifying eyes wide open, staring directly at him. Chapter 37. The celestial being accompanies sleep. Wang Xuan's hair stood on end. With his current instinct, how could anyone approach him without his notice? Even in deep slumber, one would sense an intrusion. Now, in the dead of night, jolted awake by the presence of a furry creature beside him, he was instantly covered in goosebumps. Especially when he glanced down, he found those cold, eerie eyes already fixated on him. A piercing scream erupted, sharp enough to make Wang Xuan's eardrums ache. Particularly in the stillness of the night, with the room enveloped in darkness. The creature's sudden howl could easily send anyone just awakened into a state of shock. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xuan delivered a swift slap. His hand could not only obliterate a face, but likely crush a skull as well. However, the creature was surprisingly agile, leaping away with a shriek, displaying a dexterity far surpassing that of a human. In the final moment, he withdrew his strike. For he finally discerned what it was, a large black cat, its fur sleek and glossy, with vibrant green eyes, weighing an impressive 9 pounds. Nearly the size of a small dog. How did it get in here? He turned on the light to search for clues, and ultimately discovered that the window had not been securely shut, allowing the large black cat to squeeze through the gap. "Get out," he commanded. "If you dare enter again, I shall flatten you with a single blow." Wang Xuan opened the window and shooed the large black cat away. Wang Xuan was suddenly overcome with an impulse to rush out and give it a slap, feeling that the cat possessed an uncanny aura. It was indeed peculiar. In the dead of night, first a woman in white with red shoes appeared, her hair disheveled and tears of blood streaming down her face, followed by a heart-wrenching scream emanating from under the covers. Who could endure such a spectacle? Wang Xuan splashed some water on his face and sat in quiet contemplation. He surmised that the cat was likely connected to the female practitioner. It might well have been summoned by her, an utterly bizarre occurrence. "I have promised to rescue your physical form from the greater Shingon Mountains when my abilities allow," he spoke aloud, regardless of whether she could hear him. Feeling it necessary to reiterate and clarify, "Could it be that someone has drawn blood from you again?" Doubt not at him. Such matters were too sinister. He had always believed that once a person dies, their light is extinguished. Yet now, in the middle of the night, the female practitioner's disturbances kept him from slumber. Truly unsettling. Wang Xuan practiced his foundational methods for a while before beginning to visualize the female practitioner, particularly her visage marred by streaks of blood. Normally, one would conjure the image of a rosy skull. However, he deliberately hypnotized himself, envisioning her as a serene and sacred figure, resplendent in elegance despite the bloodstains. If Qing Mu were to know, he would surely exclaim that young Wang harbored considerable ambition and was indeed formidable, able to transform the image of a frightful specter into that of a celestial being. Once he had solidified this visualization, Wang Xuan laid down to sleep, and indeed, by the latter half of the night, the disheveled woman reappeared within the depths of his slumbering consciousness. "Ah, here you are." Wang Xuan greeted her in his dream before promptly drifting back into a deep sleep. The disheveled woman appeared momentarily stunned, yet she did not falter. Clad in crimson shoes, she approached him once more, her alabaster visage marred by shocking streaks of blood, nearly pressing against Wang Xuan's face, gazing at him intently. "Is the celestial maiden accompanying me to slumber?" In a self-induced trance, having engaged in unconventional visualization, Wang Xuan dreamt of an exquisitely beautiful face drawing near. Devoid of the initial horror, instead, he found the enchanting gaze to be remarkably gentle, prompting him to reach out and caress it. The female practitioner was on the verge of exploding in disbelief. What was happening? Despite her disheveled state, he appeared delighted and captivated, even daring to touch her. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder cascaded from the heavens, radiant and pure, akin to a starry river descending, reverberating within the depths of Wang Xuan's consciousness, rendering his ears ringing and jolting him awake. What is happening? Is there a storm outside? He drew back the curtains to reveal a moonlit scene, the stars twinkling like scattered jewels. How could there be a thunderstorm? Reflecting on his dream, he realized that the female practitioner had struck him with thunder from his subconscious, rousing him from slumber. Wang Xuan glanced down at his right hand, seemingly having touched a delicate, supple face, yet no traces of blood remained. Once more, he entered a meditative state, visualizing the blood-stained practitioner as a celestial maiden, transforming the blinding thunder into ethereal melodies. Additionally, he incorporated various scenic elements, accompanied by poetry and dance. He then buried himself in sleep again, hoping to sustain his rest until dawn. The female celestial arrived more swiftly than he had anticipated. Just as he had barely succumbed to slumber, she materialized before him, clad in flowing white garments, seeming to hover above the ground. This time, she did not dare to draw too close. Her palm began to emit a radiant glow. However, as the thunder drew near, rumbling ominously. The surroundings of both her and Wang Xuan transformed. In an instant, a scene of revelry unfolded, with petals cascading like confetti and a fragrant breeze wafting through the air. Amidst the flickering lightning, crystalline petals floated down from the void. Nearby, women danced gracefully, musicians played the guqin, while hermits perused sacred texts, and others recited verses. Delicate clouds weave enchantments. Shooting stars convey sorrow. The silver river flows silently across the expanse. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. The female celestial stood entranced, her snow-white gown billowing in the wind. Although her palm glowed with ethereal light, she refrained from unleashing its power, captivated by the spectacle of song and dance before her, lost in a reverie that blurred her consciousness. Eventually, her gaze regained its clarity. She evidently understood that this was Wang Xuan's domain, where every element had been meticulously orchestrated by him. She floated closer to Wang Xuan, lowering her gaze upon him, her palms still aglow, with thunder lurking in the background. "You've returned?" In his dreamlike state, Wang Xuan continued to perceive her as a celestial being. Though his subconscious stirred, this was his realm, where thoughts and sensations manifested instantaneously. He grasped the delicate hand of the female celestial, his face alight with the joy of encountering a divine presence. Suddenly, the thunder in her hand struck him directly. Wang Xuan let out a startled cry, awakening abruptly. He swiftly assessed his physical state and then turned inward to examine his vital essence, discovering that he remained unscathed. At this point, he remained composed, realizing that the female practitioner could only reach this extent, unable to harm his body or disturb his spirit. "Heavenly beings accompany my slumber," Wang Xuan uttered before drifting back into sleep, dismissing any fears that lingered, treating it as a spiritual journey and an encounter with the divine. Although he awoke several times throughout the night, a newfound confidence settled within him, granting him a sense of tranquility and composure. In contrast, the female practitioner appeared somewhat entranced, vanishing completely before dawn. After the sun rose, Wang Xuan freshened up and had his meal, promptly seeking out an old colleague. Despite his serene demeanor in dreams, proclaiming "heavenly beings accompany my slumber," he couldn't endure such nights indefinitely. Even though the female practitioner could not interfere with the mortal realm, being repeatedly stirred from his sleep proved to be quite a nuisance. His old colleague cherished tranquility, residing in a secluded courtyard outside the city, where he was practicing martial arts that morning. "Old Chun, we must devise a solution. I cannot engage in nightly revelries with her in dreams. The paths of mortals and immortals diverge. We cannot meet constantly." Wang Xuan refrained from mentioning the matters of the inner landscape, merely stating that the female practitioner had sought him out. It was bearable for 2 consecutive nights, but if this were to continue daily, it would be unbearable. The greater Xing'an Mountains were thousands of miles away, yet she managed to pursue him. Moreover, wasn't she said to have perished 3 millennia ago? Could she truly stir such enigmatic disturbances? She indeed seemed extraordinary. His old colleague, Chen Yongjia, took a seat, pondering earnestly. "Strange. Why has there been no incident in the depths of the greater Xing'an Mountains?" Old Chen queried. Wang Xuan pondered, reminding himself not to rush. Most likely, the surge of spiritual energy he had released from the transformation stone had surged into the inner realm, and now it was following him. Perhaps at any moment, it might restore itself within that inner landscape and seek out others in his dreams. "Old Chen, could you leverage your connections to inquire if they have drawn blood from her again? Is it possible to temporarily halt this? I fear it could lead to a serious situation. You know, she is already able to influence people's subconscious. Who knows when she might be able to affect the tangible world?" Wang Xuan articulated the gravity of the situation as best as he could. "Have you communicated the seriousness of the issue to them?" He hoped Old Chen would convey that this project carried certain risks, though deep down, he was inclined to assist the woman involved. Old Chen contemplated for a moment and replied, "I can't say much to them either. How about this? If you improve your recent performance, I could offer you the chance to accompany me on a business trip to the new star, allowing you to evade the current situation. Surely, she can't pursue you all the way to New Star?" He quickly added, "This does not mean a permanent position for you. It's impossible for you to reside there indefinitely. Such arrangements are currently too difficult to make. This is merely a temporary assignment." Wang Xuan immediately became wary, suspecting that this old man might be deliberately using this opportunity to send him away, perhaps to engage in some mysterious expedition. Since receiving that book from Old Chun, he had felt that the old man was laying the groundwork for something. Concurrently, he thought of the goddess of his class, Zhao Qinghan, and the enchanting beauty Li Qingxian from New Star, both of whom seemed to be assembling exploration teams and had previously sought his collaboration. The individuals from the New Star, ranging from conglomerate magnates to life research institutions, as well as various alliances and organizations, are becoming increasingly restless. Even the elderly Chun before me seems to be caught in this tumult. Could it be that they are all coveting that rare celestial herb? If you were to venture to New Star, there are two commendable options for disguising your identity. One is to serve as a bodyguard for the daughter of a certain financial consortium, and the other is to be the chauffeur for a renowned and captivating widow. Elder Chen spoke slowly, adopting a serious demeanor as he added, "Young man, you must strive to seize this opportunity. Many illustrious explorers have sought passage to New Star, but have been unable to secure such a chance. Though it may merely be a temporary position to conceal your identity, it is a prospect that countless individuals would vie for with fervor." Wang Xuan grew increasingly uneasy as he listened. The notion of a conglomerate princess and a glamorous, wealthy widow felt oddly familiar. He fixed his gaze on Elder Chun and remarked, "Old Chun, your determination to send me to New Star is quite remarkable." Chun retorted, "What is wrong with that? I am considering your aspirations thoroughly. Young and possessing exceptional old-world skills, surely you would relish such an opportunity?" Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. From where had this old man drawn such conclusions? The more Elder Chen insisted on sending him to New Star, the more Wang Xuan recoiled, fearing that he might inadvertently become embroiled in unpredictable and perilous adventures, ultimately becoming mere cannon fodder. "Please help me resolve my current predicament without further ado. My parents are reluctant to let me travel far, and it is impossible for me to go to New Star at this moment. You must grasp this opportunity, my boy," Elder Chen urged, patting him on the shoulder before turning away to make a phone call. That morning, two elderly monks arrived, chanting scriptures and sprinkling water upon Wang Xuan, laboring for the better part of the day before finally taking their leave. Once they had departed, Wang Xuan inquired, "What is this water? Why do I appear so filthy after being doused?" Old Chen calmly informed him, "It seems to be a mixture of the fragrant ash from the bronze incense burner before the Buddha, blended with the water and then sprinkled upon you." He continued, "These venerable monks were summoned from the ancient temple outside the city, and they graciously obliged out of respect for me." Wang Xuan, gazing at his dust-covered and soiled garments, fell into a moment of speechlessness before bidding farewell and turning away. In the evening, Qingmu called, asking if he intended to venture to New Star. Preparing to transfer an advance of exploration compensation, the first installment estimated at around 5 million old coins. Wang Xuan felt a surge of excitement, having just graduated. He had never encountered such a sum. With this windfall, he could provide for his parents, ensuring their security even after his departure. However, he soon regained his composure. Old Chun had subtly laid the groundwork before enticing him, attempting to lure him to New Star. There was undoubtedly some ulterior motive, and he could not agree to go immediately. Alas, was he still seeking the feathered stone? He was already experiencing troubles. If he were to acquire a few more, would he end up with a horde of ancient spirits? What would happen if he gathered together immortals, monks, female sorceresses, old Taoists, and female demons? Wang Xuan sighed, realizing that without first addressing the issue of the female sorceress, he felt rather hesitant to act recklessly. In the stillness of night, the female practitioner reappeared, prompting Wang Xuan to express his helplessness. "It is futile for you to seek me. I currently possess no influence over the matters concerning the underground laboratory in Daxing-Anling. You would be better off consulting Old Chun." Perhaps the female practitioner was reasonable, for since this explanation, the night remained tranquil, and she did not return, allowing him to sleep soundly. It was not until dawn that Old Chun came personally, banging on his door, rousing him prematurely from his slumber. Upon seeing Old Chun's appearance, Wang Xuan felt an inexplicable strangeness, almost amused yet suppressing his laughter. Old Chun's dark circles and bloodshot eyes betrayed his lack of rest, and most notably, his body was adorned with talisman papers, eyes ablaze, his composure shattered. Wang Xuan, astonished, remarked, "How should I know? Perhaps she has realized that your words carry more weight than mine. If so, why not assist her earnestly?" Old Chun forced a grimace that was more sorrowful than a smile and turned to leave, seeking a means of self-rescue. The following day at work, Wang Xuan observed that Old Chun's dark circles were even more pronounced, and he was unexpectedly carrying a bagua, his attire covered in talisman papers. "What happened to you, Old Chun?" a colleague inquired. As the days passed, Old Chun's condition deteriorated, And by the third day, when he failed to arrive, Qingmu called Wang Xuan directly, asking, "What have you done to my master?" Wang Xuan replied, "What could I have possibly done? I am just as perplexed. I wonder where he has gone today." Aoki sighed, lamenting that old Chun had fled, taking off in a starship at the crack of dawn, exclaiming, "This lad harbors great terror. I must escape to avoid calamity." Wang Xuan stood in a daze, realizing that old Chun had indeed sought refuge on the new star. Was this an act of shielding him from disaster? Suddenly, Wang Xuan remembered that 500,000 old coins were about to be credited to his account, and with his troubles behind him, he could procure 2 more pieces of feathered stone. His spirits lifted. He felt a surge of joy. Chapter 38. Seeking immortality in the rain beneath the afterglow of the setting sun, Aoki leaned against the car door, smoking one cigarette after another while waiting for Wang Xuan to emerge from the Design Institute. He felt a twinge of worry. It had been many years since such a hasty retreat to the new star had occurred. What could have transpired? He yearned to uncover the truth. Wang Xuan, in high spirits, felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart, walking out with his colleagues, laughing and chatting. "Xiao Wang, over here," Aoki called out. "Someone is looking for me. See you tomorrow." Wang Xuan exchanged quick farewells with those nearby and hurried ahead. As the evening glow enveloped the sky, a flock of migratory birds departed, deepening the autumn ambience, with the heavens stretching vast above. Aoki drove Wang Xuan to dinner, incessantly inquiring along the way. When he learned that old Chun had recently arranged a meeting with the transcendent immortal, he pressed the accelerator, nearly colliding with the vehicle ahead. "Watch the road. Be more cautious," Wang Xuan quickly advised. The streets were bustling with traffic, typical for the end of the workday, and Aoki felt a knot of anxiety. What on earth was happening? Had old Chun been frightened away by the female sorceress? He was acutely aware that the old Master Chun was an extraordinary figure, a rarity among the superlative powers, and known for his astute and capable nature, seldom finding himself at a disadvantage. Recently, however, he had encountered a misfortune. Wang Xuan felt remarkably at ease, even taking the time to admire the fiery red maple trees lining the road. Their leaves appeared especially vibrant in the glow of the evening sky. Reflecting on the absence of the female practitioner, he contemplated that perhaps this time, Master Chun had gone off with the new star. "What do you think will become of my master?" Aoki, having grasped the situation, found it somewhat absurd. How could someone who had passed away 3 millennia ago still send dreams? "Master Chun is a good man. I am sure he will be fine," Wang Xuan reassured him. Aoki, never short of funds, opted for a high-end restaurant, where they secured a spacious and tranquil private room. After placing their orders, he began to quietly inquire about the details of the incident. "Are you saying that Master Chun shielded you from disaster?" Aoki was momentarily choked by a smoke, finding the notion rather ludicrous. "Don't get carried away. This has nothing to do with me." The fact that the female practitioner sent dreams could be attributed to the involvement of anyone associated with the underground testing site in the greater Xing'an range. None were innocent. "Old Qing, you should also be cautious lately." Wang Xuan, feeling invigorated and with an appetite to match, enjoyed the delectable dishes while kindly advising Aoki to prepare some talismanic paper, as Master Chun had considerable experience in such matters. After the incident, he had produced an array of talismans, covering himself from head to toe. Simultaneously, he inwardly grumbled about Master Chin's stinginess when he sought assistance over the weekend. He had merely received a single talisman, yet now, faced with his own predicament, he was hastily plastering them all over himself, nearly enveloping his entire being. Listening to Wang Xuan's absurd complaints and warnings, Aoki smirked, his emotions a blend of complexity, as he exhaled a puff of smoke in silence. Old Chun embodies the adage that with greater power comes greater responsibility, as commented by Wang Xuan. Qingmu shot him a glance, questioning the wisdom of such a statement, perceiving it as a disingenuous ploy by Wang Xuan. "How shall we assist him?" Qingmu furrowed his brow, genuinely concerned for old Chun, who is after all his mentor. "What do you mean by that?" Qingmu glared at him, then proposed, "What if we send him to New Star? We could provide support and care for old Chun." Wang Xuan immediately declined, asserting that having just escaped a perilous situation, no one would willingly leap back into the fray. He glanced at Qingmu and advised, "Do not fret over old Chun. Instead, you ought to be more concerned about your own well-being." "What do you imply?" Qingmu extinguished his cigarette, feeling slightly unsettled. "Your words are venomous. Remain silent." Qingmu felt a twinge of uncertainty and suspected that old Chun might indeed have been drawn into this predicament because of him. He harbored serious doubts that the woman involved might have sought out Old Xuan due to Wang Xuan's nonsensical ramblings. "Old Xuan, you are being rather unkind. Making it sound as if my words possess some mystical power," Wang Xuan protested, attempting to defend his position, insisting that he was also a victim in this matter. "Let us not speak further. For now, we must establish some distance. Do not contact me for the time being." Qingmu resolved to settle the bill and leave. Eager to vacate the premises and barely having touched his food, Wang Xuan interjected, "Do not rush off. When will my 5 million be deposited? That is the compensation I earned through blood and sacrifice at Qingqing Mountain. It will be credited by tomorrow." Upon finishing his words, Aoki rose from his seat. He was quite forthcoming regarding the substantial sum of money, although the silver beast skin scroll had yet to be deciphered. The expert group unanimously believed it to be of extraordinary value. After all, it had captivated a transcended sorcerer until his dying breath. Splendid. Wang Xuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. For a recent graduate, receiving such a fortune was an unparalleled surprise. Aoki, however, paid him no heed and quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing from view, resolutely deciding to avoid the vicinity of Wang Xuan's residence for the time being. The following day, Wang Xuan received a text message from the bank notifying him of a substantial deposit. He counted the zeros, 6 in total, confirming the amount to be 5 million. His spirits soared. Soon after, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Had the taxes been paid? He hastily sought to inquire with Aoki, but Aoki disregarded him, ignoring 5 of his calls. Eventually, perhaps unable to endure Wang Xuan's persistence any longer, Aoki texted him to confirm that he had already settled the taxes, leaving Wang Xuan with a net sum of 5 million. Aoki, upon receiving this, promptly blocked Wang Xuan's number, convinced that lingering too closely with him would invite misfortune. The more he pondered this notion, the more he believed it to be true. He should refrain from seeking Wang Xuan out for meals, as Old Chen's fate served as a cautionary tale. On Friday evening, Wang Xuan hurriedly made his way to the bus station. His home was in a neighboring small town, merely over 100 kilometers away, which was relatively close. "I have just graduated. It is too early. I shall wait for 2 years before transferring the money to you," he thought, and without further ado, he completed the transfer. After dinner that night, he inquired with his parents about the legends surrounding the Great Black Mountain. Located several dozen miles away in the small town, a place steeped in tales of celestial maidens. He recalled that in his childhood, there once stood a Taoist temple upon the mountain, yet over time, it fell into disrepair, devoid of any priests, and ultimately collapsed. He wondered what had become of it now. Wang Xuan remarked, "Tomorrow I plan to invite 2 childhood friends to explore. It has been a long while since I ventured into the Great Black Mountain. Autumn is the perfect season to see if there are any hazelnuts or walnuts to gather." Unfortunately, the weather was unkind. The forecast predicted a transition from sunny to cloudy on Saturday, but instead, it began to rain steadily, and the downpour only intensified. His 2 friends, feeling disappointed, rescheduled their visit to the Black Mountain for Sunday. Wang Xuan, however, could not remain idle, even amidst the torrential rain. It bore no significance for him, a practitioner of ancient arts. He donned his rain gear, stepped outside his home, and exited the small town, then began to sprint fervently towards the Black Mountain. This urgency was partly due to the legend of the immortal maiden, which seemed entwined with the rain, providing a fitting atmosphere for his exploration of the mountain. Having mastered the golden body technique to the 4th level, traversing dozens of miles posed no challenge for Wang Xuan. Eventually, he entered the mountain range, where the dark rock formations appeared almost ink-like from a distance, thus earning the name Black Mountain, or the Great Black Mountain. Guided by memory, he headed directly towards a particular peak, ascending rapidly. However, upon reaching the summit, he was struck by uncertainty. The temple was nowhere to be found. Even if it had collapsed, there should have been remnants of its foundation and debris, yet the area lay stark and barren. It felt as though the very foundation had been excavated. Had he erred in his recollection? Was this not the correct mountain? Wang Xuan continued his search on other peaks, scaling several summits in succession, yet the fallen temple remained elusive. Boom! In the vast expanse of the heavens and the earth, thunder rumbled explosively, and blinding lightning sliced through the curtain of rain, illuminating the darkened sky and momentarily brightening the entire expanse of the Black Mountain. Unconsciously, Wang Xuan glanced upward and beheld an extraordinary sight. Initially, he believed the main peak, which had once housed a collapsed Taoist temple, was devoid of life. To his astonishment, A creature of considerable size emerged, a hound, bearing a rider, descending the mountain. As the hound galloped down, the ground beneath him quivered slightly, advancing towards him with intent. Chapter 39. The Great Battle of the Black Mountain. The clouds overhead were dense and ominous, crackling with thunder and flashing with lightning, while the torrential rain poured down like a deluge, stinging against his face. Wang Xuan moved with agility, leaping into the dense thicket, vanishing without a trace. Following the roar of the thunder, darkness enveloped the land once more. Despite the distance, Wang Xuan discerned that atop the dark hound was a man. The desolate Black Mountain, its ancient forest, and the menacing creature radiated an unsettling chill. Any ordinary person encountering such a sight would undoubtedly be gripped by fear, reminiscent of stumbling upon a long-dead corpse in the depths of the mountains. For decades, the vicinity of the Black Mountain had seen its inhabitants depart, leading to an ever-decreasing presence of humanity. Yet today, an unusual beast, bearing a rider, approached. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted through the forest, akin to a clap of thunder, as a massive shadow lunged forward, crashing through the trees and charging at Wang Xuan. With a resounding thud, he leapt 6 or 7 meters away, narrowly evading the ferocious assault. The ground trembled violently behind him. The sound of snapping branches echoed, accompanied by the deafening roar of the beast drawing ever closer. A flash of lightning illuminated the dimly lit forest, revealing a fearsome creature measuring 5 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height. Its body cloaked in dense black fur. Its gaping maw, lined with teeth as sharp as daggers, was a ghastly sight. With a resounding thud, it swung a massive paw forward, narrowly missing Wang Xuan, but effortlessly snapping a tree as thick as a bowl in half, sending it crashing to the ground. Wang Xuan deftly evaded the creature's assault, swiftly maneuvering to its side and delivering a powerful strike. The impact staggered even the colossal beast, causing it to sway violently before unleashing an enraged roar that resonated louder than thunder, leaving Wang Xuan's ears ringing. Simultaneously, a figure descended from the black beast, striking like a bolt of lightning with a fierce kick aimed at Wang Xuan's chest, the movement both swift and ferocious. Wang Xuan reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the creature's massive jaws while retreating to avoid the weighty kick. With a crack, the assailant's foot found nothing but air, but he swiftly pivoted to land on a nearby tree, snapping its trunk in the process, and propelled himself towards Wang Xuan with renewed ferocity. At the same time, the formidable beast charged forward, its immense form shaking the very ground, branches splintering beneath its weight. Wang Xuan's gaze was steely. He found himself caught between man and beast, with no avenue for retreat. He leaped into the air, delivering a kick towards the ferocious creature while simultaneously sweeping his palms to intercept the oncoming kick from the assailant. A howl of defiance echoed through the forest. The colossal creature, measuring 5 meters in length, despite its ferocity, found itself hindered in the dense forest, obstructed by several trees as thick as water barrels. Unable to maneuver, it opened its gaping maw, but instead of sinking its teeth into Wang Xuan's foot, it received a powerful kick to its nose, eliciting a horrific roar of pain. The nose, being its most vulnerable point, was directly struck and split open, causing a torrent of blood to flow, leaving its massive head reeling and stumbling backward, trampling and breaking the low trees and shattering the underbrush. This was, of course, also attributed to the immense power behind Wang Xuan's kick. Had a mere mortal attempted the same, even with the creature's fragile nose, they would have been unable to exert such force. Simultaneously, Wang Xuan's palm struck the foot of the man before him, producing a deep, resonant sound akin to thunder echoing through the forest. Wang Xuan felt a tingling numbness in his right hand, yet he harbored no intention of retreating. With his left hand, he pressed forward, slapping at the man's calf. Another thundering impact resonated through the air as Wang Xuan propelled himself into the air, soaring several meters before landing and crushing numerous low shrubs, even fracturing some rocks beneath his feet. One can only imagine the terrifying force of the collision between the two. The sheer intensity of the impact that Wang Xuan endured was formidable enough that many skilled practitioners, who had achieved mastery in energy absorption and internal cultivation, would have coughed up blood from such a force. Even if his hand had not been shattered, it would have likely suffered severe fractures. Wang Xuan shook his hands, feeling a persistent numbness and considerable pain. However, his palms remained intact and his bones unbroken. This exemplified the 4th level of the golden body technique. as even a typical dagger would struggle to breach his skin, showcasing astonishing defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, this further attests to the formidable prowess of the individual before him, whose agility and striking precision are remarkable, with an impressive power emanating from his feet. The man, too, appeared taken aback, even astonished, through his gathered intelligence. He had greatly overestimated Wang Xuan, believing him to be exceptionally strong for his age, possessing martial skills that surpassed those of the iron sand palm, marking him as a rare young master in the realm of ancient techniques. It was not until they engaged in combat that he realized the extent of his misjudgment. This young man was indeed capable of fending off two of his assaults. A roar erupted from the Black Hound, reverberating through the forest. Despite the torrential rain, Wang Xuan discerned the pair in such proximity. The individual appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a ruddy complexion and a mane of black hair. Though the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes betrayed his true age, he had merely aged well, and Wang Xuan surmised he was likely in his 50s. As for the fearsome black beast before him, it was not a native species of the old world, but rather a creature bred by new stars, resembling the legendary hound of myth. It was said that this creature had only recently been artificially cultivated and tamed in the last couple of decades, boasting greater strength and vitality than both lions and tigers, quickly becoming a favorite among the affluent of new stars. In recent years, some individuals in the old world had begun to raise such beasts, although it was evident that the average person could not afford to sustain them, as their daily diet required no less than 100 pounds of high-quality fresh meat. The hound before him was not only larger but also more ferocious than those typically raised, clearly a rare and violent variant, one that many masters of ancient techniques might struggle to withstand against its assault. The figure clad in black seamlessly melded into the dimly lit woodland. Although he may have been in his 50s, he possessed remarkable physical prowess, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. His voice resonated like a bell, striking and thunderous. Wang Xuan's gaze was icy. This was a premeditated ambush. The assailant had anticipated his arrival at Dake Mountain and had been waiting in the shadows. Just the night before, he had contacted two childhood friends, expressing his intention to venture into the mountains. Yet this enigmatic figure had already been aware, riding a dark hound in the forest to await his arrival. Wang Xuan had faith in his friends, for it was inconceivable that the black-clad man could uncover every detail. How could he possibly foresee Wang's desire to meet those companions? Someone must have been eavesdropping on his conversation. The man in black replied nonchalantly, "No, I find them rather disappointing. Those who escaped from the stronghold in the old land have been hiding, afraid to face the light of day, which is why I have taken matters into my own hands." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan's killing intent surged. The puppeteer lurking in the shadows had emerged. His heart blazed with fury, to be attacked time and again without cause, to be treated as if he were easily manipulated. Was he truly so weak? He believed he had not wronged anyone significantly, and yet, he found himself the target of relentless assassination attempts. The repeated assaults were intolerable. Since the principal had come forth, he would settle this score today. "I do not know you and consider myself free of conflict or animosity towards you. Why do you persistently target me?" Wang Xuan inquired in a low voice. Suddenly, he lunged to the side, and with a powerful strike, he severed a small tree, its trunk splintering and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Wang Xuan's gaze was cold and piercing. The man in black, despite his formidable skills, did not exhibit arrogance. He had secretly arranged for a sniper. His previous words were merely a tactic to stabilize the situation. Clearly, the heavy rain today had caught these individuals off guard. They had initially assumed that Wang Xuan would not arrive and had sought refuge in a cave. It was only when the perceptive man in black spotted Wang Xuan's figure that they began to mobilize, seeking advantageous terrain. Among them, the middle-aged man riding the black hound moved with the greatest swiftness, believing that once he engaged directly, he could swiftly eliminate Wang Xuan. Having entered the inner realm twice and advanced his golden body technique to the late 4th stage, Wang Xuan's spiritual power had become exceptionally robust, allowing him to sense impending danger with acute awareness. Suddenly, he lunged forward again. Where he had just stood, a terrifying bullet hole appeared in a large tree. The bullet having spiraled into it, shattering the trunk clearly, a prohibited special bullet. In a brief span, two individuals had already fired upon him. What enmity did they harbor against him, now that the main adversary had chosen to confront him directly? With no hesitation, Wang Xuan charged towards the man in black and the ferocious hound. confident that the hidden assailants could not so accurately avoid the man in black and the beast to strike him directly. Their movements were exceedingly swift, and with such a colossal creature attacking and obstructing, the task of sniping him was far from simple. Wang Xuan resolved to first eliminate the Black Hound and the man in black before seeking out the shooters. It must be said that the figure cloaked in black possesses formidable strength. His hands radiate a faint golden glow, having mastered an exceptionally powerful ancient technique. The force of his strikes is immensely powerful. On occasion, when he strikes a great tree, it explodes upon impact, an utterly terrifying sight. Similarly, his feet exhibit remarkable strength, shattering rocks beneath his weight, and when he leaps from the trunk, the tree emits a resounding crack before toppling. Since Wang Xuan has achieved mastery in the ancient arts, he has never encountered such a formidable adversary. Had he not perfected the 4th level of the golden body technique, he would undoubtedly face death today. With a resounding crash, yet another tree, as thick as a barrel, splintered and fell. The two combatants danced around each other, their fists and feet colliding, resonating like thunderclaps through the forest. Wang Xuan noted with astonishment that the skin on his palms had split open, blood trickling down, a testament to the hardness of his opponent's strikes, which even his 4th level of the golden body technique struggled to withstand. The great diamond fist. A look of realization crossed his face as he deduced the nature of his opponent's training. He had practiced the diamond fist himself, albeit at a rudimentary level. The complete form, the great diamond fist, is a technique of immense power, derived from esoteric Buddhist scriptures. Suddenly, with an acceleration that surprised even himself, Wang Xuan launched a fierce assault, finally seizing the long-awaited opportunity to crash into the black-clad figure. With a sharp crack, he broke 2 of the man's ribs with his body, forcing him to cough up blood and sending him flying. The black-clad man, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, felt a profound shock. He had assumed that Wang Xuan, like himself, had mastered a certain secret technique, endowing his strikes with incredible hardness and power. Moreover, Wang Xuan deliberately concealed his intentions, refraining from meeting the might of the formidable golden fist with his own physical strength, thus creating an illusion that he remained oblivious to the young man's resilience. The 4th level of the golden body technique. He was astounded, finally grasping the essence of Wang Xuan's achievement. The extraordinary hardness of his fists and palms was not merely a result of technique. It was primarily attributed to the enhancement provided by the golden body technique. Roar. The fierce black hound, perceiving its master at a disadvantage, lunged ferociously at Wang Xuan, its gaping maw wide open in a savage display. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xuan landed on it, delivering a series of powerful punches to its nose and forehead, blood splattering as he forcefully created a gaping wound in the beast's head, eliciting a heart-rending howl before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 40. Carving a path through obsolete techniques. The rain continued to fall, casting a dim light in the forest. The black hound lay trembling on the ground, not yet lifeless, its tenacity evident, yet it was no longer a threat. The man in black stood across from him, his body swaying as he swiftly rejoined the shattered bones. He did not conceal his astonishment, stating, "The golden body technique is indeed formidable, yet few dare to practice it. Firstly, its effects are excruciatingly slow to manifest, often requiring decades for any substantial progress. Secondly, even the slightest misstep can lead to severe bodily harm." He fixed his gaze upon Wang Xuan, recognizing that the latter had evidently mastered the later stages of the 4th level of the golden body technique, a feat that typically demanded over 30 years of dedication. Yet, the young man before him was barely in his 20s. "How did you achieve this?" His eyes sparkled with intensity, an unquenchable thirst for knowledge surging within him. "Who have you come to kill me for?" Wang Xuan inquired calmly, for he did not recognize the man in black. The latter was in his 50s, and their paths had never crossed. He suspected that there were others orchestrating this attempt on his life, making the black-clad figure merely a pawn in a grander scheme. The man's countenance remained serene as he stated, "If you emerge victorious today, let this matter rest here and do not pursue it further. It was I who contracted the Gray Blood organization to eliminate you, and I am the one who will ultimately execute the deed. You may regard me as the mastermind behind this, for indeed, that is the truth." A fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered within Wang Xuan's eyes, a manifestation of his mastery of the golden body technique, which only intensified the black-clad man's yearning to discern how he had attained such prowess. The man was not merely interested in mastering the golden body technique himself. He sought to uncover any secret methods or shortcuts that might allow ancient arts to shine anew in this era. After decades of arduous practice of traditional techniques, he had reached a level few could attain, yet he understood profoundly that upon reaching such heights, one's journey was nearly at its end. Wang Xuan remained aloof, retorting, "You come to kill me yet refuse to divulge who stands behind you. Why should I share anything with you?" The man in black stretched his limbs, loosening his muscles, and replied, "As someone who practices the traditional arts, I extend this cautionary advice upon observing your youth and the heights you have attained. If you manage to leave this place alive, let my identity remain undisclosed and consider this matter settled. Live the remainder of your life in tranquility, free from the desire to unearth truths that may no longer concern you. It is unlikely anyone will pursue you further." In Wang Xuan's heart, a fire of indignation was rising. Although he was typically low-key and disinclined to provoke trouble, being repeatedly assaulted and then expected to refrain from pursuing the matter in order to ensure his safety was utterly intolerable. The man in black sighed softly, remarking, "Those of us who tread the path of the old arts truly have it arduous, especially in this era where our way is nearing its end, destined to be wholly supplanted by the new techniques. I find it hard to accept this fate, harboring unrealistic hopes of carving out a new path, to the point of near obsession." It was evident that he was not merely putting on an act. He was genuinely moved, deeply attached to the tradition of the old arts. The man in black did not rush to take action, but continued, "Ever since I learned that a legendary scripture from our realm of old arts had resurfaced yet remained neglected, merely a relic in the hands of collectors, I could hardly restrain my desire to draw near, hoping to glean its true essence and uncover the secrets of transcendence." Wang Xuan remained silent, listening intently. Thus, I intentionally approached, aware that someone harbored animosity towards you, wishing you harm. I took it upon myself to engage with them, subtly suggesting that as a scholar and professor, I could educate you while hinting at my wish to peruse their ancient tome. To this day, he remains unaware of whom he has offended, compelling them to seek his life. Simultaneously, he was somewhat astonished to discover that the man in black was indeed a scholar, a professor, suggesting a complex identity. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. In recent years, the new stars have aspired to harness supernatural powers through ancient techniques, thereby bridging the gap to modern methodologies. Thus, it is not surprising that the man clad in black has become a favored guest among certain magnates. His identities as a scholar and professor are indeed noteworthy. On that particular day, after I expressed my interest, he discreetly retrieved a rare ancient text from his home, revealing its first page to me. I was instantly captivated, for I recognized it as an invaluable treasure, perfectly aligned with the path I had traversed for many years. It pierced through the veil of ignorance that had shrouded my understanding, opening a new window of enlightenment. It is crucial to note that even this singular page encapsulated the essence of my life's work and pursuits. One could only imagine the astonishing revelations that lay beyond. In the hands of others, this knowledge would merely gather dust, for although they had studied it, they were incapable of mastering its depths. My desire intensified, for I was confident in my ability to resurrect the legendary scripture, allowing it to radiate the most resplendent light once more in an era where ancient techniques have seemingly reached their zenith. At this juncture, the man in black's gaze ignited with fervor, as if flames danced within his eyes, his emotions exceedingly heightened. Regrettably, I had only glimpsed the first page. His eyes shot forth two piercing beams of light, as he stated, "According to my investigations, the manuscript of your intrinsic techniques was gifted to you by Zhou Mingxian during a gathering. To have advanced to the 4th level in such a brief span of time raises significant concerns." Wang Xuan remained composed, refraining from comment, for in this age, no one could enter the internal realm. In ancient times, those who pursued the path of ancient techniques required the assistance of preaching alchemists or the guidance of revered masters to access the internal realm after their first encounter with heightened perception. As Wang Xuan first ventured into that realm, it was not through the guidance of another, but rather through his own determination. His words would undoubtedly astound those privy to the underlying truths. I found myself ensnared by obsession, my mind clouded with the desire for the legendary scriptures, to the extent that I contemplated taking a life to obtain them. Reflecting on it now, it is indeed tragic that those of us who tread the path of ancient arts often find ourselves devoid of hope. The man in black lamented, then fixed his gaze upon Wang Xuan and said, "Thus, I implore you to cease your inquiries. That individual likely spoke in a moment of anger, and it is uncertain whether they will persist in their vendetta. Consider it as if nothing transpired. There are forces and individuals far beyond the reach or contention of people like us. After all, this is no longer the era of the preaching dynasties, where practitioners could freely unveil their celestial prowess. Suddenly, his aura shifted. His eyes emitted a radiant glow, and his internal organs resonated with a thunderous sound. A faint luminescence emanated from his blood, enveloping him in an ethereal halo. In an instant, he vanished from sight, moving with unparalleled speed towards Wang Xuan. Although Wang Xuan sensed that this man was driven by a genuine obsession with the ancient arts and not merely acting, he remained vigilant. Human nature is intricate. Despite the man in black's dedication to ancient techniques, his intentions were not necessarily benevolent. At the very least, the grievous state of his black hound, nearly at death's door, betrayed a hardened heart. With a resounding boom, Wang Xuan swiftly evaded the attack, enhancing his golden body technique to confront this adversary. Where the man had just stood, a deep crater formed as he landed with immense force, his power even more formidable than before. The man clad in black drew deep breaths, his internal organs rumbling, as a faint luminescence blossomed within his blood, emanating outward to form a delicate halo around him, an extraordinary phenomenon that significantly augmented his strength. Wang Xuan was profoundly shaken, speculating that this might very well be the essence inscribed on the first page of the scripture the man in black so fervently sought. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xuan avoided the brunt of the attack, striking at the man's arm and body from the side. Nevertheless, he could not escape the overwhelming might of his opponent. In that fleeting moment of contact, the sheer force was sufficient to dislodge the nails from Wang Xuan's fingers, blood cascading down as his arms threatened to fracture. And excruciating pain surged through his joints, even his golden body technique faltering under the strain. The situation was dire. With each successive clash, Wang Xuan was propelled through the air, coughing blood, on the verge of severe injury. Observing the formidable state of the man in black, Wang Xuan was reminded of a particular martial art he had once practiced, one derived from the 5 pages of golden scriptures left by Zhang Daoling. He had only mastered the initial form during his training in the inner realm, never anticipating its latent potency. Now, witnessing the man's formidable prowess, he felt a visceral connection to a similar force, both intertwined with the activation of one's vital organs. Boom. Desperate, with blood trickling from his mouth, Wang Xuan fully activated the martial technique inscribed in that image, inciting a vigorous resonance within his internal organs. In this life-and-death moment, he sensed something extraordinary. As his physical form neared its limits, the violent tremors within his organs threatened to rupture, and an unprecedented power surged forth within him, rapidly expanding through his flesh and blood. Thud, thud, thud. He became aware that his heart was pulsating with remarkable vigor, blood surging through his veins like a mighty river, shimmering with a faint golden hue. He successfully thwarted the fierce assault of the man in black, preserving his arms and fingers from shattering. Ultimately, the man in black could no longer endure. After a violent resonance within his organs, he coughed up blood profusely and was sent flying several meters by Wang Xuan's strike. His chest caved in with a horrifying fist-sized hole that even allowed light to penetrate through his back. Furthermore, the overwhelming secret power resonating from his internal organs was on the verge of collapse, manifesting in a series of cracks, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. Teetering on the brink of defeat, to his astonishment, he realized that Wang Xuan had also practiced similar scriptures. Blood continued to flow from his mouth and nose as he finally sighed. "You are still so young. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope for you. If you can carve a path for the ancient arts in the future." He could no longer articulate his thoughts, his mouth filled with bloody foam. Gasping for breath, rapidly succumbing to weakness, Wang Xuan, too, was in a dire state. Even though he had swiftly ceased the body technique documented in the golden scriptures, he still felt intense pain in his internal organs. He had expended an enormous amount of energy and felt utterly drained, reluctant to move. However, the presence of a nearby sniper posed a grave danger. Indeed, he suddenly felt ensnared in a life-and-death predicament. A sharp pain piercing his brow as if a keen weapon were poised to penetrate him. Had he been targeted for assassination? Wang Xuan sensed that he was perilously close to death, never before having felt such proximity to the end. He endured the excruciating pain, striving to roll away. narrowly evading a lethal fate as a bullet whizzed past, penetrating the spot where he had just been. In that instant, he realized that multiple parts of his body were once again engulfed in agony, having been locked onto from all directions. However, his condition was exceedingly dire, rendering him incapable of reacting promptly. Was death imminent? He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Instinctively, he activated the primordial techniques of ancient alchemists within him, unwilling to surrender, still yearning to turn over. Suddenly, an anomaly caught his attention. Time seemed to slow, and a shadow of death enveloped him. Under the extreme pressure that nearly suffocated him, he unexpectedly entered a heightened state of perception. Even so, could he evade this calamity? He remained uncertain. Chapter 41. The First Brush with Despair. A mere thread separated him from the decay of life, and Wang Xuan had already caught a whiff of death. In such circumstances, his heightened perception reached unprecedented levels. Yet he still felt the threat of being struck down, lacking confidence to escape this ordeal. Nevertheless, since his awareness had drastically intensified in this predicament, and he glimpsed the inner landscape, he felt no need for further deliberation and swiftly plunged into it. His entry was not for the purpose of augmenting his power. Rather, it was to harness the mysterious energies, allowing his severely wounded and exhausted body to recuperate rapidly. The realm of void remained unchanged, perpetually shrouded in a lifeless stillness, devoid of any sound. Without triggering heightened perception, one could spend an eternity in vain without reaching this place. In the highest state of meditation, mere minutes in the outside world equated to years within. Standing there, Wang Xuan hesitated not at all, invoking the primordial techniques inscribed on ancient bamboo slips. Although time flowed slowly in this realm, the outside world lay but a thin veil away from death, and he could no longer afford to linger here for years as he had in the past. He sighed, feeling a tinge of regret, yet he bore no sorrow. After all, the primary objective of invoking heightened perception was to preserve his life. He stood amidst the ethereal passage of time, drawing in mysterious essences that silently descended upon the inner realm, invigorating his spirit with remarkable vitality and strength. Concurrently, outside, his corporeal form was swiftly infused with potent enigmatic particles, revitalizing his weary body in an instant. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan, situated within the inner realm, furrowed his brow. Was it premature to attempt an escape? He had never dared to test such a possibility before. After all, entering this place was a rare opportunity, one he had never contemplated interrupting prematurely. With a resounding boom, the inner realm briefly paused, while the external world seemed to stand still. He felt once again that every vital point on his body was under siege, akin to a bloodied spear poised against him. However, unlike before, his body was no longer drained and exhausted, but rather brimming with newfound vigor. In that fleeting moment, he made a decisive judgment and rolled towards a particular direction. Yet, he sensed that time was slipping away, and he was running out of moments to evade certain bullets that left no room for escape. In the crucial instant, he made strategic choices, ensuring to avoid critical areas such as his head and heart. Additionally, he deliberately steered clear of regions that radiated acute pain, suspecting they might be struck by specialized, high-caliber bullets capable of obliterating one's torso with a single shot. The ground erupted, stones and mud splintering in all directions, accompanied by the detonation of nearby foliage. At that very moment, as Wang Xuan tumbled forth, he was struck by 2 bullets, each delivering a tremendous force that caused his body to tremble violently. His shirt was shredded, followed by the sequential collapse of 3 layers of bulletproof vests. One bullet was deflected during this chaos, while another breached his flesh, embedding itself within his body. Yet, it ultimately proved to be a hindrance. A trickle of blood oozed from Wang Xuan's body. With a slight exertion, the bullet shattered and fell to the ground, accompanied by a spray of blood that splattered far away. Indeed, it was a specialized bullet, demonstrating immense power. Recently, he had been clad in 3 layers of bulletproof armor, supplemented by a 4th layer of golden body technique, which finally managed to withstand the impact at this moment. Not far off, some bullets possessed even greater force, and beams emitted by energy guns obliterated the area where Wang Xuan had previously lain. With a swift whoosh, Wang Xuan darted forward, using the surrounding rocks and the massive black hound as shields. His eyes gleamed with a cold light as he noted the 6 seasoned snipers, whose timing was impeccably precise, poised to strike when he was at his most vulnerable. A man clad in black fell to the ground, still clinging to life, as he witnessed this astonishing scene. It was incomprehensible. The young man, clearly in a wretched state, nearly exhausted, somehow managed to evade the snipers and endure 2 bullets, leaving onlookers in utter disbelief. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a significant amount of blood from his mouth and nose. His breathing momentarily eased, yet his body ached with excruciating pain. The gaping hole in his chest forced him to lie on the ground, gasping for air. Wang Xuan paid him no heed. At this juncture, he was devoid of hesitation and re-entered the inner realm. He sensed that his heightened perception had not yet dissipated, though it was fading quickly. Even in the resplendent ancient era of old techniques, this was a rare opportunity. Should someone trigger it, even figures of paramount significance would personally assist and guide one into the inner realm. Wang Xuan had previously withdrawn from this state out of necessity, but now he seized the moment to re-enter, swiftly calming his mind and commencing the practice of the golden body technique, repeating the process again and again to strengthen himself continuously. At his current level, he could only employ the first illustration from the 5 pages of the Golden Scripture. Recently, during a life-and-death battle, merely activating it for a brief moment had left him utterly exhausted, with his internal organs aching painfully. Of course, he acknowledged the exquisite power of this image, which unexpectedly unleashed a novel mystical force, significantly enhancing his strength and allowing him to fend off and severely injure the man in black. It is worth noting that the man in black was then in a state of near divinity, also channeling a secret, formidable technique of his own, the might of which was truly staggering, bordering on terrifying. Had he not mastered the opening technique left behind by Zhang Daoling, Wang Xuan would have surely perished today, unable to withstand the fists and kicks of the man in black, even with the 4th level of the golden body technique. Regrettably, the man in black had only perused the first page of that scripture, his knowledge limited, which hints at the profound and inscrutable nature of the text. Wang Xuan continually practiced the golden body technique within the inner realm, seeking to enhance himself. Here, time was abundant. He estimated that the 6 snipers could only maul the massive black hound without inflicting harm upon him for the moment, as several large boulders obstructed their view. Unless they approached closer or ascended to a higher vantage point, it would be difficult for them to eliminate him. Simultaneously, Wang Xuan understood that if he were to exit the inner realm again, his heightened state of perception would likely dissipate, making re-entry today exceedingly challenging. This time seemed to be remarkably efficient. Standing in the realm of clarity and time, he was nearly lost in thought, consistently practicing the golden body technique until fatigue compelled him to pause and engage in the practice of fundamental laws, drawing in mysterious substances that drifted into the void. Each time he halted, he would carefully attune himself to the outside world, as he was now entirely racing against time and striving for speed. Not far away, the man in black trembled at the sight of Wang Xuan's state, enveloped in a radiant aura and moving with deliberate slowness. In that moment, he comprehended what was occurring. Had Wang Xuan entered the inner realm, achieving the highest state of meditation, the man in black, a master of ancient arts, possessed a profound understanding, driven by an obsession to carve out a new path. However, he found himself perplexed. In this era, where could one possibly locate the preaching alchemists? There were no longer any figures of foundational significance to guide Wang Xuan into this state of perpetual clarity. Previously, he had failed to grasp this reality, realizing that the current world lacked the necessary conditions for anyone to tread into the inner realm. Moments later, he sighed, recognizing that Wang Xuan had achieved this on his own. Such an individual must not perish. Perhaps he truly could forge a path for the ancient arts in this age. His eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. As he spat blood, he struggled to shout, "Stop! Do not shoot him." Yet, he was far too weak, his voice unable to carry, his face flushed with strain, and he found himself helpless. Meanwhile, within the inner realm, Wang Xuan experienced a breakthrough. He had ascended to the 5th layer of the golden body technique. This was not merely the result of years of practice in this place, but primarily because he had already mastered the latter stages of the 4th layer, being exceedingly close to the next tier. His ascension to the 5th layer was a natural progression. Although he had only just entered, it was sufficient. After all, he had achieved a breakthrough, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his physical constitution and a significant boost in his mental acuity. He exhibited no avarice, choosing instead to retreat. Though he felt a twinge of regret, the environment was perilous, with the looming threat of being shot at any moment. He believed that under normal circumstances, The fifth layer of the golden body technique would suffice for his survival. However, should he be caught off guard and suffer a fatal blow, his fate would be sealed. As Wang Xuan withdrew, he felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. He shed a layer of skin, and the wounds left by the bullets expelled some tainted blood. His injuries were nearly healed, and it seemed that within a couple of days, even the last traces would vanish completely. Moreover, his hands, previously injured by the dark-clad man, had long ceased to bleed. The wounds had closed, and the cracks in his nails, caused by tremendous force, had all but disappeared. Wang Xuan estimated that in a night or two, not a single mark would remain on his body, and once his flesh fully regenerated, even the faintest red imprints would fade away entirely. This miraculous recovery was primarily due to his recent entry into the inner realm, where the golden body technique had once again advanced, facilitating a transformation of his physical form. Additionally, this was linked to the vibrant vitality pulsating within him. Upon hearing the hoarse voice of the dark-clad man, he was momentarily taken aback. Was the man attempting to signal the sniper to cease fire? In an instant, he grasped the intent of the figure before him. A profound attachment to ancient techniques, a fervent desire to navigate the path of tradition, and perhaps, in him, the dark-clad man saw a glimmer of hope worth preserving in these critical moments. The one who wishes to kill me is... Wang Xuan began to speak. Hurry, they possess energy cannons. The dark-clad man interjected, shaking his head in agitation, and unleashed another spurt of blood. Around the same time, Wang Xuan sensed the looming shadow of death once more, enveloping the area he occupied. However, he currently found himself in an optimal state, and upon perceiving the imminent danger, he dashed into the depths of the dense forest. In the distance, those individuals had indeed assembled a small energy cannon and activated it at that moment. They lamented that had it not been for the rain, leading them to misjudge that Wang Xuan would not arrive, they would never have dismantled the energy cannon, thus wasting precious time. With a thunderous boom, the Black Hound was obliterated, meeting a swift demise. The terrifying energy unleashed debris, with a sizable chunk crashing into the chest of a man clad in black. He emitted a muffled groan as he was hurled a considerable distance, already grievously injured, and his condition worsened. It was evident that survival was now out of reach. Soon, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he succumbed to death. Had it not been for that strike, given the current medical technology, he might have had a chance if transported to a hospital, albeit potentially requiring artificial organs. Wang Xuan swiftly maneuvered through the forest, closing in on the location of the energy cannon, his body constantly altering its trajectory with unparalleled agility and speed. Having mastered the fifth level of the golden body technique, he faced no fear from thorns or other obstacles, surging through them with terrifying physical prowess. Quickly narrowing the distance to the site, he was approaching. A voice trembled with fear. Despite the advanced instruments capable of capturing Wang Xuan's silhouette and recognizing his rapid approach, they repeatedly failed to lock onto him as he continuously shifted positions. The hunting operation had ultimately transformed into a counter-hunt. Half an hour later, Wang Xuan departed from Dahe Mountain, his emotions in a tumultuous state, for he had taken the drastic step of extinguishing human life for the first time. Chapter 42. The Return of Old Chun in Late Autumn. A torrential rain battered the yellow leaves of the mountain, causing them to fall in droves, and revealing the somber visage of Dahe Mountain, now shrouded in mist and gloom, rendering it even darker and more mysterious. The 6 seasoned snipers, with their ruthless methods, feared that Wang Xuan would turn his attention to them after dispatching the man in black. Hence, they resorted to using energy cannons, disregarding the fate of their target. These individuals, trained assassins, were willing to stain their hands red with blood for wealth, and would unhesitatingly discard or eliminate their employers to ensure their own survival. After Wang Xuan eliminated them, he felt no remorse. However, the experience of taking a life for the first time left him deeply unsettled. He ran wildly through the rain, seeking to alleviate the indescribable turmoil within him, splashing through the muddy waters. With all his strength, he sprinted at maximum speed for several dozen miles without pausing. His body drenched in sweat mingled with rainwater upon entering the small town. Slowing his pace, he adjusted his breathing and purchased new clothes to replace his tattered jacket. Then, armed with an umbrella, he strolled by the small lake within the town. Contemplating his future, he realized that ever since he had practiced the old techniques, his tranquil life had vanished. Gazing at the misty lake, he pondered various possibilities. since he could not choose anew. If he wished to preserve a peaceful and harmonious existence, he must grow stronger, striving to ascend to the legendary heights of the old techniques. Qingmu, old Qing, how could you have blacklisted me? When Wang Xuan attempted to contact Qingmu, he found his calls went unanswered, eventually realizing he had likely been blacklisted days prior. He was momentarily at a loss for words when the deepest curse from Xiao Wang echoed in his mind. Qingmu, you're next. There's no escaping it. When He Hu contacted Qingmu to inform him that Xiao Wang was looking for him, Qingmu's fingers trembled slightly around the cigarette, his reluctance to engage evident. However, shortly thereafter, both Feng Zheng and Old Mu reached out to him, stressing that Xiao Wang sought him regarding a matter of life and death. With a heavy sigh, Qingmu realized he had no choice but to contact Wang Xuan. It seemed he couldn't even find a few days of peace, as a foreboding feeling gnawed at him. Indeed, as soon as he connected with Wang Xuan, he was met with a voice laced with resentment on the other end. Old Qing, it's over for you. I have a premonition that your time is coming. Qingmu could hardly tolerate this and retorted, shut up. Are you rambling just because you're alone? No, don't overthink it. I'm in trouble here. Wang Xuan succinctly relayed the grave ambush incident at Dahe Mountain. Old Qing, isn't our expedition organization supposed to work with the government, being semi-official? Yet, within a mere fortnight, I've faced 3 assassination attempts. This is utterly disgraceful for our organization. Some individuals act with impunity, treating this land as if it were their own backyard. Shouldn't such forces, whether they belong to tycoons or other realms, be eradicated rather than left to fester? Though separated by the phone line, Qingmu could feel the intensity of Wang Xuan's fury. All right, enough of that. I will dispatch someone to handle this matter immediately. For now, act as if nothing has transpired. Do not disrupt the normal lives of your family and friends. This was precisely what Wang Xuan desired. After all, the 7 corpses left in the Black Mountain would inevitably stir turmoil in the small town if discovered, or should he take the initiative to report it. The tranquil existence of his family and friends would be irrevocably shattered. The exploration organization, with its semi-official nature, was best handled through Qingmu's intervention. In truth, his psychological fortitude was remarkable. He could envision the woman with 2 streaks of blood on her face as a celestial being, dancing and singing in a dream of peace. And thus he could swiftly navigate the current predicament. As evening descended, Wang Xuan awoke, invigorated and spirited, casting aside the previous gloom. He resolved to move forward with an entirely different mindset. Outside, the sky was ablaze with crimson hues, a harbinger of fine weather to come. And his spirits began to lift as he enjoyed a hearty dinner with his parents. The prowess of the man in black was astonishing. With extraordinary accomplishments in the realm of ancient techniques, which ultimately exhausted Wang Xuan to the point of collapse, rendering him nearly immobile on the ground, almost shot dead. The interior landscape arrived suddenly and departed just as swiftly, beyond his control. He sighed, reflecting on how he had unexpectedly triggered a heightened sense during such dire circumstances, a serendipitous escape from calamity. Yet, he could not rely on this peculiar state. Who could guarantee similar fortune in the next encounter? He had ample reason to believe that dependence on such psychological phenomena would lead to his doom in future crises. If he entertained the notion that he might trigger this heightened awareness in critical moments, could that truly be considered a life-or-death situation? His body and subconscious would undoubtedly assert otherwise. Once that is the case, it becomes a deadlock. Even possessing 9 lives would not suffice for survival. Thus, Wang Xuan sighed, realizing that after experiencing such events, triggering the supersensory perception becomes increasingly arduous. The practitioners of the pre-Qin era must have possessed certain conventional methods. Regrettably, whether it be various bamboo slips or ancient sect texts, all have fallen into the hands of the new star, leaving him with no resources to consult. Should I commence with meditation? Theoretically, reaching the pinnacle of meditative states, known as the Bodhisattva realm, would allow one to stand amidst the clarity of time. Wang Xuan pondered. His current approach, referred to as the supersensory state, should fall within the Taoist concept of unity between heaven and man, while Buddhism similarly offers a comparable path. However, attaining the highest meditative state proves to be quite challenging. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow. The so-called holy monks spend their entire lives striving to attain such a state, and those who have experienced it have long vanished in the old era. On a Sunday morning, the sky was indeed as clear as a wash, and the dawn light bathed the small town. Wang Xuan set out with gifts to meet his 2 childhood friends, one of whom adored various new models of warships, while the other was fond of diverse figurines of beautiful women. The Great Black Mountain was absolutely off-limits. Upon meeting his friends, Wang Xuan cautioned them about the presence of bears in that region, advising them to steer clear for safety's sake. I love this deep space worship model. I had someone assist me in purchasing it several times, but it was always out of stock. Today, my wishes are finally fulfilled, Zhao Mo exclaimed joyfully, before turning to scorn Lin Xian beside him, saying, "A boy who never grows up." Lin Xian fiddled with the figurines of beautiful young maidens, disdainfully remarking, "A man remains a boy until death, forever harboring a youthful heart and an everlasting fondness for exquisite things. If you, at merely 20, have lost your appreciation for beauty, it signifies that your mentality has aged. Look at Wang Xuan and me. We perpetually embody youth, possessing an eye that ceaselessly seeks the splendor of the world." Zhao Mo interjected, "In a year and a half, I will be married. You can keep your figurines to yourself." As for Wang Xuan, he has long transcended the realm of figurines and prefers the allure of real people. Wang Xuan shook his head, "Forget it. I currently lack the time to care for them. I will not continue." He recalled a time in his youth, around 11 or 12, when he had a small puppy, only to have it pass away within 6 months, leaving him sorrowful and unable to eat for 2 days. Since then, he had never dared to keep another pet. Yunqing was a small city. After lunch, the three of them strolled through its streets, engaging in conversation for a considerable time. Wang Xuan was acutely aware that this tranquil existence was on the verge of vanishing, and he cherished every moment. He felt that his time to embark towards the new star was not far off. In the ensuing days, everything remained serene. By day, Wang Xuan immersed himself in the study of Taoist texts, and by night, he practiced techniques and physical arts, feeling immensely fulfilled. Naturally, he recalled Wang Xuan's words. He would be next in line, and a sense of uncertainty loomed within him, fearing that he might truly be cursed by the seemingly enchanted tongue of young Wang. He feigned calmness and conveyed a message to Wang Xuan, stating that the identity of the man in black was far from ordinary. He had once been a distinguished guest among the elderly magnates of certain financial empires. His name was Sun Qingquan, a scholar and professor whose power had once been formidable. However, he suffered a severe setback at the age of 40, leading to significant health issues and a considerable decline in his prowess. Otherwise, he would have been much more formidable than he is now. Wang Xuan was taken aback, realizing that the man in black was even more powerful than he had anticipated. Indeed, he had ventured far down the path of ancient arts and had achieved remarkable feats. Now that he was aware of this man's identity, he resolved to pursue the matter further. Their 3 attempts to strike were not merely directed at him, but represented a grave provocation against the exploration organization. Wang Xuan urged that this matter could not conclude without a resolution. Despite the man's pessimistic insinuations that certain individuals and forces were far beyond his reach to confront, he could not simply endure repeated assassination attempts as if nothing had transpired. Such behavior was not in Wang Xuan's nature. He was determined to investigate the truth discreetly. Qingmu felt a sense of urgency, especially since he was currently away from its city. He instructed Black Tiger to manage the situation and ensure Old Shun was taken care of. In truth, Wang Xuan himself was reluctant to meet him again. Who would willingly leap into a pit for a second time to engage with an ominous elder? Chapter 43. The Immortals and Buddhas at hand in the early morning. Pufa Temple basked in the resplendent glow of dawn. From a distance, it appeared grand and majestic, evoking a sense of reverence. Bathed in the slowly rising sun's radiance, the entire temple seemed to flow with golden light, enveloped in a gentle luminescence that was both sacred and solemn, inspiring admiration in all who beheld it. Wang Xuan also became solemn. Regardless of his beliefs, he was unwilling to be too casual in such a place, especially since he had come today in search of the extraordinary feathered stone. Although it was still early, there were already some visitors arriving to pay their respects. This site, renowned for its vibrant incense offerings throughout the year, is a significant stronghold of Buddhism. As the resounding bell of Pufa Temple tolled, its deep and lingering tones echoed for miles, even faintly audible within its city. In the tranquility of the early morning, accompanied by the rising sun, the bell's sound was particularly evocative, as if it could purify all worldly disturbances, allowing one's heart to find peace and escape the mundane. Standing at a distance, Wang Xuan gazed at the temple bathed in the dawn's glow, and he could not help but nod solemnly. The enduring legacy of Buddhism through the ages undeniably held its wisdom. The resonating bell, the curling incense smoke, and the tiles shimmering in the morning light all contributed to an atmosphere of solemnity, sanctity, and grandeur that calmed the spirit. A millennium-old temple indeed lived up to its reputation. With a sincere heart, he had come to seek the treasures left by the sages, hoping to witness the remarkable relics left by the virtuous. As it was still early, Wang Xuan did not rush to enter, but instead circled the entire temple grounds. Its expansive area truly reflected its grandeur. Outside the temple, there were many ancient trees, ranging from millennia-old pines to centuries-old ginkgos, all enveloped in a delicate morning mist. When illuminated by the sunlight, they radiated a soft, iridescent glow, enhancing the extraordinary ambience. There was an air of mystery. As Wang Xuan walked among these ancient trees bordering the temple, he immediately sensed a different atmosphere enveloping him. His heart was suddenly stirred, filled with anticipation regarding the ancient temple steeped in rich historical significance. Numerous legends associated with revered monks abound. Over the millennia, it is said that two corporeal bodhisattvas have manifested, both preserved against the ravages of time, a remarkable feat indeed. The term corporeal bodhisattva refers to eminent monks who, through rigorous practice and profound inner purity, reveal their latent potential, thus leaving behind incorruptible physical forms, either meeting their end in meditation or seated within a vessel, their undeterred physical manifestations remaining for future generations to behold. Wang Xuan had previously ventured into the inner sanctum and contemplated the remains of such monks, yearning to witness them firsthand or to experience their presence up close, seeking to validate his thoughts. Furthermore, the number of monks whose relics were left behind in Pufa Temple is even greater. Whether authentic relics or scientifically explicable calcifications, they all merit his attention. In Wang Xuan's view, should there be genuine relics, they would surely be akin to the celestial stone, embodying the mysterious essence brought forth by eminent monks from the inner sanctum. He circumnavigated the area, convinced that this journey would not be in vain. Amidst the ancient trees surrounding the temple, he felt an inexplicable resonance. What revelations lay within? His anticipation grew. As the sun rose, the number of visitors to the temple gradually increased, yet the atmosphere remained serene. Wang Xuan entered at a leisurely pace, casting a glance at the grand bronze incense burner in the courtyard, where the fragrant smoke seemed to have never extinguished, the ash accumulating so thickly that it nearly filled the vessel. He smiled to himself, recalling that the two esteemed monks invited by old Chun likely sourced the ash from this very burner, mixing it with water and sprinkling it upon him. Approaching, he too offered a stick of incense, a humble gesture of his sentiments. Generally speaking, the architectural layout of temples tends to be quite similar, commencing with the Mountain Gate Hall, followed by the Heavenly King Hall, then the Mahavira Hall, subsequently the Bodhisattva Hall, and finally the Dharma Hall and the Sutra Repository. This simplicity evokes a sense of subtlety and restraint. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, for ever since his arrival, he had found it increasingly difficult to sense any aura of the mysterious. He raised his gaze. The Mahavira Hall was exceedingly grand, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, resplendent in gold and brilliance, indeed quite imposing, housing the radiant Three Ages Buddha. However, it struck him as rather peculiar that in such a significant Buddhist sanctuary, he still could not detect any trace of the mysterious forces, which left him perplexed. As he traversed all the Buddha halls, searching diligently, he found himself utterly devoid of any sensation of the mysterious. What could be the cause of this? After all, we are no longer in ancient times, but in an era illuminated by technological advancement, where a temple possessing such esoteric legacies ought not to be less than the ancestral grounds of Buddhism. I refuse to believe that I cannot uncover even the faintest clue. Wang Xuan persevered, diligently exploring every accessible corner of the temple complex. Yet he discovered naught but emptiness, devoid of any traces. He stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be that his perception had faltered, suppressed by some arcane force within this millennium-old temple? However, upon careful introspection, he found his spirit to be remarkably vigorous, able to hear the melodic chirping of birds from the distant thickets beyond the temple. To this end, he ventured outside once more, returning to the ancient grove where the millennia-old trees stood, and there, he indeed captured the faintest essence of the mysterious. A millennium-old temple, a sacred Buddhist site. It instilled a profound sense of reverence in him. Wang Xuan reflected deeply as he re-entered the temple. On this occasion, he adeptly utilized his agility to venture into some restricted areas, even daring to delve into the site of the stupa, where the remains of eminent monks had been enshrined over the ages, typically interred within the subterranean chambers beneath the stupa. However, in this domain, he encountered no revelations, no sense of resonance. Wang Xuan found himself somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the Pufa temple remained inscrutable in this era? Eventually, he even removed 2 tiles from the ground, hoping to uncover some hidden secrets beneath, yet he discovered nothing at all. There was something peculiar, something amiss. Wang Xuan pondered, his mind wandering as he aimlessly strolled through the temple grounds. That day, he meticulously explored until the stars adorned the sky, ultimately departing, for he had truly found nothing of interest within the temple. Unwilling to concede defeat, he continued to wander outside the temple, seeking to observe the ancient edifice from an elevated vantage point, hoping to glean some elusive clue. As he traversed the area, he sensed something unusual. Upon reaching a high ground, he perceived a distant pond, where faint, mysterious particles seemed to emanate, barely perceptible yet detectable to him. His heart raced at the realization. The fact that he could sense such enigmatic substances from a distance indicated that this place was indeed extraordinary, perhaps promising significant discoveries. Upon approaching, he confirmed the uniqueness of the location. The pond was adjacent to a stone wall, from which the mysterious particles emanated, far more intriguing than the millennia-old temple. Wang Xuan meticulously examined the area, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. Having found no ethereal stones, the enigmatic particles were evenly distributed across the rock face, lacking in intensity. Regrettably, the quantity was insufficient to form a wondrous entity akin to a metamorphic stone. Wang Xuan leapt upward, scaling the stone wall until he reached a suitable spot to sit cross-legged in meditation. He mused that ancient monks must have once sat in this very place. Closing his eyes, he silently began to channel the foundational techniques of the preaching alchemists, seeking to encounter a fortuitous opportunity here. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, perceiving the mysterious particles within the stone wall stirring restlessly, converging towards him. Alas, as he had initially surmised, the concentration of these enigmatic elements was inadequate to forge a marvel. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, continuing to meditate and cultivate the foundational techniques, drawing in this rare substance, for it held immense benefits for both his corporeal and spiritual nourishment. Such treasures were elusive in the mundane world. Time slipped away, and eventually, the mysterious substance within the stone wall dwindled to nearly imperceptible levels. Wang Xuan exhaled a breath of stale air, preparing to rise. However, a sudden chill coursed through him, as he sensed an anomaly nearby. In absorbing the mysterious substance, it seemed he had inadvertently attracted something unfathomable. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, a disquieting premonition welling up within him. Could it be that shortly after bidding farewell to one celestial being, he had now unwittingly summoned a great Buddha? Alarmed, Wang Xuan realized that his perception was keener than before, bolstered by his enhanced strength and burgeoning mental acuity. Should another incident occur, he felt compelled to reconsider the truths of transcendence and ascension. Perhaps there existed alternative interpretations, and the possibility that those from long ago had not necessarily failed and might yet reemerge. Wang Xuan harbored an astonishing suspicion in his heart. The deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more shocked he became, sensing the existence of secrets in this world that ordinary people could hardly fathom. If true, these secrets could unleash cataclysmic revelations. Anxious, he swiftly departed from the place and headed towards Anqing, eager to ascertain whether an elder had indeed appeared by his side, perhaps with celestial beings in attendance. Chapter 44. How should a mortal seek the Buddha? The evening bell of the Pufa temple had long since tolled, and most of the incense-offering visitors had departed. Outside the ancient temple, the branches of a 1,000-year-old pine tree reached skyward like a coiled dragon, bathed in moonlight, lending an aura of tranquility to the venerable sanctuary. The night sky was profound, adorned with a brilliant Milky Way, as Wang Xuan walked towards Anqing beneath the myriad stars. He felt a twinge of uncertainty. Had he inadvertently attracted another enigmatic presence? He inwardly lamented the absurdity of it all. Once the mysterious factor came into play, phenomena that defied scientific explanation often ensued. He felt a tightening in his chest, apprehensive about the unpredictable events that might unfold that night, as he truly wished not to be further tormented. At this juncture, he contemplated the balance of existence. Whenever one perceives the prospect of gain, it invariably accompanies a price. He willingly absorbed the mysterious elements, believing he was unearthing myths buried by time, envisioning a brilliant path within the realm of ancient arts. Yet, was he not inching closer to peril? This could indeed be a treacherous pit, with alluring bait placed ahead, waiting for the unwary to approach, perhaps a deliberate trap set by the ancients. By now, Wang Xuan was resolutely wary of the ancients. Their past brilliance surely concealed both extraordinary and fearsome attributes. He began to harbor serious doubts about the truth of transcending into immortality. May this night pass safely. After his ablutions, he envisioned a radiant golden sun, its brilliant flames consuming the clouds and mist of the heavens, illuminating a vast and clear expanse. Golden rays of light cascaded everywhere, sacred and serene, causing malevolent spirits to retreat. Wang Xuan took a deep breath, reclined upon his bed, and soon succumbed to slumber. Such was the benefit of his ancient practice that he never suffered from insomnia. Indeed, his apprehensions manifested, despite his efforts before sleep to channel his foundational techniques and conjure a resplendent sun to dispel the shadows and darkness. Calamity still struck, just within arm's reach. An elderly monk sat at his bedside, his skin darkened as though on the brink of decay, crimson blood streaming from his eyes, fixated upon him. Wang Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine, abruptly throwing off the covers and sitting up in alarm. The sensation was far too vivid, as if he could still detect a faint, musty odor. Was this visitor malevolent? He turned on the light and drank a glass of water, then silently resumed his foundational practice. Tranquility was utterly unattainable this night. Moreover, he sensed something amiss about the monk, an unsettling aura devoid of the benevolent light typically associated with holiness, lacking the divine manifestations of sacred law. In stark contrast, this monk exuded an aura of decay, reminiscent of the brilliant thunder and starlit heavens conjured so effortlessly by the female practitioner. Yet, one aspect they shared was the blood that flowed from their eyes. As if both had endured some profoundly tragic event, their souls unwilling to rest even in death. This pit is rather deep. I have inexplicably fallen into it, and the situation appears dire. Wang Xuan seldom bore such gravity, his heart weighed down with an immense burden. He increasingly felt that the truth behind his transcendence was likely far more intricate than he had ever surmised at the Universal Law Temple. The mere glimpse he had caught proving both terrifying and astonishing. Earlier, he was imbued with boundless confidence, for he alone could traverse the inner realm, relying solely on his own merit, without the guidance of a venerable master. In this era, he still managed to establish himself within the ethereal moments of time. Yet now, a sense of dread has begun to creep in. His remarkable display and extraordinary achievements, while astonishing, may not necessarily herald good fortune. Unbeknownst to him, he appears to be gradually unearthing a heavy and mysterious veil that time has cast upon him, a pursuit that could invite peril. In recent days, he has been contemplating how to seek out wondrous artifacts akin to the feathered stone, in hopes of augmenting his strength. At that time, he believed that should remnants of ancient spiritual energy manifest, even if accompanied by some anomalous phenomena, it would not be of great concern. However, he now finds himself gripped by trepidation. His earlier notions had been overly idealistic. If he were to trigger a series of mysterious events, attracting enigmatic beings such as sorcerers, celestial maidens, and elderly monks, the atmosphere would undoubtedly diverge drastically from the harmonious setting he had envisioned, one suitable for a game of mahjong. This time, before he even entered the inner realm, he was followed by an elderly monk with bleeding eyes. Could it be that merely discovering mystical elements in the present world and attempting to connect with and absorb them would lead to unforeseen occurrences? Wang Xuan felt he had suffered a significant loss. Previously, he had at least gained considerable strength by harnessing the residual spiritual energy of a female sorcerer to access the inner realm. This time, however, the monk offered nothing but a foul odor of decay, sitting at the head of his bed and gazing at him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xuan surrendered to slumber once more. Indeed, the old monk had returned, his skin darkened, and his eyes bloodshot, sitting motionless at the head of the bed. Observing him in silence, yet instilling a sense of dread, Wang Xuan did not awaken. Instead, the visions he conjured unfolded before him. Another version of himself, wielding a black iron staff, struck forcefully at the monk's head, displaying no gentleness, but rather an intense ferocity. He had come to a conclusion. Since this residual spiritual energy could not intervene in the present world nor harm his psyche, and with the monk's ominous presence, there was no need for leniency. He would take action without hesitation. Otherwise, should he encounter similar entities in the future, he would be compelled to serve them like a master, leading to his own exhaustion. With a resounding thud, the old monk disintegrated. In his final moments, a look of astonishment flickered in his ashen eyes. If one seeks assistance, they ought to communicate respectfully rather than adopt such a stance. The Wang Xuan, brandishing the black iron staff, admonished, while his original self remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the unfolding events. Moments later, the old monk reappeared, not seated by the bedside this time, though his eyes still bled and his form remained dark and decayed. Yet, he consciously stood at a distance, his hands pressed together in reverence. In an instant, a hazy aura of Buddhist light descended, illuminating a scene that was exceedingly indistinct. There were arhats in meditation, and the Bodhi tree swayed, producing a resonant chant. In his dream, Wang Xuan's subconscious stirred vigorously, perceiving those nearly ephemeral images. Rather than awakening abruptly, he found himself captivated. Was it truly the case that a bodhisattva once existed? In that landscape, stone towers lay scattered. Ancient temples crumbled, bodhisattvas soared into the air, and golden-bodied arhats rose. The Bodhi tree ascended from the ground, and amidst the rain of Buddha's light, those sacred visions transcended into the deep void. What does it mean? Wang Xuan pondered. As this was the scene the old monk had presented to him, did he seek something from him? Soon, the old monk seemed to falter. Those once indistinct images fragmented into oblivion, ceasing to exist, unable to manifest any longer. The old monk himself appeared unsteady, his nearly decayed form beginning to blur. Then, Wang Xuan awoke, for his subconscious was in tumult. He rose from his slumber. After a period of contemplation, Wang Xuan fell asleep once more. Resolved to engage in meaningful dialogue with the old monk, to remain calm in the face of events, and to communicate gradually. The old monk reappeared, still emerging from the shadows, his figure unclear, as if he had stepped forth from a stone wall, breaking the chains that bound him. Although Wang Xuan's subconscious had not yet awakened, it began to stir vigorously. Could it be that the old monk was trapped within the stone wall, released after he absorbed mysterious elements during the night? Then, another Wang Xuan emerged, a manifestation of his earlier visualization, still wielding a large staff, stating, "If you seek something from another, why not display sincerity? When mortals seek the Buddha, they offer incense. How should the Buddha seek something from mortals?" Years ago, a female immortal had entered his dreams, imparting to him the secrets of the celestial ranks. Though Wang Xuan dared not voice such audacity, he was inspired to prompt the old monk and request favors. At this moment, young Wang was indeed fearless, ready to solicit a bribe from the Buddha. The old monk stood in a daze, then silently demonstrated a form of martial arts, truly bestowing a benefit. Wang Xuan's subconscious was acutely aware, swiftly committing to memory what resembled the Great King Kong Fist. Moreover, it seemed to consist of merely a handful of postures, repeated ad infinitum. The old monk was indeed diligent, demonstrating how to channel strength and the vibrations of various body parts, including the internal organs, with remarkable clarity. The Great King Kong Fist was undoubtedly a secret and profound technique. During their time on Black Mountain, the man in black, Sun Qingquan, had once executed it, leaving even Wang Xuan, who had mastered the golden body technique, reeling, with his fingers nearly shattered and his nails torn asunder by a formidable force. The old monk's demonstration was incomplete. He endeavored to stretch his body, yet was thwarted by his own limitations, only able to showcase this stage of the technique. As he attempted to execute the subsequent movements, his own form began to disintegrate. Upon awakening, Wang Xuan sat cross-legged on his bed and directly spoke. "If you can continue to exhibit that technique, then manifest in my dreams. If not, do not disturb my slumber. Upon waking tomorrow, I shall contemplate your inquiries with care." Ultimately, Wang Xuan entered a dream, yet the old monk did not reappear. There was no rush. He would proceed at a measured pace. Today, he needed to visit the Pufa temple to resolve matters concerning the old monk. Wang Xuan pondered that the visions within his dream, the bodhisattva departing, the ancient temple crumbling, the millennium-old Bodhi tree uprooting, might bear relevance to certain historical events in reality. If he could uncover the underlying truth, the enigma surrounding the old monk could be unraveled, allowing him to effectively address this mysterious occurrence. Early the next morning, Wang Xuan returned to Pufa Temple. No, it was Old Chun. Wang Xuan was convinced he had not misheard. His perception was remarkably keen. To confirm, he swiftly dashed towards a courtyard, and indeed, he discovered Old Chun. In Wang Xian's view, a foreboding aura emanated from old Chun, especially with the enigmatic female practitioner by his side. Wang Xian turned away, unwilling to be ensnared by old Chun's troubles. However, as he pivoted, he was astonished to see old Chun, surprisingly, outpacing him. What was happening? This was clearly amiss. Wang Xian felt a deep sense of bewilderment. Why did old Chun flee upon seeing him? Shouldn't he have approached to lament and request his assistance in sending that celestial being away? In an instant, Wang Xian realized that old Chun, with his love for fishing, must be concealing something from him. Fortuitously, he reacted swiftly, turning around to pursue old Chun. Old Chun, I see you. Stop, he called out. Life is full of unexpected encounters. A passing old monk cast a curious glance at the two, interjecting a remark before continuing on his way. Chapter 45. The relocation of the Bodhisattva. The old monk, clad in gray robes and sporting a gleaming bald head, drifted away gracefully. Both Wang Xian and old Chun felt a slight tremor in their expressions as they gazed at the monk's shining crown, their lips sealed. Xiaowang, for your sake, I have ventured into the depths of space. How shall you repay me? Old Chun finally broke the silence, unable to contain himself any longer. Wang Xian quickly patted himself down and replied, Old Chun, do behave yourself. You're not a young man anymore, and you're giving me goosebumps. Tell me, am I not shielding you from misfortune? Old Chun glared at him, demanding an explanation. On this matter, Wang Xian indeed felt a sense of guilt. Yet he had merely uttered a few casual words that day, never anticipating that the female practitioner would truly seek out old Chun. Old Chun, why not to speak in such a manner? Just a few days ago, Qingmu and I were engaged in discussion, and we both concurred that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. As one of the leaders of the organization, you have finally manifested your capabilities alongside your responsibilities. To which Qingmu wholeheartedly agrees. Old Chun looked at him with utmost seriousness, revealing a semblance of respect that made one want to strike him. With a final sigh, old Chun gazed into the distance, appearing somewhat lost in thought, and ultimately expressed a hint of melancholy. You cannot fathom the depths of this pool. You cannot imagine the terrifying truths of ascension during the pre-Qin era. I have indeed paid a heavy price this time. Wang Xian was taken aback. He too had felt a shiver last night, a sense of vigilance, and had developed alternative views regarding the matter of ascension. Now, old Chun spoke in a tone that suggested he had long perceived something. It quickly dawned on Wang Xian that the exploration organization, in cooperation with the state, operated in a semi-official capacity, naturally privy to numerous secrets beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, including the truths of history. After all, who could delve deeper into thorough investigations than the state? The documents and rare manuscripts of successive dynasties must have recorded and preserved something significant. Observing old Chun's despondent demeanor, Wang Xian felt a sense of discomfort. The usually composed and unflappable old Chun was now utterly transformed, appearing utterly drained. A chill ran down Wang Xian's spine. Was old Chun on the brink of death? Life, indeed, is a series of ups and downs, and none can predict how their story will conclude. Old Chun sighed, casting his gaze toward the horizon, where the dawn cast a faint golden glow upon him. Wang Xian had not previously noticed, but now he observed that although old Chun appeared haggard, he stood tall and straight, exuding an indescribable aura. Master, do not force yourself any longer. It is futile to seek the ethereal transformation techniques of the female practitioner. Wang Xian's prowess has surged immensely. Aoki arrived. Standing outside the courtyard, overhearing old Chun's lamentations, he felt compelled to offer words of comfort, urging old Chun to relinquish his stubbornness, and strode inside. Upon catching sight of Wang Xian, he wished to seal his lips and nearly wished to vanish, unable to meet old Chun's gaze. To his astonishment, old Chun truly was concealing a formidable secret. Wang Xian was left speechless. In his eyes, the faint golden aura surrounding old Chun dissipated entirely, along with his once upright demeanor and righteous aura. In truth, Wang Xian had never been fully invested in this charade. He had never been a believer, and now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt compelled to confront old Chun. Old Chun, you truly are something, Wang Xian sighed. Old Chun showed no signs of embarrassment. The supposed melancholy and solitude vanished in an instant, replaced by his usual composure and tranquility. He shook his head, reflecting, such is the ebb and flow of life. Trajectories are ever-changing. He turned to his disciple, saying, Aoki, at your age, how can you still be so rash? Have you made a fool of young Wang? Wang Xuan cast a glance at old Chun, seeing his haggard appearance, yet felt no sympathy. His old colleague was indeed a tough character, enduring for days in pursuit of the female practitioner's techniques, adamantly refusing to find a successor. It was commendable tenacity. He leaned in and whispered, "Is there truly an ethereal transformation technique?" Aoki, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Enough, Wang. One must be kind-hearted. Do not provoke old Shen any further." Wang Xian cast a glance at him and remarked, "Qingmu, if I were in your position, I would turn and leave at once. It seems you are destined to take over your master's role. I sense it is almost your turn." Silence. Qingmu stammered, taking several steps back. A wave of anxiety washed over him, as he felt an unsettling pressure in his mental domain, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Meanwhile, old Chen exhaled deeply, sensing a shift, and said, "I feel that the celestial being has departed, no longer exerting her mental pressure upon me." It must be said that old Chun was indeed formidable. He could perceive the presence of the female practitioner even during the day. However, he too was taken aback, glancing at Wang Xian in astonishment. Had the boy's words truly manifested so swiftly? It appeared there was indeed a bridge of communication between him and the female practitioner. Is it really my turn? Qingmu felt a surge of despair. The ominous predictions uttered from that once illuminated mouth had all come to pass, and he had been forewarned days prior. Old Chen's expression was a tapestry of complexity, embodying both relief and regret. Initially, he felt a burden lift, only to follow it with a sigh. After enduring so much turmoil, he found himself with nothing to show for it. Wang Xian spoke again, "Old Qing, make haste to the greater Xing'an Mountains. Do not be like old Chun, floundering aimlessly. I suggest you take Jin Xuan and Qianlei with you. Strength in numbers is advantageous, and it is wise to share the burden." Qingmu shot him a glare, yearning to retort that Jin Xuan had once thwarted him, and Qianlei had seemingly sought stones from him. Nevertheless, he silently acquiesced. It was imperative to find companions for the journey to the greater Xing'an Mountains, for tackling this alone would likely prove insurmountable. Old Chen began, "In recent days, I have engaged in respectful and earnest conversations with that celestial being, sacrificing my nights for this pursuit. I find her to be remarkably understanding. Qingmu, you may take your leave." What more could Qingmu say? He could not possibly challenge his master. This old man had suffered enough, yet now he adorned himself with glory, ultimately passing on his legacy to his disciple. Only old Chun and Wang Xian remained in the courtyard, exchanging glances until old Chun broke into a smile. "Xiao Wang, speak up. You harbor quite a few secrets, and even the female practitioners regard you with newfound respect. However, she has finally departed, returning to the shadows." Old Chun regained his previous composure and tranquility. His words, though calm, exuded an invisible pressure. Wang Xian remained silent, cool and unyielding. Old Chun continued, "Your strength has surged remarkably. You have managed to defeat Sun Qingquan," leaving Qingmu astonished. Despite his silence, he is bewildered by the rapidity of your growth, feeling a mixture of fear and unease. At this rate, even I may soon find myself on edge. Clearly, Old Chen's ability to maintain his composure indicated his profound prowess, marking him as a rare and formidable master. Wang Xian sighed, aware that this situation would inevitably arise, as his strength had indeed escalated too swiftly. Anyone observant in his vicinity would inevitably notice it sooner or later. Old Chun was evidently probing for something within him. "Old Chun, if I were to tell you that I truly possess no transcendent techniques, would you believe me?" Wang Xian asked, his expression serious. "What then shrouds you in mystery?" Old Chen inquired. "There exists a secret, yet it is not universally applicable. Speaking of it would only lead to greater troubles, as others would be unable to replicate it." Wang Xian sighed, remaining remarkably calm and unperturbed. He appeared utterly indifferent, even smiling, and said, "Old Chun, you are overthinking it. Get a good night's sleep tonight. After all, you've endured so much these past few days." In that moment, Old Chen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Subsequently, Wang Xian and Old Chun began discussing the Pufa Temple. "Old Chun, are you aware of the history of this temple? What significant events have transpired here? It seems to me that, despite its sacredness and solemnity, it lacks a certain aura of Buddhism." Old Chen shook his head, yawning, and confessed ignorance, stating he intended to take a nap, finally able to enjoy some quietude. Before long, Wang Xian approached an elderly monk within the temple to inquire about the history of this ancient site, its legends, and notable occurrences. The old monk recounted numerous tales, mentioning several almost mythical legends, revealing that Pufa Temple once housed a holy monk of profound attainment, who ultimately achieved the status of a bodhisattva. Wang Xuan meticulously sifted through the information, seeking valuable insights, until he stumbled upon a historical event that left him astir. 3 centuries ago, this region of Pufa Temple experienced an earthquake, leading to the collapse of the ancient temple and pagodas. This indicated that the so-called millennium-old temple, despite its long-standing legacy, had structures that were at most merely 300 years old. The old monk sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice, and shook his head, saying, "These constructions actually have only a few decades of history." "What?" Wang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Decades ago, the inhabitants of the new star meticulously excavated various relics from the ancient soil, demonstrating a profound reverence for historical sites such as temples and monasteries. Some elderly magnates within the affluent circles, devout in their Buddhist or Taoist beliefs, were willing to expend vast sums to relocate entire complexes of temples and monasteries." Chapter 46. Encounter. In those days, a financial tycoon sponsored the restoration of a dilapidated ancient temple. Throughout the process, negotiations ensued with the temple and local authorities, leading to substantial compensation offered in hopes of relocating the temple to the new star. Ultimately, a consensus was reached, resulting in the entire temple being meticulously dismantled and transported. Every brick, every tile, the ancient roots of the Bodhi tree, and the revered statues were all moved. In their place, a grander temple arose, even more magnificent than its predecessor, flourishing with incense offerings, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity from afar. Wang Xuan reflected, realizing that this transcended mere financial transactions. It was a testament to the formidable heritage and influence of the magnates involved. It was no wonder that he could not find any feathered stones or extraordinary artifacts here. He sighed softly, coming to the inevitable conclusion that the true ancient temples had long since been relocated. This implied that the bodhisattvas and other deities had also moved to the depths of space. Soon, Wang Xuan pondered the situation back home, particularly concerning the Taoist temple nestled within the Great Black Mountain. Not only were the tiles absent, but even the foundation had vanished, likely a consequence of the new star's endeavors. They were not merely excavating relics from beneath the earth. They were also uprooting the surface temples and monasteries steeped in rich mythological lore. Wang Xuan was left speechless. The old soil had indeed been rendered barren. Almost nothing remained of what he sought, compelling him to seriously contemplate a journey to the new star. From the ancient bamboo slips of the preaching era to the millennial-old temples, and then to the ancestral homes of various teachings, as well as numerous relics associated with transcendence. All have been relocated, rendering the old lands nearly desolate. The objects that Wang Xuan yearned for now resided in the new star. "I must prepare well," he mused, acknowledging the absence of alternatives, for he must embark on his journey. Reflecting on the psychological influence of preconceived notions, he lamented how such mental suggestions profoundly affected sound judgment. As Wang Xuan departed, he contemplated the matter of the old monk with blood streaming from his eyes, gradually grasping the essence of his desires. Was the old monk, whose sanctuary had been uprooted and whose extraordinary artifacts were taken into the depths of space, also yearning to return to the past? Yet, within the vague images the old monk had demonstrated in the dead of night, there were clear visions of bodhisattvas ascending, arhats rising, and the Bodhi tree uprooting itself, all entering the vast cosmos. Why was he the only one left behind? Was it due to the old monk's past errors that confined him within the stone wall? Or was it that the remnants of spiritual energy from the transcendent beings of the bygone Buddhist sect scattered everywhere? With the old monk being merely a fragment of this essence, now awakening and wishing to reach the new star's sanctuary? In any case, it all related to the new star. "Old Shun, perhaps it is time for you to rest well, for you have endured enough hardships lately. You are indeed a capable individual," Wang Xuan reflected, a smile gracing his face. He thought that since he needed to contemplate matters concerning the new star, it was imperative to have an earnest conversation with Qingmu soon. However, he needed to pacify Old Shun or send him away, for Old Shun's multitude of ideas made him rather difficult to manage. "Old Shun, your actions this time are rather unkind, plotting against me." After living in this city for over 4 years, he had developed some affection for it, and soon he would likely depart. He walked through familiar places, gazing and reminiscing. Unknowingly, he arrived at Yunhu, a relatively renowned attraction in Anqing. The lake's surface was crystal clear, with a few ancient buildings adorning the shore. Waterfowl circled low overhead. And amidst the clamor and restlessness of the city, such an elegant lake view was indeed delightful. Each day, individuals jogged along the lakeside or ventured out in boats. And the crowd was far from sparse. What was happening? Were they filming a movie? Ahead, the throng grew dense, and complaints began to surface. The bluestone path along the lake was congested, obstructing those who wished to stroll and enjoy the scenery, leading to widespread dissatisfaction. It was not a film crew capturing scenes, but it bore a semblance, as if a celebrity was present. Someone spoke up, uttering a name. A collective gasp arose. It was a star from the new generation, quite popular even in these old lands, and many recognized the name instantly. Make way. Someone shouted, voice elevated, pushing against the pedestrians by the lake, attempting to clear a path. Instantly, discontent flared as another retorted, why should we? It's not your road. Why must we yield? Stop pushing. I'm about to fall into the lake. Someone exclaimed. A group of individuals clad in black moved ahead, their actions somewhat aggressive, as they extended their arms to block or shove aside passers-by with excessive force, clearly bodyguards. Behind them, a woman donned sunglasses, obscuring much of her face. Yet she appeared strikingly beautiful, though her manner of travel incited discontent among the onlookers. Why should we? This is a public road. Why must we give way for your passage? Someone cried out. Although many were enamored, shouting the name of the rising star, numerous others expressed their displeasure, deeming the situation utterly excessive. What era is this? The extravagance of celebrities is astounding. Such ostentation will inevitably lead to their downfall, someone exclaimed. However, a group of individuals clad in black remained unfazed, diligently parting the crowd to create a path. At that moment, Wang Xuan arrived, slightly astonished to unexpectedly spot someone standing by the lake. It was none other than Wu Yin, who had left a deep impression on him with her fiery temperament and commendable figure. During their last encounter, her anger had nearly torn her evening gown. Today, he unexpectedly saw her again in this familiar place. It soon became clear to Wang Xuan why she was present. The starlet from New Star appeared to be specifically seeking her out, indicating they were acquainted and perhaps had an arrangement. Wu Yin furrowed her brows. Unwilling to attract attention in such a manner, she waved dismissively at the starlet, preferring to avoid this encounter and not become a spectacle for others. She turned and walked away into the distance. Objectively speaking, her elegance surpassed that of the starlet. After arriving, Wang Xuan contemplated leaving but was interrupted by gasps of shock. Someone was nearly pushed into the lake. He frowned, particularly at the sight of a small girl being shoved backward by a towering figure in black. Disturbed by this, he maneuvered through the crowd, pushing aside several black-clad individuals to rescue the girl, aware of the potential danger of being trampled in such a throng. Clearly, his actions provoked discontent among the black-clad men, who advanced towards him, perceiving his interference as a challenge. Wang Xuan, holding the girl, stepped back a few paces, intending to guide her out of the crowd to prevent further mishaps. Stay away from me, he said calmly. Several individuals clad in black believed he was further provoking the situation, continuing to shove their way toward him amidst the crowd. Wang Xuan had initially wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, yet he could not stand by as they pressed forward. However, engaging these black-clad individuals directly would likely result in chaos. With the intention of educating them from the root, he retreated with the little girl toward Wu Yin by the lake. Do not push your luck. What era are we in? This is not the time for a princess to make her appearance. The Qing dynasty has long since perished. Wang Xuan exclaimed. His genuine aim was to have Wu Yin intervene and address the actress she clearly recognized, aiming to rectify such issues at their source today. It was evident to him that Wu Yin preferred to maintain a low profile, as she had waved off the actress, wishing to depart. However, upon his arrival, although Wu Yin exhibited displeasure towards the actress, her expression soured even further upon seeing Wang Xuan. As he approached, she immediately crossed her arms defensively, displaying a demeanor of vigilance and wariness. Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. Was it truly necessary? He surmised that she still harbored a grudge against him, especially since his previous analysis of her condition had undoubtedly offended her. Wu Yin cast him a cold glance, her arms still crossed, as she turned away, clearly intent on distancing herself and avoiding any form of greeting or contact. Wu Yin, Wang Xuan stammered, momentarily altering his address. In his mind, aside from her fiery temperament, his most immediate impression of her was her broad-mindedness, nearly causing him to slip up. Wu Yin, being remarkably astute, instantly discerned his initial intent as soon as he uttered the first syllable, her eyes blazing with indignation. Do not misunderstand. I just witnessed you exchanging covert greetings with that actress. You must be acquainted. Hurry and advise this crowd to temper their exuberance. They have practically shoved me into the lake. Wu Yin originally intended to greet the actress and encourage her to depart, but she sensed that Wang Xuan was deliberately encroaching on her space. Instantly displeased, she chose to ignore him, crossing her arms and turning her back. The men in black approached menacingly, casting hostile glances at Wang Xuan, as if accusing him of instigating trouble. Keep your hands off me, Wu Yin warned. Wang Xuan, undeterred, stood firm by the lakeside, intent on imparting a lesson to all involved. He began to kick the men in black into the lake, one by one. This action stirred a hornet's nest, inciting a flurry of black-clad figures rushing toward him. Holding the little girl, Wang Xuan glanced at Wu Yin, silently imploring her to take a stand. Otherwise, they would all be forced into the water. Wu Yin ignored him, attempting to shift aside while shooting him an irritated look. Observing her defensive posture, with arms crossed as if guarding against thieves, Wang Xuan decided further intervention was necessary. As the men in black charged, he pulled the little girl to safety and, though his foot did not make contact with Wu Yin, he unceremoniously kicked her backside, sending her forward. Then, he swiftly dealt a kick to anyone who dared to approach, effectively clearing the area. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, having long been displeased with the group of bodyguards. I believe it wasn't I who sent them flying, Wang Xuan declared to the onlookers. Uncle, it seems it was you, the little girl beside him remarked candidly. Prompting laughter from the crowd, Wang Xuan sighed and promptly contacted Old Chun, saying, Old Chun, I have agreed to grant you a great fortune. But you must first come over to resolve some issues. Chapter 47, The Priceless Driver in the Lake. Wu Yin's eyes blazed with fury. She was genuinely incensed. A person of her stature rarely encountered such indignities. It was already a miracle that she had refrained from confronting Wang Xuan, yet today he had audaciously taken action. No, not merely action, but had resorted to kicking her, which was utterly intolerable and nearly caused her to explode with rage. Moreover, her posterior throbbed with pain. The force of that kick was no trifling matter, nearly eliciting a cry from her lips at that moment. Her temper was already volatile, and now her chest heaved dramatically, as she yearned to dash ashore and settle accounts with him. However, she dared not move, for her long skirt was thoroughly soaked, clinging to her form, and her astonishing curves left her reluctant to emerge from the water, lest she become an object of attention. On the other hand, the actress was far less composed. Upon splashing into the lake, she let out a shriek. This experience was nothing short of a nightmare, and she sputtered water. Fortunately, the black-clad individuals who had fallen into the lake were dutiful. Among the group of burly men were a few female bodyguards who swiftly swam over to support her, preventing her from sinking, although her makeup was now a disarray. Wu Yin's assistant, witnessing this scene, refrained from acting impulsively for fear of being kicked into the water herself. She stood on the shore, hastily dialing for assistance. As a black-clad bodyguard attempted to ascend the bank, the surrounding crowd erupted into jeers, leading to him being kicked back into the water. The other bodyguards, observing this, hesitated to approach. People began to disperse, prioritizing the rescue. Inadvertent immersion posed a risk of catching a chill. Wang Xuan called out, wishing to de-escalate the situation, believing it best to allow the others to come ashore first. One after another, figures clad in black disembarked, markedly more subdued, refraining from jostling others and instead pulling their companions ashore. "De Wu, I'll pull you up," Wang Xuan called out to Wu Yin, embodying a spirit of goodwill, believing that foes ought to resolve their differences rather than harbor animosity. He extended his hand, aiming to assist Wu Yin, thoughtfully refraining from using her real name, as she hailed from a certain prestigious family of the new star, her identity rather sensitive. Wu Yin remained unmoved. Upon hearing the name Da, her beautiful eyes flared with indignation. She felt no warmth from the prospect of being rescued or cared for. Rather, she perceived the gesture as a deliberate act of retribution for her previous impulsive remarks. Noting her lack of response and her bowed head, obscured by her hair, resembling an ostrich, Wang Xuan chose to disregard her further, having only exchanged a few fleeting encounters. Wu Yin sensed his gaze sweep over her and felt it was intentional, as if he wished to pull her from the water merely to expose her disheveled state, with her long dress clinging damply to her form. Lele, a woman in her 30s, tears streaming down her face and her voice tinged with sobs, hurried towards the little girl beside Wang Xuan. "Mama!" the little girl exclaimed joyfully. Amidst the throng and the chaotic pushing from the figures in black, the mother and daughter had been separated. Observing this, Wang Xuan promptly delivered the little girl to her. As the woman, still choked with emotion, expressed her gratitude and swiftly embraced her child. At that moment, a man in his 50s approached, flanked by several others, which instantly put Wang Xuan on high alert. The individuals accompanying the elderly man were evidently formidable. "Xiaoyin, what has happened to you?" the uncle inquired. "Uncle, I was pushed into the water," Wu Yin responded, casting a glance towards Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan sighed, pondering the delay of old Chun, wondering why he had not yet arrived. He had not departed earlier, and naturally, he would not leave now, calmly stepping forward. As an enthusiastic member of the public, he proactively approached the middle-aged man, expressing that the celebrity's excessive fanfare had caused a significant traffic obstruction, nearly pushing a passerby into the lake. It was utterly outrageous. Wang Xuan shook his head and remarked, "Clearly, she is at fault. Just moments ago, the actress whispered that she knew the victim in the lake. How absurd." The middle-aged man, named Wu Qinglin, was indeed the uncle of Wu Yin, and he was quite astute. Upon hearing this, he immediately discerned that this young man's enthusiasm was somewhat insincere. Could it be that the two truly knew each other? Wang Xuan pointed towards the victim, Wu Yin, in the water, then gestured towards the celebrity nearby. "I don't know her." Wu Qinglin quickly shook his head and promptly removed his coat, handing it to Wu Yin, who had already reached the lakeside, assisting her in climbing up. Naturally, he had to deny any connection. Their modus operandi was discreet, generally remaining in the background and avoiding exposure, lest they become mere spectacles in the eyes of others. Moreover, if today's incident were to make headlines, it would undoubtedly cast a negative light. Not far away, the celebrity and her assistant were quite unwilling to accept the situation, eager to voice their thoughts. However, Wu Qinglin cast a glance in their direction and addressed the onlookers. "There's nothing to see here. Please disperse." The first to leave were the celebrity and her entourage, who said nothing and departed quietly, avoiding any escalation of the situation and refrained from troubling Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan, too, turned to leave. But not 100 meters down the road, he saw a car speeding towards him, stopping at the roadside. It was old Chun arriving at the scene. What a surprise. It is indeed old Wu, our collaborator for this time. "Xiao Wang, would you like to come over and familiarize yourself? We will inevitably have dealings in the future." As old Chun conversed with Wang Xuan, he cast a glance towards the lakeside, somewhat astonished. Wang Xuan sensed something amiss. Wasn't it the case that the exploration organization had previously intercepted the Ling, Zhou, and Wu families at Qingqing Mountain? How is it that they are collaborating now? However, he could comprehend that when interests align, even foes can unite. Moreover, it is likely that there has always been a foundation for cooperation between the two parties. The prior interception was subtly orchestrated by old Chun, with Qingmu executing the plan, and the opposing side may be oblivious to this fact. "Old Chun, I shall not be joining you. I forgot to mention that I just kicked old Wu's niece into the lake. You can figure out how to handle that. But do not betray me, or else you can forget about any grand opportunities for transcendence in this lifetime. I shall take that secret to my grave." Upon hearing this, old Chin was taken aback. As a prominent expert in the field of ancient arts, it was somewhat humiliating for him to be summoned by newcomers to address such trivial matters. Ultimately, he approached Wu Qinglin, and the two went for tea, leaving others to manage the situation by the lake. The following day, which was a Monday, Wang Xuan returned to work as usual. He felt that this chapter of his life was soon to conclude, and his visit could be seen as a quiet farewell to colleagues with whom he had shared such brief moments. Shortly thereafter, old Chen arrived, exuding vitality and energy, a stark contrast to his previous appearance, marked by yawns and heavy bags under his eyes from lack of sleep. Now, old Chen appeared invigorated and full of life. "Old Chen, it has been quite a while since we last met. You appear to be in good spirits. By the way, how is your research on the I Ching progressing?" A colleague greeted me earlier. "I am currently at work," Wang Xian remarked after stepping out. In light of this, why not change my environment altogether? "I wish to move to New Star," Wang Xian stated. Rather than procrastinating, he resolved to act decisively. Rubbing his hands together, he added, "No problem, but the competition is fierce on the side of the financial magnate's daughter and the widow's family." Wang Xian cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Old Shun, have you indulged too much in the novels of a bygone era? You ought to arrange things differently. Once I arrive at New Star, You should have the daughter of the financial tycoon serve as my bodyguard, and let some enchanting widow drive me around. That would be more appropriate. Old Chen sighed. The youth of today are rather impulsive, lacking the endurance to start from the ground up. To leap in with such bold demands is a bit excessive. Observing his serious demeanor, which suggested he might genuinely be able to arrange such matters, Wang Xuan feigned profundity, saying, "A person of my caliber, capable of uncovering the truths of transformation, deserves to be accompanied by a few top-notch experts. Is it too much to ask? There's some merit to that." Old Chen surprisingly nodded. "Once you are at New Star, I shall make arrangements for you." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "What do you think about having the girl you kicked into the lake serve as your driver?" Wang Xuan disregarded his comment, unwilling to entertain his nonsensical chatter. "Xiao Wang, you seem to have a rather low regard for me, Old Chen, and our organization," Old Chen observed, adding, "In the past, such a request would indeed have posed some challenges. However, this time it was Old Wu and his group who sought him out. What harm is there in having that girl, who was just kicked around, serve as the driver? It conveniently conceals your identity. If a collaboration were to take place, you would indeed be a pivotal element. On what grounds would they refuse? Surely, they would be inclined to cooperate." Wang Xuan turned to Old Chen, who had recently encouraged him to venture to Xinjiang. It seemed there had long been a plan for collaboration, and he had been sold out in advance. "Old Chen, are you all contemplating seeking the Earth Immortal Herb? I refuse to partake in this operation." Wang Xuan resolutely declined. There are numerous organizations in Xinjiang, as well as formidable financial conglomerates, and to this day, no one has succeeded in harvesting the Earth Immortal Herb. The difficulty is evident. He has no desire to become cannon fodder. Old Chen chuckled softly. "Where are your thoughts wandering? The Earth Immortal Herb initiative is slated for later. It is not our immediate concern. This operation poses little danger. You must trust my integrity, I assure you." Wang Xuan regarded him, skeptical of placing faith in this old colleague. Old Chen continued, "Consider it. The Wu family's young lady is involved, serving as your driver, yes. A pilot of a small spacecraft. Her skills are beyond reproach. With her engaged, what peril could there possibly be?" Wang Xuan observed him, sensing that Old Chen's reasoning was overly convoluted and somewhat untrustworthy, and he had a hint of frivolity about him. "Old Chen, let us discuss serious matters. Of course, I must make it clear, do not think of selling me to the Wu family. Otherwise, even if I impart to you the methods of transcending mortality, you will still encounter troubles ahead." Old Chen was naturally eager to immediately hear the secrets of the ascension technique, yet he added with a hint of gravity, "Xiao Wang, do not dismiss my words as improbable. It is indeed they who seek our counsel. As a prominent figure in the realm of ancient arts, my invitation carries considerable weight. They have come to realize that certain issues can only be resolved by those well-versed in traditional practices. Old Chen, you seem remarkably confident. To what extent have you mastered these ancient techniques?" Wang Xuan inquired with genuine curiosity. Old Chen smiled subtly, a touch of arrogance evident in his demeanor. "Let me put it this way. The Sun Qingkuan you fought against in the Black Mountains, prior to his severe defeat, was at the pinnacle of his prowess. Despite our similar ages, he would always greet me with utmost respect, addressing me as Teacher Chun whenever we met." "Really?" Wang Xuan regarded him with skepticism, questioning the authenticity of Old Chen's claims. Was he truly that remarkable? At that moment, they had arrived at the abandoned machinery factory behind the Design Institute, a place where Old Chen often fished in the nearby pond. "Do you see that expanse of rusted machinery over there, along with the colossal gears and crushers? In my youth, I often practiced unarmed combat against them, honing my skills in that vicinity." Old Chen gestured towards the vast array of corroded machines, a daunting sight heavy with untold tons of weight. As he spoke, he approached a thick slab of scrap metal, tapping it lightly. "I have refrained from engaging in such practice for many years," he stated, before urging Wang Xuan to share in the secrets of the ascension technique. Wang Xuan had no intention of being perfunctory. He genuinely aimed to offer benefits to Old Chen and directly demonstrated the boxing technique imparted by the old monk. Old Chen, an expert in the field, was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Impressive. It resembles the great King Kong fist, but it is certainly not that. For me, mastering it would pose a considerable challenge and is worth pursuing." "Very well, there's no rush. I shall seek you out again tomorrow," he added, nodding before hastily departing. Eager to practice, Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. What he meant was that the bloody-eyed old monk would seek out Old Chen that very night, and the two would enjoy each other's company for the entire evening, leaving Old Chen fully adept by morning. Once Old Chen had left, Wang Xuan also tapped on the steel plate, which had been struck moments earlier by Old Chen, only to have his expression change abruptly as steel fragments scattered, reducing the once solid piece to mere fine debris. He was genuinely astonished, gasping in disbelief at Old Chen's extraordinary prowess. I must adopt a more amicable demeanor towards Old Chen, he thought, for having such an exceedingly dangerous old colleague keeping tabs on me is truly vexing. Wang Xuan sighed. At the break of dawn the following day, Old Chen sought out Wang Xuan, his eyes resembling those of a rabbit, bright red and vivid. He confronted Wang Xuan, saying, "Little Wang, you certainly have some nerve to do this to me. Just as I dismissed one female practitioner, now you've sent me a ghostly monk. What are you playing at? I haven't even caught up on my sleep, and yet a new cycle has begun." Wang Xuan, taken aback, inquired, "Did he not teach you that boxing technique?" Old Chen, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Teach me? He merely sat at the foot of my bed, staring at me throughout the night. Each time I nearly drifted off, he would lean closer, fixated on me without end. At least the heavenly maiden from last time maintained a respectful distance and possessed an unparalleled beauty. How unlike this, shrouded in darkness and exuding a repugnant odor of decay, sitting silently beside me while casting a watchful gaze." Given Old Chen's extraordinary prowess, Wang Xuan resolved to adopt a serious demeanor, lest Old Chen, frustrated by his lack of understanding, erupt in fury. He meticulously recounted his experiences. The following day, Old Chen appeared even more haggard, indignantly seeking out Wang Xuan, exclaiming, "You have deceived me, Xiao Wang. How have I deceived you? I shared every detail with you." Wang Xuan felt genuinely wronged. "I followed your advice and struck him squarely on the head, only to have him mercilessly assault me throughout the night within my mental domain." Old Chen was beside himself with rage. Chapter 48. A Message from Deep Space. Old Chen was beaten mercilessly for an entire night. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan, for reasons unknown, did not find it tragic. Rather, he felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh aloud. Of course, to avoid provoking Old Chen, he pretended to massage his temples and rubbed his face, fearing Old Chen might perceive his unseemly mirth and retaliate. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Xuan allowed himself a chuckle before adopting a grave expression to face Old Chen. "Old Chen, you must understand, this world is a realm of balance. When you gain something, you invariably sacrifice something in return. That is a martial art more terrifying than the great diamond fist, and it is not easily attained." Wang Xuan sighed dramatically to emphasize his point. Old Chen, ever astute and sufficiently formidable, was not easily misled, and he immediately retorted with a sardonic smile. "And what of you? Why were you not struck?" Wang Xuan was also puzzled. He indeed felt some confusion regarding why Old Chen's method had ceased to work, resulting instead in a severe beating from the old monk. He was tempted to suggest that it might be a matter of character, that Old Chen's integrity was lacking, but he dared not voice such an accusation. Instead, he insisted vehemently, "I too have paid a price." Old Chen, who was indifferent to such claims until now, grew incensed upon hearing this. With a frosty demeanor, he retorted, "What exactly have you sacrificed? From the female practitioner to the ghostly monk. What you have contributed is merely me." Old Chen was filled with resentment, having reflected deeply on the matter. Each time he had come to take over, he had received none of the anticipated benefits, only suffering unnecessarily. "Old Chen, must you be so melodramatic in your speech?" Wang Xuan naturally refused to concede. He felt compelled to compare misfortunes with Old Chen to achieve some semblance of psychological equilibrium. After recounting an elaborate tale of fictitious sufferings, he added, "Moreover, Old Chen, to borrow your logic, you have sacrificed Qingmo." Old Chen's expression darkened immediately as he replied, "Are you implying that you have sacrificed both of us, master and disciple?" In truth, Wang Xuan had also been pondering why Old Chen had faced such punishment. Was it perhaps a case of karmic retribution, with the old monk retaliating against Old Chen? "Old Chen, I can swear that I only struck him once to achieve my desires. But do not rush. Let us review the situation together. Share your experiences with me, and we shall devise a plan." Although he was genuinely curious about how Old Chen had been so thoroughly beaten, for the sake of safety, Wang Xuan promptly shifted the conversation. "By the way, to which sect does Pufa Temple belong?" "Huh." Old Chen paused, then grew serious, realizing the crux of the issue. Wang Xuan casually remarked that he wished to explore the origins of this ancient temple, seeking to uncover more clues. However, upon uttering those words, he found himself momentarily stunned. as certain truths dawned upon him. Zen Buddhism. Both individuals exclaimed in unison. The mind itself is the Buddha. To perceive one's true nature is to attain Buddhahood. The Platform Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch records, upon hearing a single phrase, one attains sudden enlightenment, immediately perceiving the true nature of reality, wherein all phenomena possess intrinsic freedom. Old Shin, what they speak of is sudden enlightenment, in accordance with one's true heart. Just like me, I acted upon my genuine intentions at that time. Though I may have been somewhat disrespectful, I was still acknowledged. And you, despite harboring ulterior motives and coveting their scriptures, insist on putting on a show by striking at their heads. If I were that old monk, I would undoubtedly find you displeasing and would not hesitate to beat you all night long. Upon hearing this, Old Chun gazed skyward, overwhelmed with a desire to sigh, feeling too weary to respond further. Once the topic of Zen was broached, he comprehended the crux of the problem entirely. He turned and walked away. Old Chun, would you like me to teach you the remaining techniques? Wang Xuan, brimming with enthusiasm, was determined to assist him to the end. No, I fear your movements may lack precision. Old Chun retorted disdainfully, resolved to confront the ghostly monk that very night and thoroughly extract the scriptures from him. Old Chun indeed proved formidable, for that night he attained what he sought and no longer suffered from insomnia. From that day forth, he secluded himself in a small courtyard outside the city, closed his doors to guests, and diligently practiced that particular martial art. The group, led by Qing Mu, ventured into the greater Xing'an range and never returned, leaving no trace for a considerable time. Wang Xian's life settled into tranquility. As Old Qin generously granted him an extended leave, he now had ample time each day to delve into ancient arts. He was also perusing the Taoist scriptures, not in search of any inherited wisdom, but rather to decipher certain esoteric phrases and specialized terminology, thereby deepening his understanding of ancient arcane practices. Contrary to his expectations, his parents were exceedingly supportive, devoid of any sentimentality or reluctance, rendering his carefully prepared words of consolation utterly superfluous. Reflecting on his memories, he realized that his parents had always exhibited such a carefree disposition, seemingly untouched by the sorrows of parting. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. Had they been tearful and despondent, he would have likely hesitated, postponing his journey for an indefinite period. Shortly thereafter, Qingmu began to communicate, informing Wang Xian of his tormented state, as he truly experienced the nightly tribulations of his master, sleepless nights compounded by the peril of lightning strikes. He elucidated that he had suffered due to the misfortunes of others, becoming entangled in their calamities. The researchers from the new star were initially skeptical, dismissing his claims as mere hallucinations induced by some exotic material factor. They transported the most advanced instruments from the new star for verification and analysis, meticulously documenting their observations and studies. Moreover, both Ms. Zheng, the founder of the Origin Research Institute, and certain individuals from the old Earth were reluctant to cease the experiments, harboring high hopes for the continuation of lifespan studies. Consequently, the matter became ensnared in a stalemate. Wang Xian remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the return of Lao Chun and Qingmu, dedicating his days to the meticulous study of ancient techniques and the practice of the old monk's martial arts. After more than a week, he received several letters from afar. The first was from Qin Sheng, delivered via the Deep Space Trade Team collaborating with his family. Lao Wang, I have firmly established my position here, and by a fortunate coincidence, I had the opportunity to recommend you to others. Should this endeavor prove successful, it could facilitate your operations at the new moon. In the letter, Qin Sheng provided him with an address, that of a branch of a certain company from the new stars located in the old lands, encouraging him to make contact there to enhance the likelihood of success. Lao Wang, there are remarkable treasures on the new moon, including various rare plants, subjected to mutation experiments and large-scale cultivation. A certain number of dead plants are permitted as write-offs each day, and I find myself in a state of both agony and joy. Due to my own limitations, I cannot endure such potent elixirs. Consuming even one plant every 2 weeks is already the utmost my body can handle. Wang Xian was moved. What kind of formidable elixir could be so powerful? To his astonishment, a grand palace known as the Moon Palace has been constructed on the new moon. Upon my arrival, I was nearly rendered speechless. It is touted as the most luxurious resort in deep space, worthy of a visit, yet with my current wealth, I can only gaze longingly from afar. Aside from highlighting some key points, Qin Sheng also mentioned numerous trivial details. The new moon is peculiar, boasting an ancient temple claimed to be 2,000 years old, transported from the old lands. Additionally, a certain ancestral hall of Taoism has been restored here, with each brick and tile said to have been brought from its original site. I cannot shake the feeling that there is a hidden secret. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xuan felt a stirring within him, accompanied by a sense of confusion. Following this, he received letters from Su Chan and Zhou Kuan, informing him that due to unforeseen circumstances, 2 classmates had already perished. They expressed their sorrow, yet refrained from revealing the causes of death, but one could imagine that behind all beauty lies the harsh cost of sacrifice. Wang Xuan sighed. It was indeed unexpected that within less than a month, 2 of his classmates had passed away in succession. He vividly recalled the last gathering, where those bound for the new star brimmed with youthful exuberance and ambition, their faces radiant with confidence. How could such misfortune strike so suddenly? It was a lamentable turn of events. He too was destined for new star and silently reminded himself to remain vigilant. Moreover, he had received a handwritten letter from Zhao Qinghan, which informed him of the tragic news regarding their classmates. In addition, the esteemed Zhao once again broached the subject of collaboration. Conversely, she spoke of Wang Xuan with a grave expression, stating, "It is rather surprising. There are those who wish to keep you tethered to the old soil, preventing you from taking a single step forward." Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that some individuals had extended their reach far too broadly, attempting to completely obstruct his path to New Star. The notion of suppressing him to the old soil was indeed ludicrous. Had they consulted him first? Old Chen sneered, then turned his gaze towards Wang Xuan and said, "Recent events foretell turbulence. Have you not longed to comprehend my true strength? Do you wish to uncover the mysteries of the new techniques? You may accompany me to witness it firsthand." Upon hearing this, Aoki's expression shifted dramatically. "Master, you must not go. This endeavor is fraught with peril. There is no need for rivalry. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. It has been many years since I last took action. And with the passing of several old friends, they truly believe that the old techniques are utterly vanquished, growing increasingly dismissive of our kind. If this continues, the practitioners of the old arts will dwindle and the foundation will collapse entirely. Furthermore, that artifact has resurfaced. This time, I must undertake this journey." Old Chen spoke in a deep voice, a tone markedly different from his usual demeanor. He turned to Wang Xuan and said, "Let us go witness this together." Chapter 49. The physique of summoning immortals. Wang Xuan felt a surge of respect, realizing that Old Chen was prepared to step forward and carve a path for the ancient arts amidst adversity. The prevailing atmosphere was grim. The old practices had been officially forsaken, and many believed that only the new methods offered hope. Those who adhered to the old ways found themselves at an impasse, and if this trend continued, the practice would soon vanish entirely. Zheng Lao had passed away 3 years ago. Miao Lao had departed in the autumn of the previous year. Sun Lao had left us last winter, and Zhong Lao had succumbed in the spring of this year. Though each had lived beyond a century, none managed to transcend that critical boundary. They could not cross the threshold, which was a lamentable loss. Qingmu sighed heavily, expressing, "In these troubled times, with the 4 elders of the ancient arts having departed, an era has nearly come to a close." Certain thoughts remained unspoken, for it was precisely due to the recent losses of pivotal figures in the realm of ancient practices that the path appeared increasingly precarious. After all, these individuals had wielded considerable influence during their lifetimes, maintaining connections with numerous powerful factions. Decades ago, at the zenith of their personal prowess, they had collaborated closely with various organizations and had built strong relationships across the board. However, in recent years, as they passed away one after another, the ties of the ancient arts with these factions had frayed significantly. "Isn't there still me?" Old Chen interjected. "One might argue that I too am among the elder statesmen of the ancient arts." Aoki immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness, stating, "Precisely for this reason, it is even more inadvisable for you to intervene. If Master were to falter once again, the legacy of the old arts would dim further, and the era upheld by your cohort would be irrevocably concluded. To many, it would seem that the old arts have nearly reached their terminus." Wang Xuan was genuinely taken aback. Was Old Chen truly so formidable? He appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s. Yet he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the venerable sages of the old arts, who were over a century old. Aoki seemed to perceive his thoughts and remarked, "My master has ascended through genuine achievements. Although his years do not match those of the 4 elders of the old arts, and his renown may not be as great. His prowess is widely acknowledged. Old Chun, take care. I sense a tinge of pessimism in Aoki's tone. Do not overexert yourself, Wang Xuan expressed, genuinely concerned for him. What exactly is the situation? Old Chun spoke in a calm manner, yet Wang Xuan instantly grasped the grave nature of the peril involved. This encounter appeared decidedly unfavorable for the old arts. Someone must step forth. Old Chun remained composed, yet his unwavering conviction was palpable, exuding an air of fearlessness. Aoki was acutely aware of the stakes. Should Old Chun refrain from stepping forward, the other superlative practitioners within the realm of the old arts would find themselves outmatched by mechs, new techniques, and genetically enhanced beings, leading to the inevitable decline of the old arts. Wang Xuan could not restrain himself any longer, asking, Old Chun, can your strength be augmented in the short term? What do you require? He was genuinely fearful that Old Chun might suffer a fatal blow. At his age, he should not risk his life out of a fervent heart still ablaze, lest he ultimately pay the ultimate price. Old Chun nodded and remarked, if there are any extraordinary skills or rare secret techniques, I might be able to take them into consideration. Wang Xuan pondered for a moment and replied, I possess an exceptionally powerful martial art, though it is rather perilous to practice, as it can lead to death. Nevertheless, its profundity is undeniable, and I wonder if it might provide you with some inspiration. He mentioned Zhang Daoling's 5 pages of golden scripture, a martial art so arduous that mastering it seemed almost unattainable. However, without a doubt, once one grasps its essence, one could wield an unfathomable power. Having only mastered the initial stance, he was able to withstand Sun Qinkuan and survive a seemingly fatal ordeal. Wang Xuan was astonished. Had Old Chun indeed practiced such a formidable martial art? Despite the passage of years, Old Chun's hair had neither turned completely black nor entirely white, remaining in a stable state from the past, showing no significant decline. In those bygone days, the 4 masters of the old techniques had jointly ascended to one of the Taoist sanctuaries, exerting their collective influence to obtain the sacred secret teachings from there. It felt as if it were merely yesterday. Alas, all 4 masters had since departed from this world. Old Chun sighed deeply. Wang Xuan was moved, indeed. The 4 masters had shown great affection toward their disciples, even pressuring one of the Taoist sanctuaries on behalf of Old Chun, a truly remarkable act deserving of admiration. Regrettably, after studying the teachings, I could only persevere through half of it before succumbing to exhaustion. Had it not been for the 4 masters' relentless assistance, I would not be who I am today. Old Chun reflected on the kindness of the 4 masters with a hint of melancholy. Qingmu also felt sorrowful. He had naturally accompanied his master to pay respects to those venerable elders who had shown him considerable care. However, his own journey along the path of the old techniques had been fraught with challenges, rendering him far from Old Chun's level. Wang Xuan, having gleaned only a few words, held a profound admiration for those elders. It was unfortunate that they had all passed away in recent years. I have brought shame upon my master, he lamented. Aoki lowered his head, feeling dejected. He devoted himself to rigorous training, exhausting every ounce of his potential, yet his ultimate achievements mirrored those of Sun Qinkuan after his injury. Finally, Aoki sighed, expressing his hope that Brother Wei would succeed and reach a dazzling height in the realm of ancient arts, not disappointing their master. However, he had been absent for a decade, leaving no word behind, which filled Aoki with concern. Old Chun refrained from further discussion on that topic and turned his attention to Wang Xuan, stating, I do not dare to practice the physical techniques left by Zhang Daoling. I feel that the origins of Taoism are not quite suitable for me at this moment. Instead, the mysterious boxing techniques I received from the old monk have illuminated a path for me. He then cautioned Wang Xuan, saying, I believe it is not wise for you to dwell too much on those few pages of the golden script. Although I have not seen them, I am aware that such things, even at the level of transcendence, are potent and formidable techniques. Do not recklessly engage with them lest you ruin your own practice. Do you possess any other ancient methods? Perhaps something akin to the teachings of the revered monk, like the items left by the female practitioner? I believe they could offer me some inspiration, Old Chun inquired. Wang Xuan sighed, recognizing the familiar nature of Old Chun's demeanor. This indeed felt like him. Earlier, having been deeply moved by the 4 elders of ancient arts, Wang Xuan had mentioned the 5 pages of the golden script, only to realize he might have fallen into Old Chun's trap. She left nothing for me. Perhaps I shall present it to you when the time is right. Wang Xuan replied candidly. Old Chun was taken aback, fully aware that whenever Wang Xuan offered something, it inevitably led to complications. Unable to restrain himself, he pressed. What exactly is your situation? Once able to communicate with the female sorcerers, and even to present an aged monk, one cannot help but wonder if there is something else by your side. Old Chun felt a sense of unease, his vigilance heightened. He harbored serious doubts that there was something amiss surrounding Wang Xuan, an enigma he found difficult to unravel. It's nothing. When the opportunity arises, I shall gift it to you, Wang Xuan replied with a grin. At that moment, Old Chun felt a shiver run down his spine, while Qing Mu was outright horrified. Is it coming again? What is going on with Xiao Wang? Is he inherently prone to attracting spirits? I believe I have garnered the favor of the celestial beings. From heavenly fairies to venerable monks, it seems to be indirectly corroborated, Wang Xuan mused. So, Old Chun, do not fret, I shall bestow upon you in due time. Qing Mu contemplated leaving, still incredulous about the notion of not attracting ghosts. Old Chun, too, felt a chill creeping up his back. Convinced that this young man was exceedingly peculiar. If he were to send spirits to others without cause, who could endure such a phenomenon? He had personally encountered this twice. It was best not to mention the female sorcerers, for even the old monk had only seized his opportunity through Wang Xuan's guidance. Should Wang Xuan covertly release a few more new divine entities, Old Chun feared he might lose his sanity. Desiring to dismiss such thoughts, Old Chun turned to Wang Xuan and said, "You should conserve your energy these days. In 4 days, we shall attend the gathering. And there may indeed be an opportunity for you to take action." Very well, Wang Xuan nodded. Old Chun then broached the subject of his upcoming journey to the new star, stating, "It is quite simple. We need not expend our own resources. Let the Wu family handle it. They are quite proactive and have resolved to collaborate with us." "Old Chun, have you sold me out?" Wang Xuan inquired, gazing at him intently. "Absolutely not." Old Chun shook his head, then posed a question of his own. "Have you perhaps had an encounter with one of the young ladies from the Wu family?" "I have not sold you. Rather, it seems she is eager to procure your services, seeking to investigate your background in Anqing. It appears she wishes to recruit you into her expedition team." "How intriguing." "Xiao Wang, I did not expect there to be any ambiguity between you and her. Tread carefully, lest old Wu discovers the two of you." "What ambiguity?" "Wu truly holds a grudge. This is clearly an attempt to position herself conveniently for dealing with me. Such pettiness is disproportionate to her stature." Wang Xuan requested Qing Mu to keep an eye out, ensuring that he is not unduly troubled by Wu Yin's machinations. In the ensuing days, Wang Xuan experienced a remarkable tranquility, honing his body to its optimal state and invigorating his spirit, awaiting Old Chen's summons to embark. Chapter 50. Rare Divine Artifact. At long last, the day of departure arrived. Wang Xuan arrived early at the familiar estate on the outskirts of Anqing, where they would set forth once everyone had gathered. "Will you wear a realistic human mask?" Qing Mu inquired. "This is no longer the olden days. Every individual's trajectory is traceable. If one truly wishes to investigate another, clues will inevitably surface sooner or later." Qing Mu informed him that no matter how cautious one may be, true identities cannot remain concealed indefinitely. They will ultimately be revealed. Wang Xuan understood this, yet he required this buffer period. Once he mastered the golden body technique to the 7th or 8th level, he would possess the confidence that conventional firearms would no longer pose a threat to him. "Where is the destination this time?" Wang Xuan asked. "Initially, we were to journey to the moon or Mars. However, considering their unfriendliness towards ancient arts, it is prudent to remain on familiar ground. After all, once one ventures deep into space, the unforeseen may arise, and those possessing formidable mecha capabilities will undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. Ultimately, the chosen location for this endeavor is the verdant Qingling of the old Earth. Lao Chun has arrived, his short, dense silver hair gleaming, exuding an entirely different aura. His gaze is as sharp as a blade, piercing like a steel needle. Were it not for his spoken words, Wang Xuan might have doubted this was indeed Lao Chun, for he appeared transformed compared to his usual calm demeanor. Particularly striking was the moment he donned a cold, silver mask, rendering him unrecognizable and utterly detached from the gentle visage of his former colleague. Lao Chun acknowledged Aoki and Wang Xuan with a nod, uttering no further words. Before retreating to a quiet room to rest, his presence deep and tranquil, immovable as a mountain, Wang Xuan selected a lifelike mask depicting a typical youthful visage from the East, vibrant and full of vigor. He had heard from Aoki that their adversaries encompassed a myriad of ethnicities, transcending races and hailing from various organizations and alliances, prompting his intentional choice of this mask. It was time to depart. Aoki stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing a large silver-gray spacecraft emerging from the horizon, slowing its pace as it descended onto the expansive helipad behind the estate. To his surprise, it was the Wu family, important figures arriving to accompany Lao Chen to Qingling, undoubtedly to witness an intense confrontation. Regardless of the circumstances, in this moment of uncertainty, with prospects appearing dim, the Wu family still chose to come forth, demonstrating their sincerity by taking responsibility for Lao Chen's transport. Wang Xuan sensed that the Wu family seemed to be entangled in some troubles, which could only be resolved by someone skilled in ancient arts, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Are the three of us going? Wang Xuan was astonished. Apart from himself, Old Chen, and Qing Mu, no one else was accompanying them. 3 of us will suffice. The key lies in my master's intervention, Qing Mu replied, his mood heavy as he observed his master's silhouette, feeling uncertain within. He added that there would naturally be other masters of ancient arts arriving from different places, convening in the Zhongling Mountains, while the relevant authorities from the Old Earth would also attend, serving as both endorsement and deterrence. Wu Chenglin personally came forth to welcome Old Chen, exhibiting considerable courtesy and respect. Wu Yin followed closely beside Old Wu, her attire elegant, figure exquisite, and a soft, slightly sweet smile gracing her fair, beautiful face as she expressed her respect to Old Chen and warmly greeted Qing Mu and Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan was taken aback. It appeared that the big Wu also possessed such a side, seemingly treating people differently, as his previous encounters had only revealed her formidable temper. This is, Wu Yin inquired with a smile, standing gracefully, her luminous fair skin reflecting her poise. He is Wang Xiao, Qing Mu introduced. You may call me Xiao Wang. Wang Xian's voice resonated with a magnetic quality. It was the most natural sound he could produce after altering his voice, yet it remained quite pleasant. Wu Yin maintained her smile, yet a peculiar sentiment stirred within her, bordering on displeasure, as the name Xiao Wang triggered certain associations. For instance, the recent Wang Xian had ignited her ire, often referred to as Old Wang by those familiar with him, like Qin Sheng. However, in her eyes, the man before her possessed a gaze that was pure, clear, and remarkably vibrant, radiating an aura of sunshine. His smile was unexpectedly brilliant, far superior to that of Wang Xian. Should Wang Xian become aware of her sentiments, he would undoubtedly lament the terrifying power of preconceived notions, which could profoundly influence one's aesthetic appreciation and judgment. He believed that this countenance was somewhat inferior to his own authentic visage. Young Wang was truly impressive, despite his youth. He exhibited remarkable talent in the realm of ancient arts. Even now, he might very well surpass him as a rival, Aoki remarked with a hint of nostalgia, his words devoid of embellishment, as he openly expressed his disillusionment, feeling as though his own path had reached an impasse. Wu Yin was taken aback. This young man, barely in his 20s, was astonishingly formidable. It was indeed remarkable. In this era, as ancient arts languished, it was rare for young individuals to immerse themselves in its study. Even those with talent were not excessively extraordinary, given their age. Could he be the second Chen Yongxia? She was astounded. Although this young man might not quite match the elder Chen in his youth, he was likely not far behind. Many were aware that elder Chen had begun practicing the ancient arts at a tender age, rapidly advancing to gain considerable renown by his 20s. Wu Yin immediately regarded him with newfound respect. This collaboration between her family and the exploration organization was intended to enlist some practitioners of the ancient arts from this region. Even if they could not secure Elder Chen, they aimed to recruit several renowned masters of these ancient skills. This young Wang, so promising, was certainly worth significant effort to attract. Simultaneously, Wu Yin entertained other thoughts. If she could incorporate Xiao Wang into her family's adventurous organization and make him one of their own, it would be intriguing for him to educate the exceedingly troublesome Wang Xian. Undoubtedly, the conversations along this journey were harmonious and delightful. Wang Xian turned his gaze towards her. She wore a light touch of makeup, her face remarkably exquisite and beautiful, with a high nose bridge and glossy, crimson lips. Her voice was gentle, her thoughts remarkably agile, embodying a blend of sensuality and intellectual beauty. He found himself questioning whether she had been replaced. Could it be that Wu had a twin sister? The Wu Yin before him seemed entirely different in temperament and demeanor. People truly are unique. Xiao Wang, you are so humble, despite your evident strength. Your modesty is a rare trait. Unlike some of your contemporaries at this point, Wu Yin shook her head. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan recognized her intention to lay the groundwork. However, she skillfully chose her words, mentioning it only briefly, likely reserving further commentary for their next encounter, where she would continue her subtle provocations. He inwardly scoffed, thinking, Wu, you are truly unkind. Are you secretly hoping I will be my own worst enemy in the future? Though the Zhongling Mountains were distant, the spaceship traveled at remarkable speed. Even at a lower velocity, they arrived swiftly. This region was a plateau, with an average elevation exceeding 4,500 meters, and many towering mountains rose majestically, some surpassing 6,000 meters. The Zhongling Mountains served as a crucial passage along the ancient Silk Road, later known as the Pamir Plateau. Numerous spacecraft had already landed in a vast open area, while smaller warships were stationed atop some peaks, and vessels floated gracefully in the skies above. Wang Xuan realized that all parties had come prepared to this meeting, keen to avoid being outmaneuvered by the formidable warships that might encircle them. Each faction sought to maintain a delicate balance of power. Additionally, officials from the Old Territory were present, not merely for endorsement and intimidation, but also due to the involvement of a recently unearthed artifact from historical legend. Wu Yin softly remarked, the Suiho Pearl is not some ethereal trinket. It is well documented in historical texts, and is among the two most renowned treasures from the spring and autumn period in the Warring States. Wang Xuan was acutely aware of the dispute at hand. Some sought to claim the Suiho Pearl, while others aimed to obstruct such attempts. Hence their gathering in Zhongling to negotiate a resolution. Old Shun had privately mentioned that this pearl was acquired by a preaching sorcerer after slaying a dragon, and it was said to be inscribed with intricate scriptures, rendering it a rare and extraordinary artifact. However, he was uncertain about the authenticity of this particular Suiho Pearl, as throughout history, many have been unearthed only to be revealed as forgeries. Wu Yin, exuding a faint fragrance, stood beside Wang Xuan as they gazed out at the sprawling mountains in the distance. Upon Old Shen's arrival, he was immediately approached by a throng of individuals, whether rivals or long-lost friends, all treating him with utmost respect, mindful not to be overly casual. This was the case for most, though a few remained aloof, standing at a distance without making a move. Mr. Chun, someone called out loudly, swiftly advancing. The voice belonged to a man clad in a small humanoid mech, towering nearly 3 meters, whose heavy footsteps resonated with an imposing presence. I grew up listening to Mr. Chen's stories, filled with admiration for him. However, Mr. Chen has not engaged in combat for many years, and now nearing 60, one wonders if he can still take to the battlefield. Those who practice ancient techniques often begin to decline at this age, their vigor gradually waning. For the sake of safety, I believe it prudent to first assess Mr. Chen's physical condition to prevent any unfortunate incidents or tragedies from occurring when he eventually steps into the fray. In an instant, the entire open area fell silent. Many were taken aback by the unexpected drama that unfolded. Qingmu was incensed. It was evident that someone had come to this gathering with malicious intent. As they disembarked from their spacecraft, a nondescript mech warrior dared to provoke. But to whom was this display directed? The adversary was aware that such actions were neither clever nor honorable, yet they proceeded with this crude and direct challenge aimed squarely at Mr. Chun, a grave provocation. To Qingmu, this act was not only an affront to his master, but also an insult to Mr. Chen's considerable reputation. It was intolerable that someone would recklessly stir trouble in such a manner. In truth, even those who opposed Mr. Chun and belonged to different factions felt discontent. Their faces darkened with displeasure at the audacity displayed. Individuals from various factions, including those of mechs, genetic warriors, and modern techniques, rose to voice their outrage, deeming the actions excessive. Mr. Chen gestured for Qingmu to step back and approached the provocateur directly, stating plainly, "Very well, come and test my condition. In deference to age, I shall refrain from using firearms." The mech warrior, with a resounding clang, unsheathed a massive sword nearly 2 meters in length and charged forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. As he drew near, he swung the colossal blade with tremendous force, a brilliant flash of cold light slicing through the air, dazzling like a bolt of lightning. Initially, Old Shin remained motionless, but as the sword was swung toward him, he deftly sidestepped and, in a swift motion, surged forward. With a resounding thud, his palm struck the chest of the mech warrior. A chilling crack echoed as the mech sparked violently, its surface riddled with numerous fractures, before it ultimately shattered with a deafening boom, debris scattering across the ground. From the wreckage emerged a mixed-race man of around 30, blood frothing from his mouth, who collapsed to the ground, motionless. This, Wang Xuan was left utterly astonished, struggling to grasp the reality that old Chun had single-handedly obliterated the mech, an outcome far beyond his expectations. The scene fell into an eerie silence, many present with pupils constricted in disbelief. It has been 10 years since I last took action. Many have forgotten me. Old Chun spoke coolly, his thick silver hair contrasting sharply with the icy white mask he wore. He stood surveying the surroundings, and those he gazed upon dared not meet his eyes. Chapter 51. Ideals and Interests. Wang Xuan was indeed taken aback. He recognized old Chen's prowess, but had never anticipated such astonishing strength, that he could demolish a mech with mere flesh and blood. The memory of old Chen lightly tapping on steel plates in an abandoned factory flashed in his mind, a moment when he had even doubted whether old Chen, so cunning, had perhaps taken some prior measures. It was now evident that he had severely underestimated this esteemed colleague. Wang Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, for he had witnessed a genuine new world. This was not mere legend nor the accounts of ancient texts, but a tangible reality achieved by someone. Clearly, this greatly fueled the ambitions that resided within him. He often envisioned a day when his physical strength would be formidable enough to challenge the pinnacle of technological civilization. In an attempt to conceal his emotional upheaval, he could not help but exclaim, "Old Chun, it would be a pity for those hands not to be employed in mining." "What are you saying?" Wu Yin inquired, her beautiful eyes glancing at him with a look of perplexity. "I mean, a true man ought to dismantle mechas with his bare hands," Wang Xuan declared loudly, as this indeed constituted a medium-term goal he had set for himself. Others turned to Wang Xuan, pondering how many could truly dismantle mechas with their bare hands. Was this a mockery of their younger generation practicing ancient techniques? An attempt to discredit the vast majority of men? Old Chen, regardless of your status as a senior figure, that was rather harsh. Someone retorted coldly. A silver-gray mecha, towering at an impressive height of 4.5 meters, approached with a sleek metallic sheen that exuded an aesthetic appeal, its lines flowing gracefully. "Is this our first introduction?" Old Chen spoke calmly, his demeanor beneath the silver-white mask exuding an icy indifference, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, its sharpness unmistakable. "Most who harbor intentions of harming me and wield weapons against me have met their demise. Surviving with a single life after encountering me for half a year is already considered fortunate." Many fell silent, for those familiar with old Chun recognized this as his characteristic demeanor. Consequently, as time passed, old Chun found himself with fewer enemies. Either he had vanquished them, or they refrained from engaging him out of trepidation. "After many years apart, today I shall test you." A middle-aged man's voice emanated from within the silver-gray mech, which was aglow with radiant light. Old Chun spoke. "It is understandable to turn and join another faction after being defeated in the realm of ancient arts. But to harbor such deep-seated hatred for the old techniques is rather excessive. This mech of yours, modified in a most peculiar manner, is riddled with energy weapon outlets. Are you truly prepared to engage in a contest with me, rather than incite a heated conflict?" Indeed, the silver-gray mech shimmered, its body, arms, and head adorned with a multitude of energy outlets. Old Chun continued, "I caution you, should you fail to strike me within a short span, I shall command my warship to obliterate you. If a confrontation is what you seek, why bother with this pile of scrap? A direct assault from the warship would suffice." At that moment, a medium-sized warship from the Old Earth faction cast a beam of light upon the silver-gray mech, delivering a stern warning. He had been locked on, and any reckless movement would result in annihilation. "Very well, I shall procure the latest model of mech, and shortly we shall duel." The silver-gray mech retreated and turned, striding away. Wang Xuan's heart raced. In such a scenario, if the opponent disregarded the rules, could old Chen evade? This peril was far greater than the two ambushes Wang Xuan had previously faced, and the distance was alarmingly close, with the mech's weaponry boasting formidable power. He glanced at Qing Mu and quietly voiced his concerns. Qing Mu whispered in response, "My master's spiritual energy has undergone multiple qualitative transformations, forming his own spiritual realm, allowing him to sense danger in advance and evade the mech's weaponry for a brief duration." Wang Xuan was astonished. He felt that in the future, he must pay close attention to what old Chen said, for some things were indeed credible. Last time, old Chen had mentioned that he had been thoroughly defeated by the ghost monk in the realm of the mind for an entire night. At that moment, Wang Xuan had thought little of it, But it turned out that the so-called realm of the mind truly existed, and Old Chen's prowess was utterly formidable. Noticing Wang Xuan's confusion, Aoki elaborated. The so-called transformation of the mind refers to the repeated triggering of a transcendent state, ultimately leading to a spiritual metamorphosis that births the realm of the mind. He sighed, lamenting the loss of the preaching masters, the venerable figures who had passed. In this era, no one could guide my master into the inner landscape. Otherwise, his strength would far exceed its current level. Wu nodded, stating, "My father once said that had it been in the glorious era of ancient arts, Mr. Chun could have become a formidable figure." Aoki mourned for his master, recalling how the four elders of the ancient arts had held Old Chun in high regard, suggesting that in ancient times, he could at least have established his own school, with the possibility of becoming a bodhisattva-level expert in the realm of ancient arts. Wang Xuan finally understood why Old Chun, despite sacrificing his pride, sought to extract the transcendent methods from him. It was a matter of unfulfilled ambition. Old Chen's aspirations were undoubtedly lofty. However, this era was indeed not conducive to ancient arts. Even after decades of triggering the transcendent state, there was no one to guide him into the inner landscape. In an instant, Wang Xuan felt that Old Chun was not so frivolous after all. Perhaps this current version of Old Chun, sharp and radiant like a sword drawn from its sheath, was the true embodiment of himself. Old Chun, you remain unchanged, your temper as steadfast as ever. An elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire descended from the aircraft, exuding an imposing aura. He spoke forth, proclaiming that the times have changed, the old arts are inevitably waning and on the brink of fading into oblivion. He intimated that one is well aware of the new arts, which have erected a bridge to the extraordinary in this era. Clearly, the elder in Tang attire held a significant stature, directly elucidating the essence of the new arts, which facilitate communication with supernatural forces. Wang Xuan remained silent, attentively listening. Beside him, Wu Yin offered her analysis, whispering, "There exists a contention of ideologies, intertwined with certain interests. I have heard that recently. A master from the realm of new arts visited the local authorities regarding old traditions, expressing a willingness to join the exploration organization to assist with various affairs. Given that Mr. Chun presides over this place, one can only imagine the intricate relationships and the vast interests at play. As for the status of other organizations adhering to old arts, it is even more difficult to ascertain." Wang Xuan was taken aback, realizing there were numerous matters of which he was unaware. "My interpretation may be flawed and divergent from the truth. Just consider it a passing thought." Wu Yin smiled. "The winds are tumultuous," Wang Xuan murmured. Wu Yin nodded, stating, "The exploration organization under Mr. Chen's leadership is indeed remarkable. Whether it involves the caves of immortal beings or the flesh of ancient sorceresses from 3 millennia ago that could prolong modern lives, or other even more significant discoveries, the organization is always poised to engage at the earliest opportunity." Wang Xuan acknowledged her analysis, which was remarkably coherent. It was evident that this situation was profoundly intricate, far more so than Wu Yin had articulated, with deeper underlying reasons that the assembly of elders had yet to reveal. For instance, Old Chun, though seething with anger, refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead resorting to a frigid dismissal, casting a heavy hat of reproach. In the era of the 100 schools of thought, a glorious and resplendent age, where myriad stars shone brightly, a subsequent suppression of diverse philosophies ensued, leading to the singular prominence of Confucianism. In this time, do you still wish to emulate such ancient practices? Old Chun inquired with a sharp edge to his voice. Old Chun, your analogy is misplaced. We are merely engaging in discourse and competition, devoid of any intent to annihilate, spoke the elder clad in traditional Tang attire. Annihilate? You possess a remarkable confidence to utter such words. Old Chun responded with a derisive smile. Chapter 52. A clash of old and new Old Chun. Do not think so drastically. No one harbors thoughts of total destruction. Ultimately, this is merely a contest of ideas, aimed at fostering competition and achieving mutual advancement. The elder in Tang attire said gently, attempting to downplay the issue. Am I not aware of whether anyone seeks to completely extinguish the old practices? Old Chun replied coolly. Old Chun, you remain as obstinate as ever. After the passing of the 4 elders of the old ways, only you and a handful of others remain strong and thoughtful in this realm. The elder in Tang attire, named Chong Hong, shook his head, exuding an air of calm confidence. Old Chun remarked, Chong Hong, your self-assurance is palpable. Since you believe you have discovered the bridge to the extraordinary and the leap in power, your demeanor has become far less reserved. Chang Heng, with his short, lustrous black hair, appeared not aged beyond the faint wrinkles that surfaced as he spoke, his deep-set eyes radiating an inner strength derived from profound conviction. What is most astonishing is that, at this moment, a faint halo emanates from his body, as if imbued with some mysterious force, evoking a sense of awe and a hint of the extraordinary. He stands upon the gray-brown frozen earth, radiating a hazy light, while not far behind looms a cold warship, creating a vivid tableau where myth intertwines with technology. Many hearts race. Over the decades, numerous new species have emerged, gradually revealing themselves in recent years as if brought forth from some distant realm. It is reported that the new techniques are also connected to this enigmatic place. Upon closer examination, the passage of time is indeed not brief. It has been quite some time. Do you wish to engage me in combat once more? Old Qin strides forward. It is evident that the rivalry between the new and old techniques has long been ignited, with fierce confrontations, though outsiders remain largely oblivious. The elderly man in traditional attire, Chang Heng, shakes his head, stating, "No, I am currently focused solely on theoretical research." The crowd is taken aback. Let us engage directly and see if the waning old techniques can still radiate their final embers. Someone from the distance boldly calls out. This individual towers at nearly 3 meters, possessing a robust physique, wielding a black metallic rod that, when struck against the ground, emits a resonant thud. His stature is undeniably imposing, yet he exhibits agility and strength, with the alloy rod weighing no less than a couple of 100 pounds. Wang Xuan is astonished, wondering if such a tall person truly exists. Wu Yin quietly explains, he is part of a new breed of humanity, having undergone various genetic edits and optimizations while still in the womb. Is he remarkably strong? Wang Xuan inquires. Wu Yin nodded, stating, remarkable. His sheer physical prowess allows him to leap 10 meters into the air, exhibiting an extraordinary strength reminiscent of ancient fierce warriors capable of lifting cauldrons with ease. His speed is equally astonishing, enabling him to swiftly chase down tigers and leopards in the forest. This is the phenomenon of genetic superbodies, with the elite among them being even more terrifying, akin to superhumans. Standing 3 meters tall, the genetic superbody boasts a robust physique, with skin that is resilient and glistening, radiating strength and vigor. He proclaimed, "Who among the practitioners of ancient arts dares to duel with me? I shall engage you using your cold weapons for a spar." Before Old Qin could respond, a voice echoed from the sky. "Qin Yongjia, your opponent is me." The middle-aged man who had earlier piloted a silver-gray mech now commanded a blue, translucent machine, its metallic luster exceptionally refined, indicating its extraordinary material quality. Old Qin gazed up and remarked, "That new model of mech must be quite expensive. It surely costs several 100 million new star coins. If I were to bring it crashing down, wouldn't you feel a pang of regret?" "Qin Yongjia, you remain as arrogant as ever," retorted the voice from the blue mech, which hovered high above, shimmering with radiant brilliance as it looked down upon the scene. The middle-aged man continued, "The times have changed. Mechs can now be mass-produced, creating experts on a grand scale. However, in the realm of ancient arts, how many true masters can emerge in an era? To be defeated in the domain of ancient arts and subsequently join other factions, only to harbor animosity towards the old ways, is indeed despicable. I believe the current climate, which seeks to utterly suppress the ancient arts, is significantly influenced by individuals like you." Old Qin's voice was as cold as ice as he gazed at the blue mech in the sky. "Ultimately, this is merely a conflict between the new and the old techniques. What does it have to do with you, the ones who command mechs? Once I, a practitioner of the old techniques, take command of a suitable mech, I could annihilate all of you single-handedly." His menacing aura was overwhelming, instilling fear in all present, leading the mech faction to be dismissed entirely, not considered a worthy opponent. The old techniques were arduous to master, prompting some within the mech and genetically enhanced individuals to explore the new techniques. Ultimately, it boiled down to a struggle between the old and the new, with no third faction to consider. Old Qin spoke coldly. "Do you look down upon those in the mech domain?" The man within the blue mech retorted angrily. Old Qin cast a fleeting glance at him, saying, "You are merely a defeated foe from days gone by, blinded by your resentment. When I don the mech, do you truly believe you stand on equal footing with me? You are nothing more than a human target clad in scrap metal. This applies not just to you, but to all of you." Wang Xuan marveled at Old Qin's overwhelming dominance, as he scorned everyone across from him. Yet such arrogance was bound to provoke their wrath. The elderly gentleman in the traditional attire, Chang Hong, interjected, "Old Chun, you cannot possibly intend to confront everyone alone, can you? Even if you achieve some dazzling victories, you will soon find it unsustainable. This would only serve to highlight your personal mastery of the old techniques. But it does not represent the overall strength of the old ways. Should you fall, it would signify the utter defeat of the old techniques. The banner would fall, and no one would rise again to champion them. The old ways would be forgotten." In the realm of ancient arts, other masters had also arrived at the scene, their spirits stirred by indignation upon hearing the cold intentions of their adversary. Although the elder in traditional attire, Chang Hong, refrained from engaging them in dialogue. His presence was a silent provocation, questioning their resolve and daring them to act, his words laced with a tone of disdain. "Old Chun, this matter does not concern you alone. Do not hinder us." An adept from the ancient arts spoke up boldly and stepped forward. He was a robust man in his 40s, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, wielding a long alloy blade. Among ordinary individuals, he was indeed an imposing figure. Yet he appeared diminutive when confronted by the genetically enhanced being. The two parties exchanged scarcely a word before launching into combat. The clash of metal rang out deafeningly as the alloy blade met the iron rod, sparks flying amidst the cacophony that threatened to rupture eardrums. The towering man of 6 feet 3 stood defiantly against the 3-meter-high genetically enhanced entity, their strengths seemingly balanced, showcasing his impressive mastery of ancient techniques. After all, he had risen from the ranks of ordinary humanity, while his opponent was an anomaly. In the context of an ancient battlefield, both would be considered formidable warriors. Regrettably, the practice of ancient arts could not transcend the limitations of the corporeal form. Ultimately, they remained mere mortals, rendering such a contest of cold weaponry somewhat futile. The elder in traditional garb spoke once more. Suddenly, the 3-meter-tall genetically enhanced being radiated an ethereal blue light, its power surging dramatically, shattering the opponent's alloy blade with a single blow. An iron rod then thrust forward. Blood erupted as the towering man writhed in agony, the iron rod piercing through his chest. With great difficulty, he grasped the rod with trembling hands, yet his strength had already abandoned him. "Brotherly," Aoki exclaimed, clearly recognizing the man. They were old acquaintances. The genetically enhanced being seized him and, with a sudden and forceful swing of the metal rod, sent the towering figure of nearly 2 meters flying like a mere straw man, crashing to the ground a distance away with a thud, bloodied and lifeless, never to rise again. Aoki and a group of practitioners of the old arts rushed forward, but upon a brief examination, they realized the middle-aged man was beyond saving. Not only had his heart been shattered by the rod, but his internal organs were also mangled by that sinister blue light. "How ruthless!" "Brotherly," someone cried in despair. The masters of the old arts were not formidable. A voice emerged from across the way, and a gaunt man in his 40s stepped forward, his eyes gleaming like golden lanterns, exuding an air of distinction. He continued, "I tread the path of the new arts, and I find you all disappointing. I believe that aside from Mr. Chun, the others who practice the old arts are hardly worth my effort." Old Chun advanced, pressing forward. In midair, the middle-aged man within the blue mech spoke. "Old Chun, are you finally ready to take on the mantle?" The elderly figure clad in Tang attire, Chang Hong, replied with a subtle smile. "Old Chun, must you not concede that apart from you, the realm of the old arts is utterly depleted? It is finished. Do not provoke me, or I shall slay you all." Old Chun exclaimed, filled with murderous intent. Among the practitioners of the old arts, a man in his 60s stepped forward, saying, "Old Chun, you are aware of my condition. My practice has faltered, and I have but a few years left. Allow me to engage. Death holds no fear for me. If I cannot face off against those who walk the path of the new arts, I shall die with a sense of unfulfillment." Evidently, he was fully aware of the futility, yet chose to step forward. He felt that if only the venerable Chun were to engage among those who adhered to the old techniques, it would be too embarrassing. As if confirming the claims of their opponents that the old ways were obsolete, reduced to a state unworthy of regard. Chun sighed. He recognized the elderly man, who had devoted his life to the realm of traditional techniques, and was remarkably obstinate. Even attempts to dissuade him would prove ineffective. Though this man, in his 60s, appeared frail, upon unleashing his power, his fists emanated a faint aura, accompanied by a thunderous resonance that surged towards the gaunt middle-aged man pursuing the new techniques. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he dared not confront him directly, retreating swiftly. Only when the elder's fists dimmed did he seize the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements so swift that they produced the sounds of wind and thunder. However, after several exchanges, the elderly man suddenly became still, his body beginning to wither. A crimson glow erupted from within him, as if his very soul had been extracted. His eyes lost their luster, rendering him immobile. The crimson light coalesced in the hands of the emaciated middle-aged man, transforming into a sharp sword, which he wielded with ferocity, severing the elder's head with a resounding thud. None shall move. This time, Chen's voice resonated with fury, akin to thunder, causing many ears to ring with the force of his declaration. And what of Chen? From high above, the cold laughter of the middle-aged man echoed from within his azure mech. Chen lifted his gaze towards him and proclaimed, "It begins with you." He drew forth a sword, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, its entirety shrouded in an ominous black hue, devoid of any glimmering sharpness. Yet it pointed resolutely towards the sky. Continuing, on his slightly inflated back, the fabric tore apart, unfurling a pair of silver wings. In an instant, a radiant silver light surged forth, and old Chen soared into the sky. "This is the thruster developed by my family, capable of astonishing speed, able to keep pace with mechas," Wu Yin explained to Wang Xuan. "Let us see how you breach this new material." Although the middle-aged man in midair was astonished, he exhibited no fear, wielding a great sword to strike down at old Chen. Clang! In the air, a cascade of crimson rain fell from the blue-hued mecha, and with a thunderous sound, it was bisected in two. This was merely a fleeting encounter. Yet the newly designed mecha was utterly destroyed. As for the middle-aged man, he let out a piercing scream, his own body similarly severed, plummeting from the heights to shatter upon the ground, meeting a tragic end. Bang! The alloy staff in the hands of the genetic superhuman felt as though it had been struck by a train, causing his bloodied hands to tremble, his palms torn, and nails ripped away. The iron rod flew several meters away, while the genetic superhuman himself was jolted back by the overwhelming force, staggering unsteadily. Old Chen moved with such swiftness, akin to a streak of light, instantly closing the distance and pressing his palm against the chest of the genetic superhuman. With a whoosh, the 3-meter-tall genetic superhuman was propelled 12 meters away, disintegrating midair in a horrifying spectacle, swiftly collapsing from head to toe into a deluge of blood that rained down upon the earth. "Old Chen, do you intend to take them all on single-handedly?" Someone called out loudly. "If you are unwilling or fearful, then come at me together," Old Chen bellowed, leaping a distance of several meters in an instant, arriving before the emaciated middle-aged man who had taken the path of new techniques. Chapter 53, The Last Glory of the Old Art. Old Chen leaped forward, covering a distance of several meters in an instant, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. His speed was truly astonishing, leaving many in a state of disbelief. The emaciated middle-aged man was undoubtedly a formidable master, and before the others could fully comprehend Old Chen's movement, he had already launched his attack. In his hand, a brilliant crimson light swept forth, aiming for Old Chen's neck, resembling a blazing sun that rose and then erupted, intent on engulfing his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Chen struck out with his palm towards the crimson light. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the roar of tempestuous thunder, as if the heavens had unleashed their fury, deafening and causing the very earth to tremble. Many felt their hearts race. Could Old Chen truly summon the essence of thunder? If the old art reached such a level, it would surely be revered even in ancient times. Amidst the oppressive noise, it resembled a divine bolt cleaving through a monstrous entity. The scene was consumed by the explosion of crimson light, scattering into a sanguine glow that burst forth in all directions. With a hissing sound, cascades of crimson light rained down, some embedding into the frozen ground, while others collided with the unique brown rocks of the Pamir Plateau, accompanied by the sound of shattering. The once solid stones either fragmented or were pierced through by the crimson radiance, leaving them riddled with holes. The crowd's expressions shifted. The sheer force of the splintering light was astonishing. Just how potent was that beam of red light? No wonder this individual had previously exuded confidence. Dismissing all other masters of the old art aside from Old Chen, his current display was indeed disquieting. It could only be said that Old Chen was extraordinarily powerful, effortlessly scattering the blinding crimson light with a single palm strike. In the blink of an eye, he moved like lightning, advancing swiftly and preparing to strike once more. The emaciated middle-aged man felt his pupils constrict, an involuntary shiver coursing through his body. He would never forget the moments ago when old Xuan had effortlessly sent the formidable 3-meter-tall genetic superbody flying several meters away, shattering it mid-air. A truly terrifying spectacle. Had he been struck, he would likely have been reduced to a bloody heap of bones. At that critical juncture, he inhaled deeply, allowing his pores to unfurl. Channeling a secret force aimed directly at old Xuan, his blood seemed to boil within him. Old Xuan sensed the shift, the essence of his blood surged in response. Drawn by a peculiar power, as if it sought to escape his body. He comprehended why the elder who had walked the path of ancient techniques suddenly appeared desiccated and immobile. He had been stripped of his blood essence in an instant, his flesh rendered inert and lifeless. Yet, old Xuan was no ordinary man. His internal organs quaked, and with a thunderous roar, his vital energy not only remained intact, but surged forth like a mighty river, radiant and vigorous. What followed was a true thunderclap, no longer a mere illusion. A soft white luminescence burst forth from his organs, striking the emaciated man directly. The gaunt middle-aged man unleashed his ultimate technique, only to be met by the ethereal white lightning, causing his body to convulse violently before, with a resounding crash, he disintegrated into fragments on the spot. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Had the ancient arts reached such a pinnacle that they could touch the extraordinary? It had been countless years since the end of the old era, and such masters had become a rarity. Today, old Xuan had actually summoned the thunderous light of his internal organs to annihilate a superlative expert from the realm of modern techniques. Everyone understood the immense power possessed by the emaciated man. Few could stand against him, yet he had crumbled before Qin Yongjie in an instant. Only old Xuan remained at the scene. In an instant, the formidable master of the new techniques met his demise, barely upon contact. He was extinguished by a single strike from old Xuan, accompanied by a faint flash of thunder from within his chest. The surroundings erupted in astonishment. Even his adversaries could not help but be awestruck and shaken by the terrifying prowess of the aged master, who donned a chilling silver mask. He soared to great heights, effortlessly cleaving through the formidable new mechs with a single sword stroke, and upon landing, he swiftly dispatched another powerful opponent from the realm of new techniques with a mere flick of his hand. Practitioners of the old techniques were deeply moved, for none understood better than they the arduous journey to reach such heights. It had been ages since someone of such caliber had emerged, their existence relegated to legend. They pondered, should they be called to face him, the outcome would undoubtedly be brutal. None could rival the gaunt middle-aged man who walked the path of the old techniques. Old Xuan's performance was almost otherworldly, instilling a palpable fear in all his opponents. A master of the old techniques in such a state was truly formidable. Wang Xuan too was rendered speechless by old Xuan's display, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and muttering to himself, I must treat old Xuan better in the future. It was only now that he comprehended the perilous nature of the individual he faced. Old Xuan had previously treated him well, refraining from forcibly seizing the ethereal transformation technique. Had he chosen to turn against Wang Xuan, a single slap could have easily obliterated him. Beside him, Wu Yin caught a glimpse of the scene, her understanding limited, leaving her quite bewildered. Meanwhile, Qing Mu was invigorated and exhilarated, his body trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, 15 years ago, my master seldom intervened. 10 years ago, he fell completely silent and never took action again. I thought something had befallen him, yet it turns out he had long since entered the realm of masters. Nearby, a group of individuals traversing the ancient path were struck with awe. Old Xuan had indeed taken that momentous step. It was no later than a decade ago, and perhaps as far back as 15 years. It was no wonder that the four elders of the old arts felt a sense of solace and lacked any regrets upon witnessing old Xuan before their passing, closing their eyes with smiles. How enlightening, someone remarked, recognizing the subtle clues of the past. Not far off, a figure approached slowly, standing at an imposing height of nearly 190 centimeters, gaunt in form, and sporting a shaved head, reminiscent of an ascetic monk. What astonished onlookers was his uniquely pallid complexion, devoid of any semblance of blood, starkly contrasting that of an ordinary person. As he drew nearer, an extraordinary transformation unfolded upon his skin, acquiring a sheen akin to pure white jade, until ultimately, his body began to radiate a soft white light that enveloped him entirely. Moreover, As he extended the voluminous sleeves of his robe, he revealed 6 arms, evoking the imagery of the legendary beings said to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Wu Yi nodded, affirming his speculation. Wang Xuan remained silent, pondering the nature of the research conducted by the new star. Were they attempting to recreate the mythological creatures of yore? It was remarkably bizarre. Wu Yi, hailing from the new star and belonging to a prestigious family, was well versed in such matters and shared some insights with Wang Xuan. It was reported that an individual had discovered a fragment of a bodhisattva's finger, still bearing flesh and blood, within the catacombs of a millennia-old temple. After decades of analysis and genetic decoding, they had achieved remarkable breakthroughs in gene editing and optimization for newborns, culminating in the extraordinary sight before them. The 6-armed bodhisattva hyperbody represented one of the most formidable branches of the new human lineage. I, too, have been woefully uninformed. This is the first time I have heard of such developments, Wang Xuan sighed, realizing the extent of his ignorance. Wu Yi shook her head, acknowledging that few within the New Star community were privy to such matters, as the field of genetics encompasses various ethical dilemmas and is often shunned by the public. Many aspects remain concealed from the average person. Beside Aoki, old Wu spoke up, sharing that Wu Changlin possessed considerable knowledge about the 6-armed bodhisattva superphysique. He stated, "This is the most formidable superphysique, unparalleled in strength. Furthermore, the 6-armed bodhisattva is renowned for his remarkable advancements in the realm of new techniques, marking him as an extraordinary powerhouse. In terms of physical prowess alone, even masters cannot rival him. His training in new techniques is directly related to enhancing his corporeal strength. He himself may well be a master," Wu Changlin solemnly informed Aoki. Suddenly, the 6-armed bodhisattva accelerated, each step detonating the ground beneath him, creating deep craters. Some rocks, upon impact, shattered instantly. The white light emanating from his form, combined with his super physique, rendered him a human wrecking machine. His power was utterly terrifying. When confronted with large boulders, a single kick would obliterate them. He raced towards Old Chun at an astonishing speed, then leapt into the air, his 6 arms swinging forward. A brilliant white light radiating from him as thunderous winds roared. Nearby debris, stones, and gravel were all swept into the sky by an overwhelming force, creating a scene of sheer horror. Old Chun, adorned with a silver mask, remained stationary as the bodhisattva charged towards him. At the moment of impact, he extended both hands to strike forward. The velocity of the encounter caused the air to crackle with explosive sounds. Old Chun's arms traced ethereal arcs in the air, leaving a multitude of handprints suspended around him, while the sound of thunder reverberated across the landscape, causing many to wince in pain at the intensity. Everyone was astonished. What extraordinary speed was that? The power was utterly terrifying. In that area, stones the size of teacups were swept up from the ground, swirling around the 2 figures. The 6-armed bodhisattva emanated a hazy white light, as if connecting with a transcendent realm, creating an enigmatic field aimed at tearing apart Old Chun. Most fearsome were the continuous clashes of their palms, with thunderous sounds resonating across the plateau. Bang, bang, bang. The stones, propelled into the air like fists from the ground, shattered upon contact with their bodies, a testament to their formidable strength. The 2 exchanged blows, their hands colliding 100 to 200 times, relentlessly striking against one another. Ultimately, all the stones and gravel swirling around them began to plummet, and the 6-armed bodhisattva staggered backward, blood frothing from his mouth. To the astonished eyes of the onlookers, one by one, his 6 arms were severed, bursting or falling to the ground with muffled thuds. The 6-armed bodhisattva was indeed a master of the highest order. A sigh escaped the lips of someone from the New Techniques faction, soon followed by a chilling realization of Old Chun's terrifying power. It was only at this moment that many understood the gravity of the situation. Old Chun had incapacitated a master. The 6-armed bodhisattva staggered back, and after losing his 6 arms, he finally collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. A few rushed over to carry him away, knowing that even if he survived, he would be utterly crippled. Old Chun, donning a cold silver mask, slowly advanced once more towards the New Techniques faction. On the verdant plateau, an eerie silence fell, as all were rendered speechless by Old Chun's overwhelming presence. High above, within a formidable warship, a powerful master of the new arts realm was engaged in conversation with the deputy of the Old Earth authorities. It was indeed remarkable that such a formidable figure from the new arts realm would discuss such matters aboard a warship with representatives of the old Earth. Old Chun was regarded as the final expert of the old techniques realm. Should he falter, the path would nearly be rendered obsolete, as others were far too lacking to uphold the exploratory organization. Those of us who pursue the new techniques are willing to collaborate and fill the void left by Old Chun, believing that our partnership would flourish harmoniously. The superlative master of the new arts spoke with an unsettling calmness, broaching such topics with those from the old Earth. The exploratory organization had previously delved into the caverns of the immortal beings, partaking in the events concerning female practitioners at the forefront, and had even established connections that made tycoons envious. Now, some could no longer suppress their ambitions and sought to take over the exploratory organization. Clearly, while Wu Yin's remarks were not exhaustive, they held considerable merit. Beyond ideological disputes, numerous interests were intricately involved. Is it not somewhat excessive for you to approach us once more at this juncture? Our collaboration with Old Chun has been relatively pleasant. The deputy head of the Old Earth authorities regarded him with a composed demeanor. Our partnership would indeed be more enjoyable, entirely adhering to your directives. I have heard that the project at the Daxing Amling underground testing ground has been temporarily shelved. In truth, we could assist in resolving the issues there, allowing everything to proceed and continuing the longevity experiments. Moreover, we have also gleaned insights from the vast expanse of deep space, potentially extending human longevity by several years. Chapter 54. The Grand Master. The Pamir Plateau, soaring above 4,500 meters, is characterized by its harsh climate, with the earth cloaked in a grayish-brown hue, transforming into permafrost by late autumn. In the sky, a frigid super battleship hovers, while the deputy of the relevant department sits quietly within, gently tapping his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. Old scriptures, transcendent essence, inner landscapes. Are you seeking these, yearning to delve deeper into understanding? Approaching us solely for vested interests? The deputy spoke calmly, casting a cool gaze upon the master of the new discipline, stating, "We have collaborated with Old Chun for many years. We shall not commit an act that would dishearten you." The supermaster of the old arts, clad in immaculate white garments, unblemished and ethereal, exuded an aura beyond his middle-aged appearance. He nodded in understanding. To him, this was entirely reasonable at such a level. Whether nostalgic or strategic, it would be inconceivable to act in a manner that would cause disappointment at this juncture. Yet, he was confident in his ability to cooperate with the old world in the future, fully assuming control of the exploratory organization, a venture intertwined with multifaceted interests. Once the trend is established, no force can impede it. Within the battleship, others were present. Some furrowed their brows while others remained silent, acutely aware that the head of the relevant department was of considerable age and deeply desired to enhance his longevity. Ultimately, someone broke the silence, issuing a cautionary remark to prevent the newcomers from overreaching, offering a warning and a gentle admonition. For everything, indeed, must unfold gradually. Today, a considerable number of warships arrived at the Tsungling region, representing various organizations, some of whose identities are quite significant. Among them are prominent figures from the financial elite who have come to the scene. Within certain super battleships, notable individuals from the realm of new arts have personally paid visits to engage in clandestine discussions with the tycoons. Moreover, representatives from various factions have convened aboard an interstellar vessel to deliberate upon pressing matters. Old Chun embodies the last flicker of the old arts. Once he falls, the path will be devoid of any successors. The other so-called masters of the old arts are woefully inadequate, and no one shall rise again. The era of the old arts has concluded. I believe that resources can now be redirected towards the new arts, for when considering both growth potential and longevity, the old arts have undeniably failed, lacking any semblance of comparability. The end of the old arts signifies that the so-called celestial beings, if they ever existed, could indeed survey all realms. However, the pathways to enlightenment have been severed, and these celestial beings likely perished in antiquity. Times are changing, and the new arts are undoubtedly worthy of support. At the very least, the immediate benefits are tangible. Who among us does not face the twilight of life? Who does not fear the approach of death? The new arts offer a means of extending life. Supporting new arts in the short term is inevitable, while in the long term, the old arts must not be entirely forsaken. Such clandestine dealings initially exude a harmonious atmosphere, yet once negotiations commence, fierce bargaining ensues. Some powerful factions, despite recognizing the most substantial immediate benefits, cannot entirely abandon certain legends. Regrettably, none of those who tread the path of the old arts have entered the negotiations. They have become mere pawns. This is because old Shun is on the verge of death, and others in the old arts lack the qualifications to sit at this table. On the desolate, gray-brown permafrost of the Zonling, old Shun advanced, the expressions of the new technique faction betraying a palpable gravity. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled violently as a towering figure emerged from behind a range of mountains, standing an astonishing 10 meters tall, reminiscent of the giants from ancient myths. With flowing golden hair and ebony eyes, his skin bore a rich bronze hue, his physique robust and powerful. In his grasp, he wielded a colossal chain hammer, which must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds, effortlessly swinging it as the thick iron chain rattled ominously. He strode forth, conjuring a tempestuous wind that sent sand and stones flying in his wake, akin to a monstrous demon stepping into the world. Even the largest of beasts stir the winds when they move. How much more so for such a behemoth in full gallop? Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Xuan felt a profound sense of foreboding. He mused, what have those from the new star been up to? I fear that, given another millennium or so, humanity will likely be torn asunder, divided. These so-called gene superbodies and new human branches may not even consider themselves human any longer. They might establish a new race altogether. He pondered further, wondering if the ancient demons were not merely products of human genetic mutations that led to alternate evolutions. Thud. The sound was akin to the collapse of a mountain as the 10-meter-tall gene superbody unleashed a mighty blow with the chain hammer. The weight of the hammer augmented by such force, rendering it virtually unstoppable. Any contact would surely reduce flesh to a mere pulp. Old Shun had no choice but to evade, swiftly sidestepping the impending strike. The ground where he had stood erupted with a thunderous crash, creating a vast pit as the permafrost shattered, fissures extending ominously into the distance. The agile gene superbody, a paragon of strength, relentlessly swung the 1,000-pound chain hammer, continuously targeting Old Shun. Those who practiced the ancient arts could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Lao Chun. Even a master is but a mortal being, a fragile vessel of flesh and blood, destined to shatter beneath the weight of a 1,000-pound hammer. With a resounding clang, Lao Chun unsheathed his dark, ominous long sword and swiftly darted forward, deftly evading the descending chain hammers, and in an instant, he closed the distance to the towering giant. The 10-meter-tall genetic super being raised its foot, preparing to stomp down ferociously upon Lao Chun. Yet, despite its formidable stature, it could not match Lao Chun's agility and swiftness. Like a bolt of lightning in motion, he surged forward with incredible force, his black sword slicing through the air to strike the giant's ankle, causing a torrent of blood to erupt. A cry of agony erupted from the towering figure, nearly toppling to the ground, its foot now barely grazing the earth. Too pained to exert further effort. In the next heartbeat, Lao Chen's long sword cleaved into the other ankle, blood splattering in a gruesome arc. The genetic super being let out a harrowing wail before crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Lao Chun, akin to a streak of lightning, advanced rapidly, pressing his sword against the giant's temple. A mere gentle thrust would suffice to extinguish its life, no matter how colossal its head appeared. Ultimately, however, Lao Chun refrained from delivering the fatal blow and withdrew. A specialized vehicle soon arrived, ready to transport the fallen giant away. From the opposing faction, a flash of light surged forth, colliding with Lao Chun with a resounding clang. The figure moved with astonishing speed. It was only upon halting that the onlookers beheld its true form. A pair of radiant wings sprouted from its back, capable of flight, and it wielded a massive sword. Having just executed a rapid dive towards Lao Chun, it was unexpectedly met with a swift flick of Lao Chen's finger, which severed a segment of its metallic blade. He is a man of extraordinary speed, his luminous wings enabling him to truly soar as he darts left and right, wielding an alloy blade in search of opportunity. Bang! Ultimately, he is cleaved by Old Chun at the very moment he leaps with incredible swiftness, disintegrating mid-air into a shower of crimson rain. The new technique facilitates communication with supernatural substances, promoting one's own metamorphosis, and allows the release of such otherworldly powers. This is the vague description presented to the outside world. Yet, why do I observe that each of you possesses a distinct manifestation of this new technique? What exactly have you acquired? Old Chun furrows his brow, pondering that the varieties of new techniques differ, Some resemble the extraordinary abilities exhibited after reaching a certain level of the old techniques, while others evoke the malevolent practices of ancient legends, where demons siphon life force. Following this, a dozen adept practitioners emerge from the new technique faction, all of whom are swiftly dispatched by Old Shen's sword, each cleaved or beheaded. Subsequently, several others are obliterated by his formidable palm strike, rendering them powerless to resist. In the distance, Wang Xuan marvels. It is not that these individuals lack strength. Some practitioners of the new technique are indeed formidable, nearing the status of grandmasters, yet they fall victim to Old Shen's overwhelming prowess. One can only conclude that Old Shen is truly terrifying. With a sense of relief, Wang Xuan remarks, "Old Qing, your so-called auspicious words proved futile today. Your master is resilient, and your pessimism has been rendered meaningless." Qingmu glares at him, questioning whose words were truly auspicious. Wang Xuan reflects, "Old Shen is remarkable. A single individual has pierced through mechanized armor and genetic enhancements, vanquishing all within the new technique faction. If no greater master emerges, Old Shen shall transcend to the divine realm, drifting away, a sight that is nothing short of awe-inspiring and humbling. One should aspire to be like Old Shen." Silence. Qingmu believed that his earlier remarks were quite commendable, yet as the conversation progressed, an unsettling discord began to emerge. Wang Xuan sensed that his opportunity to intervene had evaporated. Lao Chun single-handedly penetrated the ranks of their adversaries, leaving no one daring enough to challenge him. "Lao Chun, it might be prudent to ease up. Let this day conclude here," the elder Changheng, clad in traditional attire, remarked with a sigh. "Very well," Lao Chun replied with alacrity, sheathing his sword and turning away with decisive resolve. "Stop!" A voice echoed from within a valley as a figure slowly approached. It was a middle-aged man, garbed in pristine white, exuding an ethereal quality despite his affiliation with the path of new techniques. Simultaneously, a woman clad in metallic armor advanced, her form accentuated by the snug fit of her cold, gleaming attire, exuding both strength and grace. The two figures, converging from opposite directions, unwittingly conjured an overwhelming gale, lifting stones from the ground, which then cracked and exploded with ferocity. A palpable sense of dread gripped the onlookers as they felt an oppressive force enveloping the area, a chilling aura expanding swiftly around them. Were these two grandmasters? Moreover, they appeared to be exceptionally formidable, ranking among the elite of their realm, their terrifying presence seemingly surpassing even that of the six-armed bodhisattva's transcendent form. Could anyone survive such an encounter? The sudden appearance of two superlative grandmasters was overwhelming. Lao Chen sighed, realizing that their opponents were well aware of his lingering afflictions and intended to exacerbate the issues within his internal organs today, pushing him towards his final journey. Aoki's complexion turned ashen. Could his master withstand the arrival of two grandmasters alone? Unbeknownst to him, his master was grappling with health issues. Wang Xuan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The opponents exuded an unsettling calm, suggesting they were utterly confident in their ability to subdue their adversary. Old Shen was likely to find himself in perilous circumstances. Although their prowess was far inferior to Old Shen's, their extensive experience allowed them to perceive the imminent danger. From the new techniques faction, several individuals emerged swiftly to confront the elder masters. Old Shen waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from advancing. "Mr. Chen, it is an honor to finally meet you. Today, I intend to engage in a fierce battle," declared a middle-aged man clad in immaculate white attire, pristine and unblemished. Not long ago, he had conferred with the deputy of the relevant department regarding the old soil, seeking to take command of the exploration organization to gain access to what they desired. "Mr. Chun, I have long awaited the opportunity to spar with you," interjected a female grandmaster clad in metallic armor, appearing to be in her 30s, yet her true age exceeded 50, showing little sign of aging. Those privy to the circumstances understood that the arrival of these two grandmasters was a concerted effort to incapacitate Old Chun, intending to exacerbate his long-standing ailments and ensuring he would not leave alive. This was a consensus among certain members of the New Techniques faction, willing to sacrifice pieces in this deadly game, for some sense that should Old Chin achieve another breakthrough, the issues plaguing his internal organs would be comprehensively resolved. Chapter 55. Excavating the roots of old techniques. Old Chun donned a chilling silver mask, his dark sword plunged into the frozen earth before him, emanating a frigid aura that starkly contrasted his usual demeanor. Two grand masters approached slowly, the invisible force of their presence causing stones to swirl ominously, only to be torn apart by an inexplicable power. The scene was terrifying. Ordinary individuals could not even draw near without being shattered by the unseen force. Will you come one by one, or shall you face me together? Old Qin spoke coldly, maintaining his composure even in the face of two formidable masters. The middle-aged man in white, known as Mo Hai, remained unblemished by dust, even as stones floated and debris swirled around him, his garments untouched. Furthermore, a radiant white light began to emanate from him, enhancing his sanctity and imparting an aura that demanded reverence and distance. This was no mere illusion. Many nearby felt a chill run down their spines. Could he truly influence the emotions of others? Why did they feel an urge to approach him, even to worship him? Was he a demon? Some whispered this to one another, whether practitioners of ancient arts or those who embraced new techniques. They were all strong-willed and could not be easily swayed into worship. Mr. Qin may take a moment to rest. I shall soon experience your ancient techniques, the white-clad man. Mo Hai said gently. Despite the whispers of fear labeling him a demon, one could not deny the ethereal elegance of his presence, exuding a transcendent aura. He did not strike immediately, displaying remarkable poise, suggesting that Old Qin's predicament might not be as dire as initially presumed. A middle-aged man who practiced ancient techniques spoke up, revealing that they were all prepared for battle, should the two grand masters decide to strike simultaneously. There would be no choice but for everyone to unite in a desperate attempt to confront them. Even Wang Xuan was focused and poised, ready to rescue Old Qin at any moment. Yet he believed that Old Qin, remaining so calm, should be capable of contending with one or two grandmasters. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuan, Old Qin harbored physical ailments. In his youth, Old Qin, brimming with ambition, felt destined for greatness and practiced the esoteric arts of the Taoist ancestral teachings. Ultimately, however, he left himself with lingering vulnerabilities. From that moment onward, an intense unease gripped Wang Xuan's heart. Two grandmasters approached with an eerie calmness, devoid of any provocative words, exuding an unsettling confidence as if they were certain they could annihilate Old Qin. Their unwavering demeanor was disquieting. No need for that. Come forth, Old Qin declared, dismissing their suggestion outright. For the longer this confrontation dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. He did not draw his sword, but advanced unarmed towards the man clad in white. You offend me. Mo Hai's voice resonated, the ethereal aura around him becoming somewhat menacing. The white attire fluttered as his body erupted with blinding light, cleaving through the air towards Old Qin from several meters away. With remarkable swiftness, Old Qin propelled himself forward, raising his hand to strike. With a thunderous clap, his flesh-and-blood palm shattered the radiant white light. Crack! The sound was deafening, resembling the true roar of thunder from the heavens. In the distance, onlookers were momentarily stunned, witnessing the collision between Mo Hai's white light and Old Qin's hand, which resembled a terrifying bolt of lightning plummeting from a clear sky. Old Qin's palm fragmented the white radiance, sending a cascade of luminous droplets raining down, akin to beams of energy emanating from a weapon, wreaking havoc upon the frozen earth, leaving it riddled with gaping wounds. Moreover, some of the white light surged forth, severing rocks taller than a man, as if an exceptionally sharp blade had sliced through decayed wood, leaving behind a smooth, clean cut. In an instant, Old Qin appeared before him, raising his hand to strike with formidable force, unperturbed by the enigmatic white light, boldly meeting it with his flesh and blood palm. The two grandmasters engaged in a fierce battle, their bodies moving with astonishing speed, colliding continuously. The sound of thunder echoed across the clear sky, resonating so powerfully that it left the onlookers in awe, their ears buzzing and heads spinning. Many found it incredible, as the noise surpassed that of conventional thunder. In that area, the two men summoned an inexplicable force field, transforming the atmosphere into something terrifying, with sand and stones swirling about. Even boulder-sized rocks floated, spinning alongside them before exploding with a resounding crash. He was the Grandmaster Mo Hai. At last, Old Wu, standing beside Qingmu, recognized his identity, his expression growing grave. He had heard of this individual, renowned in the realm of new arts. Wu Chenglin remarked that Mo Hai possessed an astonishing purifying beam, capable of extending life for several years, should he choose to pay the necessary price, thus earning considerable renown among the wealthy elite. However, Old Wu had not anticipated that Grandmaster Mo Hai's purifying beam could also be wielded as such a fierce offensive technique. Any practitioner of ancient arts who dared to confront him would be shattered in an instant. As the two moved swiftly, the air crackled with thunder, and the sky seemed to be rent by flashes of lightning, as if seeking to obliterate some malevolent force upon the Pamir Plateau. At that moment, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. An unusual white light emanated from Mo Hai's mouth and nose, resembling chains, as it coiled towards Old Chun. Not only that, but Mo Hai's 7 apertures emanated beams of light, transforming into 7 snow-white chains of luminescence, imbued with extraordinary spirit, instantly blocking all of Lao Chen's escape routes and ensnaring him. Many gasped in astonishment. The practitioners of ancient arts felt their hearts leap into their throats, overwhelmed with trepidation as Lao Chen found himself in a dire predicament. Indeed, as the 7 chains of white light made contact with Lao Chen's body, they unleashed a thunderous roar, their aura terrifyingly potent. However, at that very moment, an even more astonishing thunderous sound erupted from Lao Chen's chest, accompanied by a gentle white glow that burst forth, shattering the 7 chains in a cacophony of explosions and striking Mo Hai, causing his body to convulse violently and retreat swiftly in an attempt to evade Lao Chun. At this instant, Lao Chun was like a shadow, moving with astonishing speed, resembling 2 beams of light streaking across the ashen-brown earth. With a resounding hum, the air vibrated violently, and from Lao Chen's chest blossomed a resplendent crimson radiance, akin to a great sun ascending, vivid and dazzling. Ultimately, with a thunderous crash, the red brilliance billowed from his chest as if the sun were aflame, culminating in a magnificent explosion that transformed into a beam of red light as thick as an arm, unparalleled in its intensity. Boom! The thunder reverberated across the plateau. The crimson beam, akin to true lightning, pierced through Mo Hai's body, leaving a gaping, translucent hole in his chest, blood gushing profusely as he was hurled away. Lao Chen's chest heaved violently, but after a moment of stillness, he strode forward with determination. The Grand Master, clad in metallic armor, had already positioned himself ahead, steadying Mo Hai. Her name is Xia Qing, towering over many men by a head, her physique long and robust, a rare female grandmaster in the realm of new techniques. "You should tend to your injuries," she murmured. Mo Hai's wounds were grievous. The gaping hole in his chest revealed that his heart had been torn asunder, and a portion of his lung was missing. Without prompt treatment, his cultivation would suffer severely. "None of you can leave," Old Chen spoke coldly. Since they sought to exploit his old affliction and to kill him, he would show no mercy. Even a renowned grandmaster in the realm of new techniques would not be spared his life. Mo Hai pressed his hand against his chest, emanating a soft white light as he employed new techniques to staunch the bleeding. He signaled to the female grandmaster Xia Qing that he was fine, capable of enduring, and would not depart until the battle concluded. Indeed, at a critical moment, he could even unleash a powerful counterattack. This time, Old Chen did not refuse, standing silently in place. The entire verdant ridge seemed to fall into silence, with no one speaking, all awaiting the unfolding events in quietude. Near the Pamirs, numerous spacecraft had arrived today. In the distance, a colossal super battleship loomed, its metallic contours sleek and imposing, exuding both intimidation and an aesthetic craftsmanship. Within the battleship, a super grandmaster engaged in conversation with an elderly man. This time, 3 grandmasters had come from the realm of new techniques, with the last one present here. The identity of the elder was far from simple. He was a pivotal figure among the tycoons, wielding considerable influence. The path of ancient techniques was fraught with challenges. Progress slow, aside from Chun Yongjia, no one else could rise to prominence. To expect Old Chun to further assist in prolonging your life is fundamentally unrealistic. The Grandmaster of the old arts has reached an impasse, unable to ascend to such heights. The achievements of the past 2 years are vividly reflected in your condition, as your vitality flourishes and the transformation is unmistakable. Recently, I have been plagued by tinnitus and dizziness, and my energy seems to wane. Am I nearing my end? The elder sits there, draped in a blanket that is, in fact, a legendary beast's hide. The ability to unearth such ethereal treasures speaks volumes of his prowess. The master of the new arts is a middle-aged man named Chen Kai, appearing to be in his early 50s, and he is currently beset by an overwhelming headache. In his view, this elderly man, despite being mentally absent, has enjoyed 5 years of carefree existence and immense benefits, yet he has turned his back, making negotiations exceedingly arduous and tiresome. He believes that engaging in a battle against a superlative grandmaster would be far more exhilarating than dealing with this elder. In this current era, no one within the realm of old arts can attain such heights, which signifies an inability to decipher the golden bamboo slips unless a preaching sorcerer were to be resurrected or a patriarchal figure were to re-emerge. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to provide us with an opportunity to explore, employing the new arts for analysis. Perhaps we can unveil the secrets within, thus offering you a chance to extend your life. I feel utterly exhausted, my vitality diminishing day by day, and I fear that my demise is imminent. If you wish to delve into the roots of the old arts, a modicum of sincerity is required, at the very least. Allow me to experience that my body still possesses vigor, that I may yet live for another 20 years or so, instilling a glimmer of hope that perhaps I might witness the fruits of your endeavors. The elderly man possessed a piercing gaze and a voice brimming with vitality, surpassing that of many others in health. Yet, his tone unmistakably suggested that discussions of extending his life by several more years were premature. The grandmaster of the new techniques, Chen Kai, found himself momentarily speechless. In a fleeting instant, he entertained the notion of confronting the old man with hostility, but upon regaining his composure, he realized he lacked the audacity to do so. Chen Yongjie emerged victorious. The elder gestured towards Chen Kai, who then turned to the large screen and solemnly remarked, "Old Chun is indeed formidable, representing the final vestiges of the old techniques. We are nearing the end. His demise is imminent." There were unspoken words. For Old Chun was destined to perish due to internal organ issues, and regardless of the outcome, his fate was sealed. "Are you not concerned for your two companions?" the elder inquired. "It matters not. Shortly, I shall attend to them personally." Chen Kai fixated on the screen, meticulously scrutinizing Old Chun's condition. Chapter 56. A great disruption. That Songling region has historically been a desolate and frigid land, perpetually shrouded in silence. However, today it witnessed an influx of various organizations, some comprising individuals of considerable stature. Within a starship, the number of seated individuals was modest, yet they were all prominent figures engaged in discussions, negotiations, and haggling. Emohai had suffered defeat. Someone rapped the table to draw the attention of others towards the large screen. The spokesperson for the new techniques maintained a composed demeanor and stated, "The new techniques are merely in their infancy, while the old techniques have drawn to a close. One rises like the dawn, while the other descends like the setting sun. The potential of the new techniques is boundless, with possibilities aplenty. The old techniques are reduced to Old Chun, who too is on the brink of death. The old path is fraught with challenges, and it is nearly time for it to conclude in this era. It is regrettable that no one from the realm of old techniques has attained the qualification to sit at this table." Someone interrupted the words of the representative of the new technique, coldly remarking that over the years, considerable resources had indeed been allocated to the new technique. They originally had a plan set to unfold, but it was altered right from the outset. Previously, a shipment of secret remedies intended for several experimental classes of the old technique across various regions was abruptly redirected to the new technique. This statement instantly chilled the atmosphere, as it was a shared investment and decision among all parties involved. The main catalyst for this shift was the astonishing news emerging from the realm of new technique, which demanded a reallocation of resources in their favor. Such unprecedented achievements swiftly transformed all prior agreements. It can be said that the old technique had suffered a significant setback. Meanwhile, aboard another super battleship, the grandmaster of the new technique, Chen Kai, adopted a notably humble demeanor, primarily to catch a glimpse of the golden bamboo scrolls. To date, only 2 complete golden scrolls have been unearthed. One of these scrolls is currently in the possession of the prominent Zhong family consortium. However, the elder Zhong Yong proves to be exceedingly tenacious, akin to a predator that spares no bones. He has reaped substantial benefits from Chen Kai, yet remains obstinately tight-lipped. Chen Kai sighed inwardly. Had the circumstances been different, had he been dealing with another individual, he would have acted decisively long ago. Regrettably, he was contending with a powerful figure from a super consortium, and any rash move on his part would undoubtedly lead to the total obliteration of himself and his backing organization. Not to mention, the mere appearance of a single super battleship is sufficient. It matters not how many grandmasters are cultivated, for once targeted, they would be swiftly annihilated. Thus, The Grandmaster yearns to grow stronger, aspiring to transcend into the realm of myth. We have truly gone to great lengths, sacrificing our very essence, enduring pain and hardship, to present you with a potent elixir of life. And for now, this is the extent of our capabilities. Time is required. As we grow stronger and delve deeper into the secrets of that realm, we may naturally extend your life once more. Do not speak of mere decades. If we advance further, it is conceivable that we could procure the celestial herbs for you, allowing you to live for an additional 2 centuries, or perhaps even longer. At present, the golden bamboo slips in your possession will merely gather dust. It would be far more prudent to allow us to study them, for who knows what profound meanings we might uncover. Zhong Yong lifted the auspicious beast hide from his leg, rising to his feet and stretching his muscles before casting a serious gaze upon the Grandmaster Chen Kai. With earnest intent, he remarked, "I withhold these revelations for your own good. You pursue the path of new techniques. Why then delve into the roots of the old?" The elder Zhong Yong shook his head, asserting, "It is futile. You, who tread the path of innovation, cannot possibly comprehend the engravings upon the bamboo slips. As for the textual passages, that is an even greater challenge. I have invested heavily to gather a renowned assembly of scholars to collaborate in deciphering them. Yet not a single character has been unraveled. Do you believe you would fare any better? I fear your linguistic prowess and scholarly depth remain insufficient compared to theirs." The Grandmaster of the new techniques fell silent, internally cursing this obstinate old man who clung to the golden slips, deriding their lack of cultural foundation. He realized that unless he could grant this elder an extension of life by a decade or 2, negotiations would prove exceedingly difficult. For he was confronted with an exceptionally unyielding individual. On the frozen earth of the Zhongling Range, Old Chen's chest heaved violently until, at last, a faint white glow emerged, accompanied by wisps of crimson clouds and the rumble of thunder, after which he gradually regained his composure. There was little to be said. He gestured towards Xia Qing, and the two immediately engaged in combat. Though she was a woman, Xia Qing stood tall, her every movement imbued with a fierce energy that stirred the surrounding stones and gravel into a whirlwind. She was as agile as a female leopard, leaping effortlessly several meters into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at Old Chen's chest. Radiating an ethereal glow, her new technique emphasized physical resistance, with her pores emanating a resplendent light that enveloped her, projecting an aura of formidable strength. Old Chen met her descending foot with a decisive palm strike. A resounding impact echoed, releasing a blinding flash of brilliance. Xia Qing utilized the momentum to spin gracefully in midair, landing with a thud that shattered the frozen earth beneath her, creating a deep crater. Her extraordinary power was evident, as just moments before, those who had faced Old Chen had either been utterly obliterated or shattered into fragments by his strikes. Xia Qing, a true grandmaster, possessed an astonishing physical prowess, further enhanced by the radiant glow that cloaked her, bestowing her with extraordinary combat capabilities. In an instant, the luminosity surrounding her intensified, and from a distance, she resembled a figure enveloped by a golden sun, her flesh emanating a sacred light. As she clashed fiercely with Old Chen, their fists and palms collided amidst thunderous roars, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that transcended human realms. The grayish-brown frozen ground was scattered with large rocks, some towering as high as 2 or 3 men. Upon contact with Xia Qing, these massive stones would either shatter into pieces or explode. It was evident that the radiant figure before them possessed an extraordinary physical strength beyond imagination. In the distance, Wang Xuan's expression grew grave as he observed that Old Chen's condition was somewhat amiss. His breath came in quick gasps, and an anxious urgency welled up within Wang, compelling him to step forward. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Old Chen transformed his palm strike into a fist, executing a technique reminiscent of the great King Kong fist. With a thunderous impact, Xia Qing was sent flying, her alloy armor shattering in parts, including her protective helmet, which disintegrated into fragments and fell to the ground, her golden hair cascading free. Her slightly bluish pupils constricted sharply. The immense force had inflicted excruciating pain throughout her body, leaving her arms numb and her right hand fractured, sending a chill of fear coursing through her. Old Chen advanced, his chest heaving, having mastered several forms of the great King Kong fist technique in less than half a month, now demonstrating it for the first time. A faint mist enveloped him, and his steps were heavy yet powerful, pressing towards his adversary. Xia Qing, evading his onslaught, emanated a scorching brilliance, as if divine flames engulfed her, radiating from her pores to enhance her physical resilience against Old Qin's might. In the ensuing clashes, Old Qin unleashed an unstoppable force after several collisions. Xia Qing coughed up blood, her right arm hanging limply, having suffered 3 fractures in her humerus. With a resounding thud, Old Qin's speed surged beyond limits, leaving Xia Qing no chance to evade his relentless strikes. She endured a punishing blow that sent waves of agony throughout her body, causing several bones to yield. Channeling the dazzling radiance, she resembled flowing fire racing across the earth, attempting to flee, yet Old Qin pursued with unmatched swiftness, delivering a crushing blow to her back. Xia Qing, in a state of helplessness, faced the enemy as Hua turned to confront him. The impact of the punch was inevitable, causing her left arm to twist grotesquely, nearly severing it entirely. With a resounding crash, the alloy armor at her chest exploded, pierced through by a single blow, leaving her bloodied and her body shattered. Propelled into the air like a gory rain before collapsing to the ground, a surge of white light erupted as Master Mo Hai intervened, striving to prevent Old Qin from killing Xia Qing. 7 ethereal chains of light darted forth, aimed to restrain Old Qin's limbs and vitals. In a swift motion, Old Qin pivoted and countered with a punch that shattered the sound barrier, obliterating the 7 chains of light in an explosive display. He leaped several meters forward, charging towards Mo Hai with lethal intent. Despite Mo Hai's fervent resistance, a thunderous sound marked the dispersion of his white aura. Even with his quick reflexes, he could not evade the blow entirely. His left shoulder armor was shattered, half of his body mangled and bloodied, sent reeling to the ground. Both masters of the new techniques realm were grievously wounded, incapacitated for the moment, suffering irreversible damage, with nearly 20 bones fractured and their bodies pierced through. Old Qin appeared to be in dire straits as well. He halted, clutching his chest, gasping for breath, momentarily ceasing his assault. Those who walked the path of new techniques were both astonished and horrified, for Old Qin single-handedly defeated 2 masters, showcasing an unfathomable strength. Some could not restrain themselves from stepping forward, unwilling to stand idly by as the 2 masters faced their demise. Yet, others, noticing Old Qin's precarious condition, were eager to act, realizing that if they could eliminate the last prominent figure of the old techniques realm now, the path would be irrevocably closed. Wang Xuan boldly advanced, and those aligned with the old techniques, sensing the shift in circumstances, quickly followed suit, unwilling to allow Old Qin to bear the burden alone. Old Qin, it is time to cease. Let today be the conclusion. The elderly man in traditional attire, Chong Hung, spoke, his expression a tapestry of complexities, imbued with both regret and a sigh. He understood that after today, he would likely never encounter Old Qin again, for the issues plaguing his internal organs had reached a critical point. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware that the 2 grandmasters would most likely not survive either. Given Old Qin's temperament, it was unfathomable that he would allow them to live. Chong Hung, do you intend to intervene? Old Qin gasped, his breath labored. Upon hearing this, Chong Heng's heart raced uncontrollably. Having known Old Qin since their youth, he was well acquainted with him. Now, observing the cold glimmer lurking in his eyes, Chong Hung uttered not a word and promptly ascended to the spacecraft. I practice new techniques to fortify my body. For now, I shall limit myself to theoretical research. After stating this, he beckoned familiar faces aboard the ship. Old Qin remarked, Old Wang, did you witness that? The eyes of those who remain are filled with murderous intent. They fear me and do not wish for the resurgence of the old techniques, lest they shine once more. Everyone was taken aback. He was addressing someone. Who was Old Wang? They speculated, likely an elder who had tread the path of the old techniques. Only Wang Xian and Qing Mu comprehended to whom he was referring. Old Qin continued, Old Wang, remember these individuals. Exercise caution in the future. If you can kill, do so. They harbor a profound animosity towards the old techniques. And among them are those who once pursued the old path but achieved little, now having defected to the new techniques. Wang Xian glanced across the way, mentally noting each individual, yet uneased gnawed at him. Why did Old Qin speak as if he were bequeathing his final wishes? Who is Old Wang? Wu Yin, standing beside Wang Xian, whispered to him, I thought he was your uncle. I assumed he was your relative, she added, given their shared surname of Wang. Wu Chonglin smiled and remarked, it must be an old fellow, among those practicing ancient arts next door. Wang Xian remained silent, inwardly resolving, Old Wu, I shall remember you. I will settle the score shortly. At that moment, Old Qin's chest heaved significantly. Yet he drew the black sword lodged in the frozen earth and began to stride towards the two Grand Masters. Old Chen, please cease your actions. Everything should come to an end today. From the horizon's edge, Chen Kai approached, and by the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived on the battlefield. His speed both astonishing and alarming. Everyone understood that yet another Grand Master had arrived. Having waited so long, I presumed you would eventually show up. With the ominous black sword in hand, Old Chen's breathing had steadied somewhat. In the distance, Wang Xuan's heart raced. What was happening with Old Chen? He had always enjoyed fishing. Could it be that today he intended to use himself as bait? Grandmaster Chen Kai spoke. Old Chen, do not strain yourself. We both know your condition is dire. I have arranged for the finest medical team to assist you immediately. Spare me the pretense. Old Chen, donning a silver mask, raised his black sword and declared, the three of you Grand Masters appearing together is merely to provoke my old afflictions, is it not? What talk of treatment is this? His words instantly ignited a stir. With all present taken aback, many were entirely oblivious to the underlying circumstances, even Qingmu, whose face turned ashen. I deliberately refrained from killing those two, waiting for your arrival. I am aware that even in a trade, you cannot allow two Grand Masters to fall by my hand. A one-for-one exchange must be your bottom line, correct? Old Chen chuckled coldly at this point and declared, unfortunately, you have underestimated me. This time, I shall eliminate all three of you Grand Masters. His murderous intent soared to the heavens. Although his chest heaved slightly, the disdainful aura he exuded was extraordinarily sharp, instilling a sense of trepidation in everyone present. As he spoke, Old Chen cast his gaze toward the faction of new techniques, his voice icy as he remarked, and you? Since you have chosen to remain and harbor enmity towards me and the old techniques, there is no need for you to continue living. Today, I shall eradicate you all. Chapter 57. A brilliant finale. Chen Kai, in his early 50s, was clearly no ordinary individual. Despite his attempts to maintain a low profile, the beams of light that flickered in his eyes suggested otherwise. Is there no room for negotiation? Chen Kai inquired. Old Chen had known him since his youth. He had once been part of an expedition team before disappearing for nearly 30 years after venturing to the new star. Undoubtedly, during those 30 years, he had delved into the mysteries of new techniques alongside several others, emerging now as a Grand Master. What do you think? Old Chen retorted coldly. Chen Kai sighed, recalling how they had ignited Old Chen's internal afflictions, initially believing he was on the brink of death. Yet, it appeared that the opponent still possessed the strength to fight. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Chen Kai responded resolutely. Suddenly, Old Chen retreated in an instant, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. With a resounding thud, the ground where he once stood was blasted into a massive pit, even causing some earth and stone to melt. Old Chen had long since established a rare mental domain, sensing the impending danger and thus evading it in advance. In an instant, silvery light cascaded behind him, as if a pair of argent wings unfurled. This was the propulsion device developed by the Wu family, enabling him to surge forward at incredible speed. His target was a formidable mech, which had just unleashed an energy cannon upon him. The mech fired frantically in an attempt to thwart him, but it was too late. Old Chen, enveloped in shimmering silver, had already changed direction multiple times and closed the distance. With a sharp crack, he swung his 1.5-meter black longsword, cleaving the mech asunder, blood pouring forth as it shattered upon the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Chen swiftly repositioned himself, mercilessly dispatching the remaining three mechs. Sparks of electricity flying and blood gushing forth. Once he breached the distance to engage, the mech squad stood no chance against his onslaught. This squad comprised 4 pilots operating the latest mechs, yet none were spared. All were obliterated by Old Chen, their pilots and mechs alike rendered utterly annihilated. He showed no mercy, for the other 3 mechs had also glimmered when he approached, attempting multiple times to lock onto him. Thus, he decisively struck them all down. The onlookers were left in shock. Those who tread the path of ancient techniques had reached a level that bordered on the divine. Even the sound of his footsteps upon the ground instilled a profound unease in those versed in modern techniques. Grandmaster Chen Kai sighed softly, recognizing that this Chen Yongjia was indeed unpredictable. He had feared that once Chen Yongjia overcame his physical limitations, no one would be able to counterbalance him. At present, he felt quite challenged. What state was Chen Yongjia truly in? Old Chen's voice turned somber as he remarked, in truth, had you not come seeking me, I would have been unable to contain my internal afflictions in a few years' time. As a result, fearing that I might break through, you wish to eliminate me first. Therefore, I must apologize, for today I am determined to unleash a fierce onslaught. Aoki's face turned pale, as he clearly perceived that his master was not in a good state, filling him with immense concern. Wang Xuan sighed, reassuringly stating that it was nothing, as old Chun was resilient. At this moment, Aoki fervently wished that his words would indeed hold power, ensuring his master's safety, praying that he would not perish in the Zhongling Mountains. Boom! The battle erupted, with Chun Kai launching the first strike. A dazzling beam of light emanated from his forehead, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space, rendering it hazy and indistinct. Nearby, many individuals shrieked in agony, clutching their heads in excruciating pain, hastily retreating. Moreover, those with weaker wills were instantly overwhelmed by a mysterious energy that clouded their vision, leaving them on the verge of collapse. What sorcery is this? A multitude gasped in astonishment, all recoiling in fear. Wu Yin felt a throbbing headache, overwhelmed by discomfort, as she stood close to Wang Xuan, not far from the epicenter of the impending conflict. Comparatively, her reaction was relatively composed, for some individuals in proximity had already fainted from the pain. Retreat quickly. Aoki urged those following the old techniques to carry their unconscious companions away from the battlefield in haste. The new technique faction was similarly affected, as many fell to the ground. It was a psychological assault, accompanied by hallucinations. Distancing oneself provided relief. Wang Xuan discerned the nature of the situation and assisted Wu Yin in retreating. Old Wu cast a glare in their direction, but Wang Xuan paid him no heed, casting a fleeting glance before guiding Wu Yin's arm and moving away. Could old Chen truly be in danger? Some onlookers' faces turned ashen, their heads spinning. Even old Wu couldn't spare a glance at Wang Xuan, fixated instead on the battlefield, sensing an ominous aura in that area. The ability to kill with a mental force field was indeed terrifying. If Chen Kai approached, he could likely eliminate many in an instant. A sense of unease swept through the crowd, concern for old Chen mounting. There he stood, motionless, wielding a black longsword, unable to advance or strike. Only Wang Xuan remained composed, having relinquished all anxiety. Comparing his mental strength to old Chen's would be tantamount to courting death. Who was old Chen? A formidable figure capable of manifesting a mental domain, with solid achievements in this realm. He had previously provoked a high monk from the Buddhist order, only to endure an entire night of torment within the mental domain, emerging unscathed the following day to seek retribution from young Wang. Qingmu also maintained his calm, well aware that his master had possessed a mental domain for many years. Indeed, while those following traditional techniques expressed concern, those exploring new methodologies were astonished and elated when calamity struck. Grandmaster Chen Kai let out a horrific scream, his mind seemingly in disarray, shaking his head violently before charging at old Chun in a frenzy. In their mental domain duel, Chen Kai was woefully inadequate, swiftly torn apart by the radiant white light emanating from old Chen, leaving him grievously wounded. Old Chen raised his longsword, his cold, merciless gaze concealed behind a silver mask. With a swift motion, a dark, ominous blade of light cut through the air, causing blood to erupt forth. Chen Kai, once a master of traditional techniques, now paled in comparison to old Chun, especially after his spirit had been shattered, rendering him even more vulnerable. The shadowy edge of the sword descended like lightning, a crack forming at his forehead, extending downward until, in a sudden and horrific moment, his body was cleaved in two, as blood gushed forth. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. After all, it was a grandmaster who had been cleaved in twain in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Old Chun, wielding a bloody black sword, stood amidst the chaos, his feet planted upon the fallen grandmaster. His gaze was devoid of warmth, resembling that of a demonic deity, instilling fear in all present. The onlookers were utterly astounded. The speed at which old Chun dispatched the grandmaster was unfathomable. Even within the confines of a super battleship, the esteemed representative of a wealthy conglomerate, Zhongyong, trembled, causing the auspicious beast's skin to fall to the ground. The brutality of the scene was staggering. I had initially contemplated pitting the two factions against each other, allowing for a balance of power. Instead, all three grandmasters were vanquished, and even Chen Kai met his demise. I shall arrange a monetary tribute for Chen Kai's organization shortly, as a token of respect. Zhongyong then sighed, reflecting, young Chen Yongjia, such a pity. According to Chen Kai, young Chen's organs were detonated. He is fated to perish. Please assist me in sending a floral tribute. I shall personally compose a eulogy." It was evident that Old Chen's extraordinary display had left all factions in shock. Prominent figures from various organizations and conglomerates felt their hearts race, leading them to make consequential decisions. The New Techniques faction had been particularly active of late. They were initially slated for reprimand, but it seemed prudent to refrain, given their recent injuries. As for the Old Techniques faction, a slight allocation of resources was warranted, for they must be supported. Old Xuan is truly formidable, Wang Xuan marveled, reflecting on the brilliance of slaying a grandmaster with a single stroke. What resources? Wang Xuan inquired, bewildered. The factions had originally devised a plan to initiate from several experimental classes of the Old Techniques, aiming to expand their reach and bolster their support for the Old Techniques. Moreover, a batch of potent medicinal herbs, known as the Tiger Wolf Elixir, had been prepared for the experimental class students. However, at that moment, news arrived from the realm of New Techniques, indicating a remarkable breakthrough that could extend human life. Consequently, at the critical juncture, the precious elixir was dispatched to their side. At this moment, Wang Xuan found himself momentarily lost in thought, grappling with a multitude of questions. His heart ablaze with fury. Had he just been outmaneuvered by the New Techniques faction, and without his prior knowledge? Wu Yin further elucidated, revealing a closely guarded secret. The conglomerates, research institutes, and other organizations had collaborated to unearth a relic underground, where they discovered a number of still vibrant seeds and attempted to cultivate them, all of which sprouted successfully. According to the records within that ancient relic, these herbs were coveted secret medicines belonging to a grand sect, specifically designed to enhance the physique of young disciples and significantly shorten their training time. Once cultivated by various factions and subsequently tested, it was confirmed that these were indeed the Tiger Wolf Elixir, exceedingly potent and intolerable for the average individual, yet invaluable for practitioners of ancient techniques, possessing extraordinary effects. The individuals from the New Techniques domain had unmistakably revealed this information at a pivotal moment, intentionally usurping the opportunity. Wang Xuan believed this to be the crux of the matter. The impending battle was nearing its conclusion. Old Xuan, wielding a black longsword, approached Mo Hai and Xia Qing. The two grandmasters from the New Techniques realm rose to their feet, left with no choice but to prepare for a desperate escape. Sensing that Old Xuan was in an unusual state, rendering them unable to contend. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted as Mo Hai struck first, unleashing a beam of white light towards Old Xuan, and subsequently seized the chance to swiftly retreat. Xia Qing fled rapidly, devoid of any shame. For as long as she could survive, all possibilities remained open. To perish here would be the utmost folly. Old Xuan wielded his enigmatic black sword, dispersing the radiant white light as he pursued Mo Hai, simultaneously delivering a fierce blow to Xia Qing. Both of Xia Qing's arms were fractured, barely able to rise, yet utterly incapable of defense. In the tumult of the struggle, one of her arms exploded, and the jarring impact exacerbated her old injuries, leaving her body torn in multiple places, with gaping wounds bleeding profusely. Despite such grievous injuries, she did not succumb. Propelled away, she turned and fled. Not far off, Mo Hai was overtaken. He sighed deeply, turning to fight back desperately, yet it was all in vain. Old Xuan beheaded him with a single stroke, his head flying several meters away, meeting an untimely demise. As Old Xuan turned to pursue Xia Qing once more, his body shook violently. An unbearable agony boiling within his chest compelled him to slow his pace, clutching his heart. Wang Xuan, witnessing this, rushed forward first, a wave of anxiety surging within him for Old Xuan's well-being. "Master!" Qing Mu cried out in alarm. Following suit, a throng of individuals surged forward. Wang Xuan sprinted with great urgency, inevitably encountering the fleeing Grandmaster Xia Qing. Her gaze was icy, clearly misunderstanding the situation. She perceived a mere novice daring to obstruct her. How audacious! Having already lost one arm, and with the other fractured and rendered immobile, she forcefully kicked off the ground, preparing to launch herself towards Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan felt his pupils constrict. Facing such a formidable grandmaster, his hair stood on end. He sensed that evasion was futile. Yet since fate had led them to this moment, he had no choice but to summon every ounce of his strength, pushing himself to the very limits. Then, without hesitation, he employed the martial arts techniques left by Zhang Daoling, executing the initial stance inscribed in the 5 pages of golden scripture. Fearing instantaneous annihilation at the hands of the Grand Master, his internal organs roared, and his physical strength surged to its zenith. He leapt into the air, delivering a forward kick as a means of offense rather than defense. Xia Qing was gravely injured. Her foot pressed forcefully against the ground, yet she had yet to ascend, and the violent motion further exacerbated the gaping wound in her chest. She let out a muffled groan, the pain unbearable, as her heart had already been shattered by Lao Chun, rendering her condition even more dire. Failing to gain altitude, she stumbled precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wang Xian's gaze ignited with intensity. Seizing this rare opportunity, he executed a powerful kick, crashing into the vicinity of her chest wound. The force of this strike erupted within the sanguine cavity, for it was indeed a technique bequeathed by Zhang Daoling, and even the first stance was terrifyingly formidable. Xia Qing screamed in agony, her internal organs collapsing as she was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling violently, ultimately lying still. The scene was utterly harrowing. Yet another Grand Master had perished in battle. Chapter 58. Extending the life of ancient techniques with one's own strength. That year, on the Pamir Plateau, I dispatched a Grand Master with a single kick. Wang Xian mused that if he had successfully retreated into obscurity, he could write his biography in this manner. Alas, such a notion was entirely unrealistic. At this moment, under the gaze of many, a young man in his early 20s had just killed Xia Qing with a single blow. It was impossible not to attract attention. However, this realization weighed heavily upon him, for he was acutely aware of the implications it bore. Undoubtedly, all eyes were riveted upon him in that moment, not only those belonging to the factions of old and new, but even the magnates aboard the warships hovering in the sky, and members of various organizations were taken aback, fixated on the grand display. Indeed, the spectacle commanded attention from all corners. Both the aerial vessels and the throngs of people below, men and women alike, gazed on with expressions of astonishment, grappling with the incredibility of the situation. How young is he? Despite Xia Qing being gravely injured, the notion that he could be dispatched with a mere kick seems rather absurd. Who claims that the old arts have vanished? Where did this formidable young man emerge from? From a distant super battleship, an elder remarked while observing the large screen. It is natural that such a person would be surrounded by true masters, a middle-aged man interjected. Let us watch a little longer. Perhaps Xia Qing is simply unable to endure. Within the super battleship associated with the departments of the old Earth, a calm deputy sat in silence, fixated on the screen displaying Lao Chun, then shifting his gaze to Wang Xian, saying nothing at all. On site, those from the realm of old arts were profoundly shaken. As insiders, they fully comprehended the terror of a grandmaster who stood exalted above all. Even in the face of grievous injury, eliminating individuals of their caliber was a triviality. Wu Yin was astonished, pondering the true level of expertise possessed by young Wang. How formidable could his strength be? To have vanquished a grandmaster in such a critical moment is no small feat. Wu Changlin too fixated on Wang Xian. Recognizing that their desire for deep collaboration with the exploration organization necessitated the involvement of experts from the realm of old arts, was this not an opportunity manifesting before them? Qing Mu realized that the impact of young Wang's kick was indeed considerable. Being the focus of such attention was not Wang Xian's desire. He remained remarkably composed and clear-headed. The decisive kick that left everyone in awe and admiration brought him into the spotlight, yet it was inevitable that he would attract scrutiny, even to the extent of being examined under a magnifying glass. This was contrary to his original intentions, as he wished to maintain a low profile and avoid stepping into the limelight. Once he garnered attention, various unforeseen circumstances and uncertainties would ensue, with danger lurking nearby. Wang Xian was the first to rush forward, supporting old Chun, genuinely worried about his former colleague's alarming state. His breathing was labored, his chest heaving violently, and his body was burning with fever. Master, Qingmu nearly shed tears, grasping old Chen's other arm. Do not panic. He won't perish just yet. He can hold on until we depart. Old Chen replied in a deep tone, his voice still carrying an icy edge beneath the cold silver mask. He signaled to Qingmu to remain calm and to refrain from losing composure in this moment, suggesting that any discussions could wait until they were safely away. A throng of people rushed over, encircling Old Chen. Old Chen, are you all right? Wu Qinglin inquired. I'm fine, Old Chen answered calmly. The more tranquil he appeared, the heavier Wang Xian's heart felt, for Old Chen's condition was far from reassuring. The crowd expressed concern, yet they remained oblivious to the underlying situation. As Old Chen's breathing began to stabilize, they They assumed he was all right and collectively sighed in relief, their faces breaking into smiles. Youth impressive. After the tension eased, an experienced practitioner of ancient arts cast a look of astonishment and admiration towards Wang Xuan. Despite Old Chen's extraordinary performance today, single-handedly breaching the ranks of the new martial arts faction, defeating 3 grandmasters, and personally eliminating 2, the news of his triumph would undoubtedly reverberate far and wide, igniting a tremendous uproar across the land. However, the young man before us undeniably captures attention. Even though Xia Qing is physically exhausted and grappling with severe issues, his demise will still stir ripples. The youth may be of tender age, yet his prowess is remarkable. Old Wu spoke up with a gentle smile. Wang Xuan internally mused. Not long ago, Old Wu was rather unkind, mentioning Old Wang. Now he has changed his tune to commend the young man. He remained remarkably composed and swiftly refuted the rumors, stating, "It was purely an accident. By the time I rushed over, she was already spent." The Grandmaster Xia Qing actually met her end at the hands of Old Chun. Hearing this, Wu Chunlin chuckled, feeling even more admiration for the young man, who seemed acutely aware of his circumstances, not allowing the glory to cloud his judgment, a testament to self-preservation. Wu Yin also smiled and nodded at him. Wang Xuan, taken aback, wondered about Wu's demeanor, arms crossed, and turned towards him. Was it not the same? Her figure was striking, with generous curves, a sight to behold from any angle. This was primarily because Wu Yin had witnessed the kick that struck Xia Qing, and as a woman, she felt a sense of empathy, instinctively crossing her arms and tilting away. Internally, she reflected that young Wang was indeed ruthless, perhaps even excessively fierce, and she felt inexplicably offended. Simultaneously, she recalled another individual who had once kicked her into a lake, a memory that still made her grit her teeth. Were the young practitioners of old techniques now favoring kicks over strikes? Lost in thought, she quickly dismissed the notion. After all, this young Wang was undoubtedly superior to that Wang Xuan. Let us depart. Aoki spoke up, expressing concern for Old Chun, insisting on taking him for treatment at once. For the spacecraft was equipped with the most advanced medical apparatus and skilled personnel. Wang Xuan personally supported Old Chun, his vigilance scanning the surroundings. At that moment, his pupils contracted. Indeed, the adversaries were becoming restless. From the New Techniques faction, a group of individuals were slowly advancing, their intentions clear as they observed Old Chen's condition. Some eager to act. They were not mere impulsive youths, but predominantly middle-aged men, their eyes glinting with cold disdain, harboring deep animosity towards the Old Techniques faction. They understood all too well what the outcome of this battle signified. Old Chen single-handedly extending the life of the Old Techniques. Prior to this, the rise of the New Techniques had been formidable, engaging in discussions and negotiations with various parties, even directly intercepting the Old Techniques' potent elixirs. This was all predicated on the emergence of several grand masters from the Old Techniques, who could prolong the lifespan of the wealthy elite. Furthermore, the comparison between the new and old techniques had led many to declare the latter as utterly obsolete. If Old Chen were to perish, that path would be irrevocably closed. Yet today, Old Chen pierced through the ranks of the New Techniques, cleaving through their mechanized armor, single-handedly defeating 3 grandmasters and decisively slaying 2 of them, an extraordinary feat. Verging on the divine. At this juncture, who would dare proclaim the Old Techniques as ineffective? The 3 grandmasters had personally endeavored to persuade the elite and hinted to major organizations about the necessity of reallocating resources. Yet now all 3 had been vanquished by Old Chen alone. This day marked a tremendous blow to the New Techniques. The individuals within the New Techniques were incensed, restless, their fury palpable, feeling as though they had been violently cast from the vibrant clouds down into the dust. They were acutely aware that after today's battle, the path of the Old Techniques had been revitalized. The various conglomerates and organizations will undoubtedly continue to allocate resources in their favor. Those who approach slowly are naturally closely related to the 3 great masters, for otherwise, they would not harbor such animosity. Now, they all realize that Old Chun is facing a grave predicament, and ultimately, they refrained from pursuing Xia Qing, clearly indicating that they cannot act. Kill. From the New Technique faction, someone took the lead and shouted, unable to contain themselves, charging forward with a multitude following behind. In their eyes, aside from Old Chun, the rest of the Old Technique realm poses little threat, far from being a match for the New Technique faction. The leaders among them are either friends or disciples of the 3 great masters, intent on seizing this moment to unite and eliminate Old Chun, avenging Mo Hai, Xiaqing, and Chen Kai. Wang Xuan swiftly positioned himself at the forefront. With no words to offer, he realized that even if he wished to remain low-key, it was no longer an option. Since this group was intent on madness, he could only follow through to the end. "Stand down," Old Chen murmured, instructing Qing Mu to release his grip, and then he stepped forward, wielding a bloodied black longsword. The expressions of those opposite him instantly stiffened, and their steps slowed, filled with trepidation. Old Chen's performance today was evident. He resembled a god of death, instilling a chill in the hearts of many. Wang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Old Chen, who had emerged from the crowd, he felt a surge of doubt. Was the old colleague deliberately waiting for the opposition to make a move? As Old Chen passed by him, he sighed in an almost inaudible tone, "I can no longer hold on. Allow me to eliminate the top masters among them. And the rest, you shall handle." Having uttered these words, he leaped several meters in an instant, his speed astonishing, as he surged forward with the black sword, plunging directly into the throng. Despite his deteriorating physical condition, Old Chun exhibited an indomitable spirit, akin to a tiger unleashed upon a flock of sheep. With no one capable of standing against him, the gleam of his sword wreaked havoc, as heads rolled and formidable opponents fell in quick succession, none able to impede his relentless advance. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xuan found himself at a loss for words. He could not bear to watch Old Chen succumb to his ailments. The time for subtlety had passed, igniting a fierce resolve within him as he charged forward. Behind him, a group of practitioners of the old techniques roared in response, joining the fray, their hearts heavy with concern for Old Chen's plight. In that moment, Old Chen remained in an invincible state, the light of his sword blazing like a rainbow, each strike claiming the life of a master from the realm of ancient techniques. Yet, blood continuously streamed from his mouth and nose, his chest heaving as if it would burst, a sight both terrifying and tragic. Many began to realize that Old Chun was likely to meet his end that day. His injuries had long become irreversible. He was determined to exert his final strength to vanquish some of the formidable foes from the realm of new techniques. Tears welled in the eyes of numerous practitioners of the old ways, feeling helpless that Old Chun had to bear this burden alone. They rallied, pouring forth with all their might to assist him. At that moment, to many, Old Chun radiated brilliance, dazzling in his luminescence, his long sword reflecting the same sharpness. A paragon of invincibility. However, this was likely to be his final display of splendor. He had not coughed up blood even during fierce battles against the three grandmasters. Yet now his garments were stained crimson, blood flowing incessantly from his mouth and nose. "Old Chun, retreat. Do not continue the fight," Wang Xuan cried out, unable to contain his emotions, feeling a pang in his heart as he struggled to suppress his potential. Ignoring all caution, he once again summoned the body techniques recorded within the 5-page golden book. Kill. In a final, resounding roar, Old Chun wielded his sword in a sweeping arc, severing heads and leaving naught but carnage amidst the formidable opponents he had nearly vanquished. Bathed in the radiance of his blade, he gasped, "Had I lived in ancient times, before the ancient arts faded into obscurity, I would inevitably have become a master, transcending to a near-divine existence. What are you all compared to me?" Standing resolutely with sword in hand, he radiated light, his voice reverberating through the verdant hills. He embodied both desolation and a repressed fervor, yet alas, he was born in the wrong era. Chapter 59. A surge of bloodlust. Old Chun glowed with an ethereal brilliance, surveying his adversaries, none daring to approach him. Wherever his gaze fell, hearts quaked, and involuntarily, they retreated. Many realized that Old Chun was doomed. Regardless of allegiance, all discerned his precarious state. Lightning surged from his chest, accompanied by a terrifying, muffled resonance. His body trembled, on the brink of collapse, yet he persevered, sword raised, gazing toward the horizon of the verdant hills, his once keen eyes gradually dimming. The four elders of the ancient arts had once remarked that had Old Chun been born in ancient times, he would have surely founded a sect, and if he had soared with might, he might have attained the status of a bodhisattva within the realm of ancient arts. Wang Xuan felt a pang of sorrow, acutely aware that Old Chin's vitality was waning rapidly. Indeed, he was on the verge of demise. With a swift kick, he sent a nearby master flying before his eyes turned crimson, charging towards Old Chin, unable to fathom that his old colleague was truly facing death. "Master!" Qingmu cried out. his voice laced with despair and sorrow. In his eyes, the once formidable and astutely clever old Chun could not possibly meet such a fate. Old Chun, many exclaimed, grappling with the harsh reality before them. Not long ago, old Chun roamed this land like a god of war, single-handedly vanquishing 3 grandmasters and displaying an unparalleled might. Now, however, his eyes have dimmed, and he teeters on the brink of death. Many from the old techniques realm rushed toward him, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Old Chun was formidable. He had penetrated the new techniques camp alone, cutting through to the other side, while they lagged far behind. Dare you? Wang Xuan seethed with fury as he witnessed a member of the new techniques camp, emboldened by audacity, brandishing a metallic long knife and advancing toward old Chun, intent on severing his head. In such dire circumstances, even many from the new techniques realm refrained from making a move. Though many harbored animosity toward old Chun, they could not help but admire his valor. Seeing him on the verge of demise, they deemed it unnecessary to desecrate his remains. Yet, a few harbored different thoughts. Despite old Chun's eyes losing their luster, there were some who still wished to approach him, aiming for his head, intending to bestow upon him a dishonorable death. Wang Xuan's combat prowess was indisputable. When old Chun breached the new techniques camp, he had been relatively close, positioned ahead of those who followed the old techniques. Now, consumed by rage, he seized a corpse and swung it around, hurling it with tremendous force, striking the young man advancing toward old Chun with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding thud, the young man was knocked off his feet, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, the metallic knife clattering to the ground. Clutching his nose, he rose, casting a furious glance at Wang Xuan. Undeterred, he picked up the long knife from the ground and once more charged at old Chun. Today, he was determined to accomplish a grand feat, regardless of others' opinions, whether curses or criticisms. He was resolute in his desire to sever the head of the grandmaster of the old techniques. Apart from him, several others were approaching, all young and remarkably zealous. In their fervor, they disregarded all else, fixated solely on the notion of severing the head of the venerable grandmaster of ancient arts, completely oblivious to the tempest their actions would unleash. Wang Xuan was perilously close, his gaze strikingly fearsome. Should anyone dare to behead old Chun before him, he believed he could never absolve himself of such a grave sin. He had no time to lift a corpse to strike, yet the frostbitten earth was littered with stones. With a swift motion, he kicked a rock the size of a basin, which collided forcefully with the chest of a young man wielding a metallic blade. The impact was thunderous, resonating through the vicinity as several of the young man's bones shattered upon contact, a testament to Wang Xuan's immense strength. After all, he had cultivated the golden body technique to the early 5th stage, his flesh brimming with vitality and harboring astonishing power. The youth from the realm of new techniques collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Though he was not dead, his chest caved in, and the excruciating pain filled him with boundless hatred. The other young men rushing toward old Chun had their pupils constrict, yet they did not falter. They yearned to be the first to claim old Chun's head, but it was too late. Wang Xuan had finally arrived. He leapt into the air, his foot piercing through the chest of one young man. The sheer force of his strike was unimaginable as he landed upon the body of his fallen opponent. The young man let out a harrowing scream, a sound of anguish that was unbearable as the pain became too much to endure. It could be said that the scene was rather gruesome, difficult to witness, yet from the ranks of the ancient arts, a collective roar of exhilaration erupted, filled with fervent excitement. Just a moment ago, many were driven to madness. Old Chun had never tasted defeat, yet if his body were to be desecrated after death, the pain would be shared by all, for none could bear to witness such an indignity. Meanwhile, onlookers outside beheld the scene, some fixated on Wang Xuan, whose kick was sharper than steel, capable of piercing through flesh. With a slight exertion of force, Wang Xuan cast aside his assailant and, taking a step forward, approached the young man he had felled with a stone, delivering a merciless kick to his head, thereby dispatching 2 foes in swift succession. 3 others instinctively retreated. Confronted by Wang Xuan's menacing aura, they felt as though cold water had been splashed upon them, repeatedly backing away, too fearful to advance. In such dire circumstances, although old Chun's eyes had dimmed and he emitted no sound, he still clutched his sword, refusing to fall. Wang Xuan gently touched old Chun's nose and supported him. "Master!" cried Qingmu, his eyes wide with anguish as he rushed forward to protect his mentor, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Do not exert too much force. Though your master appears lifeless, there is still lightning coursing within his chest, which could easily erupt. Wang Xuan whispered. Old Qin's condition had deteriorated to the utmost. His breathing had ceased, yet the lightning within his organs continued to flicker, posing a grave danger of violent disintegration. This was not the death one would expect of a grandmaster of ancient arts. Wang Xuan coldly regarded the three young men across from him, refraining from attacking. As he carefully lifted Old Chun backward, wary of any movement that might trigger an explosion of the lightning within. This area is too perilous. We must also safeguard Old Wu, Wang Xuan murmured. Qingmu nodded, recognizing that Old Qin, being astute and sagacious, would not have taken on a simple disciple. The fact that he had discreetly arranged Wang Xian's work beside Old Chun even before Wang graduated speaks volumes about Qingmu's capabilities. Protect Mr. Wu, Qingmu shouted, rallying a throng of individuals towards Wu Qinglin, enveloping him and ensuring he was placed alongside Old Chun. Both he and Wang Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Should an unexpected energy blast occur, any repercussions from those waiting to assign blame would be rendered futile. Wang Xuan, stirred by a surge of fervor, was propelled to action because Old Chun found himself in dire straits due to the relentless pressure from these individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to confront them head-on, eager to save Old Chun and to invoke a heightened state of awareness amidst the chaos of battle. At that moment, his strikes were imbued with tremendous force, his internal organs resonating with a subtle hum, a faint aura threatening to burst forth from his being. A testament to Zhang Daoling's martial arts legacy. In a fierce exchange with a middle-aged adversary, Wang Xian's might proved overwhelming, causing the formidable opponent, cloaked in emerald radiance and endowed with remarkable resilience, to falter as the green light shattered, his body pierced by Wang Xian's punch. This spectacle garnered gasps of astonishment and attention from onlookers, while Old Qin was akin to a deity of slaughter, effortlessly dispatching a cadre of formidable experts. It was remarkable that this young man single-handedly vanquished a master from the realm of new techniques, drawing glances of intrigue. One observer, with a glint of malice in his eyes, ignited his own lifeblood, channeling secretive energies that manifested as a radiant crimson glow enveloping his form, as he sought to extract the essence of Wang Xian's blood. However, Wang Xuan resonated with an inner vigor, producing a continuous light chime. With a leap into the air, he charged forward, swiftly colliding with his opponent. After a flurry of 4 strikes, he obliterated the man entirely. The onlookers from the new techniques domain were astonished, although their true masters had been slain by Old Chun wielding a black sword. The two recently defeated individuals were not weak by any means, yet they had succumbed to the young man's prowess. Another individual from the new techniques domain surged forward, towering at 4 meters, adorned with a faint blue luminescence, clearly a product of the new human genetic superbody. With immense power, he advanced on Wang Xuan, delivering a thunderous punch that echoed like a storm. Wang Xuan deftly sidestepped, then executed a powerful horizontal sweep. A subtle white glow emanated from his internal organs, extending to his feet as he delivered a forceful kick to the opponent's knee. With a resounding crack, the man howled in pain, collapsing to a single knee. Seizing the moment, Wang Xuan leaped, striking the man's head with a swift kick, not even glancing at him as he propelled himself forward to confront another formidable adversary. Ultimately, after sending the 5th opponent flying and causing his chest to cave in, Wang Xuan retreated decisively. He realized he had exerted too much energy utilizing the physical techniques recorded in the 5 pages of the Golden Book and could no longer sustain the effort. With a sigh, he acknowledged that the more he sought to trigger heightened senses, the more elusive they became. Simultaneously, he regained his composure, understanding that the day was nearing its conclusion. Regardless of both parties' intentions, it was evident that this was the turning point. Opponents across the way pointed at Wang Xuan with palpable animosity, their eyes brimming with hatred. They had not anticipated that, at the critical moment, the old techniques domain could still produce such a powerful young individual, capable of dispatching several of their elite fighters. Wang Xuan paid them no heed and swiftly made his exit. Wu Qinglin's gaze flickered as he scrutinized Wang Xuan, ultimately turning to Aoki and inquired, could the old Wang mentioned by Old Qin possibly be this young man? It must be said that old Wu possessed remarkable perceptiveness, swiftly making such a connection. Not at all. Aoki firmly denied. Wang Xuan silently mused. This old Wu is rather cunning, attempting to unearth my secrets. How unprincipled. Wu Qinglin sighed. Young man, you have truly surprised me. Your strength is exceptional. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Wang Xuan was well aware that the Wu family sought collaboration with masters of ancient techniques. This display of familiarity and goodwill likely aimed to entice him into their service. The great masters have all been slain by old Chun. Those I vanquished were considerably weaker. Wang Xuan shook his head. At the same time, he was taken aback and asked, "Where's old Chun?" He was promptly taken aboard a spaceship by personnel from relevant authorities and is currently undergoing urgent treatment, Aoki said gravely. Old Chun's impending demise garnered widespread attention, and different organizations reacted in varied ways. Most expressed a sense of regret, feeling it a pity that such a figure had emerged in the realm of ancient techniques, yet could not escape his fate, unable to compose a glorious finale for himself. Many were closely monitoring the flicker of old Chen's life, awaiting the moment it would extinguish. In a sleek, cold, metallic super battleship, a representative of a major conglomerate, Zhong Yong, spoke up. "Please send a portion of the longevity elixir I used to young Chun." A middle-aged man hesitated upon hearing this and replied, "Is it the longevity elixir? Or the health elixir?" He feared that the elder might inadvertently err in his words. The value of the former was exorbitantly high, requiring the collection of various exotic minerals and rare herbs across the cosmos. The process of refining was exceedingly arduous, often resulting in waste. It could not be mass-produced and had always been a market presence without a price, ultimately falling into the hands of a select few super tycoons. Even the rarest of potions, should they find their way to the black market, would command astronomical prices that left many in awe. Although Zhong Yong appeared frail, with sparse, snow-white hair, he exuded an undeniable presence, and his every word and action brooked no dissent. A glance from him caused the middle-aged man to break into a sweat. "I will arrange it immediately," the man responded, lowering his head. Zhong Yong gestured for him to remain calm and indicated for him to depart. "Do you hold Qin Yongjie in such high regard?" "He is unlikely to survive," remarked an elderly man with graying hair, Zhong Yong's second son, Zhong Changming. Zhong Yong replied calmly, "It is about fostering a benevolent connection. One must understand the value of gratitude." Zhong Changming was taken aback. Had his father, in his later years, grown increasingly soft-hearted? Regardless, in the face of his traditionally formidable father, he could only nod in agreement. Zhong Yong added, "What I mean is that once the potion is publicly presented, those practicing the old arts should comprehend the significance of gratitude." Zhong Changming was momentarily at a loss for words before finally responding. "Do you have a favorable view of the old arts?" "It is not so much about having a favorable view. Initially, we unearthed some formidable medicinal seeds from the ruins, which clearly strengthened the old arts. Who knows what discoveries await in the future?" Zhong Yong articulated. Zhong Changming inquired, "Shall we also send something to the new art side?" Old Zhong shook his head. "Did we not already provide them with a sum? There is no need for further gifts. In the future, we shall delve into the latest research findings regarding the new techniques within their internal realm." He then spoke coldly, asserting that power must forever reside in one's own hands, an unassailable truth across all eras. "I shall add a clause to my will, beyond all existing stipulations. Those who wish to inherit must place immense importance on the extraordinary domain. The Zhong family must always remain at the forefront." Subsequently, Zhong Yong spoke earnestly, stating, "What may seem inconsequential now could pose a significant issue hundreds of years hence if mythical beings were to emerge. Among the descendants of the Zhong family, there must be individuals who maintain an advantage and stand as a pinnacle in this field. I am old and indifferent, with little time left to live. But you must prepare for the future to avoid regret, lest you fall from the apex of the pyramid and become beholden to others." Zhong Changming immediately adopted a grave demeanor. However, deep within, he harbored doubts about his father's sincerity. His father was exceedingly enamored with worldly pleasures and harbored a profound fear of death. For the past 20 years, he had faced multiple life-threatening illnesses, yet each time, he had expended tremendous resources to seek elixirs of life, managing to survive until now, even at the cost of his firstborn heiress' life. Zhong Changming sighed, realizing that he likely could not outlast his father either. Relinquishing the status of heir might be prudent, allowing the next generation to vie for it instead. At that moment, a striking young lady entered, freely navigating this space and evidently favored by Zhong Yong. When she smiled, her large eyes seemed to converse, enhancing her beauty as she declared, "Great-grandfather, rest assured, the expedition team I have organized will surely unearth that celestial herb for you, granting you 500 years of life." Recently, I have identified several remarkable individuals who will soon unite. Zhong Changming sighed inwardly, thinking, child, if you truly manage to procure the celestial herb, you and your brethren need not covet that position. The old man will retain his hold indefinitely, leaving you all to languish. This serves merely as a microcosm. The wealthy and various organizations are strikingly similar. What is the situation? Qingmu inquired with palpable anxiety, rushing towards a descending small spacecraft to ascertain his master's condition. The prognosis was grim. Upon examination, old Chun's internal organs were riddled with fissures, so numerous that if they were to separate, he would shatter into countless pieces. Qian Lei from the relevant authorities had arrived. He had previously accompanied Qingmu and Wang Xuan to the underground experimental site in the greater Xing'an range. Qingmu's face turned ashen, his body drained of strength. If even the most advanced medical interventions proved futile, then his master would truly have no path to survival. Isn't the life-saving medicine we are still en route to procure even more precious? Wu Yin asked quietly. Wu Chenglin nodded, affirming, indeed. This is characteristic of the old man Zhong Yong. He believes in the principle of sacrifice and gain. If old Qin cannot endure, old Zhong will likely have someone deliver a eulogy penned in his own hand. Those practicing ancient arts are currently gathered, and they shall surely remember his kindness. Wu Yin responded with silence. Old Wu added, of course, he has undoubtedly reassured those in the realm of new techniques. Wu Yin murmured, I merely wish to see how long he can cling to life. Soon, Qian Lei informed Qingmu that, following the consultation of a panel of medical experts, it was unanimously concluded that after ingesting the longevity elixir, old Chun could endure for 2 more days. At the opportune moment, old Wu approached Qingmu, informing him that the Wu family had also received a potent remedy, the efficacy of which equaled that of the longevity elixir by a significant measure. This implied that old Chun could endure for another 2 or 3 days. Wang Xuan, who had been frowning, slightly relaxed his brow and pulled Qingmu aside, whispering in barely audible tones, I possess an ancient method that we might experiment with. The time has come to test your resolve. Utilize every connection at your disposal to seek assistance from the relevant authorities, in search of ancient artifacts associated with the ascension of the ancients, be it relics such as sacred beads, the golden bones of Taoist priests, or remnants of preaching alchemists. Gather everything with utmost diligence. If none can be found, even excavate dilapidated caves or floor tiles linked to the legends of immortal beings. In essence, procure whatever you can. Qingmu was momentarily taken aback. He pondered the purpose of this endeavor, alchemy. Yet, in an instant, Wang Xuan shook his head and said, do not inquire further. Simply state that it is a secret manuscript obtained by your master, containing records of ancient rites and witchcraft, invoking objects for sacrifice.